even at Arby's. Arby's doesn't have Whoppers. Neither do I, but I know what he fucking orders there, dog. You listen to me and you listen to me well, okay? And if you have to fucking get attacked this on the inside your eyelids so you don't forget it, then do it, okay? He likes the steak bites and he likes Jamocha shakes. You're welcome. You're welcome. And that's why I'm the biggest William Montgomery fan. I mean, if you consider that even, you got your ass whooped. You had to name 15 different fucking colors of his car, which is obviously a silver Volvo. You still don't know where he went to. You still don't know. No. I know. It was your fourth fucking guess. It was your fourth fucking guess. Doug, how do you know that William Montgomery doesn't have a signed glove by Derek Jeter and Ken Griffey Jr. and Mark McGuire? You don't know that. That's the answer to that. Okay, I got another one for you. What has William Montgomery recently been purchasing on eBay? Here is a clue. In order to ship it, it is rolled. Generally, when you ship this item, it is rolled. It is rolled, meaning when you ship it, you don't ship it normal, you ship it rolled. Oh, you think he's been buying T-shirts on eBay? He has not, and T-shirts aren't shipped rolled. Look, dog, he's always buying T-shirts, dog. He's always buying T-shirts. He's always buying T-shirts. Okay, here is a clue. He says that the thing that he bought recently, these things, he's been buying them. He bought like 16 of them, and they smell, and he doesn't like their smell. And I will also give you another clue that these things that he's been buying that are rolled are larger than he is. Excellent job. Just remember, sometimes it's not about your nails, but it's about where you get the fuck out of here with that. No, he's been buying Oreo rugs on eBay. Yeah, everybody knows that, dog. He talked about it with Tony. Tony! Yeah, you want to consider yourself a fucking William Montgomery fan and you don't even know he likes Oriental rugs? I don't have my source of information. Doug, that I would, and I do, because I'm the biggest William Montgomery fan ever. Give me another fucking question. Yeah, I do. I'll give you one. Okay. Explain how William Montgomery would do to get himself after his Explain that to me. Go on. Explain that. Any true William Montgomery fan would know. As we all know,
Oh, it's not something that normally you would think of. Well, I bet a good guess is it. It involves. I mean, I don't think this is included, but I think we can agree he did some cocaine. But that doesn't necessarily. That's not my answer. And I think he would also listen to music, but that's not necessarily included as well. But I think he still did those two things, or get high, or something like that. With that being said, I will go with he would listen to music. How do you know? How do you know he wouldn't listen to music? Yeah, go for it. Yeah, go for it. Everybody knows that, though. Everybody knows that. And he'd listen to music, and he's probably high on cocaine. Who knows? All right. Are you ready for this question? His fingers got wrinkly. Yeah, I guarantee his fingers got wrinkly if he was in the dish pit. You didn't say worst thing. You didn't say worst thing. You said explain what happened. All right. Well, perhaps it wasn't enunciated as well as William Montgomery would have preferred. Uh, he he cut himself. No. All right. You ready for this, big dog? Are you ready for this? Are you ready? What is the most recent injury that William Montgomery has experienced that he's discussed publicly? And what caused it? Do you need me to repeat the question? What is the most recent injury that William Montgomery has experienced, and what caused it? Doug, do I have to say this question again? What is the
a lot of things.
No. He has mentioned this publicly. He even missed Kill Tony because of it, and he talked about it in depth.
You got six.
That's incorrect. Already you're wrong.
You got hurt.
Doug, I already said he experienced an injury.
Yeah. He injured his brain.
Dude, that's incorrect. Do you want to lock that in?
Yeah.
Okay, incorrect. He experienced sciatica from his rowing machine. Next question. Fucking hurt his brain. You hear this, asshole? This is a Brendan Schaub apologist, folks. Next, he's going to be saying, well, there are only 4 women who accused Brian Callen of rape. The Los Angeles Times got it wrong.
Yo, you're gonna ask me a question? You're gonna jerk yourself off raw.
I like you were asking.
No, I just asked a question about sciatica and you got it wrong. I mean, why should I keep asking you questions that you don't know? Because you're obviously not a big William Montgomery fan.
I asked you to harder.
I did too. What was the injury and what caused it? And you need the answer to neither. Well, you're just rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best. I mean, you're over here asking me questions about a fucking check number that he got from his previous employer. I remember that he got back pay, and you're like not giving me credit for that. I know that his fucking dog's name's Gator. You say Gator Montgomery. Like, dog, what the fuck?
What does William Montgomery podcast producer enjoy to do during his time?
And finds itself, nestles itself in your backyard for prolonged amounts of time. It just could happen. Again, so
Do you want to lock that in? Silent? We can lock it in silent.
Was this? But this is actually a really good question. Truthfully, was this a quiz of William Montgomery or William Montgomery's podcast producer? Because I don't know shit about that motherfucker. I know about William Montgomery. So give me a question about William Montgomery, son.
It is a question about William Montgomery. You really cared about William Montgomery. You would know his producer's favorite
I mean, I think you answered the question yourself. You're obsessed with William Montgomery's podcast producer, and I don't give a flying fuck about that person. I care about William Montgomery.
I can come up with another William one.
No, that wasn't a William Montgomery question. That was about William Montgomery's podcast producer, and that is a different question. And it's a different topic. I'm not here to debate William Montgomery's podcast producer questions. You can know all you want about that motherfucker. Nobody cares about that person. They care about William Montgomery. Do you not understand?
I gotcha. Roger. Let me see if I can think of one.
It's my money. It's my money. I worked for it. I worked very hard for it. I earned it. Why should I give it away? That's you have to have emotional traumas. And you have
William Montgomery. What sort of item in the parking lot around 2 years ago?
Well, a lot of them. He pulled out his car keys at one point.
Which is if that's the kind of person you are for others.
Okay.
I'll be there for you as well.
Which boxy item?
Yeah.
Did he pull out of his? Did he pull out? You say which boxy item did William Montgomery pull out of a parking lot?
Did he like a sample in a parking lot?
The car's the story over here is once you're married to Rothschild, right? Once you're married to Rothschild, you can't marry Rothschild's mother. And if he does so, it's punishable by Sreifa. Everyone said, who's punishable by Sreifa? It doesn't, Rothschild didn't do anything, right?
Yeah, because you didn't even make it a full sentence previously. So please do.
So why does it say that
Which item did William Montgomery assemble in a parking lot 2 years ago? It was boxy shape. It's a boxy item.
Was it let me just clarify. Was this an exercise machine?
No.
It was a. Was it a piece of furniture?
No.
Boxy item.
You'll never guess.
A coffin.
I guarantee.
Okay, well, what is it?
It's one of these cardboard boxes that are like a closet. This a bar that goes across.
I know what you're talking about. It's a temporary closet. Yeah. Okay. Nobody would fucking understand that. Wait. That is a piece of furniture.
The cardboard boxes are not furniture.
Wait. No. Are you talking about he assembled like a temporary closet?
Yeah. If you want to call it that.
That is a piece of furniture, dog.
It's not furniture.
It absolutely is. Dog, get the fuck out of here. What a shitty question. And I got it right. No, ask if temporary closets are considered a piece of furniture. They are. It's like an armoire.
And the relationship is punishable by death. Rabbi Akiva Savar, Yisur Bapar, and all, it's only in Yisur. That was the only Yisur. It's Asr, but it's not Sreifa. Okay, it looks like that brings to a conclusion our sugya on Sreifa Shkoyach. Says the Mishnah.
Temporary closets, like portable racks or organizers, are usually never considered furniture.
Dog, fuck you. They are.
That's not AI.
Are closets and temporary racks considered furniture in some conditions?
If it's movable, and it's not a fixed item, no one considers that furniture.
Wait, yeah, temporary racks, however, are typically classified as furniture because they are movable, freestanding, and not permanently installed. They include freestanding clothing racks, temporary hanging shelves, or portable closet systems. Yeah, they are. That is furniture. And
Okay, so you're saying you got the answer correct. Yes, furniture in a temporary closet that was made out of cardboard box.
I'm saying that he has talked about putting multiple things together in a parking lot, and I didn't know if you were referencing when he put together furniture, which is his temporary closet. Okay? And you didn't give me proper guidance on what you were referencing. First, you said this is something that he got out in a parking lot, which isn't even, and I said car keys, which is correct. Okay, shitty question, terrible question asker. All right, how about this? William Montgomery has a hobby that, dude, I could ask so many questions on this, and I'm going to. William Montgomery has a hobby that he likes to do, and he has a strategy that he follows with this hobby. And I'm going to ask you, when he does the hobby, what does it do? So there are a few questions in here. All right, so if I recall, he says he finds this to be a relaxing hobby. And I'll say it's done indoors on a table. What hobby is it?
or pushes Shimon
solving puzzles.
What is his strategy?
Oh, so I got it right.
I mean, I gave you the answer. What else is he doing?
You didn't give me the answer. You said done. There's a million things done on.
Yeah, obviously, it's solving puzzles. What is his strategy?
Look at the box.
Incorrect. You want to guess again?
Why? Because Rose said this is going to be a case of drama. This is causation. Because in these cases over here,
No, I don't know.
He puts like colors together.
What happens if we enter the snake?
All right.
Unreal.
Here's another question. He recently discussed a puzzle that he completed.
It's the venom that kills Shimon, not
And the puzzle that he did had to do with something you find inside your house. And he named something that you find inside the thing that you find inside your house. And most people find this inside their house in the Western world. And it is, I'll just basically give you the answer, but you won't get the next thing. It is an appliance. What was the puzzle?
A toaster.
Get the fuck out of here with that toaster bullshit. It was a refrigerator. And what was the puzzle of the refrigerator depicting?
And somehow, and again, under normal circumstances, what would have happened if you threw a pebble at someone?
Surrounding area.
Incorrect. It had the doors of the refrigerator open, and you could see all the food inside. What is one of the foods that was inside that he describes?
So that's I told you this lotion of yad by Evan and by Ace. So why doesn't it use the same lotion of yad by Barzo?
Incorrect. It's a type of fruit.
Pineapple.
That's incorrect. You want to guess again?
Orange.
That's also incorrect. You want to guess again?
Apple.
That's also incorrect. You want to guess again?
Great.
Incorrect as well. You want to guess again?
Lemon.
That's also incorrect. Would you like to guess again?
Tomato.
Incorrect. And also, botanically considered a fruit, but culinarily considered a vegetable. Not a tomato. Yeah, like culinarily.
Oh. Okay, what's the answer?
I'll give you another clue because obviously you just keep incorrect. Guess again.
I don't know what's my hand.
It's a type of melon.
Cantaloupe.
Incorrect. Guess again.
Water.
That's correct. And how many seeds were shown in the puzzle of the watermelon?
Between 2 and 58.
That's incorrect.
What the fuck? No, it's not.
Oh, it most certainly is, and this was a discussed topic between William Montgomery and none other.
0 to 1.
It was seedless watermelon, which was discussed on stage with
Tony Hinchcliffe, because Tony Hinchcliffe said, "Were you able to recognize the watermelon by the seeds?" And William Montgomery said, "No, because it was seedless watermelon." So I can't even add up how many incorrect answers you gave there. You said toaster, you said blueberries, you missed the amount of seeds. Do you even know who William Montgomery is?
I was just seeing it again.
All right. I think we've proven here who the biggest fan of William Montgomery is. And we've also proven that a temporary closet is a piece of furniture.
Now that is most certainly up for this. Both of those points. We can sever this debate another day. When I actually have not been up for like 48 hours, I will come back to debate.
Look, I could give a shit about William Montgomery. I know I'm a bigger William Montgomery fan than you are. What I want you to start studying is Brendan Shaw.
I study him. He doesn't even seem that entertaining.
He is.
I mean, like someone said in the comments, he's like the best CTE comedian.
Oh, for sure.
I don't know. Kind of mean.
Here's the thing. It's not so much like his speech. It's the fact that he just blatantly lies, that he runs scammy, grifty contests, that he cheats on his wife, or used to at least, that he's obsessed with his kids' baseball, not because he loves his kids, but because he wants these kids to be pro players, to the point where he says, "I'm keeping track about how much I invest in these kids because when they turn 18, I want them to pay me back when they start making money as pros," essentially along those lines. He
Idiotic thing to do.
Oh yeah, but he even said, like on a recent episode, they talked about some pro player who paid off their parents' house when they went pro, and Brendan Shaw was like, "That's the least you can do. That's the least you can do." I tell my kids, I'm gonna sit home and
The lights on for
basically that they don't know how much I do for them. My kid was going to school the other day, and I was dropping him off, and I said to him, now his kid's name is Tiger, like that's his real name. He says, "Tiger, I am gonna ask you, do your friends' dads make them protein shakes?" The kid is 9. He doesn't need fucking protein shakes. Okay? No. Do they pitch batting practice with them? No. And when I'm gone, meaning when I die, you're going to remember all of this and all of these times. And he said that he did it so that his kid would cry before he went into school. Not only that, he flipped out on his son. He's like, he always talks about this. He says, when my kids are playing a game, I always make sure to remember that, like, no criticism to any child has ever, like, helped the kid, meaning, like, trying to give them advice while they're not doing well, just to let them work through it. But I didn't do it in this one case, and I cussed in front of the entire team. I said the F word, and I had to apologize to all the other coaches and all the other players. These kids are 9. There's no reason why you should be saying the F word in front of them. Like, the mom yells that shit, yells SHIT in front of 9-year-old kids. Like, that's not a good example.
No,
Yeah, exactly. Because the parents
of that league hated him so much that they like downloaded the video from the website that like has it and then uploaded it because they wanted the world to see. You know, you were like, is there anything redeeming about him? Yeah. So there, remember I said they had this like designer baby? She has some issues. Like they didn't know exactly what it was. Um, when she was a little baby, or like normally children walk anywhere between like 6 months and a year and a half. It just depends on their development. But their kid was not. They didn't know why. And this is a sad thing. Like I think it was something that is, I could be wrong, but Joe Rogan was having a fight companion or something. No, it wasn't. It was something like that. And like the boys were basically going to be in a hot tub, the guys, like their friends. And it was the night that his wife went into labor, and he wasn't there for the birth, or he came late or something because he was hanging out with the boys, and the wife, like basically the baby didn't get enough oxygen, and she has a condition called, I think it's called like hypotomia, something like that. But basically, this baby doesn't walk the way that it should be, and she needs braces on her legs. And Brendan really showed concern, and he was working with this kid in the pool and stuff. But usually he's only been focused on the boys. He doesn't really care about the girl. But you know, the fact that she's not walking, he was really sad about it. But on January 2nd, this was really cool. The child took her first steps, and even though it's like really delayed, she's like starting to walk, and it's really beautiful. So, is there anything redeeming about him? Yeah, we want that. Like everybody, those 200,000 people in that community want to see that kid walk. Nobody rips on the kids for being like, everybody's really positive about the kids. They're just like, dude, your parents are absolute garbage. But we want those kids, and I'll, as a spokesperson for the homeless cats, we want those kids to be successful in spite of what their parents put them through.
So according to that, the only time you're hired for damages.
Well, that's good, I guess.
Yeah, I'll speak on behalf of the community. All right. Do you want any more William Montgomery trivia?
Did you look at the Epstein?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
That Shimon has under those circumstances. So fundamental machlokes. So again,
it's disgusting. There's nothing more disappointing than
Did you see like how the Melania documentary got like really terrible reviews?
Yeah, going back to Brendan Schaub, it's tied with Brendan Schaub's special as the worst thing on IMDb. It has a 1.1. And so does his special Gringo Poppy. Dude, it's all political hate. And especially it came out like the same weekend as that other shit. Absolutely. There's a topic on the Fighter of the Kids subreddit that said like, dude, your special that you put stuff into that's 24 minutes long, it got a 1.1. It's the lowest rated comedy special in the history of IMDb. And this one documentary that basically has half the country absolutely can't stand her just because of who her husband is, and the other people basically don't think it's good. But it's very her results are very skewed. Has the same score as your comedy special. Dude, we should just watch his comedy special one of these days so you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's only 24 minutes long. Like, it's literally like, dude, let's just watch it. I'll watch it with you right now. It's 24 minutes long. It's not that long.
I'm walking outside right now.
No, I mean, is that my
Also, I can tell. What did we talk about during the special? Can you just practice?
dude extremely well? So he says, I could almost do it word for word. He says something like he first welcomes, he does it in Dallas, and he's like, a lot of ladies out here tonight, dicey. Usually my audience is like 18 to 35-year-old dudes. And then he goes into he talks about like I don't remember everything, but like he talks a lot about Mexicans, and like his wife, who is, he says is illegal, said that she's from Guadalajara, and like that he was like on a ketogenic diet, and that he was trying, like, what does ketogenic mean? It means that you can't eat Mexican food, and he says the foods that like they make are like carne asada, but he doesn't fucking pronounce it. He like tries to sound Spanish, and like huevos rancheros, and like something else, a couple other things, and then like he'll be like his wife said that it was during the pandemic, and like the neighbors moved in or something, and like it would be like Mexican cookies, and he's like, oh, what are Mexican cookies? Like chocolate chip with salsa on top? Like that's just like a really weak joke. And then he talks about, you laughed at it. And then he talks about there, like his big finish is something like it was when he lived in, dude, you fucking love this guy. It was when he lived in he was living in Calabasas, and there was like a mountain lion that was spotted, and he talks about like he was gonna hunt this mountain lion because somebody saw it on a Ring camera, and he got like night vision goggles at the store, and like a gun with like a laser on it, and was just trying to hunt down this cat. And like basically his wife was like, are you gonna be able to get it? And then he went, and he's like, he goes outside to go try to find it, and then he realizes that like it's a mountain lion, like it's a lion of the mountains, and then pushes out and then runs back into his house, and like just was like, oh, I guess we live in its fucking territory. And then at the end he's like, that's my time, Dallas. I mean, that's like, it's 24 minutes long. It's not that long, and I just did like.
Do you think like an hour long special person shop it down to like the past 1 minute?
That's exactly what happened, because we have other people who were there who said it was originally like an hour and 6 minutes, but it wasn't funny. And so they took the best 24 minutes of it, which includes like a startup song. The startup song goes, thick boy squad, thick boy nation, thick boy squad, thick boy nation, thick boy squad, thick boy nation. And I mean, there's only like 24 minutes of comedy in it. And the background, they like made the background. It's like this, it's made out of like construction paper. Steve-O talks about it. Steve-O's like, I know where they even bought the construction paper. And in this interview, and Tony Hinchcliffe is like, what's this now? He's like, I'm obsessed with it. Like, I found out everything that he did. It was at the Dallas Improv. Like, basically, Steve-O said, like, I got obsessed with it. Like, and he's not the only one. There are people who, like I said, they spent 24 hours watching the special, and I watch them like at least once a week. Watch the special, and they just have it playing in the background for like 24 hours. And well, they only put out 12 hours of it, and the rest is on their Patreon. But at least I watched like this thing 12 hours, and then they interview people who were there, and then they interview some like bigger time UFC people,
to ask them about their opinion on it, but like it's become like a cult classic. And if you watch it, is it the worst comedy special ever? No. It's like might have a joke or two that aren't that bad. But he like what's a joke that he says? This is the best joke that everybody says. He says, "Oh, they talk about the pandemic and how everybody in LA went on lockdown, and LA became North Korea with a beach, and that's like his big joke." And in a lot of ways, I mean, I don't know what North Korea is like, but during pandemic, LA was like pretty strict on stuff. Though I don't know how it was in comparison to Canada.
Has he been? How long have you been doing comedy before that?
So he says he was doing it for 4 years before he did his first special, but it was really probably only 2 years. But that was a big special. That was on Showtime, but it bombed. It was like Showtime's biggest comedy bomb ever. 1.7 ranking. And then this is another thing that he did. Since it was really, really bad, he had this like CBD company he was working with, and he texts the guy to the CBD company, and this has all come out because the CBD company ended up suing Brendan Schaub over some shadiness that he did. But basically, he texts the CEO of the CBD company, and he says, "Look, my Showtime special has really bad reviews. Is there any way we can use like the customer list of the CBD company to say like, hey, you can get 50% off if you can get 50% off your next order of CBD if you give a positive review of you may be or you'd be surprised, which is the name of his special." So they're like, "Yeah, let's put something together. We can do that." So then they put out like a mass email to their customer base that says, "Hey, if you give this comedy special 5 stars or whatever, 10 stars, like rank it at a 10, you get 50% off your next order of CBD." But then Showtime found out he was doing this and called Brendan Schaub and was like, "Hey, you cannot do this. And I am like, you can't manipulate the numbers." We had people with like when Amy Schumer put her special out, and somebody else put out their special. The numbers were like messed with, and you're not allowed to do that. And so Brendan Schaub had to go back to the CEO of this company and be like, "Oh yeah, Showtime called me and said we're not allowed to do that. So can you please just like take down that email?" It's like, "No, we already sent it out." So it's like, well, okay, take down that promotion. But then a lot of people in the reviews put like, "Dude, I'm only here because I was told I would get 50% off my CBD order. So I'm ranking this like a 10, but I've never even seen it," or like whatever it is. And like, so then a few years go by, actually more than that, like a decade goes by, and that CBD company ends up suing Brendan Schaub because Brendan was supposed to do like a bunch of posts for them on his Instagram and never did. And it was a breach of contract basically. And now they're in some kind of legal case, and they served him. They tried to serve him at his house in Austin, but he wasn't there. He was at a pizza joint like down the street or whatever. So he said, "Just serve me here at this pizza joint where he was." So then there's that lawsuit that's going on. So he's got at least 2 lawsuits going on. He's got the one he's suing the small YouTuber. He's got that appeal, and then he's got the CBD lawsuit, and that's all we know about. But like that's more than a person would want. Like he talks about, you were like, what other jokes does he do? He talks about he wouldn't be able to go through another pandemic or another lockdown because he can't stand being around his family. He says that his wife is
like he before he married his wife, like his friend was like, you got to get with a Latina, man. They're spicy, and then he's like, yeah, you know what spicy means? It means they're assholes. Like he's calling his wife an asshole in his stand-up, and then he can't stand being around his kids during the lockdown. But like, which I understand, but then don't be like, oh, I'm the ultimate family man. I don't know. I just talked about this fucking special for half the time of the actual special, which you could have just watched.
That's true.
But you do. Next time you come, we gotta watch the special, dude.
We'd watch both the specials. They're absolutely dog. Doug, I can't even put into words. I think I am like. My man, you don't know the lore. Did you hear Shane Gillis talking about him and how hilarious it is? And Ari Shafir, it's absolutely fucking hilarious. When you get into the lore,
basically mocking him 24/7.
yes, he calls them homeless cats. He says their opinion doesn't matter. It's like they're homeless people. It would be as if it was a cat having a negative impression of him. That's where the term homeless cats comes from.
Okay.
And I would say this. I could really give a shit about his life. It's the fact that this subreddit exists that just, pardon me, shits on him for being friends with pedophiles and rapists. That's ridiculous. Like, if he was smart, he would have cut ties with the bad people. But he's like so and ostracized within the. I mean, what should he really do? He should really go get a job. But he refuses to do that. So he does a podcast thing, and he does these like scams of people, and it's just hilarious that this guy thinks he's. No, he couldn't sell out. He used to do stand-up, and when he would be on the road, he would cheat on his wife. And basically, he got caught publicly cheating on his wife. So then he, and the other issue is he couldn't sell out anywhere. And they actually do an interview of him talking about he was in Oklahoma, and he's got this huge theater in Oklahoma. And it's like 3,000 people. And it shows on the website sold out. So he thinks he's making a lot of money. So it's a little before the show, and he goes to the show promoter. The show promoter comes to him actually and is like, okay, so I'm going to get going, but I'm going to give you your check for the show. And Brendan Schaub's like, okay, great. And he gives him the check, and Brendan's like, it's really small. It says that it's sold out on the website. Why is it so small? And the show promoter's like, yeah, we had to say that so that we could comp tickets to people because nobody knows who you are. They may know who you are in Los Angeles or New York, but nobody in Oklahoma knows who you are. And you have to understand, we had to get the ball moving on these tickets because nobody was showing up. You sold like 18 tickets or something for like 3 out of 3,000 seats. And so you have to understand there are two things working against you. One, it was an Oklahoma Sooners football game that weekend, and two, there was like a tornado or something, warning or something. So like he was supposed to do the show. He was supposed to do the show in front of like a packed house of 3,000 people, but nobody showed up. Only like 12 people showed up, and so he asked if the 12 people would go back to the green room and he could just perform in front of the green room, which nobody would do. And they're like, no, just go out there. You can go out there and give them a hell of a show. That's what the guy said. He said, look, and if you do a good job, maybe a few years go by and we can have you back. Like trying to give him some positivity about this. But basically, he was going around to different cities, and they start with the tickets that, like, for a normal comedian might be like $100, and none of those sell out. And then they get down to where it's two tickets for $5, or it's just a free show. You can come to the show for free, which no comedian wants to have happen. The only thing is, it's like a 2-drink minimum. And he was getting to the point where yeah, it was getting to the point where his he wasn't selling out anymore, and nobody really wanted him. And not only that, but then he found the Temptations on the road to be really big because he was cheating on his wife when he was there, and that's not good either. And for as bad a comedian as he is, this is what he's failed at, and this is just what I know. Okay, so he failed. I don't want to say he failed as a football player. He did play Division I football, but what he failed at is saying that he's an NFL veteran. Like he never made an NFL roster. He never even made a practice squad. He says he had a cup of coffee with the Bills. But that's not playing in the NFL. The Bills have open tryouts where you could try out, I could try out, but that's not making the team. But he says that he played that as a professional sport, which is kind of a failure. Okay, UFC, he was totally. He absolutely is. He had the UFC. He was on the UFC's Ultimate Fighter, and he at one time was ranked usually probably in the top 10 in the heavyweight. He went 10-5 and got his shit tossed in his last 5 fights. I think he lost, or something close. Maybe not the last 5, but he lost 5 fights total, but he lost his last two fights or something. And then Joe Rogan has a heart-to-heart with him and says, "Look, you're a funny guy, but you're gonna do a lot of brain damage to yourself if you continue to fight." And that's where he says, if you go and fight this one guy, how do you think you do? And then Brendan Schaub says, "I think you'd be surprised." And Joe Rogan says, "I think you'd be surprised." And it was the number one. And then when he retired from UFC, it was the number one Joe Rogan podcast up until the Elon Musk that he did in like 2018. So it was a really big podcast. All right. So here are his business ventures at which he's failed. He did something called, he's had a ton of podcasts. So he did the King and the Sting, which then became the King and the Sting and the Wing, which then became the Golden Hour, which is still going, but it's not popular. Okay, then he did something called Food Truck Diaries, where he would have fighters come to him, and like they go to a food truck and they talk about fighting. That failed. He did he was on Showtime, and he was on E, and he would do like red carpet stuff, and he got his contract wasn't renewed, or he got fired from that because he was making fun of the celebrities like on camera, which you're not allowed to do. The celebrities like come out with like kind of outrageous clothing. You can't go out and say like, "This guy looks like a doofus." Like, you're not allowed to do that. So he lost his gig with E. He lost his gig with Showtime. Then he did he did have a show on Showtime that got canceled as well. Then he came out with his own whiskey known as Tiger Thick Whiskey that failed. It went from being $100 a bottle to like $70 a bottle to $60 a bottle to $30 a bottle, and then he sold the company, he said, and that's no longer a thing. Then he had something called Tiger Thick Boy Productions, where he wanted to be a music producer, and nobody wanted to sign with him. And so he didn't. They put out like a few songs, but nothing really came of it. Then he put out called Thick Boy Bicycle Club, which was he wanted to get into bicycling, like 2-wheel bicycles. And so he was going to do a bicycle run from San Francisco to LA, and he quit like 1/5 of the way and just gave up. And so like he just stop doing bicycles. He did what else did he do? He's done like another 5 things. So then he had Drive Fast All Gas, which is anti-electric, thing that hasn't posted in 10 months, and nobody really does anything with that. It's like that's just his thing. What else did he do that failed? I mean, you can't hate on him for taking risks and trying, but it's like he's just not really good at anything. He did. What he did something recently that didn't do well. I forget what it was, but he has this. Oh, I know what it was. He has it's called Gearheads Gone Wild, which is his next thing that he wants to do, which is like a play on the Girls Gone Wild thing. But as of right now, he only has an Instagram for it and a T-shirt. Anything else? Yeah, he has one called what is it? Abbott Kenny Fight Club, which is Abbott Kenny is like a really nice area of Venice, California, which is it's the main street, and it's like how would I describe it? It's like very Whole Foodsy, like very hipster, and they thought it like the opposite of that would be like a fight club. So calling it Abbott Kenny Fight Club would be like really good, but they never started an Abbott Kenny Fight Club. But it's a bunch of t-shirts. That's exactly right. I mean, you get the point. Like everything he does, he basically tries to have the next big idea, and it just he doesn't see it through, and he gives up on it, and it isn't very successful. So then his newest thing is Drive Fast All Gas, and even Joe Rogan can't get the name of it correct, and it hasn't posted in 10 months, but yet he still puts out car content. But it's not even like, hey, we're gonna change the oil on this car today. It's like, hey, I'm gonna get my car modded. He drops it off, and then right before it's done, he'll take out 2 bolts and be like, all right, I helped. And it's like, dude.
I mean, I've seen one where it's like,
no, that one, Doug, that one, nobody does undercar work, but doesn't have like one of those rollers, and also doesn't have like a headlamp. Like he's doing it on a clean floor. It's not like what you would normally where you do mechanical stuff. It's just not how it's done. He doesn't know what he's doing. So I think people have added it up. In the UFC, he made something like $400,000 or something. And then when he would tour as a comedian, he would make just short of $1 million. But there were a lot of expenses with that. And then with The Fighter and the Kid, he makes something like maybe $400,000 or $500,000 from that. He's got expenses to that though, but that's with already paying Brian Callen. He pays Chin, his producer, $100,000 a year, and then he. I hate that I know all this about him. And then he has his own show, which does maybe another $200,000, $300,000. And then he has the Golden Hour, which does maybe another $200,000, something like that. And so all in all, he might be making $1 million a year, but there's a lot of overhead in that. $300,000 of that goes to Brian Callen. Another $100,000 of that goes to his producer. And then he's got to pay D'Elia and Eric Griffin, so maybe they're getting $100,000 or $200,000 each or so. I mean, it's not exactly. And then, yeah, so each one of those ad reads that they do is like $5,000. Total scam. Total scam. If you ever watch, they absolutely, yeah. And the advertising company that they're connected with were scams previously, and they went out of business, and then they were acquired by other companies, and now they're running on the other companies that acquired the previous scam companies. It's like the whole thing's a scam. But if you ever watch when he posts a video, it starts out with like 7 views, and then all of a sudden goes up to 25,000 views, and then goes up to 40,000 views and stops. All his videos have 40,000 views on. Like they all, and they used to get like 1 million views. They used to get a lot of views, and they've just, his channels show no growth. I mean, it's just it's not. Oh, so what else did he do that was recent? Like this summer, he got into boating for a little while. He's gotten into hunting. He got into archery. That's all been in the last year. But he literally went, and as an archery person, they're like, you're such a natural. You're like, usually it takes us like 50 arrows to teach somebody how to shoot, and you were able to do it in like 5. And so he buys all this stuff for archery, and then puts a target in his backyard and never uses it. His neighbors were like, hey, you say you want to go hunting, we're gonna go hunting this weekend, or like it was like on a Monday afternoon, you should come with us. So he's like, okay, well, what do I wear? Do I wear my like Jordans? They're like, no, you wear like boots, and like you already wear camo shit, just wear that. And he's like, okay. And so they go, and it's like basically it's not like normal hunting where it's like the animal has a chance. It's like they put a fence up around the property, and so the animals are basically trapped. And then there was a deer, and not just any deer. It was like an albino female deer, like the least intimidating deer that you could find. And they're like, yeah, that's the one. So he killed a white. I mean, he was like, normally, well, he wouldn't post it because he didn't want any of the backlash of people being like, dude, you killed like Bambi's mom, and not just Bambi's mom, but like an albino Bambi's mom. It's like literally white against like like a forested background. Like how, and not only that, there's like a huge fence around. Like, I mean, they talk about like wanting to go hunting from helicopters and shooting wild boar. Like that's not real hunting. I mean, that's like slaughtering of animals, basically. And then on but you don't want this guy doing that job. And then on top of all of that, one of the people they have on who is a like one of the fill-in hosts when Brian Callen's unavailable is this guy named Tim Kennedy. And Tim Kennedy has been accused by the United States government of stolen valor. So Tim Kennedy was like a Green Beret. Like he was like, that's like a really high, really special force in the U.S. Army. But Tim Kennedy wasn't satisfied with just being a Green Beret. He wrote this book where he talks about killing kids and killing people in like Iraq and Afghanistan and stuff, and how badass he is. And he also talks about being like a Bronze Star with like, it's called like a V device or something, like where it's like a higher level, but it turned out he did not have that, and he just let it go, and he lied about his service, basically. And so there are podcasts, like military podcasts, that go out and spend 4 hours just like reading everything in this guy's book and tearing it down and saying how it's not true. So basically, this guy who has surrounded himself with this military guy who also fought in the UFC ends up being like like not telling the truth either. So there's just a lot of just inconsistencies. Now I can say this: I'm not perfect, and neither are you. None of us are perfect. But if anybody, calls us on the carpet for something, you can say, "Look, I made a mistake," or whatever it is. Like, it was a long time ago, or I had to do it because my life was on the line. Okay, I can understand that, but if you're just embellishing your record, that's questionable. But again,
There was a guy Green Beret.
he was a Green Beret. That wasn't the question. It was the question of, there were a lot of questions in his book that turned out to be like incorrect. Like every chapter had something wrong, and I've seen these military guys like interview people who knew him at these times. They're like, that's not how it went down. Like if you go, there's like something like you said, like we went into this like village and we killed all of the women and children there. We just had to do what we had to do. And people were like, so you're basically like talking about like writing in your book about war crimes, like you can be court-martialed for that. And the people who were there were like, it did not go down like that. I don't know why he would like say that he committed war crimes. That's just not how it happened. And then the big one was, he was like, they said that he had this special medal that he did not have. And so the United States government is currently investigating him for it. Now, has everybody ever like basically I don't want to say made up things, but like inflated themselves? I don't think anybody's perfect, but this is just one of those things where he doesn't really acknowledge it. And so the guys who Brendan Schaub surrounds himself with are like this guy who is hated in the military. The military hates this guy. There are podcasts about how bad this guy is. And then it's a rapist and a child molester. Or whatever. It's like, and that's why we say, whatever this guy touches. Exactly. And that's why the thing is, whenever anybody leaves this guy, they become very successful. Theo Vaughn's career skyrocketed after he left this guy. He started interviewing Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and like all these really important movers and shakers. When his producer left, he was in Super Bowl commercials and he was on Saturday Night Live, and he was in like a bunch of commercials recently. He's on commercials for all kinds of shit. And then like his other assistant, like she became like a OnlyFans model, like a clothed OnlyFans model, and makes like hundreds of $1,000s a month. Like anybody who leaves this guy does really well, and anyone who aligns themselves with him, like Brian Callen, gets taken down. Like anyway. And when you're like, you're obsessed with this guy, again, it may seem like an obsession. The guys of the podcast that I watch, those are the guys who are really obsessed. But I'm like in it, like Shane Gillis is in it. It's hilarious to watch the dumpster fire.
These are the people who are put to death, where the other word for hereg is saif. But again, classically it's called hereg.
All right, with that, Riser, I got shit to do. I've been saying this for 5 hours.
Number one, I don't say someone who murders someone else.
Go watch that compilation that I sent you, and then come back when you're done.
The city is put to death. It's killed by saif. Rotseach Shnika Esre'eu Be'evan Ober Barzon. Or a murderer.
All right. Yeah, go watch that compilation I sent you.
Another half an hour.
No, it's way more than that. It's way more than that. I gave you about 3 hours worth of work.
He holds his friends
Oh.
under the water.
Right. Okay.
So you go do that. You get your 15 hours of sleep.
No.
Yeah, and you get your 15 hours of sleep, and then come back when you're all refreshed. All right. Take care, big dog. Peace.
Thank you for the lecture on the second Brandon.
There will be very intense things. That absolutely fascinating. 100%. Peace, big dog.
one commits an avera, every avera always has like a twofold component to it. On one hand, there's the avera, but there's also the lost opportunity for a mitzvah. Right? In the moment that I could have been doing the moment that I was doing the avera, I could have been doing something positive at that very same moment. So there's like this duality of loss in the commission of an avera. It's true interpersonally as well. Right? For every person that I harm, and for every enemy, there could have been a friend. So it's interesting to see that the Torah Dafka first see here Reuven's killing Shimon, he's holding his head under the water, and the Torah calls him Re'ehu. It didn't have to be this way. So there's that duality, there's that abis, that terrible mistreatment, but there's also the loss of perhaps what could have been a friendship. Okay, anyway, so it calls him into the fire. Now we're going to see all of this. And Shimon is unable to take his head out of the water, or he's unable to get out of the fire, and therefore he dies. Chayev, ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be chayev for this. That's an act of bloodshed. Another case. What happens if Reuben pushes Shimon into the water, or pushes Shimon into the fire, and ultimately, again, Shimon could have gotten up. He could have gotten up, but he didn't. Umeis, and he dies. Pater. In those cases, Reuben are Pater. So I said, this is quite fascinating. Even though Reuben pushed Shimon into the water, and even though Reuben pushed Shimon into the fire, since Shimon could have gotten up but failed to do so, Reuben is not liable. If again Reuben goes ahead and incites a dog to go ahead and bite Shimon, he incites him to bite Shimon. Or she's as a nachash. Pater, ultimately is Pater. Why? Because this is going to be a case of grama. This is causation. Because in these cases over here, Reuben is creating a force, but he's not the direct damager. It's the dog that is damaging. It is the snake that is damaging. Even though again, Reuben riled it up. Here's Shekpas and Achash. What happens if Reuben took the snake? Like literally held the snake's mouth open and put the snake's fangs into Shimon. Now, what's interestingly enough, it's the venom that kills Shimon, not Reuben. What's the halacha over here? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda says, no, in that case, that's direct koach, and therefore Reuben is going to be chayiv. The Chachamim poacher, and the Chachamim on the other hand say that Reuben is going to be pater. I just want to say a lot to talk about in this sugya. Let's see the Gemara. Amar Shmuel, Mipnei Malo Ne'amra Yad the Barzal. So this is very interesting. That look at Rashi. First Rashi in the Gemara, last short line in Rashi. Lo Ne'amra Yad, Kimash Ne'amra Be'even Yad or Bekli Eitz Yad. So we'll say in the sugyas where it talks about killing someone, the lashon of the pasuk is if Reuben kills Shimon be'even yad. Now, what that means is literally it could be a stone that he's holding in his hand. But what we really mean to understand is that yad means that you have the ability to kill someone with that evan. In other words, the halachas we're going to see that in order to be liable for going ahead and killing someone, halacha l'maisa, the item that you kill the person with has to be capable of delivering a death blow. If it's not capable of delivering a death blow, in other words, if I go ahead and I take a pebble, Reuben takes a pebble, it's like a little pebble, he throws it at Shimon. And somehow, and again, under normal circumstances, what would have happened if you threw a pebble at someone? Whatever, they'd get dinged, But it happened to be that it hit Shimon in a way, and however it hit him, and he dies. Reuben's not going to be chayav for that, because what he did not really have the capacity and the ability to cause that. So that's why I told you use lashon of yad by Evan and by Eitz. So the Gemara says, why doesn't it use the same lashon of yad by Barzal? Very interesting. Shabarzal means because ultimately, again, Barzal is different. That when it comes to wood, so ultimately again, when it comes to iron has the unique ability to go ahead and kill. Even in a very small shear. So the Gemara says, so Rabbi Omer says, so it was known before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that iron has the ability to kill in even the smallest amount. Therefore, lo nitna Torah bo shir. Therefore, the Torah didn't give a shir. I was saying that what's unique about iron. So Rashi points out over here, Shabbat Zolim is Bechoshu is the third white line on the bottom. Aydi Triva Shetochiv Lo Ma'at Veshet Obelibo. That because iron can stab. So because iron can stab, therefore even the smallest amount of iron has the ability to cause death. Therefore, the Torah doesn't use the Russian of yat. Yat means that normally the item you use to kill someone has to have a shear in order to generate liability. When it comes to iron, because iron is so dangerous, even with a shear, ultimately again there's going to be liability. The Hanimili, the Darjin, but this is all assuming that what? This is all assuming that Halacha one went ahead and pierced unfortunately that. Okay, the Kavash of himself in life. Listen to this. I remember the Mishnah said, if Reuben goes and holds Shimon under the water, there's liability for that. So the Gemara says like this. The Gemara says, the Sefer Abu Sakamash Malon. Both the Rish and the Sefer at the beginning and the end of the Brayso, both teach us tremendous lessons. What are the lessons? Here we go. So the Rish Abu Sakamash Malon. In the first case, the Mishnah teaches us a Kiddush. Afagav, the Lav Iudafo, Kevan de Inyachal Lalos Misham, Umeis, Chayiv. So we'll say in case number one of the Mishnah, what's case number one? Case number one is where Reuven holds Shimon's head under the water. And again, Shimon dies, Reuven is chayav. What's the chiddush there? The chiddush there is, how did Shimon get into the water? I don't know, but Reuven didn't put him there, or Reuven didn't necessarily put him there. Right? So in other words, the chiddush in the Risha is, even though Shimon's already in the water, Reuven didn't put him there. But if Reuven comes up, right? Reuven didn't push him in the water. Shimon was in the water. Reuven comes along and holds Shimon's head under the water. There's liability for that, even though Reuven did not place him there. Sefer Abu Sakamash, what's the chiddush of the Sefer? Afagav the dachfo, kevan the yachalalas misham umeis pater. The chiddush of the Sefer is, remember what's happening in the Sefer? Reuven pushed Shimon into the water. But now again, and let's say Shimon dies, Shimon had the ability to get himself out of the water and didn't do so, even though he was only in the water because Reuven pushed him there. Reuven will not be liable. It's incredible. Kavash Minoan. They'll say, how do I know that there's liability for holding someone's head under the water or for holding someone in the fire? In other words, that here, I didn't create these circumstances, right? Shimon may already be in the water, or really, Shimon may already even be in the fire. How do I know that if Reuven holds his head under the water, holds him in the fire, then Reuven is liable? It's very interesting. Shmuel Darakra, Pasuk says, Obe'eva. Or if Reuven treats Shimon with animosity or hatred. So Lashon Aveva, Obe'eva hiko. If he hits him with hatred or animosity. The Lavos is Hametzamtsen. So this goes ahead and includes Mitzamtsen. Now, what does Mitzamtsen mean? Literally, again, constricting. Mitzamtsen means holding someone in place. In this case, over here, Reuven holding Shimon's head underwater, or Reuven holding Shimon in the fire. There's a tremendous Moshe in this as well. That's interesting. How does the Torah define animosity? What's Eva? Mitzamtsen. So what does Mitzamtsen mean? Sometimes when you constrict a person, you don't allow a person to move. I don't mean physically, but this is not physically. But sometimes, especially in relationships, we back people into corners. And they cannot be the people they need to be, or they cannot accomplish the things they need to accomplish because someone is constricting them. There's tzimtzum. When you constrict a person, that's evil. That's animosity. So much of life and so much of relationships is allowing people to be who they need to be without trying to make them in our own image. In relationships, there's a natural Yetzer Hara, whether it's in parenting or whether it's in marriage, to make other people in your image. Right? I need my kids to look like this, to be like this. I need my spouse to be like this. That's what relationships are about. Relationships are not about making someone else in your image. Relationships are about forming and creating beautiful synergistic partnerships so that you can accomplish more as a collective than you can accomplish as an individual. And when you're mitzamtzing someone, when you constrict someone, the Gemara says that's eva, that's animosity. Incredible. Hogava. Story. There was a guy in the Tzamtzum so Reuven had Shimon's animal. And what did Reuven do? Reuven tied up Shimon's animal so that it couldn't move and left it in the sun. And as a result, the animal died. Heat exposure, the animal died. So what's the halacha? Ravina Mechayim. Ravina said that the guy was potter. I didn't call him Reuven. Ravach Barav said he was potter. Okay, so what's going on over here? Ravina Mechayim. So Ravina says, of course he's chayiv. Why? When it comes to murder or an accidental murder, it's not the same thing as an intentional one. In extenuating circumstances is not the same thing as premeditated. Yet, so we know that when it comes to murder, right, even though again, accidental killing is not the same thing as intentional. Ones is not the same thing as ratzon. Yet I will say, what's the halacha if you keep a person in place? If Reuven keeps Shimon's head under the water, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? He's chayiv. So too again, Ravina wants to suggest that Allah in this case over here, where Reuven tied up Shimon's animal, says Shimon's animal cannot move out of the sun, and that is the result of heat exposure. Reuven's going to be chayiv. So the top of Ayin Zayin, Nezikin, Sha'asaban Shogi Kamezid, but only Kiratzon. I will say, and I remember when it comes to Nezikin, when it comes to damages. Now, what's the halacha about damages? We'll say, interesting enough, damages, accidental damage is the same thing as intentional. Ones is the same thing as Ratzon. Why? Why is that? Why is that? What's kind of like the operating not phrase, but the operating concept by Nezikin? Adam Muad Viola. A person is always responsible for his actions. So when it comes to damages, they say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, there was an accident." Okay, I forgive you. Pay up. Right? Oh, it was an only extenuating circumstances. I understand. Pay up. You're always responsible for damages. That's the biggest problem, which is very interesting. So that when it comes to taking a life, so where there's a distinction between intentional, unintentional, ones and ratzon, get your chayiv for confining someone, right? If Reuven holds Shimon's head underwater, he's going to be chayiv for that. So therefore, again, if Reuven ties Shimon's animal in the sun and the animal dies, Reuven's going to be chayiv for that. Vachar says, no, the Jakarta, why? Amr Shasha, my time of the above the potter. So we'll say it's the pasuk said for the death. For Rothschild the chayev lon with something, then Ezekiel lo chayev lon with something. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Shirshiyas, this is fascinating. Sorry, Rabbi Acha's idea is like this: the din of mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by Ezekiel, by damages. Excuse me. The idea of mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by bloodshed. It's brought up by Rothschild. Ultimately, again, the din of mitzamtzim is not brought up by Ezekiel. Which was I want to point out. Remember, we just pointed out. The just asked, how do you know that you're chai from mitzamtzim? How do you know that you're chai for confining someone in a situation which results in their death? So remember again, what did the Gemara base on? The Gemara says, "Ope Eva, he called biado biamos." Remember, learn that from Ope Eva. That's talking about a piece of murder. So Acha will say the concept of mitzamtzim is dafka brought down in a case of murder. It's not brought down in a case of mitzvah, and therefore it doesn't apply. Those both said, this is really quite fascinating. Just to understand that this fundamental focus over here. So according to Rabbi, the only time you're chayiv for damages is when you actively damage someone with your own koach. But if, let's say, again, in this case, where Reuven takes Shimon's animal, ties it up in the sun, and the act can't move and the animal dies, the Vacha is going to say, you're not chayiv for that. It's not good. It's not good. And we don't. Obviously, the halacha doesn't condone it, but there's no legal recourse that Shimon has under those circumstances. So fundamental machlokas. So again, Ravina understands that the din of mitzamtzim applies by bloodshed as well as by nezikin. Rav Acha, it only applies by bloodshed, doesn't apply by nezikin. Incredible. Omer Rabbi, another example. I will say now, I'll tell you this as we go along. So halacha l'maisa, the Rambam Pasuk is like Ravina, that we hold that mitzamtzim is chayiv both by bloodshed and by nezikin. So therefore, again, if Reuven ties up Shimon's animal in the sun, in a way that the animal is going to die of heat exposure, and the animal dies of heat exposure, ultimately Reuven's chayiv. Now, we have a couple of other pieces we're going to have to qualify over the rest of the stuff, but just understand, nugget number one, we paskin like, well, it's not number one, I don't know nuggets so far, lucky number whatever, because like Ravina. Because like Ravina, that one is high from Mitzantzim for confining someone or something, both by bloodshed, by Rotzeach, as well as by Nezikin damages. Okay, let's go back to Amarava. Kaf so umes barav, Pater. Very interesting. What happens if Ruvain ties up Shimon, and Shimon dies of starvation? Whatever, 5 days later, Shimon's had no food, no water. I haven't known the person who's rather have food and water, and Shimon dies. Shimon dies. So Rabbi says that Ruvain is Pater. Ruvain is Pater. They both say now, why? What? Which sounds very strange to us. What's the logic of that? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi's in the first short line. Kafso meis parav. The bishasha kafso ein kan zvar hariga. V'arav ba me'ela. V'holich v'chazak la'achar zman kol shah. V'lo dami l'tzamtzei memayim u'or d'hori g'zuber. So let's listen to this. Essentially, Rabbi Paskin, that Mitzamtzim, holding someone in place and them dying as a result of being held in place is chayiv. That is only if the force which brings about death is present at the beginning of the event. So, for example, Reuven holds Shimon's head underwater, right? So Reuven is going to be chayiv. Why? Because the water, right, which is the vehicle of death, is right there and present. Right? So again, in the previous case, if you notice, right, Reuven tied Shimon's animal up in the blazing sun. The sun is there. The sun is there. But in a case where, let's say, Reuven creates a reality for Shimon, but there's no death force that's present in that moment, then Reuven will not be chayiv. So, for example, Reuven ties Shimon up. Shimon dies of starvation 5 days later. Okay, at the time that he was okay, but at the time that he tied him up, again, there was no starvation. Right? There was no death force. So because there was no death force, therefore there is no technical liability. That wasn't obviously the Isaac Kodesh Baruch Hu. I'm sure that Rebbe Shalom is smiling upon Reuven for what he's done. We're talking about in a very technical, legalistic framework. Is there liability or not? Did Beis Din execute Reuven for what he did? So I said this is a very important principle. In order to be chayiv for confining someone, the death force has to be present at the time the person was confined. If the death force only comes later, there is no liability. Next, Bamarava, another example. Bamarava, Chavsa b'chama umeis. The Sino umeis chayiv. If Reuven tied Shimon up, and he tied him up in the blazing sun, right? Or he tied him up in the freezing cold. Ultimately, then Reuven and then Shimon dies. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, still Reuven is going to be chayiv. But on the other hand, so chama lavo, so tzina lavo. Let's say Reuven ties Shimon up at night, and at night it's fine. There's no sun. When the sun comes up the next morning, by the time it gets to the day, Shimon's going to die of heat exposure. So Reuven's pater. Why? Same idea. Why? Because at the time that Reuven tied Shimon up, there was no present death force. So because of that, ultimately, again, Reuven is going to be pater. But Sof Chamalavo, Sof Tzina Lavo, pater. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Rabbi says, Kafsa Livnari. So this is very interesting. If Reuven tied Shimon up in front of a lion, pater. That's quite fascinating. Reuven is pater. They will say now, why is that exactly? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi's right across. Kafsa Livnari pater. Di'inami lo haya kafos. Lo haya yakala hatsa asal minari. They will say, actually, we do not ask in this way. But this is fascinating. Why? Because they will say, clinical tests have shown that your chances of survival with a lion, whether you're bound or not bound, are non-existent, right? Rabbi says your chances of survival are no better if you're untied with a lion than if you're tied up with a lion. So therefore, it's interesting. So Rabbi says, if Reuven put, and it was, and the idea over here is you're going to see this, that Lamaisa, remember again, it was a wild animal. We saw this in the Mishnah about Shisa Basikov inciting the dogs. Those cases seem a lot more like grumma, like causation, because it's not Reuven killing Shimon, but rather what is it? It's the lion killing Shimon. It's the fact that Reuven went ahead and tied Shimon up. Okay, you know better how to do one tied. Hello, Lamaisa. He's part. That also happens to be. We're going to see. The Rambam Paskin is he's like that. You actually chayiv. But again, we'll see it for later. Rambam says, "Kasos ne'ari pater b'fnei yitushin chayiv." This is very interesting. If Reuven ties Shimon up with yitushin, what are yitushin? Yitushin are gnats. So I guess you want to say, I guess it's
Shiloh,
dying
weird
as a
and
result of
strange,
prolonged gnat stinging.
milkshake, flesh,
Yeah.
part,
Yes, something
Parliament
disease
milk
or whatever else reaction.
very
So am I supposed to say, what's the ideal?
Hamish,
Because if Reuben was untied, what could he do? Right,
yes.
she points out he could shoo it away. Shoo it away. The fact that he's tied up now, so again, the fact that he's tied up, that ultimately again results in his death. So
Shmata,
as Rashi says,
Shmata,
Rashi says no, even
the
with
Jewish Shmata,
even with gnats, he's still going to be potter. Why? Because the gnats that he dies from are not the gnats that are present at the time that he's tied up. Once again, the death force is not present. How does it work with the gnats? This gnat chevra comes, this gnat chevra goes. Right? So again, who causes it? It's the collective gnat chevra that goes ahead and causes his death. Again,
Yiddish word,
death force is not present at the time that he is tied up. Incredible. So let's say, so again, nugget of information over saying it before. In order to be chayiv from Mitzantim, so we've established number one, you're chayiv from Mitzantim, both by Nisik as well by Nisa, by Rotseach, as well as by Nisik. Nugget number two, you're only chayiv from Mitzantim if the death force is present at the time that you're tied up in the control. Incredible.
She feels taken advantage of.
So let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara.
She feels taken advantage, she might say that others are treating her like a shmata. People realize when a person's killed are not quite as fresh.
He put the barrel over
It'd be accurate to say that they're just
over
a
the barrel, right? But he went
Of
ahead
course,
and he
you'd
put
have to
the
be
barrel
careful about
over
saying that
Shimon.
since speaking
Rashi says over here at your
others
cross to the right,
constitutes
Kavala Pigis, Umes
Rags the
Ahava.
riches
And
from East
ultimately,
Europe
again,
is being
apparently the
streaming
issue with going ahead
to
and
the North
putting the barrel
America.
over someone is they suffocate.
When Eastern
Over
European
time, they will
troops began
suffocate.
streaming to North America during the
So the
19th
Gemara
century,
Kavala Pigis,
many of them entered the garment industry. They were famous
then what does Reuben
industrialists,
do?
ambitious sweatshop
Reuben goes
bosses,
ahead and
humble
opens up a piece of the ceiling so that
cutters and
frigid
pressers,
cold
as well
air
as
comes in
wholesalers,
while
and
Shimon
retailers
is
in every
sleeping.
corner of
It
the
ultimately
shmata
kills him.
business.
Rashi says
As
over here,
the entire industry came to be in all areas of life, Torah
he
and
opens up
Russia
the
shmata
he
traders.
opens up the
Don't mix
ceiling
warm
and cold air
learning
comes in.
two
So
together is biblical
ultimately again,
prohibition knows
Rabbi
is
Zera Chat,
a biblical prohibition on the Shabbos.
focus. Rabbi
Everyone
Zera,
deserves to
one
rest
says
untouched for
Chayiv,
a
one
dry
says
goods
Pater.
dealer.
What's going on over here?
There,
It's time to Rabbi
for a dry goods
Pater.
dealer, this is used to entail significant hardship. For a dry goods dealer, this used for a dry goods dealer, this used to entail significant hardship. And Saturday was easily the busiest week day of the week. Sweatshop workers also used to find themselves blocking farms with bosses who wanted to keep them to keep producing every day of the week. In fact, the running joke in those days was that Shabbos was a composite of the word
again. Right now, there's
a
air.
composite of the
Right now,
word
there's air. Or when he
Shash,
opens up the
boss.
ceiling, right now, there's a
Shabbos.
draft. But Lamaisa, again, one could make the argument that
Everyone deserves
death
to be paid
force
fairly
is
and on
not
time
present,
and not be
maybe
treated
Buck in this
like
case
a
as well.
shmata.
Which verse is not
One
necessarily.
last piece of wisdom the Talmud teaches that God provides the cure even before the illness. Thus, even before you closing become a shmata, you can remedy the situation with a well-placed ladder.
Listen to this. If someone takes his friend, right? Reuben takes his friend into a house made of marble. Now, let's say that again. The Chab over here is actually said, "Basic the shisha." A house that is made of marble can be made airtight. So Reuben puts Shimon in an airtight home. And then he goes ahead and he lights a candle, right? And Shimon dies. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Who's in the chayiv? This is fascinating. Now, why is that? Why is he chayiv? By lighting the candle, what does Reuben do? What is Reuben doing? He's taking up all the oxygen, right? So because he's taking up all the oxygen, therefore he is responsible for the death of Shimon. Now, the Gemara found out in Shraga that the only reason he's chayiv is because he actively lit the candle. Which would be referred to as I did not lit the candle, but he just put Shimon in an airtight home. And I say would not be chayiv, right? Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time that they confined him. Jewish Gemara says, "Time of the obviously Shraga." The reason Reuben is chayiv is because he lit the candle. How about obviously Shraga low? If you would not have lit the candle, you would not be chayiv. You could very well be right for flexibility. Zero, to which the Gemara says, not necessarily. Amri, Shasam, I'm sorry, Lo Amri. Gemara says, it's not necessarily compatible. I'll tell you why. Hasam, in the case ultimately, again, in the case over here, the low struggle of Maskal Hafla, in the case of the airtight home, the issue we have say is apparently the kindling of the candle goes ahead and somehow also tints the air. So apparently the actual act of going ahead and lighting the candle, had you not lit the candle, so Shimon would have been just fine. Some prolonged amount of time would have been fine. But Maskal Hafla B'Shaiti, I'm based. In the case over here,
the second volume of Mishnah's
the barrel, I'm sorry, the bias, below Shaganami Maskal Hafla B'Shaiti. Suppose I say, interestingly enough,
it's in the book.
Interestingly enough, the Gemara says so the cases are not really compatible. Hasam below struggle of maskavlo without the candle, the putrid air would not have started at the right time. But over here, below struggle not in maskavlo.
Published the first
But
volume
over here,
of
also
the
without the candle, the putrid air begins. So
the second volume,
a lot of that we compare. Both cases, I was saying, interestingly enough, the way we understand this case over here, is we find out. So the interesting, what comes out over here is not focus. Right, so Ruben puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or right, Ruben puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or opens up the roof. So what is the halacha? What is the halacha? So it's machlokas. And the only machlokas is ultimately who says what. But it's clear that there is a fundamental machlokas as to whether or not, again, there is liability in this particular case. So we'll say, so this case, we'll have to see exactly what happens. This case is a little bit different because on one hand, the death force is present, but the death force is not immediate.
In the book, Rabbi writes,
at a certain point in time, Shimon will run out of air in the battle, but right now he has enough. At a certain point in time, perhaps the cold will kill Shimon, but right now it's not an impact. So we'll see this case in Hashem. This is kind of like a little bit of an in-between, where on one hand the death force is present, but the death force is not necessarily present in its entire full amount. So again, hold on to this case and we'll loop back. We'll talk about Hashem puts all of this together in a beautiful panoramic halachic view for us. But we'll just point out how incredibly striking this Rothschild is. The Kafale Kigigis, right? This is what happens. So Reuben is putting Shimon about right below. So right below was Kafale Kigigis. Reuben goes ahead and puts a barrel over Shimon. This Lashon is very reminiscent, very widely reminiscent. It's the same Lashon that the Gemara Shabbos uses for Sinai. Right? The Gemara says this beautiful Gemara, the dramatic Gemara, who lifted up the mountain over us and what? Held it over us like a barrel. What's fascinating about a barrel?
1937,
you don't put it on the side of a barrel. Why not?
published this
It's over in front of you. Apparently, you could suffocate inside of
really
a
great
barrel.
story. Really
Inside of a
cool.
barrel. They both trying to was telling me something that will
Even
sometimes a person can feel like they're suffocating in the inside. It can happen. It can happen. The person feels overwhelmed by the realities that sit up on us. Sometimes the deepest of Torah can ultimately feel overwhelmed. Almost as if I put the first was validated. That emotion, we all have moments where I know what I have to do, or I know what I should be doing, but the reality is it feels very overwhelming. It feels very overwhelming, and it feels incredibly suffocating. But the Rothschild was saying, I get it. I understand it. Yeah, at times it could be beautiful, and at times it could be inspiring, and at times it could actually be suffocating. That's the end of the ride. That's the end of the ride. Sometimes when someone is struggling with something, called toxic positivity. What's toxic positivity? Toxic positivity, because we all know people like this, where when you're struggling with something, you always get and what do they say? What do they say to you? It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You're going to be fine. And what's your often your reaction to that person? I literally want to kill you with my own hands. Like, be quiet. Be quiet. I know it's going to be okay. I know it's going to be okay. I got it. I've been around. I know I'm not going to, I'm going to be fine. But that's not what I want from you right now. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. Shut up. Right? I know. I understand. I got it. I got it. Sometimes what a person needs when they're going through a difficult time is just some empathy. It's just some validation. That's all. Don't I know it's going to be okay. I know I'll make it. I know I'll stand strong. I'll remain standing. But just validate what it is I'm going through. That's all. Just tell me I understand. Just tell me it must be really hard. Or I'm so sorry that you're in this predicament. Or there's something that I can do to help. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. Everyone wants to be godless over years. Where do we learn this? Where do we learn that toxic positivity is really toxic? And sometimes the best thing to do for someone is just good old empathy and just be there for them. It's horrible. Cover how you need this. I got it. This other thing, this Yiddish type thing, it's good. It's good. And I got it. Sometimes you can feel like you're suffocating. That's it. No, but you can do it, right? But it'll be great. No, just know, I'm not going to just know that at the end of the day, I'm going to the problem. Says, I'm the one who's holding the battle. It's not someone else holding the battle. I could just borrow from holding the battle. So because I'm holding the battle, we got this together. And I certainly understand that at times, your responsibility may feel profoundly overwhelmed. All right, let's go back to it. Said the Gemara. Amarella, that's on the bar, is very interesting things. That's on the bar, so soon on the bar, listen to this. Moving pushes Shimon into a pit. Pushes into a pit, and what happens? But there was a ladder in the pit. So remember again, just to see what's happening over there. Now, interestingly enough, remember, a pit also has a header, right? A pit, you've seen this before, it's like in the Baba Commentaries, right? And a pit has some type of like noxious fumes inside of it also. So clearly, it shouldn't take in the pit and spin it out. The good news is, there's a ladder. But what happens? The silk road. But what happens? Now, just understand the comment of events. Reuben pushes Shimon into a pit, but the pit has a ladder. What happened? Now someone else came along. Had a silk road. Someone else came along and removed the ladder. Okay. Pardon the silk road. Maybe even Reuben himself came along and took out the ladder. Potter. Ultimately, Reuben is Potter. Why is Reuben Potter? But even though the Shagye Yochalalos, listen, the fact over here is, as long as at the time that Reuben pushed Shimon, there was a ladder. As long as it was there at the time of the pushing, then what? And remember again, this was not an act that could have caused the death of Shimon. So listen, just to even illustrate the most dramatic way, imagine for a moment, Reuben standing with Shimon at the edge of the pit, the ladder is there. Reuben pushes Shimon. Before Shimon hits the ground of the pit, Reuben takes out the ladder. Reuben's still not going to be tired. Why? Because everything is determined by the moment of the pushing. Right? Because that was the act. And since at the moment that Reuben pushed Shimon, the ladder was present, therefore this was not an act that could have caused bloodshed. Because again, Lamaisa, the ladder was there. Listen, obviously, again, we're talking about the fact that Reuben will not be technically liable. Obviously, Reuben's a bad guy. He's a bad guy, right? And please catch up with bad people. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Kadam is so low, Kadam if you love so that, but even if the Shagye Yochalalos, Upata Arzikiot, you should see what Lamaisa the Reuben, the Krama Ba'almo. So as I said, since at the time that Reuben pushed Shimon, the ladder was there, even though Reuben himself then took the ladder out before Shimon hit the ground, ultimately again Reuben is not going to be tired. Incredible. So as Rabbi says, it's a similar idea. Zara faced and Shishki Yado. Let's say Reuben shot an arrow at Shimon. Good news. Shimon had a shield. Uba Achab and not love, but someone that actually shot the arrow, someone came and took the shield. Or even if Reuben himself took the shield, Potter, Reuben's going to be called the wide because even the Shagye missed such a sitting delay. So as I told you, remember, everything is determined at the moment that Reuben shot the arrow. And at the moment that Reuben shot the arrow, what was the Messias? What was the Messias? Shimon cannot be harmed by the arrow. Therefore, this act of shooting the arrow was not an act which could cause bloodshed. Because it couldn't cause bloodshed, therefore, again, Reuben is not going to be tight. Even if, as again, let's say Reuben is lightning fast. He shoots the arrow, and so after he shoots the arrow, he goes and grabs Shimon's shield. So that now the arrow kills Shimon. Reuben's going to be butter because at the time that he killed Shimon, the arrow could not have killed Shimon. Incredible. Incredible. The Gemara says as follows. Another case. Good. Amrava. Dark case is. Let's say Reuben shot an arrow at Shimon. The salmon and the adult. But it's okay because Shimon had the remedy for an arrow. In other words, I guess the arrow was gonna pierce him. He had a bandage, he had a set, whatever he needed in order to bandage up the wound, and it would have been just fine. Okay. So after the arrow was shot, someone else came along and stole his medication. After the Rukhadim of Israel, or Reuben himself came and stole the medication. Potter ultimately Reuben is really puzzled. Why? The Shadabe, Yocham is Babel Sabah. Both say all the same thing. In order to be high for bloodshed, it has to be that at the time of the act, the death force was present. But if at the time of the act, the death force was not present. So again, the ladder was in the pit. Right? The shield was in the hands of Shimon. Shimon had the remedy for an arrow piercing. Even though it was subsequently removed after he was thrown into the pit, or after he released the arrow, or after he went ahead and shot the arrow. And even if Reuben himself removed it, it's still going to be covered. Why? Because at the time of the act was not capable of causing the death of Shimon. Be terrible. I'm about she, Rashi says, have to do some other bishop. The truth is, even if, right, let's say Shimon didn't have the remedy in the camp, but the remedy was readily available in the marketplace, right? So therefore, again, even in that kind of case, it's clear that Reuben's act was not one which could have caused bloodshed. What happens if Allah at the time that Reuben shot the arrow, Shimon didn't have the medicinal remedy. But then after he shot the arrow, Shimon came upon the medicinal remedy. What's halacha? In that case, ultimately, again, Reuben is not going to be fired. Now, listen, interestingly enough, this is interesting because in this case over here, remember, at the time that Reuben shot the arrow, Shimon did not have the remedy. He didn't have the remedy. But since Halacha L'Maisa, he did get the remedy before Reuben was brought to the Torah. So therefore, Halacha L'Maisa, Reuben went out to Torah. Rabbi, so have to stop over for today. There's much more. Again, just throwing out all of these cases right now. Tomorrow's daf will really consolidate this into a comprehensive framework. Incredible Gemara. Shkak, everyone. Takers lectures. His father-in-law took great pride in his son-in-law's scholarly attainments and paid for all the tuition expenses and helped facilitate his studies throughout. During his stay in Berlin, his father-in-law encouraged him to become more of a public figure. However, Shearson described himself as an introvert and was known to have pleaded with acquaintances not to make a fuss over the fact that he was the son-in-law of Yosef Yitzchak. While in Berlin, Shearson met Joseph B. Soloveitchik, and the two formed a friendship that remained between them years later when they emigrated to America. He wrote hundreds of pages of his own original Torah discourses, and conducted a serious interchange of galactic correspondence with many of Eastern Europe as leading rabbinic figures, including Joseph Rosen. In 1933, he also met with Chaim Elazar Spear, as well as with Talmudist Shimon Shlomo. During this time, he kept a diary in which he would carefully document his private conversations with his father-in-law, as well as his half-listed correspondence with his father, Levi Yitzchak. For the month of Adar, after unceased over Germany, the Spearson left Berlin for 2 years, where Menachem Mendel, whose foundation for such conversations with his father, continued to enlist him in all activities on behalf of his father-in-law. While in Paris, he took 2 year course as engineer and medical knowledge. During that time, Joseph Yitzchak writing with the professor of Alexander Benchmark and consulted Shearson regarding various religious and mystical matters, and prominent rabbis, such as Aaron Shimon and Simeon Eliezer Dessler. During Shearson's retirement, he met with the month of Adar Habarim B'Shova. 3 days before Erev Yom Nazis, the Spearson pledged to later to Nazis. They stayed until Monday, Europe in 1943. And Shearson saved the European Lisbon, Portugal, lobbying for his departure. Shearson and the trade agreement between his mission with the future world trade humanity. He and his wife, Shai Bushra, arrived in America on March 23rd, 1944. Shortly after his arrival, his father-in-law obtained a transfer to the Twelfth General Organization for Seminary Lecture, and education there, and decided to place him in the Ministry of Special Education, Social Services, and Elementary Schools. Over the next decade, he received several representatives of African American and son-in-law, including Raising Abraham and President Yosef Yitzchak. During the 1940s, Shearson became naturalized U.S. citizen, seeking to contribute to the war effort. He volunteered in the Brooklyn Navy Yard, using his medical engineering background to draw maritime rights for the battleship USS Missouri, BB-63, and other classified military work. In 1942, Shearson during the 1940s, Shearson became a naturalized U.S. citizen, seeking to contribute to the war effort. He volunteered in the Brooklyn Navy Yard, using his medical engineering background to draw maritime rights for the battleship USS Missouri, BB-63, and other classified military work. Again, these types of relationships are punishable by straight law. And now, by the way, you see already the common denominator, the types of infractions punishable by straight law, some of them are infractions with immorality, which is the common denominator of the means of the year. So again, if you're looking at the exact component, explicitly speaks about two relationships. A man marrying a white woman and his her mother, or a woman and her daughter. So now we're building out the framework from there. words are as follows. Mahu Kavas Asura. Arti Kavas Asura. So we should say that just as a man is prohibited to his son's wife, so he should be prohibited biblically to his wife's son's wife. So much like in other words, the same way he prohibited to his daughter-in-law, his direct daughter-in-law through his son, he should be prohibited to his daughter-in-law through her son, which was I'm interest to be Kobe. So the Pasuk says, no, it's prohibited to his daughter-in-law. Why? Because she is the wife of his son. She is Bina. One is Chayiv ultimately again because a woman is the wife of his son, but not Chayiv because she is the wife of his wife's son. See what we're doing over here? We're just trying to kind of figure out parallel relationships. So we know that a man is created to his daughter-in-law. What's the definition of a daughter-in-law? Your son's wife. So now the Gemara said, okay, so why do we say the parallel relationship again? Your wife's son's wife should also be a source. I want to be clear. All of these relationships are asa. The asa, the shayla is, are they asa d'Rabbanan or are they asa d'Oraisa? So your daughter-in-law through your son's wife is obviously asa d'Oraisa. So the shayla is your wife's son's daughter, sorry, your wife's son's wife. Also, asa d'Oraisa. This much you say no, as the passage is interesting. So Rabbi says, so notice that the truth is, we should go back to yesterday. Remember, again, the fundamental focus in general, how do you guys think Xer Shabbos? How do you actually Xer Shabbos? So we say, don't we know, which means the University, remember, that's because like the target of the Xer Shabbos, I should say, the defining definition of the Xer Shabbos comes from the source item. Or no, don't we know, if the Asra, we go through the result of the target, we really focus on the destination of the Xer Shabbos, or the second half of the Xer Shabbos, see inside in just a moment. It's relevant in reality, in the matter of don't we know, in the matter of don't we know, but the Asra, the Asra, even the Rabbi says, you can't really learn out this prohibition ultimately of wife's son's wife. Why? Because in the matter of don't we know, the one who says ultimately everyone is Xer Shabbos, focus on the initial halacha, and that really becomes the defining characteristics and qualities. So he said this, Mahu Kavas Asura, just like the nice, let's just go to the typical things, like we learned nice Yerachol. Let's remember again, we didn't Kava, who says Kava? The Kava is his daughter-in-law. Let's remember again, his son's wife. Mahu Kavas Asura, just as we learned, his daughter-in-law is Asura to him. Afi Kavas Asura, so she says, so too, Rachel's son's wife should also be prohibited to him. The Gemara says, if that's the case, Mahu B'Tzila, Atmiyan B'Tzila. So you can say the same way that he didn't have relation with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that is punishable by Tzila. So to again, if he has relations with his wife's son's wife, his daughter-in-law through his wife, it should also be punishable by Tzila. The Gemara says, okay, the Mamzer Amr Tzila Kamura Tzila Mitzvah, but according to the Tzila, that Tzila is the most common form of death penalty. There's a problem. What's the problem? The first white line, I'm Bob Amidala 76. What's the problem? Again, let's say for believing yourself. So remember again, the relationship is not the partial by Steve. Toma believe should be the safer. So the problem is to see the relationships don't line up. But remember again, we're trying to create a certain symmetry. And you can't say moral symmetry, but it's symmetry nevertheless. It's a relationship, more like other relationships on his side versus her side. So trying to line up a system to say that just like he can't have relations with his brother, i.e. his son's wife, so to again on his wife's side, he also split the two his wife's son's wife. The problem just is, the time just is, we see that the symmetry doesn't line up. Why not? Take a look at mother for just a moment. If he has relations with his mother, it's Tiva. If he has relations with her mother, it's Shrefa. It's Shrefa, right? That's why we explicitly speaking of this one yesterday, that if you can't go ahead and now you have relations with a woman and her mother, it's called a Shrefa. So you see that the symmetry doesn't line up. Come on, usually, the Shrefa, furthermore, second line line, furthermore again, if this concept of remaining true, it means that if women were to have relations with Rachel's daughter, in terms of Shrefa, again, that's an explicit concept, a woman as her daughter, that's Shrefa, and yet, again, Kalasa, according to this logic, would have relations with Rachel's son's wife, i.e. his daughter through his wife, and that's Shrefa. So again, just the punishments don't seem to line up. To which we might say, instead of problems, we're actually looking at if she thinks the church of Kasha, why? If you start to say that Kalasa is Shrefa, we already see that the punishments are asymmetrical. Why? Because if we're going to have relations with his daughter, it's Shrefa, and yet we're going to have relations with his daughter-in-law, meaning his son's wife, ultimately that's Shrefa. That, at least from Ruben's perspective, what's symmetrical is the transition a generation above and a generation below. Right? So in other words, for example, his mother and his daughter from his son are symmetrical. They both do straight up. So the Mali will collect them both. They know the cover. So the difference for Ruben himself, again, I will say, remember we said yesterday that so much of what we're doing in these community relationships is community continuity in generations above and generations below. So when you look from Ruben's perspective, so again, when you look at the prohibition regarding his mother and his daughter, i.e. his son's wife, the punishments are the same. After that, making all the colors up. So again, being on her side, it should be the same thing. You should say that it's the same punishment if Ruben has relations with Rachel's mother, or Rachel's daughter-in-law to her son. You know what I said? Mandala Shrefa Kamura, the high question or no, according to the Shrefa Kamura, ultimately again, based on this question, we are not able to judge this entire thing. Okay? So what's the first side of this? The second side of this is Mandala. According to this is all Rabbi's construct. Remember, we're trying to figure out over here, we're trying to make suggestions that just as Ruben is not allowed to have relations with his daughter-in-law, or as well as defined by his son's wife, he might want to suggest that there should be a symmetrical prohibition to his wife's son's wife. His daughter-in-law to his wife. And you might suggest that they're not the same things, whichever way you dance in it, it's not going to work. And this thing is not going to work. So, for example, Mandala, don't you know what he does? So, not the same thing, but it's not like that. He's top over that thing. Like, literally, again, we define characteristics ultimately with the Shabbat, we find out the whole definition of the Shabbat. So, we said this. Now we come up to us, just as you said, right? You can go about it. You don't have relations with his son's wife. Aki Kalasasura. So, we should say the same thing. You can't have relations. Which is the wife. Really take the house and you have to look for them. Let's focus on the destination of that year. Constantly the Sila. Remember again, if Ruben were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, that would be Sila. That is Sila. About Rachel B'Sefa, over here, he have relations with his own daughter, i.e. his son's wife, that's Shrefa. He's actually her B'Ima. And he's found with his mother, because remember again, on Ruben's side, things are symmetrical. Because remember, if Ruben has relations with his mother, generation up, or has relations with his daughter-in-law, generation down, same punishment, Shrefa. He might say, Remanda, Ida Kamura is the Mecca. So according to him, that that's actually Muhammad. And that's the following question. None of the rules should be of the Skiva. Right? So when it comes to relation, so probably with his mother will be the Skiva, Kamadi, she will not be straight off. So yeah, it's very rough, not going to be straight off. No, Mahu Khalak the bow, Bendito la Kawasa. Aki Chakwas Bar, Bendito la Kawasa. So he's saying in the same way that there's a between the prohibition for Ruben, between his daughter and his daughter-in-law. So from the local side, there should be a distinction between his daughter and daughter-in-law. According to the opinion that says that Sreifa ultimately is more common than Skila, based on this question, you can't darshan the proper halacha. Sreifa was like, interestingly enough, the word does not seem to be able to prove this idea. And remember, it's like the Gemara wanted to say that the same way that Reuben's daughter-in-law from his son, right, his son's wife, is personal by Sreifa, so too, again, his daughter-in-law through his wife, Reuben's daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, comes partial by Sreifa, so he gets parallel prohibition that his daughter-in-law from his wife, Rachel's son's wife, she also partial by Sreifa. So Abaye and Rava agree that that is not halacha. Abaye says it based on the pasuk. Rava says either way, the Shabbat is not going to work. The Shabbat doesn't pan out. Okay, so the Gemara adds on. Once again, it doesn't mean it's not prohibited. It's still usher. It just means that the Gemara is suggesting that it may not be a prohibition of Sreifa. Okay, so the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, what's the interesting case? What happens if Reuben violates Rachel? He violates her. And then what happens? He violates her, and they have a daughter. So how do I know that halacha l'maisa, if Reuben has relations with that daughter, that's punishable by Sreifa? That's called bitor me'anasaso. So his daughter, as a result of a woman that he violated. How do we have a sexual relationship like that? Is punishable by Sreifa. The Gemara says, it's Kavachomer. What's the Kavachomer? Abbas Bito Anush Abito Lakoshiki. It's obvious. If Lamaisa, Reuben is held liable for relations with his granddaughter, Bas Bito, then what? Allah has come to all the more so, he is held accountable for relations with his daughter, even if that daughter ultimately against the result of violation of violating her mother. So the Gemara says, so if the ultimate agreement was that you can't create what you have in the contract, that you can't create capital homers through a, you can't create capital punishment through a capital homer. Capital punishment has to be understood better. The Gemara says, no, it's really no salami. No, it's not in the capital homer, it's not Torah holds a man is accountable for relations with his daughter. It's not like Sreifa. It doesn't really make a difference how this woman is his daughter, whether she's his daughter from a legitimate marriage or whether she's his daughter because she violated her mother. Either way, a daughter is a daughter is a daughter, and therefore there's going to be liability for relations with her. Incredible. Rabbi says, I'm going to be Yitzchak Baradini, Asya Eina Ina, Asya Zima Zima. Okay, Rabbi, on the other hand, is using all of that, and it's not what you did in Shabbat, and Eina Zima Zima. Okay, tell me how you want to get into that, Yamin. The Jewish Shalom Lamani, the people there are Sasso, puts up Hakos of Loma, who bas Ish Kohen. So the Gemara says, because we did not learn that, right? We don't have an explicit Russia. There's no explicit process that says that if a man has relations with his daughter, who's his father through violating her mother, and if he has relations with her, he's Chayiv Sreifa. But there's no explicit concept that says that. What's the Hakos of Loma? What it means to say, is bas Ish Kohen. So the Gemara says, Ima bas Kohen Ish Sreifa, then all of it Sreifa. So this is the short answer. Remember the concept of we were talking about Abbas Ish Kohen, right? So again, this is the brother of Kohen who commits the sins. Remember what we had this video a while back. He is talking about Easter, he's talking about Easter. So the context is talking about an Arusa. Right? And if a Bas Kohen is an Arusa commits adultery, Allah is she is judged with Sreifa. That is a unique halacha. So the word says, Ima Bas Kohen Ish Sreifa, being born of a Sreifa. Now Bas Kohen, she herself, is judged with Sreifa. But when I see interestingly enough, the man who thinks in adultery is not judged with Sreifa. Bishka Me'anasah, so to again, the daughter that he has from violating her mother, she is Sreifa, she is judged with Sreifa, maybe more love with Sreifa. But ultimately, again, the man commits adultery is not adultery straight. I'm not by just I'm not the pasuk says as Aviha she's the thing with her father. He should be Halalas as Aviha. So who is judged with straight? So when it pertains to father, Yotza so huge Avia Mechallah. Because we come to exclude one, not the girl who's profaning her father, but rather what? It's her father who's profaning her. Rabbi says, this one of us some Ashkitsin and Dina Glasgow. But we keep it at Dina Glasgow. So I says, okay, in that case, we say, the girl is being removed from the typical case of about Kohen, and she's being judged according to the standard of typical Bashkisrael. How? Adina Kiman Muklasla. Adina Kiman Muklasla. Here in the case of Ikam and Sasso. So again, when the daughter of a woman who is binding, it's a nice thing. Where are you going to put her? Right? You're going to put her in the category of a regular single woman that doesn't make any sense. As Hashemot says, therefore, again, the mother is back at Allah just as a man is highly straight off for violating his daughter, or for having relations with his daughter, so too, a man is highly for relations with his daughter, even if she is the daughter of a woman whom he violated. That's the takeaway of this. As far as becoming a such nine, where's the lot? Where's the lot? Let's remember again, when we see the way the Torah is structured is, in order to call someone liable, in capital case, it needs to be two things. It needs to be a lot, right? And it needs to be a prohibition, and it needs to be an owner. So where's the lot? Where's the lot? As far as becoming a such nine, you show the eye by the according to my Rabbi, they do not go owners, they also not go Rothschild. So according to my Rabbi, the same passage that teaches us the punishment is the very same passage that teaches us the law. However, when you're turning to avoid Rabbi Avin in the night, they will say, what about the time of, avoid Rabbi Avin, where is she? I'm a cross, after Kalo as a big cross, the has no son. Plus it says, do not pertain your daughter and have her commit an act of immorality. Or literally again, church. It's literally translated, do not pertain your daughter has no son, have her become a harlot. So let's say, so again, that passage is going to teach us that halacha l'maisa, a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if that daughter is not from a legitimate marriage, but even if that daughter herself is from a woman whom he violated. Okay, incredible. So now let's get to Rabbi Yaakov, Hi, after Chala is being Chala, no, that's not what that pasuk means. It looks like that pasuk is for something else. In other words, so now, look what's happening here. We're trying to figure out when we establish that halacha l'maisa, if a man violates his daughter, who he fathered with a woman who he violated, he's hiding in the for that. He's hiding straight off. Where's the law? Where's the law? According to my Rabbi, the law is the same source as the actual owner. Okay? According to the other thing, what's the law? The law is the father of the Kala. The Kala has no son. Do not profane your daughter by having her engage in acts of harlotry. What's the harlotry over here? What's his words? Relations with the father. His words and hold up. We use that concept for something totally different. Let's say totally different now. We use it for something totally different. The Lord says, hi, no, how do you find it in China? We actually need that process for something dramatically different. The question is going to China. As we learn, after how the color has no son, do not have your daughter engage in the act of harlotry. Listen to this. Yaakov is calling. I'm not seeing people in the windy. These so happens with that. So let's say this is fascinating. One might have thought that the passage is actually talking about that a Kohen is not allowed to have his daughter marry a lady or a Yisrael. Wow, right? Well, that's about the preservation of Yichus. And maybe again to preserve property because a Bas Kodesh only marry a Kohen and marry a lady or a Yisrael. The Chas v'Shalom be like an act of harlotry, to which the Gemara says, Tamalomad has no son. If when the Pasuk says the father should not keep the Torah, but has no son, the Chibur shebiznus hakosav medaber. We're talking about the idea that most of the time we were standing over here. That Allah says giving your daughter over into a context where ultimately again she's going to be engaged in znus. So what does this refer to? The Moser Espito Shalom Ishus is giving over one's daughter not for the sake of marriage. Not for the sake of marriage. The halacha again. So it's the prohibition upon a father to give his daughter over to a man, not in the context of marriage, but for some immoral purposes. To which the Gemara says, "In king, lemakra al takel." In that case, that the pasuk just say al takel singular. Do not profane your daughter singular by giving her over to a non-marital context. My altachal, what does the plural mean? Shmami natar. This will teach me two things. So let's say, so number one, you can't go ahead and give your daughter over to a man in a non-marriage context. And also number two, also teaches me that what? A father can't have relations with his daughter, even if he fathered her by violating her mother, because such an act of relations will be an act of profanation. Right? It will be an act of profaning her. That's the halacha. Okay. So Gemara says, it's actually fascinating. Gemara goes on a little bit deeper here. Rabbi, hi, al techalas v'tcha has no sama after. I remember again. Rabbi and Rabbi, they learned out. He told me on a sasso from a totally different source, right? They learned out he told me on a sasso from the same place they derived the Onesh. So that is what Rabbi and Rabbi do with this pasuk. It's very interesting. So my Rabbi, fascinating. Fascinating. This refers to someone who marries off his daughter to an older man. What's wrong with marrying off his daughter to an older man? He's saying, do not profane your daughter by giving her off, by giving her over to immorality. This refers to someone who goes ahead and marries off his daughter to an older man. Now, what's the answer? Rashi says, Masi Gito Zaken Sirah up in the bottom. When we talk Sheinu B'Kab also, Nizana Alavu. What's the issue over here? If she's very young and he's very old, what's the issue going to be? Is she going to be very intimacy? She's not going to have a desire for intimacy. So what's going to happen? She's going to seek fulfillment outside of the marriage. So you're setting up a situation that is destined to put her in a very precarious state. So therefore, again, the Torah says, when marrying off your daughter, do not put her in a situation where she's going to commit suicide. It's fascinating how just the Torah understands. Created us. The Torah understands that people crave intimacy. People crave intimacy, and if they can't find it in the context of their marriage, just the way it's going to work, they're going to look for it elsewhere. But obviously, don't need that type of thing. But the Torah understands that is the way people work. So therefore, fathers, do not marry your daughter off to an older man. Because if you do that, setting almost like you're setting her up ultimately to seek outside of the limited confines of her marriage. So Zahamasha is Bito Tolsi's about Garas. Like the idea is, to marry off your children early, and if a father purposely delays marrying off his children, and that's ultimately again setting her aside for a life of snus. So what's that? Something to do in Rashi here as well. Actually, not should be double Geras. Actually, sorry, not yet. Actually, take a look 2 lines up in the bottom. Masha Bito Geras. So it's actually a fascinating verse here in Rashi. Rashi says, Shemis Ada Lahafkira and Mizaneh. So the word in Rashi itself is very straightforward. Shemis Ada means desires, Lahafkira, to make her happier, and therefore she commits znos. What does that mean? So if you look by the way that goes with C, he changed by the letter K, quotes the Rashash, she said Rashash, Magia, Lahakida.
Teachings of the Rabbi. So Hasidic discourse.
Why would a father delay marrying off his daughter? Because listen to this from the Gemara's perspective. When there's a daughter in the house, the father has free domestic help. Free domestic help. If he goes ahead and marries off his daughter, what happens? Suddenly now, He's got
Yeah,
to
in
go
fact,
ahead
I
and
was
then
so that
for
our
the
spirits
domestic
is
help.
part
See,
of
the
the
ladies marrying
of
on
the
for his own
English
benefit.
Spanish.
When father
So
does
comes
that,
in
so
English
physically, from
51
Gemara's
volumes.
perspective, what that's also going to
I
do
think I just
is
have
set
so
her
much.
up
Alright, there's other
constantly
stuff
for
in
his
there.
lust. She's going to crave
Yeah,
that
we'll talk
intimacy,
about
going to
it
crave
later.
that closeness, and then Farokh is setting her up for Zilos. We'll see more about that in just a moment.
I love
So
it.
Gemara says,
I really admire
Gemara
him.
says, I'm not kind of sure Rabbi Akiva. It's the last two lines on
Before we
the
continue, just
from the same pasuk, right?
fuck's
So
going on with this bullshit?
do not profane your daughter by putting her into a life of zeros. What does it mean? So first opinion, it means don't marry your daughter off to a much older man, because again, their drives are not aligned, and she's going to seek fulfillment outside the confines of marriage. Rabbi Akiva, don't delay marrying off your daughter for your own purposes, because you're going to drive her to zeros. Incredible. I'm not kind of Rabbi Akiva. Listen to this.
What do you think he would say to you?
So this is fascinating. There is no poor
I think he
person
would
in
know that I
Klal
tried my
Yisrael
best.
who is not
And
a Russia alone, a cunning
you
evildoer
think
like
what
cunning
he
Russia,
would think what you're
or
doing is
someone
special?
who delays his daughter
Yeah.
from getting married. So the Gemara says, "Amar shebitu against Bab
I
Russia
think he would know it's a big
What
risk.
does this mean? This doesn't mean every single
Do you
poor
think he would
person is a cunning Russia. What
be
it means
proud of
is
you?
every cunning
I do.
Russia ultimately becomes
Do you think
an
he
onion, becomes impoverished. Just like every single man who delays marrying off his daughter for his own purposes,
not be happy with what you do
becomes
at times? Yeah.
impoverished. Why? So
Just like anybody, nobody's perfect except I am, so maybe not. But
understand, the guy who delays marrying off his daughter, isn't he a cunning Russia? In other words, we'll say, what are you talking about? Talking about a guy.
I would say to him,
Meanwhile, he's purposely delaying her prospects. Why? Because he wants to go ahead and suit his own needs. That's what's happening over here. That's what's driving all of this. Is that not the cunning Russia? Rabbi, let's say Rabbi,
I feel
how can it mean to say, what's an example of a person who is
I
a
lack
cunning Russia who's going to be
the
impoverished?
skills of a child. Their children communicate better than others. Much better. And it pains me.
To go ahead and satisfy his
He would say, was there anything you can do about it? I would say, yeah. I could work harder. So why don't you?
That someone who delays marrying
And
off
I'd
his
say,
own
because
daughter,
I am jumping
is
a
going
lot.
to go and become an onion, or if someone who's a cunning Russian is going to become an onion. What's the pshat? So that's coming
So
down
focus on
people.
that which you can control.
Putting
Let
your
Hashem
own needs before the needs
control
of the other. And so the father
And the rest
goes
is in
ahead,
Hashem's hands.
and says, you know what,
I would say
don't want to marry my
that
daughter.
I
My
think
daughter's
that
going to get married. I don't want to marry
establishing
her because, again,
schools
it doesn't
and
suit my needs. It doesn't
rebuilding
suit
and
my
building,
needs.
that stuff's
So
easy.
that's putting your
I
own
don't see
needs
that as
before
a
your
challenge
child's
at all.
needs. Who's the
What I do
cunning
see as a
Russia?
challenge
The
is
cunning Russia is a person, as we'll see in just a
just
moment,
the
is a
absolute
person
basics.
who puts his own
And he
needs in
would
front
say,
of
you
other
need to do
people's
that.
needs. So let's say,
There are people who
so a
overcome
person
the
who
challenges of
prioritizes his
communication
needs over
that
other
you feel
people's
you lack.
needs. There's a cosmic
And I would
justice
say,
in the world. Because Rothschild says you're putting your own agenda of self-advancement in
but
front
it's
of your
incredibly
own child, in
difficult.
front of other people.
I have an
What ends
incredible
up happening
uphill
to such a
battle.
person? What ends up happening?
It's an
They become
incredible
impoverished.
climb,
They become poor. Maybe
and
not immediately, but over time. Why? Because that's not how HaKadosh Baruch Hu
like I'm at
wants
like the
a
halfway
to
point of my
act.
life,
So he goes on, that's
and
not
I'm not
want us
happy.
to be self-serving. And I both say this is incredibly
In
important
some
in general.
ways.
First of all, there's a tremendous
But I feel like I
lesson
have
that's involved here. A
like
lot of times
a
as
chance,
parents, without even
like
realizing it, we put our own needs before our children's needs. Like we have this vision
it's
for
like
our children
I'm
about
going
what we
through a
want them
cave
to
or a
become.
forest, like
Right? And I need them to become
cave
educated
or
like this. And I
a
want them
torch or
professionally
something.
to do
And
this. And they
if
can't
I could just
married
get
until they
this
reach
light
this
to the
threshold,
end,
this or this or
I'll
that.
be able to
Yeah, by
fucking
the way,
light the whole
sometimes that's great. But sometimes what we don't realize is that's not what my
place
kid
up.
needs. That's what I need.
I
That's
have to
what I need.
protect this fucking
And that's
candle.
selfish behavior. That's putting your own
And-
needs before your child's needs. Anybody else? It's one of the hardest things I like to figure out. Like, am I taking these positions because they're actually better for my child?
I would tell
Or
her
am I
Rabbi
taking
that
these positions because they're actually better for me? And it's hard because a lot of times our own needs and our children's needs kind of become intertwined and
I look up to
intertangled.
him.
But you see, for me, one of the things you have to be so careful about in parenting is making sure, they'll say, one
I
of the
love
greatest
his
things
plan.
are ours in
I love
parenting.
his
One of the greatest things are in parenting
vision.
is often in parenting,
That's the
things
thing I
like
respect the most
our
about
kids
him.
represent a
This is
do-over
vision.
for ourselves, right? Everything that I
And
did wrong in life, I'm going to get right through my kids. Well, that's fine, but your kids not you. And you
what do you
didn't
think he would
sign
say
up
to you?
to become a better version
If I
of
got a
you.
chance to
My
explain
child
what I
is
was doing
someone
and he
different,
understood it
fundamentally
in an
different
age,
from me, with different
I
components,
think he
different
would
motives, and
recognize
different
that
destiny. So you have
it's
to
the
be
most
so
important
careful.
human
See,
ever
often
taken in
parents
global history.
have these incredible, beautiful dreams, which are so beautiful. Only issue is they never check with
And I
the
think he
kid
would understand
whether or
trying
not
to
that's what
best.
the kid wants to do. Does the kid
And
want to go
if I
down this
just
path? Does the
can
kid want this kind of
continue
career? Does the kid want this kind of education?
to
Does
grow
the kid want this kind of career? The parent is okay, but this is what the kid's going to do. You just never check with the child. That's
influence
putting
grows, it's just a matter
parental
of time.
desires and life objectives before the child, and that, as I'll say, is fundamentally selfish. And when you're selfish and like just understand, it never works out. The
Do you feel
puts his own needs before the needs of others. You could try that, and you may be successful in the short term, but in the long term, ultimately, you become impoverished. But also, but the soul of parenting is make sure that the decisions you're making are the ones that are
do you
good for
feel
your
he
child, and not the ones that simply benefit you.
would
Incredible.
appreciate what
All
you
right, let's go back to that. So you might as well say, kind of following up on that, the Gemara says, Rabbi Kahana Bishom Yakiva, Havizor, be careful about getting advice from someone who is only giving you advice ultimately again because it benefits them. That's how you atzcha, someone who gives you Eitzah, you're feeding their color. So this is an incredible caveat, right? Because what did the Rasha Aram do? The
do you
Rasha
think
Aram is not
any part
somebody
of
who just
him would be
stuff
disappointed
conjuring
with
into
you?
your mouth. The Rasha Aram is a person very often who could be giving you advice, and it
Fuck.
may not be even the worst advice for you, but it's not the best advice for you.
I mean, I
It's
can't
the
make a
best
big
for
decision
for
for him.
him, for him. And
But-
same idea sometimes without even realizing it. The feedback we give to our children, or the advice we give to our
Do you think
children,
he should?
is the
Do you
advice
think
that
Rabbi
benefits
should?
us. Benefits
And
me
I
as
would
the
tell him,
parent. Not that
I
God
wanted you
benefits
to
my
be.
child.
But I
So
think
listen,
that,
so you
like
keep
you
it
say, a
kind of follow
Mashiach
up. Be
can
careful
be,
with someone
maybe
who's
there's
using
one in every
advice in
generation.
accordance with their
And if that's true, then you're certainly a great contender for your generation. And that means all the people who think that you're Mashiach, I understand that. I want you to be. You didn't rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, though. That person is Mashiach. That's pretty simple.
Two different groups of people.
But I'd say in his message, I align with it. In his vision, I align with it. I would love to. I don't know if anybody talks like this, but I would love to be the head of Chabad someday. I'd love to be the eighth Lubavitcher Rebbe, but I'd love to unite more than that. Whatever number the Breslovers are on and the Satmars and all those, I would love to take over after Rabbi Israel David White. I'd love to unite everybody.
Be careful who you get advice from, because had I listened to the majority of people who whisper in my ear, I would have been a very good shepherd. Very good shepherd. And that's it. But Baruch Hashem, I took
What do you think you'd say?
but rather I took advice
You're
and
wrong.
truly cared about me, and as a result, Rabbi Akiva became Rabbi Akiva. Incredible.
Yeah, Israel David White. I didn't know he was going to get that.
I'm not saying if a person goes in and marries, goes back to this. A man marries off and talks to a much older man.
I tried.
Or again, what's the reverse is,
And I'm imperfect.
marries a woman
And
to his minor son.
I feel like
Minor son is not the kid you love less, right?
I have no fear in starting schools and yeshiva and educating. I have no fear in that. With the most simple things in life, which is incredible. I know I have the personality to be able to change the world. I know that I could try new things off of everything.
If someone goes out of his way
but I
to
can't
return a lost
communicate
object to a
the
non-Jew,
way that I want. And
what's the
it causes me to lack
about such a
confidence
person,
in
the
my
pasuk says,
skills.
"Lemay sefos
I can get
halava
over that.
esat
That's the thing.
smeah,
Okay,
lo yova
so
hasham
sad.
selo achro." I will say now, the way the pasuk Parshas V'eschalot, the way
Alright.
that the Gemara is understanding this pasuk over here, which is really quite profound. Lemay sefos halava esat
Is that
smeah
all
means
you want to say?
that look at Rashi.
Um,
Rashi says Lemay sefos lichbar. Rashi
I
understands
just want, I
sefos
would want to
means
rather
to
read
connect.
harder.
To connect. Now, what's being connected?
And there's an
over here,
argument
Rashi
to make,
says,
dude. You have
that's
been
why
going
Hashem
access
is up.
24/7 for 4
Saveh
fucking years.
b'davar, in some
That's
way,
harder than anybody.
Zaki v'yaveh zot siyam tashmish, Zaki and say the God
I know it.
So listen to this. According to the Gemara's understanding as follows: you can't connect someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated and expect them to go ahead and complement each other. So in other words, the idea over here is, right, so the young woman is thirsty. She wants intimacy. The older man is sated. The young boy is sated. The woman is thirsty. It doesn't
So,
work. It doesn't work.
would you want to
It doesn't
kind of
work.
have a traditionally within
Someone who is thirsty,
only
someone
not
who
every
is
single
sated,
person has
because
one,
halacha
but
when they say that,
maybe we continue that.
it doesn't work. And listen, by the way,
Right,
it
right.
happens to be that this is a profound
But
yesod,
it'll matter.
not just by intimacy, but also by marriage. Because also, you know, in order to have true shalom
That's the
bayis, in
thing
order
that
to have true
bothers me.
growth in
Sometimes I can
marriage,
have so much
both
confidence, I'm
parties
so
in
confident,
marriage
you know.
have to
And I see other
walk
people and I laugh at them,
right? The worst
and
thing
then
that can happen
I just do the
is
same
when a
thing.
wife becomes
It's like
her
nails on a
husband's
chalkboard.
mashgiach.
I want to just be so, I want to be right all
Kicking
the
her
time.
husband out of bed in the morning, get up,
And I can just be so
That's a
confident.
disaster. That's a disaster. The same way if a husband is telling his wife, you know what, you need to become a chatzos lady. You need to be
Rabbi
ready for
would
Shabbos,
understand.
you know, you need to be ready for Shabbos, set up
He
the day on Friday. That's also a disaster.
And I tell him I want to
What's
read
the
it.
recipe for success? Both have to be thirsty. Both have to be thirsty. Husband has to be thirsty for growth. A wife has to be thirsty for growth. That's a successful marriage. If one is thirsty and one is sated, it's very difficult. Very difficult because one is always going to be pushing, one is always going to be wanting, and the other one ultimately is going to become resentful. If both are thirsty, then we might say that's the recipe for success. If both are sated, they're not a disaster also. Because if both are sated, and that represents like this complacency, a life of mediocrity. Both are thirsty, it's usually a success. Both are sated, a reasonable failure. And one is thirsty, one is sated, a lot of shalom bias will see. So you know that, what about the Matzah Hebrew Kusi? What's wrong with going ahead? What's wrong with going ahead and returning a lost object to a non-Jew? I don't know, that sounds like a nice thing. What's wrong with that? So if you look at that, that says that the Matzah Hebrew Kusi takes about the Ida Kusi Yisrael. ומעלה בעצמו שהשבת עדיין הולך לעבוד במסגרת. זה רעיון. Okay, but this is the term of lost object to non-Jews. That's what we're saying. Nothing like this. But a person who thinks that returning a lost object to a non-Jew is just as important as the mitzvah of Shabbat Sunday God. That's wrong. That's wrong. But it will say something that is incredibly politically incorrect, which is Jews and non-Jews are not the same. We're not the same. And you should not interact with each other if you are the same. You have to have respect for all of humanity. You have to treat all humanity with dignity. But there is a different level of interaction and a different level of devotion that we must have to each other. And it looks like we don't have to be apologetic about sin. What's the reason? No one looks out for us except us. And no one heard our backs except us. And it looks like, you know, for so many of us, our faith is restored to this. Like we talked again after the Holocaust, never again. Everybody loves us. Anti-Semitism is not what it used to be. And then October 7th happened, and we realized the world is the same exact world that we have built for thousands of years. And give the world a chance to annihilate the Jews, and they'll take it. And give the world a chance to go ahead and turn against anti-Semitic movements, and we'll do it. And it doesn't matter what country it is, and even as great as this home is to us, the anti-Semitism is ready and teaches us one simple lesson. Circle the wagons. Look out for each other, because no one else is going to look out for us but us. So if you're one of those kumbaya people, right, and tikkun olam, and everything has, and we're one big community of humanity, you're a fool. We're not one big community of humanity. We're not. There's us, and there's them. And that's the way the world works. Now, when Mashiach comes, and Hashem, that'll change. And when Mashiach comes, it will be the Yaseh Kulam Agida Achos. Humanity will become one. But until I think humanity is not one. There's Klal Yisrael, and there's everyone else. I'm a Ibadai Mishkon. We are alone in this world. But again, the beautiful part is we're alone as a nation. We're not alone as individuals. Because we have each other. And we always have each other. And this is what you learn says. If you think just like if you want to Shabbos Avei, go, oh, I'm going to unity of mankind. Right? You learn says, you're fool. You're fool. That's not true. There's not one thing in the unity of mankind. And I want to say, again, to be clear, the evolution of dignity, the evolution of respect for every single person. But just understand that there's a different system of conduct, and a different system of allegiance, and a different system of commitment. They have that 29 because all we have is each other. We have no one else but each other. And the moment we forget that, is the moment we put ourselves in a overwhelmingly precarious situation. It's not to do anything. Should you return a lot of what you see? Of course you should. Would you get extra changes? At the supermarket, should you return the extra change? 1,000% about that. Yes. And don't tell because after you get the tell you have somebody, right? You be a proper human being. But just understand that there's no between that and the mitzvah of Shabbat Savedi, which represents the personal contract that we have with one another. Incredible. So what's the mitzvah? Where is the kasha? How is that? It's supposed to be both. A man who loves his wife like his own body, and when he is recovered, more than that. What's it? Hear this? You have to love your
I
wife
remember
like yourself.
being
Right? You
in
have to
Shabbat,
honor
my
her
was from
more
work.
than yourself.
I was explaining
What does that mean?
I was experiencing
Why
it
does
was
it
great
say
success
you
for the
have to
time,
know that?
and I was experiencing what I would find out to be imposter syndrome. What is imposter syndrome? It's like
Why don't we say love you like
when you
yourself?
feel like you're
because you can't. It's important you so it.
being an imposter
The framework of love that I have more than anything is myself.
because you're finding success in
The
something,
strongest reflex we have
but you're really just good at it.
Why? Because deep down,
With those psychological pattern where individuals doubt their accomplishment and fear being exposed as a fraud despite clear evidence of their competence and success. The commonly affects high achievers across various fields, including academia, medicine, and corporate
So from
leadership.
an emotional perspective, you can feel that sense of love to your wife, and you can feel you care about her as much as you care about yourself.
I have so much to learn. I'd say that I have so much to learn. And I would also say people think I'm smart, and people think I'm so smart that I literally talk to them. And what I feel are the clearest is the clearest language that I can, and they think I'm a fucking robot. It's like we are talking past each other. I listen to them, and I'm like, dog, hurry the fuck up. And they listen to me, and they're like, you're not human. And I'm like,
make sure that your wife has even more than that, because covet is physically measurable. So ava, which is an emotion,
they literally don't think I'm a real person. I have to be like, dude, I'm on camera, and then they still doubt it.
But covet,
that's just. But I would love to tell them, like, dog, I am
to surpass the covet you give for yourself.
not an expert in
But
anything,
you want for yourself.
which is bothersome to me as well. I know a little bit about a lot of things, but I don't feel like I'm an expert in anything.
So let's say
Maybe live streaming. I feel like I might know more about it. But even that's just like hitting buttons. It's not. Other people do what I do. It's nothing special about it.
Right? Let's say the most annoying guides are the ones who
What do you think you know about
talk
the
too
most?
much. Talk too much. Like, just be quiet and move. Right? Talk, right? Same thing in parenting.
All right, what topic are we going to discuss?
Much less talking, much more doing. Be a magic. Don't
We're
tell your
not,
kids
we're
what to
not
do.
asked,
Tell your
we're
kids
not
what to
asked
do.
about
Show them
what's
what to
appropriate.
do. Show them what to do. But listen, I'm talking to anyone I'm talking to over here. Right? This is a motivated group.
And then we're done.
Whether your kids are
Are
asleep
you
or
going to go
not
to sleep?
you think they don't know on some level that you're waking up early to come to shul?
As a rabbi, when large groups of people, both Jewish and non-Jewish, ask me for a blessing, what is the most prudent way to respond? And with what blessing, if any? What about if it's a group of Jews? What if it's a group of non-Jews? Or mixed?
It's very nice. It's very beautiful. All important. The most important thing.
Great question. This comes up all the time in really rabbinic life. And there is prudent classing, very traditional. And there is a prudent classing, very traditional way to handle it that avoids theological landmines while still being generous and mensch village. I'll break down the scenario, then give you actual wording you can use. First principle of anchor. The rabbi may bless non-Jews, full stop. We see this with Abraham, for you all families of the earth will be blessed, and from Chazal as sages, who regularly offered blessings of peace, wisdom, and well-being to all humanity. The only thing to avoid is invoking specifically Jewish covenantal obligations, mitzvot, or commands for non-Jews, or blessings that sound like conversion, chosenness, or ritual obligations. So, the rule is universal content for universal audiences, covenantal language only for Jews. Scenario 1. Large mix with Jews plus non-Jews. This is the most common and the safest case. Best practice. Offer universal blessing that invokes God without technical logic language, emphasizes peace, health, wisdom, dignity, and blessing from your lives. Avoids mitzvah language, sample blessing, and use plain. May God bless each of you, health, peace, clarity, purpose, and goodness in your lives. May your homes be places of blessing, and may your actions bring light and kindness to the world. If you want to keep both flavor without exclusivity, may the Ribono shall grant you shalom, blessing. That's awesome. This is 100% theologically universal. Group at scenario 2, group that is entirely non-Jewish. You can absolutely bless them. Just keep it no chayed, safe, universal moral and so frame it as blessing for peace, wisdom, justice, compassion. God is creator, master of all humanity, sharing his mission. Example right man, creator of all humanity, bless you with peace, wisdom, and strength to do good in the world. May your work bring benefit to others, and may you be protected and guided in all your paths. This aligns beautifully with the Jewish concept of Shabbat Mitzvot B'nai Noah, 7 Noah, universal moral law, without ever mentioning them explicitly. Scenario 3, group that is entirely Jewish. Here you can go full Jewish month, but still keep it broad if it's a public
All right,
crowd.
say
Safe
good morning.
and
Good
dignified
morning.
public
Let us
blessing.
begin.
May Hashem bless you and
Begin
guide
by
you.
thanking
May
all of our
Hashem shine his
sponsors
face
for this morning for
upon you
faith.
and be gracious to you.
Our
May
Talmud
Hashem
Torah
lift his
sponsors
face
for the month of Adar.
to you and grant
Anyone
you
Talmud Torah
peace.
sponsor,
That's
Tavshin
for
Tehei, Tavsim Mishpacha. We're dedicating all the Shemur Drushes
even if
this
you're
year.
not invoking
Wishing a
it
Mazel
as
Tov
a blessing
to
is acceptable and
Yoshua Mordechai
non-liturgical
Tilson, his engagement to Amit
or less
Cohen.
formal.
Mazel
May
Tov
you
to
be
the Chassan
blessed
Academy,
with
the
Torah,
Master
life,
built
peace,
the
and
Bayis
good
Neman, the
and may
Yisrael,
we merit
which
to see
endures
goodness
and
in
may the Etzim Shalom Tovos. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Alim Tova, Stephen Terry Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr.
Scenario 4. Someone asks you directly for a blessing in a mixed setting. Just have a constant and elegant move. Say something like, with pleasure, and then give a personal but universal blessing. May you be blessed with health, clarity, and peace, and may you see blessing in your efforts. No one ever feels excluded. No one ever feels preached at. What to exclusively how you grow in Torah and mitzvot to non-Jews. May you merit to observe Shabbat and was Jewish. Anything that sounds like conversion, chosenness, or obligation. Those are not offensive per se, but they're not prudent in public or mixed settings. Rabbinic posture, this matters. The tone is as important as the words. A rabbi giving a blessing should project generosity without proselytizing, confidence without superiority, rootedness and rootedness without exclusivity, or in one Abraham, not tribal, unless you're clearly only your own.
types of infractions punishable by
What if you just say the Shema?
Again, are infractions which deal with immorality, which is the common denominator of everything we're dealing with over here. So remember again, as we learned yesterday, that Torah explicitly speaks about two relationships: a man marrying a white woman and his her mother,
That's showing
or a
not
woman
the
and
prudent
her
move
daughter.
in a mixed
So now
for
we're
Jewish
building
study.
out
Now,
the framework from
the
this.
Shema
Verse is
Yeshua,
as
it's
follows.
called in
Mahu
Judaism.
kavas
Shema
asura.
Yeshua is not
Afi
just
kavas
a
asura.
nice prayer,
So we
it's a
should say
form of
that
declaration
just
of
as a
Jewish
man
faith and
is
covenant hero.
prohibited to
Hashem
his
is our God.
son's wife,
Hashem is
so
our
he should be prohibited
Oh, actually,
to
conceptually, it is a mitzvah, it's a commandment, a
wife's
creative Jewish
son's
exclusivity.
wife.
Sorry,
Right? In other
that's
words,
what I
the same way that he's
meant.
prohibited to his daughter-in-law,
Really, yeah, a statement
he's
just
direct daughter-in-law
specifically to
through
Israel.
his son.
So when you
He
say
should
it
be
in
prohibited
response to a request for a
daughter-in-law
blessing,
through her son.
you are not really blessing. You're making it feel Mixed group Jews is not ideal. Why? Non-Jews are being placed in a covenantal declaration that isn't theirs. How do you know? I don't know. I don't know what anybody's religion is. It can feel like preaching rather than blessing. It sounds good though. Some may interpret it as a call and response or religious participation. They didn't really consent. Rabbinically, it's not Asser forbidden, but it's poor form and pastoral.
So we know that a man is prohibited to his
Entirely non-Jewish group strongly not recommended. Here it crosses the awkward to misalign. You're declaring Israel's covenant for people who are not Israel. It doesn't function as a blessing at all from their perspective. The risk of confusion is entirely Jewish group, totally fine and powerful. In a Jewish-only setting, saying Shema can be moving and appropriate, especially in moments of crisis, solidarity, or moral clarity. Even then, it's usually better framework. Let's remember the words that define us. The subtle but important distinction. There are three different things people mix up: blessing, wishing good; prayer, asking God for something; declaration of faith, stating who we are. Shabbat is number three. When someone asks you for a blessing and you respond with Shema, you're answering a pastoral request with a single statement. That mismatch is a core issue. A smarter alternative, if you want Jewish governance without exclusivity, you can reference Shema without saying it in our traditional wisdom. And that unity calls us to live with responsibility and passion. May that sense of purpose bring blessing to you. This keeps the depth without the boundary violation.
Really focuses on the destination of the Xer. In other words, the second half of the Xer. We'll see this in just a moment.
Why do you do it, baby? We're just flying by the seat of our pants. Really? Yeah.
The truth is, you can't really learn
That's hilarious. That's absolutely
of wife's son's wife. Why?
Shit happens.
The one who says, focus on the initial halacha, and that really becomes the defining characteristics and qualities. So you say this, Mahu kavas asura. Just as a man, so let's just go with our typical case, right?
Short answer. There's no single form of bracha. Blessing with God's name and kingship that is instituted. Just remember again, his son's wife. Classic Judaism, that's not. Wife, there's no form of bracha.
Just as Ruben, his daughter-in-law is asura to him. Which is so too. Lachel's son's
or there
wife
is a
should
clear
also be
halachic
prohibited to Ruben.
mitzvah enjoyment.
Gemara says, if that's the
Blessing
case,
people is not one of the church. So inventing group, blah blah blah, who blesses his group would be a bracha,
i.e. his son's wife. That is punishable by
That's
Skila.
the hard one. What do is not one of
his
blessing.
wife's son's
Judaism
wife,
makes
his daughter-in-law
a
through his
sharp
wife.
distinction
It should
between
also be
bracha,
punishable by
formal
Skila.
fixed with
Gemara
God's
says,
name,
okay,
and bracha.
Lamanda Amar
Skila,
Skila
and the
Chamura
plain
Ika
sense good
Mifa,
wishes
according to the opinion
spoken
that says
for groups
that
we
Skila
always see
is the
the
most chomer form of death penalty. There's a problem. What's the problem? We'll say first wide line.
The classic group
76
blessing.
What's the problem?
Even not joining regularly.
Again, I want to say for Ruben himself. So remember again, relationship with his mother, punishable by Skila. Tomar Behi Shima B'Seifa. So the problem is they say, see, the relationships don't line up. Right? Remember, again, we're trying to create a certain symmetry. Granted, it's an immoral symmetry, but it's a symmetry nevertheless. Between relationship, immoral relationships on his side versus her side. So we're trying to line up essentially to say that just like he can't have relations with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, so too again on his wife's side, he also is prohibited to his wife's son's wife.
communal
How
post.
just
Mate,
is,
this
how just
community
is. We
go
see it. Symmetry
from
doesn't
strength to
line up.
strength.
Why not?
And may
Take a look
both
at mother for just a moment. If he has relations with his mother, it's skila.
this
If he has
group
relations with
includes
her
Rabbi,
mother,
some
it's
of
sleifa.
no Shem will not
Sleifa,
quit
right? That's
and
one of
never
the
say,
explicit
"Let
psukim
me
that we
die."
saw in yesterday's daf, that you can't go ahead and marry or have relations with a woman and her mother. It's punishable by sleifa.
May God
So you
grant
see that the
peace and
symmetry
salvation.
doesn't line
May
up.
everything
Come
be
on, be usually sleifa. Go
This is
furthermore,
what I'm
second
saying.
wide line, go
Rabbi
rita
answered,
b'sleifa,
if you
v'kalasa
offer a
b'skila.
non-formally
Furthermore, again,
Jews don't
furthermore,
need to,
again,
but
if
non-Jews
this
don't
concept
need
would
to,
remain
and no
true,
one
it
should be
means that
counted.
if Reuben were to have
There's
relations
someone else versus mixed group
with
and
Rachel's
invokes that
daughter,
ability,
Rachel's daughter,
answering him
punishable by
as this.
Sreifa. Again, that's an explicit concept, a woman and her daughter.
No
That's
form of
Sreifa.
baraka is
And
this
yet,
but blessed.
again,
Do
Kalasa,
not invent
according to
one.
this argument, if you were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, i.e. his daughter-in-law through his
Why?
wife,
Because it sounds good.
so again,
Okay, but that's inappropriate. How do you? I don't know what those fuckers' religion was. Really? I don't know.
Because that's not such a kasha. Why?
Okay.
Beat up is like Kalasa Beskila. We already see that the punishments are asymmetrical. Why? Because if Reuben were to have relations with his
Text is
daughter,
the gold
it's
standard.
straight
Just
out.
language
And yet, to get
based
into
on
have relations with his daughter-in-law, meaning his son's wife, ultimately that is Skila.
Is that? Are you done? Man, I have so much to fucking learn.
The issue just is that, at least from Ruvain's perspective, what's symmetrical is the prohibition a generation above and a generation below. Right? So in other words, for example,
Done.
his
I
mother
know it.
and his
It's my thing. It sounds good.
His son are symmetrical. They're both b'sreifa. So on the mahu locharak both.
Does it? I mean, it's like.
So just like for Reuven himself, again, almost like because remember we saw
So how would you
yesterday,
do it?
so much of what we're doing in these
Probably
forbidden
memorize
relationships is
Hebrew,
creating the
whatever
continuity
I'd say, and
generations
then
above and generations below.
have it
So when you
in
look from Reuven's
English.
perspective,
I wish I could
so
memorize
again,
better.
when we look at the
Not a
prohibition
good
regarding his mother and his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, the punishments are the same.
You have to take a bolus? Big time.
So again, really
So
on
you've
her
just been
side,
saying Shema.
it should be the same thing. We should
Right.
say that it should be the same punishment if Reuben has relations with Rachel's
What do you
mother
want me to do?
or Rachel's daughter-in-law through her son.
I'm trying to get the band back together.
According to the opinion that says that Seifa is more chamer, ultimately, again, based on this question, we would not be able to garnish this entire thing. Okay, so the Gemara says that's the first side of this. The second side of this, and according, remember again, this is all Rava's construct. It's all Rava's construct. So remember, just to keep our eye on the ball over here. So remember, we're trying to figure out over here, the Gemara is trying to make a suggestion that just as Reuben is not allowed to have relations with his daughter-in-law, in other words, a daughter-in-law is defined by his son's wife, the Gemara wants to suggest that there should be a symmetrical prohibition to his wife's son's wife, his daughter-in-law through his wife. The Gemara is suggesting that Rav is saying the truth is, whichever way you dash in the Gzeir Shav, it's not going to work. This lima is not going to work. So, for example, the man Damar, don't mina v'oki ba'asra. So again, according to the opinion that dash is complicated by saying that literally, again, the defining characteristics ultimately of the Gzeir Shav, defined by what's called the destination of the Gzeir Shav. So he's like this, mahu kalas asura, just as Reuben, right? Reuben's daughter-in-law is feminine. He's not allowed to have relations with his son's wife. Afi kalasasura. So we should say the same thing. He can't have relations with Rachel's son's wife. Ruki ba'asura. So the Gemara says, okay, then let's focus on the destination of that Gzeir Shava. Hasan would be the skila. So remember again, if Reuben were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, that would be skila. That'd be skila. Aval hacha b'sreifa. But over here, if he were to have relations with his own daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that's sreifa. As we find with his mother, because remember again, on Reuven's side, things are symmetrical. If Reuven has relations with his mother, generation up, or has relations with his daughter-in-law, generation down, same punishment, streifa. The Gemara says, "Leman da'amar, skila chamura idem nifrach." So according to the opinion that says that skila is more chamer, we could ask the following question: Ma'luhu shekin imo b'skila. Right? So when it comes to the right, so with his mother will be your Tamar Biki, she runs a straight off. But yeah, with her, with Rachel's daughter, will be the straight off. So, Mahu Chalak the bow, they deep on the Chalak. So, after Taklok, but they deep So you say the same way that there's distinction in the salvation for living between his daughter and his daughter-in-law. So to Rachel's side, there should be a distinction between his daughter and daughter-in-law. Well, the man, the Amr, man, we Seifa Chamra, according to the opinion that says that Seifa ultimately is more common than Seifa. I push you, low. Based on this question, you can't darshan the proper halakha. Therefore, I will say, interestingly enough, the Gemara does not seem to be able to prove this idea. Let's remember, what's the idea the Gemara wanted to prove? The Gemara wanted to say that the same way that Reuben's daughter-in-law from his son, right, his son's wife, is partial by Sreifa, so too, again, his daughter-in-law through his wife, Reuben's daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife is partial by Sreifa. So there's a parallel correlation that his daughter-in-law from his wife, Rachel's son's wife, should also be partial by Sreifa. So Abaye again, both Abaye and Rabbi agree that is not halakha. Abaye says it based on the Torah. Rabbi says either way, Zer Shabbat is not going to work. Zer Shabbat doesn't pan out. Okay, so the Gemara has on. So once again, it doesn't mean it's not prohibited. It's still usher. It just means that the Gemara is suggesting that it may not be a prohibition of Sreifa. Okay, so the Gemara goes back there. The Gemara says, what's the interesting case? What happens if Reuben violates Rachel? He violates her. And then what happens? He violates her, and they have a daughter. So how do I know that halacha myself, if Reuben has relations with that daughter, that's punishable by Sreifa? That's called bitom ha'anasasa. So the daughter and the result of the woman that he violates. How do we know that such a relationship like that is punishable by Sreifa? First, the Gemara says, "I'm not buying a kabachomer. It's kabachomer. What's the kabachomer? Abbas bito anush abito lokoshekin tzachis." If Ramaisa, Reuven is held liable for relations with his granddaughter, Bas Bito, then what? Allah has come all the more so, he is held accountable for relations with his daughter, even if that daughter ultimately again is the result of the violation of violating her mother. So the Gemara says, so the Ocean, I didn't want a second, you can't create through a, you can't create capital punishment through a capital punishment. Capital punishment has to be understood directly. So the Gemara says, no, you're right, give me most about me. No, it's not really capital, it's not the Torah holds a man accountable for relations with his daughter. It's not by Sreifa. It doesn't really make a difference how this woman treats his daughter, whether she's his daughter from a legitimate marriage or whether she's his daughter because he violated her mother. Either way, a daughter is a daughter is a daughter, and therefore there can't be liability for relations with her. By far the most incredible. Rabbi says, primarily Yitzchak Baradini, Asya Hina, Asya Zima Zima. Okay, Rabbi, on the other hand, this is using all of those from a double Zera Shava of Hina, Zima, Zima. Okay, Tani Abuad de Rabbi. If you should know Laban, if you come in a associate, Hutzvah HaKosov Lomar, Ubas Ishko. So the Gemara says, because we did not learn out, right? We don't have an explicit Russia. There's no explicit concept that says, well, if a man has relations with his daughter, he can father through violating her mother, and if he has relations with her, he is tied straight. Because there's no explicit concept that says that. The concept means to say, Ubas ish kohen. So the Gemara says, Ima bas kohen ibis reifa, vein bol of a reifa. So this is what I said. Remember the classic we were talking about a bas ish kohen, right? So again, this is the daughter of a kohen who commits snos. So we had this a while back. This is talking about Iris, this is talking about Nisuin. So the pastor is talking about Harusa. And bas kohen is an Harusa commits adultery. She is a unique halach. Ima bas kohen, he the sreifa being born of the sreifa. Now bas kohen, she herself is judged with sreifa. But the most interesting enough, the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with sreifa. So to again, the daughter that he has from violating her mother, she the sreifa. she is judged with Sreifa, the aim of Ba'ala with Sreifa. But ultimately, again, the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with Sreifa. I'm not Abaye says.
Elon's not a fucking Jewish name.
She's defending her father. You should be who is judged with Sreifa. Her father.
Not one of those popular
Musk not to kill her father, but
Are they going to become popular in the future?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rabbi is fixing that's going. Okay. In that case, you could say the girl is being removed from the typical case of a bas kohen, and she's being judged in accordance with the standards of the typical bas Yisrael. How far? I think it in man muklas law. I think it in real muklas law. Here in the case of Bitam and Sasso. So again, when you go around a woman who is violated, so the nice again, where are you going to put her? Right, you're going to put her in the category of just a regular single woman. That doesn't make any sense. So it's therefore again, the Gemara learns that Allah myself, just as a man is chayiv streifa for violating his daughter, or for having relations with his daughter, so too a man is chayiv for relations with his daughter, even if she is the daughter of a woman whom he violated. That's the takeaway over here. As far as we tell us, where's the love? Where's the love? But let's remember again, as we see the way the Torah is structured is, in order to hold someone liable in a capital case, there needs to be two things. There needs to be a love, right? And an aspect, there needs to be a prohibition, and there needs to be an ownership. So where's the love? Where's the love? As far as we tell us, so we know, you show the Rabbi, the Rabbi, they also not to us. So according to Rabbi, the same person that teaches us the punishment is the very same person that teaches us the love. Ella, when it's honey that Avodah Rabbi Avin, they will say, what about the Tana? Oh, Avodah Rabbi Avin, where is it? I'm Rabbi Loi, I'm a Kra, Al-Chalal as Bitcha, that has no son. Plus it says, do not profane your daughter and have her commit an act of immorality, or literally against it. It's literally translated, do not profane your daughter that has no son, have her become a harlot. So we'll say, so again, that's possible. They just that a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if that daughter has no legitimate marriage, but even if that daughter herself is from a woman whom he violated. Okay, incredible. So Maskeh for Rabbi Yaakov, Achol, Rabbi Yaakov, Hi Al-Chalal is Simchalaj Masalah, Shuda Asa. No, that's not what that pasuk means. They will say that pasuk is for something else. In other words, so now, look what's happening over here. We're trying to figure it out, right? We've established that halacha l'maisa, if a man violates his daughter, who he fathered with a woman whom he violated, he is chayiv misa for that. He's chayiv streifa. Where's the law? According to Rabbi and Rabbi, the law is the same source as the actual owner. Okay. According to the other opinions, what's the law? The law is the pasuk of Atachala as Bitchala has no son. Do not profane your daughter by having her engage in acts of harlotry. What's the harlotry over here? What's this nos? Relations with her father. To which Gemara says, well, hold up. We use that pasuk for something totally different. We'll say totally different now. We use that pasuk for something totally different. So Gemara says, hi, no. We actually need that pasuk for something dramatically different. Here we go, the Chidusanya. As we learned, Al-Takhalas has no son. Do not have your daughter engage in the act of harlotry. Listen to this. Yaakov B'Kohen, Hamasi is Bito Lameki, the Yisrael Hakas Medaber. So let's say this is fascinating. One might have thought that the pasuk is actually talking about that a Kohen is not allowed to have his daughter marry a lady or a Yisrael. Wow, right? That's about the preservation of Yichus. And maybe again to preserve proper Yichus. A bas kohen should only marry a kohen, and marrying a lady or a Yisrael, that's the shalom be like an act of harlotry, to which the Gemara says, Amalomar has no soul. Therefore, the pasuk says a father should not keep the Torah has no soul. The chilo shebiznus hakosav megaber. We're talking about the idea, and that most of the understanding over here, The halacha l'maisa is giving your daughter over into a context where ultimately, again, she's going to be engaged in snus. So what does this refer to? The Moser Espito Shalom Machine issues. Giving over one's daughter not for the sake of marriage. Not for the sake of marriage. The halacha l'maisa again, so it's a prohibition upon a father to give his daughter over to a man, not in the context of marriage, but for some immoral purposes. To which the Gemara says, "Okay, lema kra al tachel." If that's the case, the Apostle just say al tachel, singular. Do not profane your daughter singular by giving her over to a non-marital context. My al tachel, what does the plural mean? Shema min atachel. So he's teaching you two things. So we'll say, so number one, you can go ahead and give your daughter over to a man in a non-marriage context. And also number two also teaches you that what? Father can't have a relationship with his daughter, even if he fathers her by violating the mother, because such an act of relationship will be an act of profanation. It will be an act of profanation. That's how much. Okay. Rabbi Hi, after Khala speak Khala has no Khala. I must remember again. Abai and Rabbi, they learned out. He told me I'm a sasso from a totally different source. Like they learned out people and sasso from the sages they drive the Onesh. So that is what Rabbi and Rabbi do with these process. Very interesting. So Rabbi and Rabbi Khala speak Khala Shama. Fascinating. I'm Rabbani. Zer Hamasi Espito Lusot. Fascinating. This refers to someone who marries off his daughter to an older man. What's wrong with marrying off your daughter to an older man? Do not profane your daughter by giving her off, by giving her over to morality. This refers to someone who goes ahead and marries off his daughter to an older man. Now, what's the concern? What's the deal with Rashi? Rashi says, "Masi bito zaken." As soon as on the bottom, when we talk shein in the Kabbalah, so mizane alav, mizane alav. What's the concern over here? If she's very young and he's very old, what's the issue? She's going to have a desire for intimacy. He's not going to have a desire for intimacy. What's going to happen? She's going to see performance outside of the marriage. So you're setting up a situation that is destined to put her in a very precarious state. So therefore, again, the Torah says, when marrying off your daughter, do not put her in a situation where she's going to we'll say, it's fascinating how just the Torah understands human nature. The Torah understands that people crave intimacy. And if they can't find it in the context of their marriage, just the way it's going to work is they're going to look for it elsewhere. Again, Torah obviously is not condoned that type of behavior, but the Torah is understanding that is the way people work. So therefore, again, for a father, do not marry your daughter off to an older man, because if you do that, you are setting almost like a little ego. You are setting her up ultimately again to seek that intimacy outside of the permitted confines of her marriage. So we keep it different. Zahamasha Espito Bulgaris. This refers to someone who delayed marrying off his daughter until she's a Bulgaris. The idea is to marry off your children early. And if a father purposely delays marrying off his children, that's ultimately again setting her aside for a life of snus. So also, this is very interesting. Masha Bito Bulgaris. Oh, actually, sorry, not yet. Actually, take a look, 2 lines up from the bottom. Masha Bito Bulgaris. So that's a fascinating girsa here in Rashi. Rashi says, Shemisada lahafkira umizana. So the word in the Rashi itself is very significant. She's having these desires, lahafkira, to make her hefker umizana, and therefore she commits snus. What is it? So, by the way, it goes with siyunim. We change about the letter K, goes to Rashash, he says Rashash, Magia, lahafkira. Rasha lit Kisha Sa. So says we're going to see on the visual. It's fascinating. Why would a father delay marrying off his daughter? Because listen to this from the Gemara's perspective. when there's a daughter in the house, the father has free domestic help. Free domestic help. If he goes ahead and marries off his daughter, what happens? So now he's got to go ahead and pay for domestic help. The lady marries off for his own benefit. When the father does that, so it's interesting from my perspective is set her up possibly for his loss. She's going to crave that intimacy, going to crave that closeness, and if Allah will be setting up for his loss. Far back on this conversion. The Gemara says, I'm Rabbi Khan, Mishum Rabbi Akiva. So last two lines on from the same pasuk, right? So Atachala es Bitchala has no sorrow. Do not profane your daughter by putting her into a life of zina. What does it mean? So first opinion, it means don't marry your daughter off to a much older man, because again, their drives are not aligned. Rabbi Akiva, don't delay marrying off your daughter for your own purposes, because you're going to drive her to zina. Incredible. I'm not kind of Rabbi Akiva. Listen to this. Ella Rasha Arum, the Hamasha Acha Bogeras. What's this fascinating? There is no poor person in Klal Yisrael who is not a Rasha Arum, a cunning evildoer, right? The cunning Rasha, or someone who delays his daughter from getting married. So the Gemara says, Hamasha Acha Bogeras. What does this mean? It doesn't mean every single poor person is a cunning Rasha. What it means is every cunning Rasha ultimately becomes an onion, becomes impoverished. Just like every single man who delays marrying off his daughter for his own purposes ultimately becomes impoverished. Why? So the Gemara says, this moment, the Gemara says, Hamasha Dito here's but I'm saying the guy who delays marrying off his daughter isn't he a cunning Rasha? In other words, we'll say, what are you talking about? Guy, father agrees, I haven't found that shit. That's my daughter's telling me. Meanwhile, he's purposely delaying her prospects because he wants to go ahead and halacha l'maisa suit his own needs. That's what's happening over here. That's what's driving all of this. Is that not the cunning Rasha? Rabbi was saying, Rabbi, what needs to say? What's an example of a person who is a cunning Rasha, who's going to be impoverished? This ultimately is someone who intentionally delays marrying off his daughter to go ahead and satisfy his own needs. So let's say, it's not like that just found things. What does this mean? Is someone who delays marrying off his own daughter going to go or someone who's a cunning Rasha is going to become honey? What's the shasta? What's coming down with it? Coming down with it, putting your own and problem goes ahead and says, you know what, I want to marry my daughter. My daughter's ready to get married. I don't want to marry her off yet because, again, it doesn't suit my needs. It doesn't suit my needs. So we say that's putting your own needs before your child. Who is the cunning Rasha? The cunning Rasha is the person, as I see in just a moment, is the person who puts his own needs because of other people's needs. So let's say, so a person who prioritizes his needs over other people's needs. There's a cosmic justice in the world. The Prophet says, you're putting your own agenda of self-advancement in front of your own child and in front of other people. What ends up happening to such a person? What ends up happening? You become impoverished. You become poor, maybe not immediately, but over time. Why? Because that's not what the Torah does to you. Religion does not want us to be self-serving. And God says, this is incredibly important in general. First of all, there's a tremendous parent investment that's involved there. A lot of times as parents, what I even realize is that we put our own needs before our children's needs. Like we have this vision for our children about what we want them to become. Like, and I need them to like this. I want them professionally to do this. And they can't get married until they reach this threshold or this or this or that. Now, by the way, sometimes that's great. But sometimes what we don't realize is that's not what my kid needs. That's what I need. That's what I need. And that's selfish behavior. That's putting your own needs before your child's. And it's one of the hardest things I have to figure out. Like, Am I taking these positions because they're actually better for my child? Or am I taking these positions because they're actually better for me? And it's hard because a lot of times our own needs and our children's needs tend to become intertwined and intertwined. But you see, for me, one of the things we have to be so careful about in parenting is making sure, let's say, one of the greatest things for our is in parenting. One of the greatest things in parenting is often as parenting we think like our kids represent a tool for ourselves, right? Everything that I did wrong in life, I'm going to get right through my kids. Well, that's fine, but your kid's not you. And your kid didn't start up to become a better version of you. My child is someone different, fundamentally different than me, with different profiles, different abilities, and different destinies. So you have to be so careful. As most of the parents have these incredible, beautiful dreams, which are so beautiful. Only issue is they never check with the kid whether or not that's what the kid wants to do. Does the kid want to go down this path? Does the kid want this kind of education? Does the kid want this kind of career? This is what the kid's going to do. They just never check with the child. That's putting parental desires and life objectives before the child, and that, as I'll say, is fundamentally selfish. And when you're selfish in life, just understand, it never works out. The Russia Arum, which is only before the needs of others. You can try that, and it may be successful in the short term, but in the long term, ultimately, again, in the long term, ultimately, you become impossible. But also, that you so imperative is making sure that the decisions you're making are the ones that are good for your child, and not the ones that simply benefit. All right, let's go back there. So you might as well say, kind of following up on that, the Gemara says, be careful about getting advice from someone who is only giving you advice ultimately because that's how you ask God to feed their power. For instance, so let's say, so this is getting kind of a pattern. It's like one of the Russia Arab group. The Russia Arab is not someone who's just stuffing content into their mouth. The Russia Arab is a person very often giving you advice, and it may not be even the worst advice for you, but it's not the best advice for you. But you know what is the best advice for? For him. For him. And same idea, sometimes without even realizing it. Drive fast, or the advice all this stuff, despite all the fears and hesitations, it also helps. Benefits me as the parent, not that part, but benefits my child. So what's it? Be careful with someone who gives you advice and according with their what's the better is also very profound. It is from that Yakiba. Right? Remember again, that Yakiba knows what it's like to get advice from people. Because when Yakiba's life, people. Really just one people than one person. There was one person from Yakiba who constantly perpetually told him, you will never amount to anything more than a shepherd. That's what you are. That's what you will be. That's the best shepherd. And those are people, and Yakiba had one person who was Raphael. Right? And Raphael told him, you can do whatever you want to be. Right? You want to become the good one, right? You want to become the best of the best. You can do that. So Yakiba essentially says, just be careful who you get advice. Yes. Because had I listened to the majority of people who were whispering in my ear, I would have been a very good shepherd. A very good shepherd in that sense. The Baruch Hashem, I took advice from someone who wasn't self-serving, but rather I took advice from someone who really actually cared about me, and as a result, Yakiba became that Yakiba. Incredible. I'm ready to do that. I'm not going to do those. Like a person goes in and marries, goes back to this. Listen, a man marries up and goes for a much older man. But Masi Isha of no katan, or what's like the reverse is a man marries a woman to his minor son. Remember, as we spoke about, minor son is not the kid you love less, right? The minor son represents again a child. So he's marrying off again an adult woman to his minor son. Close acquaintances. Remember again, I'm money over here. Is again, they're going to be unfulfilling marriages, right? On the first, the daughter's married to much older man, they don't have the same drive. Then the second, his son, he's a child, he's married to a woman, now don't have the same drive. Now listen to this. If someone who goes out of his way to return a lost object to a non-Jew, what's the Gemara says? Allah about such a person, the Pasuk says, "L'man sefos harava esasnera, lo yova Hashem soloach lo." I will say now, the way the Pasuk touches us on the way the mother's understanding this Pasuk of the word, which is really quite profound. L'man sefos harava esasnera. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, "L'man sefos yitvot." Rashi understands sefos means to connect. Now, what's being connected over here? Rashi says, last part of the Hashem is out. Yivos hatzleah, saveh b'gavar, u'sameh l'gavar. Zoku b'yod, zosiyam pashish, zoku b'seh b'gavar b'kotel. Listen to this. According to the Gemara's understanding as follows. You can't connect someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated and expect them to go ahead and complement each other. So, in other words, the idea over here is, right? So the young woman is thirsty. She wants intimacy. The older man is sated. The young boy is sated. The woman is thirsty. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work to pair up someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated, because halacha l'maaseh again, it doesn't work. I will say, by the way, it happens to me that this is a profound so not just by intimacy, but also by marriage. In order to have true shalom bayis, or to have true growth in a marriage, both parties in marriage have to want growth. Right? The worst thing that can happen is when a wife becomes her husband's mashgiach. Right? You know what it is? If a wife is keeping her husband out of bed in the morning, get up and shit, that's a disaster. That's a disaster. The same way, if a husband is telling his wife, you know, you need to become a success lady. You need to be selling Shabbos, you know, you need to make Shabbos at midday on Friday. That's also a disaster. What's the recipe for success? Both have to be thirsty. Both have to be thirsty. Husband has to be thirsty for growth. The wife has to be thirsty for growth. That's the success in marriage. If one is thirsty and one is sated, it's very difficult. Very difficult. One is always going to be pushing. One is always going to be wanting, and the other one ultimately is going to become resentful. Both are thirsty. Then the nice that's the recipe for success. If both are sated, and what? Are a disaster also. Because if both are sated, then that represents a life of complacency, a life of mediocrity. Both are thirsty, ridiculous success. Both are sated, abysmal failure. One is thirsty, one is sated, a lot of shalom bayis. What about the Matzah? What's wrong with going ahead? What's wrong with going ahead and returning a lost object to a non-Jew? I don't know, that sounds like a nice thing. What's wrong with that? So let's say, look at Rashi. Rashi says that Matzah Vigel Kusi, Hishva the Kusi Yisrael. Mara Ba'asmo Shah Shabbos Avei De'enech Shalabos. Listen to this. It's incredible. It's like you should return the lost aspects to non-Jews. That's what we're saying. We're saying like this. That a person who thinks that returning a lost object to a non-Jew is just as important as the mitzvah of Shabbos, that's wrong. That's wrong. As I was saying, I'm going to say something that is incredibly politically incorrect, which is Jews and non-Jews are not the same. We're not the same. And we should not interact with each other as if we are the same. We have to have respect for all of humanity. We have to treat all humanity with dignity. Now let's say, but there is a different level of interaction and a different level of devotion that we must have to each other. And I will say, we don't have to be apologetic about saying it. One simple reason. No one looks out for us except us. And no one has our back except us. And I will say, you know, for so many of us, our senses would go off to this. Like we thought again after the Holocaust, never again. Everybody loves us. Anti-Semitism is not what it used to be. And then October 7th happened, and we realized the world is the same exact world that it has been for thousands of years. And give the world a chance to annihilate Jews, and they'll take it. And give the world a chance to go ahead and turn into anti-Semitic lynchmobs, and they'll do it. And it doesn't matter what country it is, and even as great as this home is to us, anti-Semitism is rampant, and it teaches us one simple lesson. Circle the wagons. Look out for each other. because no one else is going to look out for us but us. So if you're one of those kumbaya, right, and tikkun olam, and everything else, and we're one big community of humanity, you're a fool. We're not big one big community of humanity. We're not. We're not. There's us, and there's them. And that's the way it works. Now, when Mashiach comes, in Eretz Hashem, that'll change. And when Mashiach comes, it will be V'yasa Kulam Adu B'Achos. Humanity will become one. But until then, I think humanity is not one. There's Klal Yisrael, and there's everyone else. We are alone in this world. But again, it's not like we're alone as a nation, or not alone as individuals, because we have each other. And we always have each other. And this is what the Gemara says. If you think just like if you go to Shabbos Adei, oh, again, yeah, the community of mankind, right? The Gemara says you're a fool. You're a fool. That's not true. There's not one day there will be a community of mankind. And also, again, to be clear, the obligation of dignity, the obligation of respect, that's every single person. But just understand that there is a different system of conduct, and a different system of allegiance, and a different system of commitment. So we have that to one another because all we have is each other. We have no one else but each other. And the moment we forget that, is the moment we see ourselves in an overwhelmingly precarious situation. It's like thinking about it, should you return a lost object to a goosey? Of course you should. If you get extra change at the supermarket, should you return the extra change? 1,000% says yes. And don't tell us, you get extra money, right? You be a proper human being. But just understand that there's here between that and the mitzvah of Shabbos Adei, which represents the personal contact that we have with one another. Incredible. So what's the next thing? Where is the cash up? How are you guys? A man who loves his wife like his own body, and one who is recovered more there. So listen, you hear this? You hear this? You have to love your wife like yourself, right? You have to honor her more than yourself. Listen, what does that mean? What does that mean? Why doesn't it say? You have to go ahead. Hey, so what is this mean? First of all, why don't we say love your wife more than yourself? What's the simple answer? Because you can't. It's important you so. The framework of love that I have more than anything is myself. The strongest reflex we have within ourselves is self-preservation. Right? Because deep down, like the most important, we're very beings. So the Gemara says, if you could love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's godless. That's godless. Now, what does it mean to be godless? Now, because love is an emotion. So from an emotional perspective, you can feel that sense of love to your wife. And you can feel you care about her as much as you care about yourself. That's fantastic. The concept of coverage is a physical behavior. Right? In other words, so then when it comes to physical behaviors, you have to do more for your wife than what you do for yourself. And I will say, that's kind of very, very So again, you for yourself, you get a present on your birthday, so that's when you get a present on your birthday, you get a present whatever cover you should for yourself. You like certain things, whatever you like, make sure that your life has even more than that. Cover is physically measurable. So Avo is an emotion, as also, if you care about your wife as much as you care about yourself, that's fantastic. But cover that you give, that's behavioral. The cover you give to your wife, that's the cover you give to yourself. And you're walking yourself. Now, imagine, one of the glows of therapy show. That was again, as I said before, and one who leads his children in a proper path. So let's say, you know that we can stand and we can do it. What does it mean, matching? What does it mean, matching? So what do you mean? What's my dream? What's my dream? God, what does God do? Shows the way. Right? Listen, the most annoying guys is one talk too much. Talk too much. Like, just be silent and movies, right? Right? So effective parenting, much less suffering, much more joy. Do you imagine? Don't tell your kids what to do. Don't tell your kids what to do. Show them what to do. Show them what to do. Listen, I'm talking to anyone who comes over here. Right? This is a motivated group. Whether your kids are asleep or not asleep, you think they don't know on some level that you're waking up early to come to shul, to learn, daven, Shemos and Nefesh, giving up sleep is true. We joke about it, but it's tremendous Nefesh. None of us are going to sleep at 8 o'clock at night, or doing a normal night's sleep, getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Imagine, it's all about the hadrach. You can say whatever you want, you can say nice words, you can say zemiras, you can do all that stuff. It's very nice, it's very beautiful, all important. The most important thing is how you lead. What is the example that you set? And if you lead your children by example on a Garat Yishalom, that's very incredible. Marry them off early. Never say, okay, this is really early. I Samach Lapirka means a little bit before they reach adulthood. Right? Which again, today's day and age is about 25, right? So marry them off a little bit before they reach adulthood. I love our cousin Omer. About such a person was I see it's four ingredients over here. Number one, love your wife as much as you love yourself. If you can reach like people like this, I love my wife more than I love myself. I love my kids because I'll say calm down, right? If you could love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's an accomplishment. Right? Love her as much as you love yourself. Number two, but give her more covet, which is behavioral stuff. Give her more covet than the covet you take for yourself. Number three, don't tell your kids what to do, but be a macho. Be a good guy. Show them what to do. And number four, marry your children off a little bit before adulthood. That goes into the pasuk says, "V'yadata, Shalom Alecha, U'pakaras Alecha, Pasuk says no, and we have to say everything we're doing. Your home will be remembered for good, and ultimately again you will not come to sin. So this is about a wise one that was brought down, because again we just saw before. The Gemara says you shouldn't marry off your kid before adulthood. So what's happening? The Gemara says no, it's not a kasha. It's not a kasha. The Gemara says someone will be a kasha. No. Ultimately, again, this is literally talking about right before they reach the age of adulthood. So again, they're on the cusp of adulthood. So the mice again, that's not a big deal. Speaking about not marrying off your child as a couple, that's not much when you're still very young. Incredible. I don't want to know. I'm going to stop over for today. We're fine. Tomorrow is very short. After your session. Kind of short. Was that tremendous? Tremendous way to start the week.
If not dead. Your current heavyweight champ is having, I don't know if you saw this, is having a serious eye surgery. He's out 9 months. Aswell's going to be out 9 months. 9 months. So, okay, John Jones wants one more. You do it at the White House. This gets out there. Okay. There's no longevity. I just don't get it. I don't think it has this issue with Francis, but he's by far the biggest free agent out there, by far. If you're not really
our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our annual comic sponsor of Tough Shoes for the
health of the division.
For dedicating all the human
Francis St. John, that's fucking huge at the White House.
On his engagement to our youth calling Mazel Tov. Our
Francis John, okay. John Aspinall, okay. You have Francis Aspinall. You have Vincent Rico in there. Vincent Gable. Stevenson's in there. Now we're cooking. But for whatever reason, they're just like, nah, we're good with what we got. It's a fucking shit show. Just
Health and Hatzlacha.
That's
beautiful.
Let's say outside of John Aspinall.
Charles
You're probably right. John Aspinall, that division right now, right?
Rothschild, in honor of the new baby girl to Zazie and Michelle Rothschild. Mazel Tov to Zazie's grandparents, Chaim and Rothschild, and this is Joanna Moshe and Regina Guardian of the family. Mazel Tov. We want to continue to sell Tavos to Club. Let us begin. Contact us. We have to end a few minutes early. Thank you. Thank you. I wasn't planned. I just want to point out it was not planned. Thank you. So let's we're actually also going to start from the top of Iron Man. My son often do tree estate. Did a great job on some very little notice. I'm sorry?
And they're doing nothing about it.
You did a really good job. I do feel you were showing up a little bit at the end. With the things you have to get from, like, you know, I'm dealing with things to the middle of Iron Hay on the outlet. So you're showing up the old man with the it's fine. It's okay. It's good. Young kids. All right, so we're just for the sake of the comment that wasn't there, for the sake of having a recording as well, we're just going to start with top by hand dollar. 75 days. I'm going to have them around.
Not a chance in fucking high hell.
I'm going to do it. Might see the other effort. She doesn't end up beating Shabbos.
Well, if he's good,
You're going to destroy the man who set his eyes upon a woman. The hair long, leave over here. Right to the and what happened was heart was filled with incredible desire. Now, Rabbi points out that we have Nemo, Ava, you can't believe over hair. Ultimately, again, and you lost it. Probably better say you lost it, sick. But ultimately, again, it becomes infatuated with the loss of better time is what the in the beginning. Where is the mistake? Where is the mistake? Where is the mistake? One of the reasons that we have to be so careful with Shmiras Ha'inayim, what we look at, is because, as the Gemara says, Einayim rolls, the eyes see, Mahalim Chogate. Once you look at something, it unleashes a certain process going forward. So it's incredible how you can see over the from the beginning where the mistake was. Why looks that way? Why not be careful with yours? Why not be a big deal again? Yes, we all know this incredibly right. But when I was fascinated to see sometimes in regular shoes go off the rails, and you're not exactly sure where it will off the rails. And then other times are like they're so abundantly clear where exactly things went off the rest of the year. Yes and no. So you have to buy the show and you're like, the video has been back there down there. And you're like, something has to keep going. And you got this out, look, this guy is not sure he knows. The only possibility, the only report we can have, is if you have to enter with this one. Okay, I'm going to come in. And let me say, go to stop. He's all right. No, I can't do that. Can't do that. So again, I know once I sort of put you're not making me some theory there, but it makes me some type of a situation. So again, so I actually know things that you have to say, people about for them to go and transgress. So we've got this like, okay, down there the one of our people. So okay, fine, that's how I make it. We just have to be able to see her unquote. We can see her unquote, the ultimate program of these songs. These songs, so you know what it says? You can't do that. This is not how we operate. So it's not pretty much how we get that. So let me talk with her. Okay, so you can't have a relationship with her. You can't see her unclothed. Let her talk with her. And it's interesting. At this point, the doctor's already understood that there was a serious issue here. So I said, she doesn't have to speak with her even face to face. I'll call her together.
Next one
is there could be a wall between us. So the Gemara says, Chazal, the Rabbi said, Yamos to the Sabbath in the Rabbi. Also, let them die, but let them not go ahead and have this conversation. What's the matter about the conversation? Because remember, the context is everything. What's the context of this? The context of this was in a illicit, immoral urge. Nothing in the Isha. So again, this entire thing took on an air of immorality about it. So you must talk about who was the woman? Who was the woman? Chad Amar Ishes Isha. So one said she was a married woman. Someone said that makes a lot of sense. If you tell a married woman, you understand the incredible resistance that the rabbis have to any level of interaction between this man and this woman. However, the Chad Amar says that she was single. She was single. So this woman, so anyone said that she was a married woman, shocker. The whole story makes a lot of sense. If she was single, I don't understand why you say that here. What is it exactly that's unfolding over here? So the Gemara says, because
This is one thing with this, like, when Tim Starr said, no, that you're selling your soul. We're not asking you to have an island. We're not asking you to visit kids.
It would be embarrassing for her
dark way.
and
That's
reputationally potentially damaging
I
for
think
her
what
to go ahead.
what Channing Crowder is saying is, you wouldn't box, which is your job, for $100 million. Like, there's nothing that you would pay to box, which is your job. So it's not something, they think something different. Like, your girlfriend's like, yeah, they want this, okay, like, they give up this, I don't know what it is. But selling your soul to your job, yeah. I'm doing my job. Yeah, that's what if they're like, yo, then you, I don't know what the fuck they're asking. If I assume it's $100 million to box, which is your job, that's not selling your soul. That's doing your job. Let's take a little break here. Listen, GLP-1s are all craze right now. Your favorite celebrities getting skinny. It used to be a super thick one. Now they're skinny. Like, what are they doing? They're just button up their diet. They're not. There's a way to do it. There's a smart way to do it. There's an easier way to go for everybody now. That's where Roe comes into play, man. Roe offers the first FDA-approved GLP-1 pill for weight loss at the lowest cost around. Most people think GLP-1s are super expensive. They're not. The new GLP-1 pill is the same weight loss ingredient as the shot, packs comparable results to the shot, can help patients lose up to 14% of their body weight in a year on average. I've seen fast results in that. That's one daily pill for fewer cravings and feeling fuller with a new formula clinically proven to maximize weight loss. The days of starving yourself and self-discipline, this is your cheat code. Alright, the new FDA-approved GLP-1 pill is available for $149 for the first dose in addition to your RO membership fee and $2.99 a month for higher doses. Roe offers the lowest cost GLP-1s whether you're using insurance or paying cash. We got you on your first online visit. You're eligible for treatment. You can expect to start your medication in less than a week if you pay cash, around 2 weeks if you're using insurance. Go to ro.co/shop to see if you're eligible for the new GLP-1 pill on Roe. That's ro.co/shop to get started on Roe. Go to ro.co/safety for box warning and full safety information about GLP-1 medications. Based on studies of non-diabetics with obesity and ovarian plus and weight-related conditions with diet and exercise. Go to ro.co/shop to see if you're eligible now for the new GLP-1 pill on Roe.
I looked at one more time. Like, she's single, so it's much easier than me. It's much easier than me over here. Let me get married. Let me get married. So the Gemara says, no. Let me sell, let me rest the bank thing. No. Because if they're married, they're going to find out of it. If they're married, so then what's the point of that?
That's a question. Like, what's even stand for? Like, is there something else? Because again, if it's $100 million to do your job, which your job's been the same thing since you're 6 years old, is it being a boxer fight school? The lot is starting night. Again, we're selling your soul. So there's something else going on. I don't know the details of how you got there. Selling your soul, what are you talking about? Yeah, especially if they're saying, like, well, since he's done already, had to lose my boy. You're a prize fighter. Yeah, exactly.
If it's permitted, it's not the same type of satisfaction of lost stolen.
Yeah, it sucks that Channing guys are in that situations. It's like, I don't know. At the same time, we all agree we would do it for $100 million.
The same as one idea.
Especially if you're job. But if you said, like, I'm done, it's over, I don't want to do this anymore, then off you go.
What does that mean? That the full pleasure of Bia has been removed. Sometimes they say that has been destroyed and it's been given over to all the Avera. So it's like actually this morning. It's not a beautiful idea, but it's safe and normal government.
Perhaps.
And he says it's
some great artists, a champion of some sort of emotion. He finally won a fight.
You know how you show these, how you show these on the Shina within Israel. And showing how you add with Kaddish Atzman Kiroi. The Ace has zero. It's interesting. Oh, yeah, one of the most interesting things is this idea of a person being convinced themselves, sanctifying themselves.
It's not a big deal, but John once said that
and during the
you
act of
has been in the
relations.
gym and actually started training with professionals now. So he's not saying whether or not she's actually
I
turning,
realize
but
I'm familiar with this concept,
obviously
but it's one of the most
intimacy.
basic ideas. Because again,
When you train with
intimacy
pros,
can be beautiful,
when
obviously
you're
should
at
be
her level,
beautiful,
though,
should
she's just
be
gonna train
meaningful,
with the amateur.
but
The shit up
and
makes
holy,
you so skilled, though.
it's a strange concept. It's a strange concept. It's a strange concept. They should be
I think this is probably the last one since
contextually it's holy because it goes marriage,
before he's gonna fight just in case you start eating
future
inside the
girls.
locker room.
But
Even
remember
like
what he says,
our match
when
comes
there's
out,
a
just
story, there was the ability to infuse a dynamic of holiness even into intimacy. He says, and holiness and kasha, listen to this, kasha me'od yekani shir ha'dvarim ha'nizkarim le'el ba'yakat. What things in this was destroyed, it's very difficult to experience pleasure and holiness at the same time. Look at the pleasure and look at the holiness. Pleasure and holiness simultaneously, says the man Rabbi, is very, very difficult to come by in a world of elevation. So those are such a values. And now again, when you talk about pleasure and holiness, you talk about pleasure and holiness in the realm of intimacy. In other areas of life, pleasure and holiness go very well together. But in intimacy, sometimes it's hard to distinguish, or it's hard to feel both that feeling of personal pleasure and holiness interwoven together. So that's what Yitzchak said. Yitzchak and Yom Shecharav B'Tzemach, the English was destroyed. Nitla Kam Yom, the Nitla over there. What does that mean? That somehow that the enjoyment of love, the enjoyment of intimacy, was taken out of the realm of holiness and was made a bit more illicit. Was made a bit more perverse, was put a bit more like in the category of just a pleasure-seeking type of activity. It's fascinating. Then he goes on and he says, that again, why do you decide marry this girl? Because my husband didn't talk to her. Because part of his love, however, he desire was the fact that he couldn't have it. I will say, you know, this is not you love this life. You love this life. What is it? The forbidden fruit is always sweeter. The stolen waters are sweeter. Where did this come from? So where did it come from? Where did it come from? What's the origin of this? Is
That's it. All right, kids. Thank you for watching. As you're watching, if you missed last week's new bonus episode, we do them on Thursday as well now. We're twice a week, baby. Stepping our game up. There's a lot to talk about, so hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll do fan questions again this Thursday, so I'll post it on my IG story as usual. I got so many for the last episode. I will use some of those, but we'll get some new ones as well. So stay tuned. Send your questions. Just DM us. Bye, kids. That's it. Love you guys. I'll see you out there on the streets. I'm out.
Deep down, it actually feels like everything. I'm not going to teach about this. Everything that we want and we desire always comes from a good place. See, my most innate desire is for growth. I constantly want to be more. I constantly want to become more. I want to live in a consistent state of growth. So therefore, what the Neshama says is more, and more. But what happens in life? Too often in life, let's say it's like the Neshama goes ahead and dispatches a message, right? The Neshama dispatches it to the body. What's the challenge? The challenge is that the body often corrupts the message in different ways. You see this a lot in life. Like, let's say, it's interesting that people get. My mother was speaking on Shabbos Shabbat. She spoke so beautifully. She was speaking about that. My mother actually grew up. She was born in Europe after the war, and my grandparents settled in Byron, New Jersey. And my grandfather's brother, Rothschild, Hashem, had a hand in really creating the Jewish community there. The one thing they didn't have there was a high school. So amazingly enough, like my mother actually came to Gonzaga of Baltimore. Incredible, my family had no shackles to Baltimore. Came to Gonzaga of Baltimore. So when we moved to Baltimore 21 years ago, for my mother, it was like a tremendous circle. That was like, you never had shackles in Baltimore. And so she was speaking about, I'm not going to give you the whole drush, it was beautiful. Much shorter than my drush, it was very beautiful. And she was speaking about homesickness. Homesickness, again, it was so beautiful. Homesickness, relating it to my daughter, to the Kala. And what's homesickness? I'll say, where does homesickness come from? The neshama yearns to go home. The neshama always yearns to go home. Like the Rabbi Yitzchak says in the pasuk in Tehillim, call the neshama to halal ta. Like every neshama has to praise God. And the Zohar Kodesh writes, "V'chol neshima u'neshima to halal ta." With every breath, you have to praise Hashem. Every single time a person exhales, the neshama wants to jump out of the body and go back to Shemayim. And it goes, well, he keeps the neshama inside of the body. So the Rabbi said that's why every single time you breathe, you have to thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu, because he's keeping the neshama in your body. Right? Because the neshama is homesick. So what happens? The neshama broadcasts a message of homesickness to the body. So how does the body relate to it? How does the body relate to it? The body relates to it ultimately again as physical homesickness. That's why we experience this. It's easy. You can go on vacation. Let's say what happens when you're on vacation? What happens on vacation? Right? After a few days you want to come home. Right? It's interesting, right? Especially if you have kids. Right? In other words, right? So in other words, after it is fascinating to be having the most incredible vacation in the world. But there's a certain moment where you're like, okay, you're like, I'm done. Like I really want to go home. But why? Like it's beautiful, it's fantastic. Because it's something that comes from the neshama. And the neshama says, I want to go home. Every neshama wants to go home. And it broadcasts the message to the body. I want the most important. You see this in so many things in life. I would say one of the most fascinating dynamics of human behavior to me is window shopping. Window shopping. I can't understand. But like people enjoy window shopping. I think it's the same as sold. The neshama wants to acquire more and more and more and more mitzvahs. So what happens? It broadcasts the message of acquisition to the body. So when the body gets that, the body often converts these messages into something physical. So shopping, people like to shop, people like to acquire. It's the same dynamic over here. Why are we drawn? Why are we drawn to the forbidden items? It doesn't come from a bad place, fakert. It actually comes from a place of holiness. And the neshama wants to acquire more and more and more. And it's constantly broadcasting to the body. Give me more. Give me more. Don't content yourself with what you have now. I want more Torah. I want more mitzvahs. I want more kedusha. But all too often, what ends up happening? The body corrupts the message of the neshama. So the neshama is saying, "Give me more." I said, "Let's do it. Let's do it. You want more? I'm going to give you more." The problem is the body often corrupts the message. And the body takes the message of more, including that which is forbidden. That's why, again, we're so often drawn to the mighty beginning taco, to the forbidden waters, to the stolen waters, because that's the body's corrupting the message of the neshama for more. And I will say it's so important because a lot of times when we're pulled towards certain things in life, we often like to think, or we often condition to think, that the things we're pulled to are a result of certain carnal desires, wants, and lusts that may be true. But sometimes you'd be surprised that those desires really are coming from the neshama, but it's the body that is corrupting the message and taking you in all the wrong directions. Incredible. I would say, Hadralach ben Salamora, Shkoyach. Incredible. New Mishnah. Here I am instructing. All right, on to later topics like Sreifa. So let's say, so again, these are the people who experience Sreifa, execution by Sreifa. Now, we spoke a little bit about, we're going to get into the dynamics of Sreifa as well. Remember, Sreifa is not burning someone, but rather, again, Sreifa is internal Sreifa, the molten lead. We spoke about this already before. We'll speak about it more in the minutes to come. So let's go back there. These are the people who are executed with Sreifa. A man who has relations with a woman and her daughter, and the Bas Kohen who committed adultery, so we saw that extensively. Now, there are other people included in this category of woman and her daughter. Now, we'll have to define a lot of these lines in the Gemara. Bito, who's included over here, his daughter. Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter. Bas Beno, the daughter of his son. Bas Isha, the daughter of his wife. Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter. Bas Beno, the daughter of his son. Chamoso, mother-in-law. Ve'im Chamoso, the mother of your mother-in-law. Ve'im Chamot, and the mother of your father-in-law. So again, we'll have to break out these categories. I have to break out these categories into a little bit more depth. Level. So the bottom line, all of these arayos are forbidden, and the penalty is straight. So let's analyze. Now it's interesting. The Mishnah doesn't say that if a man has relations with a woman whose daughter he married. Right, so in other words, it doesn't say that if you have relations with the mother of, sorry, right, if you have Abba, you should have relations with a woman who's doing that, which is actually your mother-in-law. So it doesn't say that. Elo, Haba al Isha Ubita. Right, Russia, the Mishnah is a man has relations with a woman and her daughter. Michlal, the Tarbayu Sira, which indicates to us that both of these women are prohibited. So who are these women that we are discussing? Chamoso ve'im chamoso. It's actually talking about one's mother-in-law and the mother of one's mother-in-law. Vikatani, and we learned that there are other people included in this category of a woman and her daughter. So let's say the inference is that these two women, in other words, Chamosa and Ein Chamosa, are written explicitly, but that's not true. But ultimately they learn that from a Midrasha. So according to Rabbi, so this makes a lot of sense because Rabbi says that the fundamental focus over here is the ability to intuit certain prohibitions. Masnisim money, Rabbi Akiva, El Rava Dama Chamoso, La'akramisi, giving them Masnisim money. But according to Rabbi, he says they know it's coming to prohibit the mother-in-law even after the death of a wife. So if he was married to Rachel, so obviously when he was married to Rachel, he's permitted to Rachel's mother. Let's say Rachel dies. The Rachel dies. Is legally permitted to marry his former mother-in-law. So apparently that's the point of convention. So according to Rabbi would say, one of the Mishnah has the Rabbi who has relations with a woman who's his daughter to marry, which is represented with the other mother-in-law. So again, including the category of the mother and brother. I was reading the Kim Chamosa mother-in-law, Kim Chamosa the mother of the mother-in-law, then come up and the mother of and the mother of the side, and the mother of your father-in-law. So you know, I eat the Kabbalah with this year in Chamo, Kami Nami Chamosa then Chamosa. So Bible says, really, what the Mishnah tries to teach me over here is the case of the Chamo, the mother of your mother-in-law. Mother of your mother-in-law. But since he said mother of your mother-in-law, it also included mother-in-law and mother of your father-in-law. So the Gemara says, besides, guys, I don't know. According to Bible, what teaching in Chama, the English over here is mother of my father-in-law. That's the English. But since it says that, it also included mother-in-law and mother of the mother-in-law. Okay, the Rabbi, I do the Kabbalah with this in Chama. So, tiny members, tiny Chama. So, Rabbi said, no, so because the Mishnah wants to teach me. Mother of my father-in-law, it also includes Chamosa mother-in-law and mother-in-law and mother-in-law. So now you know. So how do you know all these prohibitions from? You say that Ish Ashayita as Isha Vesimo. So the passage says that the woman, the man will go ahead and marry a woman and her mother. So let's remember again. So here the passage is quite explicit. Isha Ashayita as Isha Vesimo. Zima but Ish is so here, this is an explicit concept. If a man will marry a woman and her mother, so either marries Rachel and Rachel's mother.
This week, we watched some crazy shit. The Nelk Boys interview with Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, we watched that. We've also watched recently on the Patreon. What is this? The house on the way? Big Jackson stand up.
So the passage teaches me that what? If really marries Rachel, you can't marry Rachel's mother. You can't marry Rachel's mother.
And we also watched
how do I know that it also can't marry? How do I know that it also can't marry? You should know. Rachel's daughter, the daughter of Rachel's daughter, the daughter of Rachel's son, married. So again, tells me about Rachel's mother. How do I know about the generations down below Rachel that the prohibition applies? So you must be very simple. Nema Kaya Zima says over here by mother-in-law Zima. The Nema Lahalon Zima. It says again it was in this is the case of Bas Ishto, the daughter of Moses the Light. This is also Bas Isha Ubita Lo Segala. That's an explicit passage as well. You cannot marry both a woman and her daughter. So it says Zima by mother-in-law, and it says Zima by Bas Ishto, the daughter of Moses the Light. Not Bita, Bas Bita, just like over there refers to ultimately her daughter, and the daughter of her daughter, the Bas daughter of her son, Khan. So over here, Bita applies to the daughter, Bas Bita, the daughter of her daughter, or Bas Peyam. Nine Lasos is a part of King How do you see like women now? At first, guys, we don't know what that phrase means. Let's put it this way. How do you know that you know like women? Now, not trying to love and all that. Says that because you know, I'm going back to myself, and go back to I'm not allowed to I can't tell you that's difficult to hear. The truth is coming from David. So don't hear the truth is coming from David. So, okay, what's like I said, you don't know what that means yet. You know what that means yet, but what that means today. You know, and that's I'm not the king of my love. How do I know that you should make that which is mentioned below? Like that which is mentioned above, once again, no idea what that phrase means. It looks like, it's interesting that it is stylistically, if you look like this, if you look like myself, and we read it myself, we have no idea what it means, we know what it means, and then we explain it later on. We don't think about it stylistically, why not just explain it where it is? So remember, Chazal teach us so many profound pieces of life in this soul, even in very nuanced ways. So much of life is being able to continue forward, even if you don't understand something. Things happen in life, be conscious. But the danger of being conscious is sometimes you get so hung up on the question that you become immobilized. Sometimes you become so bothered by the things you can't answer. I can't recall anything about it. Whereas no, you know what you're doing, you read your right side. But you don't understand what you do, no,
he told us over and over that he and Roby were best friends and all this stuff. Nobody has been responsible more than him. He also told us he needed
but you know, whether you understand it or you don't understand it, you're going to have to move forward one way or the other.
Moving to a super liberal city.
Because there's a good passion doesn't allow you to get stuck in things. And I say, one of the most important life nuggets of information, right? Because you all come up on those situations where like, what is going on here? What is this? It's not passion, not passion. And it's so easy to lose yourself kind of in that abyss of like questioning. But you don't get right there, you get to that right place, but you don't understand, ask the question, move forward. More often than not, when you move forward, you find the answers you're looking for. And even if you don't find the answers that you're looking for, you still need to move forward. Incredible. So the Gemara says, how do we know to equate that which is mentioned below with that which is mentioned above? So again, just seeing the stands over here, we'll see exactly what all of this is referring to, the Lamala and Lamata. But here's the point that I want you to remember. We have two psukim, right? What we're trying to do here is to speaks about two relationships. All three of them are going to be personal. Number one is Isha Shamika as Isha Basima, married a woman and her mother, right? And then the other is Isha Ukita, a woman and her daughter. Those are going to have exclusive. Everything else, we're extrapolating from them. We want to go over the process of extrapolation.
Rounds out by like kind of weird. Not without saying that, but anyway, that's all. Anyway, just by that share some funny moments.
Yes, like I said, extrapolation.
That's amazing.
So you know this as follows. Extrapolation sounds so much more like methodical. I mean, everyone can extrapolate. Extrapolation is, okay, anyway. So the Gemara says as follows.
But I guess I would also do the same thing.
Six times after the battle. You ran last like the not to kill him out, right? So how do you know?
Probably if you write something like this, they don't like it. It's probably an asshole. They're just like,
you ran last like the not to kill him out, right? How do I like to equate that which is mentioned below that which is mentioned above? Now, not kind of Zima, but not how long is Zima. That's going to be like 0 Zima. Not how long, not to kill him out. I tell about to kill him out. you married to Mato, after a long night, again, let's see exactly what this means. Alright, okay, so let's unravel this way. So the first device,
It's possible that
we
if
have to reach
real
the color and like the
I
case.
mean, I would have loved your shout out.
Then it
And
can
you know,
like
we
women.
still
So
need
the
to check
device
out
says, what is that? So the device says, I'm gonna realize it's something to us. My country is what does that mean? Please follow the things. Female, masculine, kibas, idita. Cheers to like this. Means like this. Kibas. And the sun, right? So the show's all about that's what is meant to ruffle. So maybe it's like this. That we already learned that Ruffle's daughter's daughter is prohibited to read. Right? By Ruffle's daughter's daughter is prohibited to read. So too, maybe again, what does it mean to make men like women? That Ruffle's son's daughter is also prohibited to read. Okay, so just like Ruffle's daughter, like Ruffle's granddaughter from her daughter prohibited to read. So to Ruffle's granddaughter from her son is also prohibited to read. So you might something that was even a fast enough to that week off.
Yeah, guys, I don't know if you know about this because we only talked about
Going back together, how much income also. Friday is coming to include instead the mother income the mother of Reuben's father-in-law, like the mother of Reuben's mother-in-law. Just 1 second. Hashta income also no kamaran. Income. We haven't established. I said, we have not firmly established a prohibition. My mother-in-law's mother. That we have not firmly established that. So now we said it, but we didn't establish it. So how can you go ahead and start having unadditionally soon, like again the mother of my father-in-law, before we firmly established the mother of my mother-in-law? So I'm not buying it. I said that it's really hard to do this to say. The end ourselves share how about men to share out how many men know. Like this. How do you know that the same way that our relatives are prohibited to him, so to again, his relatives are prohibited to him as well? Now, my hands, it says over here, but now my arms, okay? The heart, the shy, the gay, see what they see, but comes to any relative, there's no much of zero that is mentioned. On the other, on the Israel, Asya, Asya, zero. And it's also almost like a double BA show. Hina, and Zini, like, oh my God, you know, I said, you're not thinking another. So beforehand, we said, how do you know to make? Not that you mentioned the Lord like that, but you mentioned above. So once again, you're not just going to know. What does that mean? What does that mean? So maybe you say like this. Maybe you will say, so you're trying to figure out the lotion of Lamata to Lamava. Then trying to equate around the Lamata below to that which is above. Okay, so maybe it is like this. This is going to teach you
that made me think that's a comparison to the Greeks. But in some ways,
I'm sorry.
you know, when you're telling a story and I go next to something like
daughters have the same status as Ruffle's daughter vis-a-vis. Okay, so that's the case, but the identity is all in the same source. Hello, in Hamoso. Rather, it's going to say like this. The same way that he can't marry his mother-in-law, like so to again, he also can't have relations with the mother of his mother-in-law and the mother of his father-in-law. So the back is raised, hi,
every time you subscribe,
the lotion of Lamata sounds like, if you understand what I'm saying, let's assume the midpoint, what's the midpoint of all of these relationships, like who's at the middle? The wife, Ruffle, right? So Lamata would be anyone who comes from her, right? Her kids, grandkids, and Lamata would be mother's father's mother, so on and so forth. So if we're coming to say that I'm coming right now, mother of the mother of the father-in-law, they're both side. That's not Lamata to Lamava, but rather what? That's Lamama to Lamata. Because then we're going from the top down. So the Lamata says, you like, you like, change the option, and rather it should read Lamama to Lamata. So let's just limit this. How do you know to make the prohibitions of mother-in-law? Well, mother-in-law is explicit, right? But really, mother of mother-in-law and mother of father-in-law, just like the prohibition of Rothschild, daughter to Rabbi. But essentially,
did want to know about the also when I see him like that, when he got the haircut done or the dye done, he's one of the
relationship to his mother-in-law's mother, and his father-in-law's mother is just like his relationship to his wife's daughter. That's it. That's it. Same that it's prohibited to his wife's daughter. He's also prohibited to his mother-in-law's mother and to his father-in-law's mother. I never the Gemara said definitely used to say, how do you know to know Lamala? Lamala is again the generations above his wife, i.e. his mother-in-law's mother and his father-in-law's mother, just like Lamata to his wife's daughter. That's it. That's the case. Nama kanzim of an Emma. How do I know?
I mean, it could just be like Papa doesn't watch the
generations above, like the three generations ago. So let's say, if you look at if you meet although all this other how long you need to know to Rafa, right? As you go back to Rafa, so how do I know I can say to take the three generations above Rafa and equate them with the three generations below Rafa? Just like you said, the three generations below Rafa are all going to be related to Rafa, right? So can the three generations above Rafa will also be related to Rafa. Which we might say, Nema Lemata Zero. It says Lamala, right? Other generations above Rachel. It says Lashma Zero, and it says also generations below Rachel Zero as well. So you must know that the Shloshim Doros, after Lamala Shloshim Doros. So just like below Rachel is two generations, so you apply the Zero Rachel. Like a few generations above Rachel as well. Lama Ba'onesh, I'm sorry, after Lamala Shloshim Doros. Lama Ba'onesh, also Lamata Kilamala. And just like when it comes to punishment, i.e. Sreifa, we need to get a say Lamata Kilamala. We need the three generations below Rachel, just like the three generations above Rachel, i.e. Sreifa. So too, when it comes to the law will also apply ultimately again Lamala Kilamata. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, we seem to have this fascinating relationship between the three Arayos generations above Rachel and below Rachel. So we'll say, so again, it really becomes quite fascinating because essentially what we begin to see is Luka Raisa with two explicit relationships. Can marry Rachel and her daughter, right? That's number one. And number two, can marry a woman, can marry Rachel and her mother, and Rachel can marry a woman and her daughter. So that's what I got. Now what we do is we see us about the Mata is we're building up the framework. Ultimately, again, the three generations above, three generations below. Beautiful. Beautiful. So you mentioned that Rashi said, no. No, let's go back to what we said originally. Lemata means is not being dangerous. Lemata means a lesser is certain.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
But I also
So just like when it comes to right? The mother of the mother is also. So for example, right? The mother of his mother, just like we also. I'm a cross. Sabai says, because it's in the mother, you should either have to make because his mother will be fired, and he has to make you should anything right. But the single people prohibition does not apply to your mother. Rabbi says, Baby on Gomer, so Rabbi says as follows. Baby on Gomer, don't you know. Baby on Gomer, don't you know the Okibasco. So it seems many franchises that means. So generally, we make zero Shabbat. So the Shaila is when you focus on making zero Shabbat. So don't you know means that Allah was already zero Shabbat. So we have a the result is very much rooted in the origin of the versus don't you know Asra means that ultimately the real Lord is much more focused in the result. So you must listen to this. So again, so whether or not it's whichever way you understand Xer Shabbat, ultimately again, it's not going to work. What do you mean it's not going to work? Why not? So the man that so the one that says ultimately is only that the result is very much reflective of the origin of the word. So the Gemara says, not he in Ma'asiyah, just like by Rothschild. Ultimately, again, her mother is going to be Asur to the name. Akinami in Ma'asiyah. So to the Ruben, his grandmother, like the mother of his aunt, also going to be Asur. And we learn from this, again, we learn from the place of origin, not people straight up, just like again, proving with relations with Rothschild's mother's mother, like Rothschild's maternal grandmother, and he talks about straight up, not being straight up, so if Reuben has relations with his grandmother, it will also be able to be straight up. The Mandama says, but the Mandama straight up, but according to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more hammer than Skiba, you can ask the Pirkah. Umarvihi Shikim Ima Sreifa. So say ultimately again, when it comes to their relations with her mother, for instance, that's partial by Sreifa, Tamar Bahu Shima Skiba. If Reuben has relations with his mother, it's partial by Skiba. No, Ima Skiba, anyone with Sreifa, doesn't make sense. That if Reuben has relations with his own mother, it's with Skiba, but with ultimately again the mother of his mother is with Sreifa. So it's called furthermore, Mahi lo chalakta, ba, they ima le'enima. Just like when it comes to Rachel, there's no distinction between her mother and her mother's mother. So Reuben, there should not be a distinction between the prohibition between his mother and his mother's mother. Okay. And according to the opinion that says, ultimately, again, the skila is more hammer, you don't have to deal with the same question. Fine, so that's part one. Part two, and according to the opinion that says, when it comes to Xer Shabbat, we're much more focused. We mount the entire Xer Shabbat on the result of the Xer Shabbat. So the Gemara says, Mahi Ein Asura, just like by Rachel, her mother's mother is Asur. So to again, Reuben, his mother's mother is also going to be Asur. And let's derive the halachas from that result. Hasam is Sreifa. So the also again, the halachas is by Sreifa. About Hachab Skila, but ultimately in the mirror should be like Skila, the Ashtikon Bimo. As we find the person by his mother, which is Skila. So the man does, the man was Sreifa Tamura, he can live up. According to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more common, like another forever. Like the Gemara says, top of my above 76 now he should take the Sreifa. But not by Rachel. Rachel relations with Rachel's mother's name is Sreifa. Tomar Bro, she was Skila, by him the relation much with Skila. Furthermore, they also say, why should his halakha be different than hers? Or his halakha be than hers? Just like by Rachel, there is no distinction. These are the moving later relations with Rachel's daughter or Rachel's mother. Either way, it's going to be Sreifa. So to by Reuben, there should be a clinical relation with his daughter or relations with the mother of his mother. So many bad, like it says that skill is not summer. May I push up non deal. Ultimately, to go to have this same kasha about the issue of a deal. So what is that over here? I feel like we've reached real clarity with this. So we're going to so bottom line, what's the takeaway? To really signify this, you actually remember, this is just one of these classic situations where the Gemara is working to there is a profound so let me talk about the value something. So as I say, what we know, right? You guys saw two relationships that are explicit. What are the two relationships? A woman and her mother, a woman and her daughter. That's when are explicit. What our mission is doing is it's building out a framework. It's building out a framework of other relationships, ultimately, again, that will be treated like wife's mother, wife's daughter. And they're punishable both by Sreifa. The paradigm that we're using is Lemala Kilamata, Lemata Kilamala. Using the wife as the Arayos midpoint over here, what we're understanding is those who are above her, and we're going 3 generations above her, 3 generations below her, essentially are all going to have the same framework for Arayos. Now again, all we're doing right now is working through this process and trying to figure out how to get the parties and what the conclusion is because we read the Mishnah. Now we're just trying to figure out ultimately how to get this conclusion. What I will end up with is a tremendous disaster over this. You know this, you see the Gemara like this. What you have a Gemara or another Gemara, and it doesn't feel like you reach any significant conclusion. So let's say certain trends is sort of like, and then you have a problem, you have an issue, it is incredibly important to talk about. Incredibly important to talk about. Now sometimes it can be frustrating to talk things out loud. Especially what's happening in marriage all the time. It is important to start in marriage. Sometimes it's something perhaps that the spouse wants to talk about. So you're like, okay, let's talk about it. And then what happens, you've been talking about it, and you're talking about it, you can be right and crazy. And you know, I'm not talking about it. You look at it when you talk about it, and then it goes on. And what happens? What are you thinking in your head? What is in your head? This is not going anywhere, right? This is not going anywhere. We're talking about the same things over and over and over. This is not getting anywhere. Listen, it's important to understand the tremendous result in relationships is that sometimes you just have to talk about it, even if it doesn't feel like it's getting anywhere. But sometimes just allowing someone to talk things out and to unload the things that are sitting on their neshama. Even if in your mind your experience is getting more confused, or perhaps you have less clarity than when you started, is in and of itself a cathartic and profound process. And I think so often when the Chazal kind of skip all of this stuff, the reason why I focus so much on Gemara, because anything and everything to be successful in life is in Gemara. It's all here. And we see sometimes having conversations like, what are you talking about? Did we just talk about that? Or did you just say something different? Or something giving someone who you care about just the safest space to be able to express themselves, to talk with you. Even if you are not wondering what it is exactly that we are doing over here, is a profound stepping stone in a meaningful relationship. Because you can't get to the conclusion unless, of course, you're first ready to go through this process of talking and re-talking and re-discussing. So Chazal not just giving us information about how we get to the conclusion, that's the sreifa, but rather than Chazal also telling us how to address, how to build a multiple relations. So I'm sorry, we should have something for today. Let's say maybe if we could get a couple of comments just to help out. Can we just resize this here? This is straight, so what's off? Explanation gets in there, so what's off? Look at that on it.
That's different. Let's see what we got next here. 15 days ago, we already saw that one. 5 days ago, Peter Gooch Sr. Doesn't make sense.
All right, folks, good morning, good Hashem to be able to give again a new week of learning together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual commentary sponsor of Tavshin Pei Hey and Tosim Mishpacha, dedicating all the Shem Joshas this year, wishing a Mazel Tov to Yeshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Our commentary sponsor for the month of Adar, Haba Alina Lutova. Stephen Steve Singh, loving memory of Tony's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yossi HaKohen. The Ziv, Levin, and Burning Fountains in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael. Our day of learning sponsors, Maya Hoffman, in the schools of Avram Ben Gardino, Shulamit Bas Brian Amino, Baruch Raphael Melech Ben Shulamis. May they all have health and hatzlacha. Beautiful. Our Dr. sponsor today, Alan Wiseman, in memory of his father-in-law, Charles Newman, and Zechariah Ben Yisrael C. Zechariah Bracha, and Ellie Rothschild, in honor of the new baby girls, to Zazie and Michelle Rothschild, Mazel Tov, Zazie's grandparents, Chaim and Anna Rothschild, and his sister mother-in-law Moshe, and Yardina Garden and family. Mazel tov, Mazel tov. Result to continue B'Sorah Kabbalah for Klal Yisrael. Those with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Ayin Hey. I apologize to you guys. We have to end the shira a few minutes early. But thank you. It wasn't planned. I just want to point that it was not planned. But thank you. So let's but we're going to pack in a lot. We'll actually also start from the top of Ayin Hey. It's not out from the Shia State. Great job. Some very, very little notice. I'm sorry. He did a really good job. I do feel he was showing off a little bit at the end with the pace. He had to get from Ayin Gimel with days to the middle of Ayin Hey with Aleph. So he's showing up the old man a little bit. But whatever, it's fine. It's okay. It's young kids. All right, so we're just for the sake of the cover that wasn't there, and for the sake of having a complete recording as well, we're just going to start from the top of Ayin Hey now. 75 days. I'm going to give them around. I'm going to read them around. There was once a story of a man who set his eyes upon a woman. The ha'ala libo b'tina. And what happened? His heart was filled with incredible desire. Now Rashi points out that the ha'ala libo b'tina limo k'miro ava yikamkin libo b'ha'ala. Ultimately, again, he became lovesick. It's probably better state of lust. But ultimately, again, it becomes infatuated with the lust. By the way, tremendous Muslim aspect from the beginning. Where was the mistake? Just I would say one of the reasons that we have to be so careful with Shmira Sainayim, what we look at, is because the Gemara says, in the road, we are seen b'halei chomeit. Once you look at something, it unleashes a certain process going forward. So it's incredible how you can see over here this where the mistake was. Shenasan einav b'isha'achas. Why look that way? Why not be careful with Shmira Sainayim? Why not be a bit more diligent? Well, again, listen, we all know this Nisayon. We know this Nisayon incredibly well. But it's fascinating to see. Sometimes in life, things go off the rails, and you're not exactly sure, where it went off the rails. And then there are other times in life where it's so abundantly clear where exactly things went off the rails. So here, Nasan Einav. So you must have both the came and they asked the doctors, Va'amru, Ein lo takana ad shekibah. And the doctor said, look, this guy is mamish definitely ill. The only possibility, the only refuah he could have is if he has relations with this woman. Okay, I'm not coming. No, can't do that. So again, I will say, so the conscious, we must make the assumption right now that it must be some type of a rayos situation. So again, a rayos is one of the things that you have to sooner give your life for than to go ahead and transgress. So the doctor said, okay. So okay, fine, he doesn't have to have relations with her. He just has to be able to see her unclothed. Ultimately, he'll be fine. So the Gemara says, a young man slash how many fun about Rabbi. So the Chum said, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. This is not how we operate. So the Gemara says, so let him talk with her. Okay, so you can't have relations with her. You can't see her unclothed. Let her talk with her. And it's interesting, at this point, the doctors already understood that there was a sneeze issue here. So they said, she doesn't have to speak with him face to face. Go ahead, guys. Let us speak with them. There could be a wall between them. So the Gemara says, Chazal, the Rabbi said, ultimately, let him die. Let him die, but let them not go ahead and have this conversation. What's the matter about the conversation? Remember again, context is everything. What's the context of this? The context of this was in a illicit, immoral urge. Nasan einav ba'osi isha. So again, this entire thing took on an air of immorality about it. So the Gemara says, who was the woman? Who was the woman? Chag Amar Eishes Ish Haisa. So why is it she was a married woman? That makes a lot of sense. If it's already a married woman, so you can understand the incredible resistance that the rabbis had to any level of interaction between this man and this woman. However, the Chag Amar Haisa, the other thing is, no, she was single. She was single. So Bishul Naman Damar Eishes Ish Haisa. So according to the opinion that says that she was a married woman, Shakir, the whole story makes a lot of sense. Almanar Ruya Haisa, my kulehai, if she was single, I don't understand why this Siddhartha? What is it exactly that's unfolding over here? So the Gemara says, Rapapa Amar Mishum Gam Mishpacha. Rapapa said ultimately again, because of Pigam Mishpacha. Now, he's Pigam Mishpacha. Rashi said, V'yem Mishum Pigam Mishpacha. Ha'isha Shahayu Boshim B'davar. Even if she was a single woman, it would have been embarrassing to her family and reputationally potentially damaging for her. So go ahead, take a shit over. So the journal lesson says this. You just try to figure out which way we're going. Okay, got it. Right? It's shifted this way, right? Yeah, this is a very bad. Okay. Sorry. Anyways, the Gemara says as follows. So the issue over here is that halacha l'maisa. There is if this girl would get engaged, even if she was single, if she would be engaged in this type of behavior, it would have significant reputational damage upon her and upon her mishpacha. So this is about setting an example. Let's setting an example. Let's say, one of the things we live this now, right? We live in this type of society. It seems to be maybe smoothing back some other ways. But like where there's no code of morality. And whatever you feel or however you identify, whatever you say, that becomes the truth. Then when there's human morality, there's no morality. That's the truth. And so Chazal and the rabbis in this piece understood over here that if halacha l'maisa, you just allow these kind of things to go on, even though again, because one may propose his argument that let the guy speak to the woman from behind the wall. What is the big deal over here? He's not going to see her. He's not going to. But it's about what it represents, and what it represents is this guy becoming lustfully infatuated with a woman. And suddenly, again, us catering to that desire. That is an illicit, immoral desire. Now, what do we do with illicit, immoral desires? What do we do with it? We shut it down. We don't cater to it. We don't hand to it. And we don't pretend that it's okay. Society, in order to preserve a system of morality, must have a clear delineation between what is wrong and what is right. And if that means that the guy's going to die, let's say, you know what the reality is? The needs of the many always outweigh the needs of the few. That is the cloud God. Just because someone thinks something or wants something doesn't mean that everyone else has to cater to it. There's a system, there's a society, there's a code of conduct, and that has to preserve all us. Even if it means the guy's going to die, the guy's going to die. The guy's going to die. So the Gemara says, I suppose that if she's single, it's much easier remedy. It's much easier remedy over here. Let him get married. So the Gemara says, no. Minsav lo minas v'daita. No, because if they get married, they don't fund that. In other words, if they get married, so then what's the point of all this? Yom shechara beis hamikdash, miklot hambiya, miklot la'ovei. So Yitzchak said, listen, it's fascinating stuff. When David Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, literally, Niknash Hamdiya, which means the full pleasure of Biyah was removed, the full pleasure of relations was removed and was only given over to sinful behavior. Now we're going to come back to what that means in just a moment. Shenei Amar, Mayim Giluvim Yikachon, the lechem started tonight. Again, stolen water is sweeter and hidden bread is more pleasant. So the idea over here is part of what drove this lust is that he couldn't have her. That's part of what drove this. Like, it wasn't because if you marry her, it's permitted. If it's permitted, it's not the same type of satisfaction of lust. Stolen waters are sweeter. So there's actually, even though Yitzchak saying this as one idea, there's really two different concepts in here. The first concept is this idea of nikla kambiya, the nikla ovei avera. What does that mean? That the full pleasure of biyah has been removed, the time of Beis Hamikdash has been destroyed, and it's been given over to only ovei avera. So it's like actually this morning. It's a beautiful idea, but the Sefer Noam Gadol. And he says this on listen to this idea. He says, "Kasher Beis Hamikdash hayakayim." So the Beis Hamikdash stood. והשכינה הישורה בישראל, הישורה בישראל, השכינה, בזמן מותר ישראל, אפשרי היה אז לקדש עצמם כרואי באיס הזיווג. We'll say, it was interesting. I've always been interesting. One of the most fascinating things is this idea of a person being kaddish themselves, sanctifying themselves before and during the act of relations. So I think many of us, I think a lot of us are familiar with this concept, but it's one of the most elusive ideas. Because again, intimacy can be beautiful, obviously should be beautiful, should be meaningful, but kadosh and holy, it's true, it's a strong concept. We understand in the contextually it's holy because it builds marriage, it hopefully creates future goals. But Ramadan says, when the Mikdash story, he went to use a dynamic of holiness, even into intimacy. He says, in Chol Mikdash, Kasha ma'od l'chayim shnei hadvarim, and his karam la'el, gam yachshad. Once the Mikdash was destroyed, it's very difficult to experience pleasure and holiness at the same time. There can be pleasure, but there can be holiness. Pleasure and holiness simultaneously, says the Noam Megadim, is very, very difficult to come by in a world without a Mikdash. So let's say such a profound. So now again, when we talk about pleasure and holiness, it's not talking about pleasure and holiness in the realm of intimacy. In other areas of life, pleasure and holiness goes very well together. But with intimacy, sometimes again, it's hard to distinguish, or it's hard to feel both that feeling of personal pleasure and holiness interwoven together. So that's what Yitzchak says. It's fascinating. Yom Shachar Beis Hamikdash, when the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, Nitla Tam Yom, the Nitla Ma'over. What does that mean? That somehow that the enjoyment of Biyah, the enjoyment of intimacy, was taken over the realm of holiness and was made a bit more illicit. Was made a bit more carnal, was put a bit more in a category of just a pleasure-seeking type of activity. It's fascinating. Then he goes on and he says, that again, why couldn't this guy marry this girl? Because I'm using the country. Because part of his lust and part of his desire was that he couldn't have it. I will say, you know this is right. You know this is right. What is it? The forbidden fruit is always sweeter. Stolen waters are sweeter. Where does this come from? So let's say, where does it come from? What's the origin of this? Adoration had anything and everything at his fingertips. There was one thing he wasn't allowed to have. One thing he couldn't have. The Eis Das Tolbarak. That was the only thing he couldn't have. And that was the one thing that he took. What's the shot? Let's say, it's for all of us. It's for all of us. There are so many permitted things in this world. Yet, we are constantly and consistently trying to what's the shot? There are so many more things that we're allowed to do that are great, that are fun, that are pleasurable. Why are we drawn to this? So we'll say, deep down, it actually comes like everything. Like, we're not losing about this. Everything that we want and we desire always comes from a good place. See, my most innate desire is for growth. I constantly want to be more. I constantly want to become more. I want to live in a consistent state of growth. So therefore, what the Neshama says is more, and more. What happens in life? Too often in life, it's like the Neshama goes ahead, dispatches a message, right? The Neshama dispatches this to the body. What's the challenge? The challenge is that the body often corrupts the message in different ways. You see this a lot in life. Let's see, it's interesting that people get, my mother was speaking on Shabbat Shalom, she was speaking about that my mother actually grew up, and she was born in New York after the war, and my grandparents settled in Lyman, New Jersey, and my grandfather was Rothschild, and really creating the Jewish community there. The one thing they didn't have there was a high school. So amazingly enough, like my mother actually came to the South of Baltimore. Apparently, my family interested. It's like on Baltimore. So we moved to Baltimore 21 years ago. For my mother, it was like a tremendous circle. That's just like she never had any seconds involved. Anyway, so she was speaking about not being beautiful. She was beautiful, much shorter than my brother, but beautiful. And she was speaking about homesickness. Homesickness again was really beautiful. Homesickness and relating it to my daughter, to the color. And what's homesickness? I'll say, where does homesickness come from? The neshama yearns to go home. The neshama always yearns to go home. The Hebrew speaks that in a constantly feelings. Called the neshama tahalel. Every neshama has to praise God. And the Zohar Kodesh writes, they call neshima uneshima tahalel. Every breath you have to praise Hashem. Every single time a person exhales, the neshama wants to jump out of the body and go back to Shemayim. And it goes back to the neshama inside of the body. So the Rabbi says that's why every single time you breathe, you have to thank that Kodesh Baruch Hu, because he's keeping the neshama in your body. Why? Because the neshama is homesick. So what happens? The neshama broadcasts a message of homesickness to the body. So how does the body relate to it? How does the body relate to it? The body relates to it ultimately again as physical homesickness. That's what we experience. It's easy, even if you go on vacation. Listen, what happens when you're on vacation? Right? After a few days, you want to come home. Right? It's interesting, right? Especially if you're with a kid. Right? In other words, after it's fascinating. We have the most incredible vacation in the world. But there's a certain moment where you're like, okay, I'm done. Like I really want to go home. I want like it's beautiful. So guys, because what's interesting that comes from the neshama. The neshama says, I want to go home. Every neshama wants to go home, and it broadcasts the message to the body. I want to. Let's say, by the way, you see this so many things in life. Let's say one of the most fascinating dynamics of human behavior to me is window shopping. Window shopping. I can't understand. Like people enjoy window shopping. It's the same soul. The neshama wants to acquire more and more mitzvahs. So what happens? It broadcasts the message of acquisition to the body. So when the body gets that, the body often converts these messages into something physical. So shopping, people like to shop, people like to acquire. It's the same dynamic over here. Why are we drawn? Why are we drawn to the forbidden items? It doesn't come from a bad place, but yes, as you can see, a place of holiness. The neshama wants to acquire more and more and more. And it's constantly broadcasting to the body. Give me more. Give me more. Don't content yourself with what you have now. I want more Torah. I want more mitzvahs. I want more kedusha. It's all too often what ends up happening. The body corrupts the message of the neshama. So the neshama is saying, give me more. Let's do it. Do it. You want more? I'm going to give you more. The problem is, the body corrupts the message. And the body takes the message of more, including that which is forbidden. And that's why, again, we're so often drawn to the mind-reading to the forbidden waters, to the stolen waters, because that's the body's corrupting the message of the neshama for more. And I will say it's so important because a lot of times when we're told certain things in life, we often like to think, or we often conditioned to think, that the things we're told to are a result of certain carnal desires, wants, and lusts that may be true. And sometimes you'd be surprised that those desires really are coming from your neshama, but it's the body that is corrupting the message and going in that direction. It's incredible. Let's say Hadra and Sora Mora, incredible. Lumishko. Yeah, and it's awesome. All right, on to later talk. So let's say, so again, these are the people who experience Sreifa, execution by Sreifa. We spoke a little bit about, we're going to get into the dynamic of Sreifa. Remember, Sreifa is not burning someone, but rather again, Sreifa is internal Sreifa. We spoke about this before. We'll speak about it more in the Gemara to come. So let's go back to it. And then it's talking. These are people who are executed with Sreifa. You shouldn't be done. A man who has relations with a woman and her daughter, the bas punishes himself, and the bas kohen who committed adultery. So we saw that extensively. You shouldn't be done. There was there are other people included in this category of woman and her daughter. They will have to define a lot of these lines in the Gemara. Bito, who's included over here, his daughter, Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter, Bas Bino, the daughter of his son, Bas Isha, the daughter of his wife, Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter, Bas Bino, the daughter of his son, Chamoso, mother-in-law, Naim Chamoso, the mother of your mother-in-law, Naim Chamos, and the mother of your father-in-law. So again, we'll have to break out these categories. We have to break out these categories into a little bit more depth. Also, the bottom line, all of these arayos are forbidden and the penalty is extreme. So let's analyze. How about Isha Shenosa Bito? Now it's interesting. The Mishnah doesn't say that if a man has relations with a woman whose daughter he married. Right, so in other words, it doesn't say if you have relations with the mother of, sorry, right, if you have relations with a woman before you marry, so it doesn't say that. Hello, Haba Isha Ubita. That Rothschild, the Mishnah is a man has relations with a woman and her daughter. Yichlal, this Rabbi will be Sida, which indicates to us that both of these women are prohibited. Umaniyah, so who are these women that we are discussing? Chamoso ve'im chamoso. It's actually talking about one's mother-in-law and the mother of one's mother-in-law. V'katani, and we learned, that there are other people included in this category of a woman and her daughter. Nechlau, Yitarvayu Ksidi Dehedja. So most of the inference is that these two women, in other words, Chamoso and Im Chamoso, are written explicitly, but that's not true. V'hana Midrasha Asya. But ultimately, Midrasha. So honey, so according to Abaye, so this makes a lot of sense. Abaye says that the fundamental focus over here is the ability to retreat certain prohibitions. Masnisima, and Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Dama Chamoso, La'akarisi, given him Masnisima. According to Rabbi, who says that he was going to prohibit the mother-in-law even after the death of the wife. So if he is married to Rachel, Shabbos when he is married to Rachel, he's prohibited to Rachel's mother. Let's say Rachel dies. So Rachel dies, is Reuven permitted to marry his former mother-in-law? So apparently that's a point of contention. So according to Rabbi would say, one has to read the Mishnah as the following: one who has relations with a woman whose daughter he married. Which is a reference ultimately against mother-in-law. Okay. So again, including in the category of a woman and her daughter are included again Chamosa, mother-in-law, in Chamosa, the mother of the mother-in-law, then Chamot, and the mother of your father-in-law. So the Gemara says, La'abaye, I eat the Kabbalah in the in Chamot, Tani Nami Chamosa, the in Chamosa. So Abaye says, really, what the Mishnah said to teach me here is the case of in Chamot, the mother of your mother-in-law. Mother of your mother-in-law. But since he said mother of your mother-in-law, it also included mother-in-law and mother of your father-in-law. So the Gemara says, sorry, I said that wrong. Friends, Abaye was teaching in Chamot. The Chiddush over here is mother of my father-in-law. That's the Chiddush. But since it said that, it also included mother-in-law and mother of the mother-in-law. Okay, the Rabbi, I do the Kabbalah with mystery of Chamot, saying Chamoso, Tani Nam Basu, Tanami Chamoso. Rabbi said, no, since the Ikra Commission wants to teach me the mother of my father-in-law, it also includes Chamoso, mother-in-law, and mother, mother-in-law, and mother-in-law. So we do know all these quotations.
I have not worked on a
So the Pasuk says, if a man will go ahead and marry a woman and her mother. So remember again. So here the Pasuk is quite explicit. So again, here this is an explicit concept. If a man will marry a woman and her mother, so Reuben marries Rachel and Rachel's mother. You see, the Gemara says, "Simahi, it's nus, ba'eshis rotu." Ultimately, again, sreifa. So this is one of the explicit issues about sreifa. The Gemara says, "Isha sheikach es isha besima, eini ela isha v'imo." I know that it applies to a woman and her mother. Bas Isha or Bas Bita, I don't know about the five relationships. What about Bas Isha? Reuben marries, so let's say, so again, the Pasuk teaches me that what? If Reuben marries Rachel, who can't he marry? He can't marry Rachel's mother. He can't marry Rachel's mother, okay? How do I know that he also can't marry, right? How do I know that he also can't? Elohim Isha Bima. Bas Isha, Rachel's daughter. Bas Bita, the daughter of Rachel's daughter. Bas Binah, the daughter of Rachel's son, Minai. So again, Torah tells me about Rachel's mother. How do I know about the generations down below Rachel that the prohibition applies? So the is very simple. Ne'emar kan Zima says over here by mother-in-law Zima. The Ne'emar lahalon Zima. And it says again also later on, this is the case of Bas Ishto, the daughter of one's wife. This is also Erbas Isha Ubita Lo Sigava. That's an explicit passage as well. You cannot go ahead and marry both a woman and her daughter. So it says Zima by mother-in-law, and it says Zima by Bas Ishto, the daughter of one's wife. Ma'alahalon Bita Ubas Bita, just like over there refers to ultimately her daughter, and the daughter of her daughter, Ubas Bita, the daughter of her son, Afkan. So to over here, Bita, it applies to the daughter. Bas Bita, the daughter of her daughter, Ubas Bita. Incredible. Nine Lasos is a foreign Kinikabos. How do we know that we treat men like women? Now, at first glance, we don't know what that phrase means. That's very useful. How do you know that you have to treat men like women? Namar Khan Zima, Venera Lala Zima. It says over here Zima, again back from also. And by Bas Ishto, it says Zima. Malala is from Kinikabos. Afkan is from Kinikabos. Just like over here, we treat this from like Kinikabos. So over here, we treat this from like Kinikabos. Okay, well, so like I said, we don't know what that means yet. We don't know what that means yet. We'll get to it in a bit. How do I know that we should make that which is mentioned below like that which is mentioned above? Once again, no idea what that phrase means. It's interesting stylistically that we write about this and we don't go to Raisa and we read the Raisa. We have no idea what it means. We have no idea what it means, and then we explain it later on. You know, you think about it stylistically, why not just explain it where it is? Remember, Chazal teaches so many profound pieces of life in Musar, even in very nuanced ways. So much of life is being able to continue forward, even if you don't understand it. Things happen in life, we have good conscious. But the danger of good conscious is sometimes you get so hung up on the question that you become a sometimes you become so bothered by the things you can't answer. It's okay, yeah, I can't move forward. I do right way. Whereas you know what you do when you read your Raisas that you don't understand. You know what you do? Keep going. But I don't understand it. You'll understand it. Or not. Or you understand it or you don't understand it. You're going to have to move forward one way or the other. But one thing is clear. Just because there's a good kasha doesn't allow you to get stuck in place. And I will say, one of the most important life nuggets of information, right? Because we all come up on those situations where we're like, and what is going on? What is this? It's my kasha, my life kasha. And it was so easy to lose yourself in that abyss of life questioning. The abode of life is when you get to that life crisis that you don't understand, ask the question, move forward. More often than not, when you move forward, you find the answers you're looking for. And even if you don't find the answers that you're looking for, you still need to move forward. Incredible. So the Gemara says, how do we know to equate that which is mentioned below with that which is mentioned above? Ne'emar kan zima, ne'emar la'alon zima. Ma la'alon kilamata kilamala, af kan lamata kilamala, uma kan. ומה כאן למעלה כלמטה, אף להלון כלמעלה למעלה כלמטה. So again, just in the stand over here, we'll see exactly what all of this is referring to, the למעלה and למטה. But here's the point that I want you to remember. We have two sukkim, right? What we're trying to do here is, Torah explicitly speaks about two relationships that ultimately, again, are going to be punishable. Number one is Isha Shayikach es Isha ves Ima, marrying a woman and her mother, right? And then the other is Erebas Isha Ubita, a woman and her daughter. Those are the ones we have explicit. Everything else we're extrapolating from there. The Gemara is going through the process of extrapolation. Extrapolation is a word. Yeah. Right? I'm sorry? Like I said, extrapolation. Right. So the Gemara says as follows. Extrapolation sounds so much more like methodical. Right? Anyone can extrapolate. Extrapolation, that's, Okay, anyway. So the Gemara says as follows. I will say, 6 times after the bottom. How do we know?
My number one complaint is the food scene. We can't touch LA.
How do I know to equate that which is mentioned below to that which is mentioned above? Ne'emar kan zima v'ne'emar lahalon zima. That's going to be our Gzera Shalom. Zima zima. Ma lahalon lemata kilamala. Avka lemata kilamala. Umakan lemala kilamata. Avka lemala kilamata. Again, we'll see exactly what this means. All right, okay, so also now let's unravel this verse. So the first thing the Rice said was we have to make secharim like mekabos. To make men like women. So the Gemara says, what is that? So the Gemara says, remember, says comes in cables. My comes in cables. What the world does that mean? It's on the cables. Ilema, bas bino, kibas bita. So maybe let's say like this. I mean like this. That's the son, right? So remember, let's just go with Reuben and Rachel. Right? So Reuben's married to Rachel. So maybe it's like this, that we already learned that Rachel's daughter's daughter is prohibited to Reuben, right? Right, Rachel's daughter's daughter is prohibited to Reuben. So too, maybe again, what does it mean to make men like women? That Rachel's son's daughter is also prohibited to Reuben. Okay, so just like Rachel's daughter's daughter, right? Rachel's granddaughter from her daughter prohibited to Reuben. So too, Rachel's granddaughter from her son is also prohibited to Reuben. The Gemara says, so you remind something. It was either the bas right? Ultimately, again, are those learned out together? And the aim chamav ke'im chamoso. Rather is coming to include instead the mother in chamav, the mother of Reuben's father-in-law, like the mother of Reuben's mother-in-law. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Hashta im chamoso lo kamalan, im chamav mehadralo. We haven't established, we have not firmly established a prohibition of my mother-in-law's mother, right? We have not firmly established that. So now we said it, but we didn't establish it. So how can you go ahead and start adding an additional surim, like again the mother of my father-in-law, before we firmly establish the mother of my mother-in-law? On the base, so I'm not high advisors like this. No, I'll be confused to say. And then Rasos, she'er habamimenu, she'er habamimenu. No, what it means is like this. How do we know that the same way that her relatives are prohibited to him, so too again, his relatives are prohibited to him as well? Ne'emar kan zimo, it says over here zimo, and ne'emar lahalon zimo. Okay. I the b'shar b'dei lo ksiva b'zimo. When it comes to his own relatives, there is no mention of zimo by his mention. Amarava Amar Yitzchak Baragini Asya Heina Asya Zimo. This was almost like a double Gzera Shalom. Heina and Zimo. Amar Vinay last was the Mata Kilamala. Beforehand we said, how do you know to make that which is mentioned below, like that which is mentioned above? So once again, my Lamata Kilamala. What does that mean? What does that mean? Even bas bino to bas bita. So maybe it's like this. Maybe I will say, so I'm trying to figure out the lotion of lemata kilamala. I'm trying to equate arayos that are lemata below to that which is above. Okay, so maybe it means like this. Maybe he's going to teach me that right with his Rachel, that Rachel's son's daughter and Rachel's daughter's daughter have the same status as Rachel's daughter vis-a-vis Reuben. Okay, so the Gemara says if that's the case, these are all the nothing the same source. Elo, in Chamoso. Rather, it's going to say like this: the same way that Reuben can't marry his mother-in-law, right? So too again, he also can't have relations with the mother of his mother-in-law and the mother of his father-in-law. If that's the case, then we'll say the Lashon is wrong. Because we'll say the Lashon of Lamata Kilamala sounds like, if you understand the Rabbi, let's assume the midpoint. Who's the midpoint of all of these arayos relationships? Like who's like the middle? The wife. Rachel, right? So Lamata would be anyone who comes from her, right? Her kids, grandkids, and Lamana would be her mother, and so like mother's mother, father's mother, so on and so forth. So if we're coming to say that we're coming to her now, mother of the mother-in-law, mother of the father-in-law, they're both like, that's not Lamata Kilamala, but rather what? That's Lamala Kilamata. Because remember, it went from the top down. So the Gemara says, you're right, turning the Mala Kilamata. Yeah, you're right. Change the Lashon, and rather it should read the Mala Kilamata. So what's this? How do we know to make the prohibitions of Mother-in-law, but mother-in-law is explicit, right? But really, mother of mother-in-law and mother of father-in-law, just like the prohibition of Rachel's daughter to Reuben. That essentially, Reuben's relationship brings the relationship to Rachel's. Reuben's relationship. This whole thing is just one big mess. And it's like Reuben's relationship. Reuben's relationship to his mother, to his mother-in-law's mother, and his father-in-law's mother is just like his relationship to Rachel, his wife's daughter. That's it. Same way that he's prohibited to his wife's daughter, he's also prohibited to his mother-in-law's mother and to his father-in-law's mother. And therefore the Gemara says that's what it means to say, how do we know to make Lemala? Lemala means, again, generations above his wife, i.e. his mother-in-law's mother and his father-in-law's mother, just like Lemata to his wife's daughter. That's it. Yofi, that's the case. Ne'emar comes in with Ne'emar Lo Zima. He says over here, Zima says, where is Lo? Zima. Mahash, Rabbi says, first of all, like, Umahash, the English of Zima. You don't see it. It doesn't say Zima there. I think you're referring to her. Rabbi argues it needs to say. Minayim Lasos, here it is. Minayim Lasos, Shlosha Doros Lemalo to Shlosha Doros Lemata. How do I know? To go ahead and make the 3 generations above, like the 3 generations below. So let's say, remember again, if you look at Rachel, if you make Rachel, although all this, I don't know how long it is to Rachel, right? I've always raised Rachel, so how do I know I can about say to take the 3 generations above Rachel and equate them with the 3 generations below Rachel? It's just like it says the 3 generations below Rachel are all going to be prohibited to move in the so to again the 3 generations above Rachel will also be prohibited to move in Rachel. To which the Gemara says, Ne'emar Lemaka Zima, and Ne'emar Lemala Zima. It says Lemala, right, which are the generations above Rachel. It says Lashon of Zima, and it says below Rachel Zima as well. So you must know the Shlosh Doros, half Lemala Shlosh Doros. So just like below Rachel, there's 3 generations. So we apply the Zima metric to the 3 generations above Rachel as well. Umad ba'oneh, I'm sorry, Avramah Shlosh Doros. Umad ba'oneh, also the matter to the Mala. It's just like when it comes to punishment, I the Sreifa. We made again about saying the Mata to the Mala. We made the 3 generations below Rachel, just like the 3 generations above Rachel, I the Sreifa. So too when it comes to the Lav will also apply ultimately again the Mala to the Mala. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, they seem to have this fascinating relationship between the 3 Arayos generations above Rachel and below Rachel. So we'll say, so again, it really becomes quite fascinating because essentially what we begin to see is Midoraisa, we have 2 explicit relationships. Can't marry Rachel and her daughter, like that's number 1. And number 2, ultimately again, can't marry a woman and her mother, and a woman and her daughter. So that's what I got. Remember, there was we say Asabal the Malat to the Mata Kilamala is we're building up the framework. Ultimately, again, to 3 generations above, 3 generations below. Beautiful. So Rashi says, no. We all learn to the kind. No, let's go back to what we said on the Lamata Let's say what Lamata means is not going down the direction. Lamata means a lesser Isser. A lesser Isser. The Gemara says, so so it's just like when it comes to Rachel, right? The mother of the mother is Asur. So to again for Reuben, right? The mother of his mother is also going to be Asur. So Abai says the pasuk says it's your mother. You should imo atamachaybo. Because his mother will be chayiv, but the syndical prohibition does not apply to grandmother. Rabbi says, so Rabbi says as follows. Don't So we've seen this many times in the in general, when you make a Zil Shabbat, the Shaila is what do you focus on when you make a Zil Shabbat? So don't you know the halacha is to make a Zil Shabbat. So really, halacha l'maisa, the result is very much rooted in the origin of the versus don't you know the Asra which means that ultimately the Gemara is much more focused on the result. So the Gemara says to this. So, so say, so again, so whether or not, so whichever way you understand the Seder Shabbat, ultimately, again, it's not going to work. What does it mean it's not going to work? You're not going to be able to learn Isser about Ein Imo, the mother of his mother. Why not? So the man that we're going to know, so the one that says ultimately, which means we ultimately focus that the result is very much reflective of the origin of the word. So the Gemara says, not Ein Imo, just like by Rothschild. Ultimately, again, her mother is going to be ushered in the way. So we have Ruben, his grandmother, right? The mother of his mother, and we learn from this. In other words, again, we learn from the place of origin. Just like again, if Ruben would have relations with Rachel's mother's mother, like Rachel's maternal grandmother, we partial by Sreifa. After Nami is Sreifa, so Ruben has relations with his grandmother, so it's Sreifa. The Mandamar says, but according to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more chomer than Skiba, you can ask if you're wrong. So say ultimately again, when it comes to Rachel, their relations with her mother, for instance, who was commercialized Sreifa, Tamar Baru, Shima B'Skiba. So the relations with his mother, commercialized Skiba. No, Imo B'Skiba, Imo B'Sreifa, doesn't make sense that if Ruben has relations with his own mother, Skiba, but with ultimately again the mother of his mother is Sreifa. So it's called, furthermore, Mahi Lo Chalakta, being Ima le'Ima. Just like when it comes to Rachel, there's no distinction between her mother and her mother's mother. So to by Ruben, there should not be a distinction between his mother and his mother's mother. Okay. And the man the Amr says, and according to the opinion that says, ultimately again, the Skila's Markamar, you don't have to deal with the same question. Right, so that's part one. Part two. We're much more focused on the entire Xer Shabbat on the results of the Xer Shabbat. So we must not be in Asura, just like by Rachel. Her mother's mother is Asura. So to again, Ruben, his mother's mother is also going to be Asura. Go to Asura, and let's derive the halachas from that result. Also, we do Sreifa. So they're going to say, the halachas is by Sreifa about halachas Skiba. But ultimately, in the Yerushalayim, as we find this opposition by his mother, which is Skiba. So the man does Sreifa Kamura, he can live from. According to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more Kamura, we have another miracle. Once the Rebbe was at top of I love 76 says, not really. She came out of Sreifa. What about by Rachel? Rachel relations with Rachel's mother's being by Sreifa. Tomar Brahu, Shio Beskila, by him relations must be by Skila. Gold, okay. Furthermore, again, I will say, why should his halacha be different from hers, or his halacha than hers? Mahi lochalak taba, bein vital le'in yuma. Just like by Rachel, I will say. There is no distinction vis-a-vis Ruben, whether he has relations with Rachel's brother or Rachel's mother. Either way, it's going to be Sreifa. So to by Ruben, there should be no conflict between relations with his daughter or relations with the mother of his mother. And the man, the Amr, Skila Chamura, but according to what it says, that Skila is not Amr, may I push up Loni Zero. Ultimately, again, we don't have this same kasha about the issue of age. All right, boys. So we're going to stop over here for today. I feel like we've reached real clarity with this. So we're going to this is a place that. So I'll say, okay. So bottom line, what's the takeaway? Just so maybe stay away from family gatherings. I don't know. Maybe that's the thing, right? So what's so just understand. To really simplify this, you actually remember. Let's say this is just one of these classic situations where the Gemara is working through. Let's say it's a profound piece. So let me first say that. We'll talk about the times anyway. So as it says what we know, right? We don't write stuff. Two relationships we know that are explicit. Relationships, a woman and her mother, a woman and her daughter. That's in our explicit. What our Mishnah is doing is it's building out a framework. It's building out a framework of other relationships, ultimately again, that will be treated like wife's mother, wife's daughter, and they're punishable both by Sreifa. The paradigm that we're using is Limala kilamata, limata kilamala. Using the wife as the arayos midpoint over here. What the understanding is, those who are above her are going 3 generations above her, 3 generations below her. Essentially, all going to have the same framework for arayos. Now again, all the Gemara is doing right now is working through this process and trying to figure out how it gets. The good part is, I know what the conclusion is because we read the Mishnah. Now it's just trying to figure out ultimately how we get to this conclusion. What I will end up with is a tremendous bunch of skill over this. You know, if you notice, you see a Gemara like this. Look at a lot of Gemara. I know Gemara. And it doesn't seem like we reach any significant conclusion. So let's see, here's your tremendous skill over there. In life, when you have a problem, you have an issue, it is incredibly important to talk it out. Incredibly important to talk it out. Now, sometimes it could be frustrating to talk things out loud. Especially this happens in marriage all the time. It's important to say in marriage. Sometimes there's something perhaps that your spouse wants to talk about. So you're like, okay, let's talk about it. And then what happens? You begin talking about it. Don't look at me blankly. Right? You know, I'm not talking about it. You look at it blankly. You talk it out. And then it goes on. And what happens? What do you think in your head? This is not going anywhere, right? This is not going anywhere. We're talking about the same things over and over and over. This is not getting anywhere. Let's say it's important to understand tremendous historical relationships. Is that sometimes you just have to talk it out, even if it doesn't feel like it's getting anywhere. Because sometimes just allowing someone to talk things out and to unload things that are sitting on your shoulder, even if in your mind, like this one is getting more confused. And I think that actually has less clarity than when you started. Is in and of itself a cathartic and profound process. And so often, when the Chazal could have skipped all of this stuff, the reason why I focus so much on Gemara, because anything and everything you need to be successful in your life is in Gemara. It's all here. And this is sort of sometimes having conversations, you're like, what are we talking about? Didn't we just talk about that? Or didn't you just say something different? Or something's giving someone who you care about just the safe space to be able to express themselves, talk it through, even if you're left wondering what it is exactly that we are doing over here is a profound stepping stone and building meaningful relationship. Because you can't get to the conclusion unless, of course, you first then talking and re-talking and re-discussing. So Chazal not just giving us information about how we get to the complete list of sleifa, but rather again, Chazal also telling us how to address, how to build, and how to build celebration. So let's say we got something for today. Let's say maybe we could get a couple of things. We just resize this here. This is straight. So what's off? So what's off? Wow. Someone else, indicating the fact that a road in general, right? A road doesn't mean whether the road is clean, the perpetrator, so
That's Abraham's voice actually.
now let's again.
Of course, he has viral story of the year. This is what I wanted to see. That's why I wanted this episode. I wanted to hear
Why should I
Oh shit. I'm assuming that's what it is. But it's also, did you see that CEO at the Coldplay concert? So, yeah. We're all fighting it out. I'm the one that won. And I wouldn't win in real life. Jardine and the other guy. Not that I want to. You actually like be crying while you're I don't want to. Yeah. At the same time, he had to resign, right? He's out. So I know buddies that when they've been around him, they all go, thank God. It's about time. Well, Bob was always that
so again, the point of this is under all circumstances you have to do Hasra. So there's the warning message, and then there's like a verbal,
shady shit. You know what I was saying? It's impossible to work with. So when he finally resigned, they went, thank God, this didn't happen. They were really yeah, his messages all the time.
As I swear you know, some of those different when it comes to murder, and everyone knows you're not allowed to murder. You know how it's going to be. Road is someone writes, so I'm looking at it as a shame to say, oh my God, she's so good, and this week, I told her on my shoulder, come on, about the government. Why are you asking him? He's a member of the party, member of the company. He's always trying to kill someone. That's a great argument. You see Parasite. Lucy, who asks him, oh my God, they are your shoes. Like,
I know it was during the time when everyone could also say, like, not why you're going to go for that. For that reason, it's a great movie. That Parasite. Oh, you love it. It's hard. Bob doesn't follow this just to be racist. He just assumes racism is the right call. He's like that meme of the button. Think about the button choices are. Think about what you're going to say. Be racist. Bob is sweaty. He's like sweaty.
There's absolutely no
racist. And now Abraham, look at what you're saying. Abraham, I'm sure you're happy now that you're siding with the guy that just said that parasite shit. Everyone else will be just you guys don't understand how much it takes to do 10 minutes of shots. Usually these shows are done in 6 months. Like the timeline is we're doing it a lot. So imagine 6 to 7 months of work in one video. It's kind of crazy. You guys don't even know random fucking crazy. Yeah, you guys have never been like the newer guys are doing. You guys are on a ramp road.
And a road date doesn't mean hospital.
I don't know.
And when someone's got to kill someone else without people that can make for you might have put second into the other side, and a road date doesn't.
Yeah, well, I have a black belt in stuff that you saw in Silicon Valley. I've never heard of it. In practice, do you think honestly that you can make a noise about a broadcaster? I like the video.
you see someone pursuing someone to kill them. Now look at this.
I'm doing what I do on Friday. I know that you're not there. It's Roadcaster. You're telling me I'm doing it right now. How's it something else? I don't remember. I got grades.
הסבר לא דייפים הסרעות ראש נגודו כסף משהו שתציג מהגרם הכל לא דייפים נעים הסרעות whether the road is struggle but it's cotton no הסרעות I go say I know no 70 English the English machine also the natural so these are the people if you're about to commit this crime someone regular crimes you're allowed to go and prevent the commission of a crime by killing the person. Number one,
Why is this
number one, moving pursuing Shimon.
It's crazy that this man
Moving
has
pursuing Shimon.
so
You're not still moving on.
I'm sorry, I can't stop.
So again,
Yeah.
it's wrong because there's not another human being. Okay, so the animals.
It's just crazy that none of the racing is funny watching.
We don't get involved.
The Patriot, not one, not a second. But any watch like you
Or tell us, Chavez, okay, going about this, probably pretty much knows something. See it again. So again, that's also
No, you're right. It's just not.
but there's not another.
It sucks for that. It's just like, you know,
So we're not going to
it's
have to
never going to be funny.
prevent from being Shabbos, but that matter, preventing from listening.
Yeah, no, now, I wanted to do it again, just like I want to do the shots. It becomes a thing where it's like, all right, you're known for that. So you don't, and it's funny when you do it. If you've ever done open mics, maybe there's some people that do comedy. You get, there's a guy that's crazy, and the first time you see him, you're like, what the fuck is this? But then he does the same thing, and you're like, hey, how you doing? And then you are like, holy shit, I want like a few more times, like I want to see him do that shit. So, yeah, then you start mouthing the words. Yeah, you know the stuff, like, you know, R.I.P. T.T. and you would come and just watch what the
drowning in the water. Oh, how you call Russell? Or an animal is drowning in the way. Oh, this people I love, or being attacked by others. So, I ever have seen I don't have the right to stay I have to jump in and find out. Now, happens to me, this is a fascinating discussion about what level of danger
That's just what he's just so.
Let's say you didn't drown in the never supposed to. Once you didn't attack my lung, again, I don't know any weapon or anything. So, there's much protection. If you see someone in a question,
When you do
just
that,
simply say that's not you have to jump in. I'm a Lumar, so again, you just use that possible and if I see you are being pursued by Ruben, then I'm allowed to go and kill Ruben at the commission. Unless that's not the possibility that if I see my friend in mortal danger, I can't stand time to die, I have to go ahead and jump in and try to help him. So which one is the possibility? You're right. The prospect of was some of the maybe if I see my friend in mortal danger, can't stand time to die. I have to go ahead and I have to step in and I have to try to fight. Yeah, I would look at my human in Texas. Así que tampoco me hago. Si no tampoco comer, maybe I don't know. Man, I don't know. I don't know.
You ever watched 18 growing up? No.
Yeah,
I think it was like a little bit of the reruns for a little bit out of my time. But I always heard
allowed to kill the guy to prevent him from biting the Nara. I'm going to turn you to that 2 minutes. So again, the man is trying to bite the Nara. So we're allowed to do it. We're trying to bite it.
Oh, yeah.
All the more so, look at that. How go about this kind of camel. And the more so when I see even running after Shimon to kill this.
I like
Nara Rothschild. So
so
Ruben is going after the Nara Rothschild to bite.
it's just one more insult.
So allowed to kill Ruben to prevent him from biting the Nara Rothschild. And the more so I see Ruben running after Shimon to kill Shimon. Of course I'm allowed to go and kill Ruben to prevent him from doing so. Which means once again, if you own Shimon Adin, you can't put someone to death on a basis of fire. That's not how it actually works. So the day to the rest of the day that you trust. So you should have to this as well. Right. So like it's a head. I was saying head just happens.
Oh, yeah. So you
The mother says, Kanahikishu, he has not put push on it, look Russ on it. Remember, this is the possible this is talking about again, the local race. The local race of the Nahara. So that a local is going to go ahead and say, Nahara goes fast and hard. Right, so she's a victim. She's a victim. Therefore, Hashem got to push our ego itself, or not Hashem got to Now, I'm not saying that the case where someone comes to kill someone else. So what does that mean? What does that mean? So what example is already out from Mosaic and out on the Ross, which is much direct. And at the heart is a bubble, I mean, so it sounds like you're trying to learn something from Nara and Ross, you're trying to learn something from Mosaic and out on the Ross. Turns out that you're actually learning something from Nara and Ross, what do we want to listen to this? There's a lot of not just Mosaic and out on the Ross. The classic tells me I'm just saying. Nara Rothschild and you're allowed to go ahead and kill. You can't be fighting. You're allowed to kill them.
I think I'm going to go see that.
So to Apotea, we don't have to live in our shows. Ultimately, so to say, you have to kill and go after the heaven.
At all. We got
he told us explicitly, like this word to see, that the local side, the next side, violate an animals, you kill them. And then toward juxtaposing animals, we don't say, teach us, it's just that you can kill, you can't even violate by the animals. So you can kill someone who's trying to kill another individual. Incredible. So much banana roast and yellow. I know banana roast the aim of most shoot up customers, he's not the matter. Talks about Riley, tried out, and no one there to see. This door says, Police will shoot a lot, the whole double shoot a lot. Police is there. And if it was someone like this, someone like that, he has that twice, but every time
this is Tim Kenny referring to, what would you say, Gallons referring to the Tim's gun, like I bought right, watch out, Tim is apologizing for elaborating that one of the things he said when he did a podcast, and his parents dog, whatever, and they said, hey, you want a broad star with a feed? They said, yeah, and they said, what was the story? And he goes, I shot back a guy, and he shot back and comes in or whatever. And if a dog was attacked, and somebody asked me what I wanted for Chipotle, I would give my order for rice. Yeah, white rice, black beans, chicken. Yes. Yeah, be like, whatever you want. No, you're 100% right. I still, though, I like the idea of using like, he's like, you got, like, yes, I lied about the time that I was, like, petting our dog. If you had asked when our cute, beautiful dog, then we would have to share one of the
What's that? Oh, they up and up. You really have to hear. You have to source. They also have to. I think that's before me. Listen, how do I know?
Yeah, I got
I
balance.
don't know that. No, I never.
It doesn't make any sense.
Shabbos Sunday doesn't mean, right? Who really loses his
You
wallet?
said
I find
it.
his wallet.
It's not like you misheard.
I don't know
Right.
if the person is
You heard.
really
You
losing
said that you
his
got the Bronx
Round.
Valley, but you didn't.
Round. The wild guy. Robert. How do I know that I'm obligated to step in and strike? So you must come
And
over.
what people like to understand is, after that, people will always say, if you want to cross her with a feed on Fox and stuff like that, they would always correct you. So I'll tell you what, I really love.
Give me awesome.
So what's the highest? So and then it's self-across. And forgive me, I think that you and I should do this about this.
I'm obligated to
Tim's a friend of mine. Let's stay on track with what exactly the trouble. Okay, so feed device.
I'm telling you, I'm not doing it here, but and I'm actively trying to. I'll say one of the fearful things when you say that now.
And then again, even if I can't do it myself, I have to hire people. I have to spend money. I have to run your I have to do
Special branch and participation combat United
So again, whether I see Ruben running after Shimon or I see Ruben after running after Shimon Sodom, or I see Ruben running after Nara Murasa to buy
The chat is also
or I see Ruben going to go ahead and let's say violate someone for whom they are accused or Rafa Fabitusus, or I see Ruben running after someone to violate them. What's up? But see what also going to all these cases, I can kill them.
Some of these things are great ideas. Wearing flip-flops is hilarious. Bleaching your hair is something I literally suggested to you as I came to your apartment. We also suggested on the Patreon, we suggested that we I know they want us to do, but I mean, it's probably, I suggested that we watch Flamingo Poppy for 24 hours straight. So, like, I think we calculated that that's 55 times. So we would just watch Flamingo Poppy all day long, from Saturday at noon to Sunday at noon. And, like, when the chat would be live, it's like a Mr. Beast movie. She's not things like years away. I wish that I lost my job. I'd be the happiest man on earth. You clock in, you watch your Poppy all day long. Like, go home, watch your Poppy again. I gotta learn the whole thing, too. I don't give up on that. Tell them the truth. We need you to watch the Gringo Poppy for 24 hours. Oh, yeah. Okay, it's not. So, I don't want to ask because obviously you can do a poll. It doesn't matter. It's going to be not because when I did the first 10 minutes of the Poppy, also it was difficult to do it. It's a hard exercise. I got a bronze. I'll start with a B for that. But when I did it, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think they call it. I used to have to literally get this. But like when I did it, I'm happy that people enjoyed it. The first video was fucking like off and Eddie. It wasn't enough. I feel like I want to do it. So you do that in the sleep. I did it the easiest thing I've ever done. 24 hours. I'm talking about obviously people would have to bring food and drink to if the chat can DoorDash, people in chat would trust the DoorDash solution.
Because of that one on our mission to our work, I would have said, why can't I go ahead before I start my
Yes.
That's not therefore I got to school looking for preventing you from
To bring you under fire, you need devices attached from a Rothschild war. So let me give you these. Can I give it to you? I can actually this. A Bronze Star is kind of like, so a lot of people get Bronze Stars, even borders get Bronze Stars in the military. From what I understand, it's almost like some unheard special forces got to say it's almost like a participation. Either you get it for good conduct, there's a lot of fees. So a fee is when you have demonstrated valor in combat, it's a combat medal. One of the things you'll see is, reading how many combat medals you got, okay? So a fee device, sometimes you can be awarded a silver star, look this up, I think, and it'll be demoted as a Bronze Star with a fee device. When you get an award for valor, you have to have two corroborating witnesses, an expert witnesses who are there and saw it, okay? So the thing about these special forces, he actually said, he said about 8 years ago on a podcast, he said that, and then we should say that he was introduced as somebody with a fee device, I guess, and he did correct the record several times. It was like Brian's
he
did say he had a
because of that one time, I would have just said, not suffer we have again. Moving the country without yourself, showing to prevent it from doing it's going to sound my student, everything to prevent it from doing so before I would have just said these two, because of that one time, you will say, okay, we should the high or large one, the high capacity. So
so it was a time he said he's got to take responsibility for it, which he has, because at the end of the day, you said it. My thing with this is, let's go back to I want to take unequivocal responsibility for a serious mistake. Over the years, I got public statements and gave interviews, which I understand you stated as most notable, I'd like to record tonight. That's not true. There's no excuse for it. See, the Iraqi government members just represents extraordinary American fire activists who are those true Americans, their families, political terror, well, I say disrespect. There's certain things wrong with that. Until I said the public eye, why was there? There's a extraordinary person that does all. I should know better. Integrity is not situational. I know both sides are integrity. So that military communities are certain common laws. I think I know that you tell me that I expect more from you. That's not the actions. Again, I really don't trust my reflection. Because of what I'm doing, I'm sorry. I want to speak officers with always be able to actually get all the work. Got to do the work. Respect. All the time and action. Help me accountable. I will do my best to honor that accountability from this point. So what's going to happen is the government, the military, this is what's going to happen with certain things. They're going to look into it. We'll feel some of it. Hopefully, they talk about it. We'll have the ultimate sign of respect and achievement in life is that one of your friends is retired and that's what I'm hoping for. I'll have some kind of apology that Miguel or now have
you're allowed to kill the perpetrator as he attempts to perpetrate the crime. Now, if you say that, that would automatically include and soft.
All right, yeah, I'll talk to this.
Yeah. It would include both of those.
What's up,
So
guys?
just leave out now, right? Leave out just say food and mothers.
I'm asking a random question. There are how many chicks you guys want? Put your number in the chat.
Or if you curries, you're allowed to put
Put your number in the chat now. How many chicks do you fuck?
Nothing on you. You're right.
That is a fucking
so why does it say it? How do you do
Please give me a free mic call resignation letter.
Remember, there's a thing with the The danger is like this.
Gerardo should have
If
written
it
that
would
like a
have committed
resignation
not
letter after he got fired.
would just have freedom levels.
Hilarious.
But now tell me
You don't know
this.
Gerardo was fired.
Women is a
Golf
company
course.
to do anything.
And yet, we
That
still got
carries
to
it
play
to the
them.
next one. So these are the greatest of colors.
66 is a clever answer.
I would have said that if Ruben is about to follow Shabbos,
Because that's also the number that Bob
follow Shabbos.
six.
Or if Ruben is about to worship
And it's the
Avodah
number
Zarah,
that
I can prove
got
that
so
the
many.
benefits
Whoa.
of Avodah Zarah. So,
Oh,
but
yeah,
the Torah
the
says,
next
now
day.
and now. Which tells me what? The only time you're allowed to go ahead and kill someone to prevent them from committing an Avera is when that Avera impacts another human being. Right? But if the Avera doesn't impact other human beings, for example, Ruben's about to make Shalom Shabbos, very bad, but it doesn't impact other human beings. Or he's about to do an act of
The
bestiality,
schedule is
doesn't
better
impact other
because
human beings.
there's
Or
more
he's about to worship Avodah Zarah, doesn't impact other human beings. Those cases,
we're recording every day.
cannot kill Ruben to prevent him
Now
from
we record
committing
3
the
days, which is a lot. It's also not very good.
Here's the problem. About
It's also the biggest question is always how do we fit this? How do we fit
Again,
that?
people say we'll talk about this more
Oh
tomorrow.
yeah, the songs. I'm trying to get the songs back. I have my idea of maybe songs. It's not me, it's the team. Yeah, we are
Go
good.
ahead. Sorry, I just said.
Then it's like, you go
You're
back
gonna
and
show
forth
if I
with the
say
team.
Christ that Ruben
The
is
team
about
makes
to worship
you
my
points,
country.
and then they're
I
mad at you
can
because
kill
you
him
blame them for
to
everything.
prevent him from worshiping my country. What? So according to show by Yochai,
I kind of want to do songs that aren't Shabbos, or like they're about specific things. Same thing, but about different stuff.
We'll talk about why this
Let's
is.
call
And
it.
show by Yochai's tomorrow, because show by Yochai hold the Bible. So by Thursday, if I see you about worship of Avodah I'm going to kill you to prevent him from worshiping. That's only the Bible is. But if my
I lost him, dude.
see what I can get you, I can see I can't kill him to prevent him
I'm a
from doing
songwriter.
that. Or if I see about him Chal Shabbos, I can't kill him to prevent him from doing that.
Your team is fired.
Okay? Do it. You might just come with the heel, come with the Shabbos. I like him because I would have thought, Tisu Shabbos, Michu. I don't know like this. Both recitations of Shabbos have all these are both these worship profane. So I'm at a point of show my time. As soon as I can kill Ruben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, I can also kill Ruben to prevent him from being the Chal Shabbos. Hamash Shalom, no. Hamash Shalom is only for Avodah Zarah, not for Shabbos. Rabbi, we can't say on Shabbos. Oh, but there's another shit. Another shit is more. So what's this? So you need to see that there's three schools of thought. The primary school of thought is that like if you don't come about for a reason, is when he is about to commit something that is contrary, either by death by reason or others, and it impacts another person. But if there's no other human victim, you can't prevent you from committing that error by killing. That's the first school. Second school, further,
It's always tough.
and
It's
you
like,
catch the exceptions of
because
the
that stuff is happening
can
so
kill Ruben to
fast.
prevent abortion
The
of
Bible verse.
the laws are
We
shit.
did,
Brother
and
Shimon
you
says,
know, it's like, why can't we do that song since it's relevant? Like when that,
which will also prove to prevent you from being the Chal Shabbos. The Chal Shabbos. So you don't know the Chal Shabbos. That's really not so. That's your Shabbos.
you know, like I gotta get over it.
Because the laws are Shimon makes it say Shabbat of Kilo. It says Kilo by Avodah. It says Kilo by Shabbos. Just like it's Kilo to prevent you from worshiping Avodah. So to prevent you from being the Chal Shabbos. So that's it. This approach, according to the Lazar of Shimon, and why you need essentially break the Lazar of Shimon, anytime you is about to do something, it carries the Nissan solution, right? That's why they I'm doing it, so I don't even know now, which one says no, where it says, my feeling, right?
What's going to happen? You're going to find out that he's not
one of those will call one of them will
and
come
he's still a badass. So
everyone
when
will
you
agree
look
that
at someone
even
take down Superman, you don't see
and
her.
that is don't feel into the
yeah,
so
that's
you
different.
know,
That's different.
I
Now,
think
it's
it's
just
well
being
now
more bad.
custom
Yeah,
none
lie
of
about
that.
that.
This is the Torah wrote now, the Torah also wrote now. So what's it so interesting enough to see over here, and again we'll have to see how much I know so, but essentially
It's funny. You know, that's hilarious. But can you imagine, like, you're hanging out that man?
when you're here, hey, it's super punch when he's
Hey, by the way, I was
police, the point qualifiers,
you're in Vietnam. That was
can't motivate to prevent him from
I fucking shot Superman. Like, yeah, I was in the war and I was killing everybody. I didn't know who I was
according to the Lazar, he hasn't also shot this. Totally prevent from the power shot. Everyone agreed, for example, active bestiality, Carlo has anything really got to do it. You can't motivate to prevent and you go, I thought that was
it's hard for me to like. I would have liked to be Cabo. It's hard for me to believe that Cabo would like it's so ridiculous. So I'm like, I just don't know if you guys actually want Cabo. I want to know if Calvo would be good on stage.
So again,
I still want to kind of try Calvo.
A lot of stuff that we talk about.
What's the point? Have I done it yet?
Someone has got to keep it.
Okay, you gotta write down exactly. You gotta get her in back up.
You can share my
You're gonna find out. You're actually finding out Batman, which is still pretty fucking good. That's what's gonna happen.
I think that what would be good for us, for you and I, civilians, is to not comment on any get involved in this military stuff.
I'll die on the hill for together.
Yeah, me too. I love that.
Now, when it comes to the crannies of military, I just find out what a fucking is. I don't know how that's legal. I never experienced anything. I don't have a background.
That's how I feel. It's like I talk about
so the nights again, they're not going to listen to what she says. Smoke a guy to prevent you from going ahead and buy this. So blue dogs, I could come out with a calculator. They must have actually come.
That's a good point, I guess.
Oh, well, must have actually come up. I'm not listening to what it says. And you know,
they're trying to take out Superman. What's going on? You're like, holy shit, he's not Superman. He's fucking Batman, which is still pretty fucking impressive.
I would say this about Tim. I know Tim's a civilian. And I've known Tim a long time as you have. And I spent a lot of time with Tim.
I know Tim as a civilian, not a war fighter. I know Tim as a professional athlete.
Yes, very long. Yes.
So I've seen both aspects.
And I think you would agree. This is me going hard to pay for Tim because he's my friend. And this is who I am. I've never seen that guy do anything. I'm telling you, when cameras are on, I have personally seen my own eyes and my own ears heard him go so far out of his way for people that you'll never hear about, especially if you're listening to that you want to vouch for you. Like Brian, Callan, telling you how great you are. So I'd rather have Superman than free time. Self-harm, of course. Tim's done. Tim has. He doesn't want me to do this. He's bad. He doesn't want me to do this. This is like exactly the Louis C.K. It's never the friends you want to stick up for you.
The fact that now, again,
It's always one of the Brian Callen's life. It's like,
obviously,
it's
it's
actually great.
conversation, but the nice thing is not
That's how this guy will be. Why doesn't anyone go soft in the paint?
the lesson is so much.
I can't see the scars.
You
That's you can't go soft in his head. Can you broke both
Also,
arms.
what's
I like the numbers guy.
sometimes
All of
you
them
see
at once.
slippers like
Both
this.
come after television.
Sounds
I've never read
talking about
read a
reading.
comic.
What
You would read that reading.
what exactly?
He doesn't want me to do this. He doesn't want me to do this. But I have to disagree. Let me speak on this. I'm not going to say the other stuff. I'm just going to speak on this. Whatever he said, he's going to be held accountable to. There are a lot of these guys, these two guys, this guy, Tucker, whatever, Brent Tucker, who's an A Squadron guy. I'm not fucking getting involved in that. These motherfuckers who risk their lives, they went through that. I am stepping out of that. I'm not going to defend him on that. I'm not going to do any of that. All I'm going to try to say is this. From what the things that I have seen with his generosity, for what he's done for people who were really at risk of taking their own life. I've only lent my very lame hand to that, whether it was and seeing, that suicide, I'll do whatever I can. I'm not in a position to talk about this. It's a sacred subject, but I have seen that man go out of his way, specifically get in his truck and drive places for a very long time to take care of something. And nobody knows about it. Nobody's just with the flaws. Listen, we're all complicated as human beings.
We're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over here. In person.
Callan would give this speech. What's sad about Callan is if he was on the fucking OnlyFans show, remember that OnlyFans show he was on? Jerkmate, yeah, like that's right. He would literally say the same shit on Jerkmate. He would fucking, if they asked about Tim Kennedy on Jerkmate, he would tell you about suicide. It's like, bro, you're on Jerkmate. So I was coming in
So,
he's sitting next to some like gigantic tits and some guy that's half redacted. And I've known Tim as a slave for a bunch of life. I love the thing you're taking down. I love the guy. And I hope they're going to do that as a kitchen. I hope they're very careful. They find it. Again, you're going to find out. We don't know. Gotta be careful how they go for soup. You're going to find it's bad, man. I just think yeah, I like that. Batman's posting like anti-shot memes. It's a 3M friend. I have about 3 of them in my life. Tim's a 3M friend. That's true. I could call him with anything. Tim, I don't let my kids date anybody. No, we're just gonna take a note on that. Because if someone has those kids, you're fucked. Yes. I will kill you. If someone has those kids, I don't know if I'm going to stay or not. Your life is better than change your life. Tim was saying, I'm a Tiger with light skin players. Not even like that. And I two people, and I have done that with my kids to Tim. And I've done it several times. And so, for me, again, my experience with Tim as a civilian is nothing but he's one.
Where there is no financial liability, as opposed to in my view, at the end of the deal, when it comes to that liability, is that the swing has 2 different sides, right? The deal of Mama comes at the end of the deal versus, again, the gap. That's what it says becomes at the beginning of the deal.
That's the movie song.
That although he is the protection of
I don't know if you want to see it live.
that was my brother. I wrote that Russell stuff on my book. But I think the deal says that I wrote is really what penetration. It's the way that this is also that it is that you can see at the bubble which the deal says, Allah, this is the promotion. Well, let's go to that. Because it's a far back example. This is the first video should look at that.
Oh, shit.
And that's where they get it from. Then the second time, will be a
yeah, everybody knows that the guy that did this again using his bad buddies.
where the sister is being attacked by the brother, and she tells others who stand ready to help her not to step in, not to step in. This is what all the people that you the Papa says, "We look through the tobacco." The Papa says, "We're talking about over here, whatever." This is going to be the next part of that if a woman says, "Leave the attacker alone.
But he's got to be held accountable. He will be for this. I'm not going to step into that. You know, we all make mistakes, and we all. And this is I don't know how I got an argument with president or whatever, but he's like going through all the different shops. You know, it's like he has on the board,
then by definition you will be fighting these Rabbi or Rabbi is the upper so Rabbi is the piece of Israel you can say to them by injuring the attacker in one of his moves. So you have to kill him in order to save him. So listen, you want to do this in very detail. First of all, two things. Number one, whenever you have the ability to save someone by injuring that is a lot preferable. Whenever you can save the potential victim from harm by wounding the attacker, that becomes the obligation. And the Zillow say, remember, if he's where the victim could be saved by only wounding the attacker, then it's no longer a case of dealing it's no longer a case of dealing with just the law. Then the attacker would be fighting financially. The Gemara says over here, Rabbi Rothschild and I see, I get injuries, I get the injuries when, then ultimately again, I'm telling you this one, folks. There could be a worse guy trying to do that. What happens if at the end of the day I choose not to injure you? Instead what? So much shit all the time. I am chayiv. The idea now, obviously, this is a very specific case where everything lines up in a way where it's clear that if I injure him, that will neutralize it. If I can injure him, I have the ability to control this and not that I'm going to get to the day. I can injure him, but instead I kill him, I am liable to die. That's it. That's an issue. Brother was responsible for the year. You kind of see things that and that's the shakara. One of them comes or the shrimp was about a
you're always like kind of like looking for the next bag.
There's two that we get is like we're actually got to say that's what I'm gonna lose the mitzvahs shit the mitzvahs
like you're always gonna
there's people that is ultimately gonna listen to someone could have been killed in order to stop them from coming with a person. Written so media, there are some that never stop us.
I will answer it. It does look like these tracks.
You will pay one life for another. It's not because that this situation is two people fighting each other. At the end of the day, there is the capacity ultimately again to kill someone. What does the Pasuk say? The Pasuk says, I know she don't kill him if you don't need to kill him. Instead, just injure him, neutralize him.
I thought you used a real rope.
So rather, I know she ain't on me. It wasn't created by Darshan, so here, if you could have neutralized the fact. Like but instead, you choose to kill him. Now the killer of the pursuer will be fired. And when you can save the victim by injuring the pursuer, and you don't do so, and you don't do so, then I'll look for the license and you are fighting for that. So because everything is capitalist law, big Amish. And the most reality is still in the process of them. It says that I can be punished. So what's the reason I what's number one line? I'm the person who's trying to save the victim. When is there a case where I, push the marriage, who expected to the victim, only the decision what I would be fighting.
Sit in the
Keep
chair.
going. Yakala hooks of the Akamea. First, what do you do? First, right now.
All right, well, you're
Where
expelled.
will be a place where I could save the victim
Get out of here.
by injuring the pursuer in one
I'm
of
gonna
his
do that. I don't have time to.
and they don't do so. If instead I kill him, don't tell me like what. If I go to the house, I will be on the Yakala to the Akamea about 90 minutes to the after. So then if you tell me, that even if at the end of the day, I couldn't save the victim. I didn't drink the pursuer in one of the business. But instead, I killed the pursuer. They're going to tell me that even if that case is
Successfully get outside. We're going to try to see when your work.
it wasn't just the case of the precedent says that sometimes I could be punished for taking the life of the pursuer, which the Gemara says, shiny hawk, at least it was there because she was there. Maybe this case is different because first of all, they get this
That face. Why would you make that on my
so it could be that this student is killing
I'm
one
telling
person.
you on this
And
one,
then the course of this hustle,
there could be.
It goes back to like mix. I got that
so it
mix.
could be that there's a dinginess
As if he's ever
towards
made
one
it.
person, towards something ready to go shipping. The second thing is
Worst
what
guy
is
trying to
unintended victim of this situation. Therefore, again, it could be that women have been tired of the shit.
He's gonna be held
But also,
responsible for this.
I mama for the woman. So it's very good. That's
I'm telling you.
we're trying to figure
I
out.
wish you had a friend like Tim Kish.
Someone
Please trust me, he's not the guy to go for. Let the community that he's in is very special, very with his insane amount of skills. He's going to figure all this out. Then we move on. Which to account for, and he'll pay.
Also, again, that's where the liability goes. Now, what do we get? Who is the person is liable to?
That
The
sounds
other
like
local show is listen to this.
like an animal.
Ruben is running after Shepard. Now, presumably to kill him.
I'll pay the price to get
And while the road is running after the pursuer, so while the pursuer is running after the victim, the pursuer ends up with
It's so funny to say this.
what's the Shiloh? What's the Shiloh? Is the road carrying the victims of those attempts. Which the Gemara says, Spain shall ends up Spain shall go on the bottom no. Plus, it says very interesting. Is that the road is running after the meal, but Ruben is running after Shimon to kill. And Ruben tramples whoever those attempts belong to, they ultimately again, Ruben is going to be conquered. Why? Right, Tyrone. This
that
guy
has
is
to be
the
accounted for.
master.
I think his
So we'll say,
community,
why
I
is
think his
that?
community
That's because Ruben is
or
fighting.
ex-community, whatever you want to call it, will hold him accountable. And that is a separate thing. I just know him as a fan. I know him as a friend. I know him very well. Spent a lot of time. He's done crazy things for me. And this is who I am. In this situation, he's still my friend, and I love
However,
her.
on the other hand,
If you think about it,
here's up to
it's
speak
just
on something. Let's say the person being pursued, we'll call him Shimon, is running away from Ruben, and he breaks utensils. So Shlomo makes butter. If he breaks utensils, ultimately then the only thing is going to be butter. Shall call other side. If he breaks utensils on other people, and ultimately he will be
You're
fighting.
so horniest guy
Because
ever.
Shlomo gets fired. Why is he ultimately again on his fight to break utensils of Ruben? Excuse me, fight to break utensils of Ruben. Shalei Mono, how this Allah will do. Also, ultimately, again, the road is running, shouldn't be anyone putting more points on his side. Running after Shalei, ultimately, again, he's putting himself in harm's way. But not everyone is like to kill him. Because Mamo cannot be more cumbered than his group. Therefore, again, the same way that everyone has the license to go ahead and take his life in order to save Shalei, so to again,
He's just such a leader, and he's such so many people's lives. He's like better. There's such better ways that
however, again, shall call others to
well, I would be careful about that because if you're not your big word, like you only fucking hate on my friend, and you're a militant guy, you're allowed to have your own guy. That's not what I'm saying.
Let me try it. Why? That's you can't save both. Like I should say, you can't save yourself from your phone. But what? Because you have to pay. So let's say, so if Shimon is only going to Reuben, and he accidentally breaks, or intentionally, he starts throwing ladies here, like at Reuben, he starts Reuben running after him. So ultimately, again, he's saving himself from someone else's money, he has to pay for that. But no big shit, I did not see those.
But he didn't blood go.
The road date, so the road date after my favorite road. So I see Reuben running after shit to kill him. I start running after Reuben to kill Reuben. The Shibra is like Reuben, and the first team running after Reuben. He is the road date. I end up stashing utensils. They tell road date, they show me some things on Colosseum. Two of my utensils, I go ahead and I break. I'm going to be watching why you care about that. Let me ask you, it's not really a technical letter of the law. At the Omer game, means Adam Shamatsu as Haggai Yachar. So it's a very interesting statement. Shimon says it has to be that way. Why? Because the way says, if I know that by acting as a good Samaritan, there's going to be connection with it.
As ridiculous as it is, I'm open to drinking a sure shot. I'll definitely drink that.
I want to step I want to go over there.
And rain, I'm still on the fence if I need to take this. But
I mean, it's going to end up costing me $1,000 to go ahead and save Shimon. What do I say to myself? I got the money. Then it wasn't this like one of these people. That's the only you see, so at least the halacha, contemporary now, it's not different. Halacha shields doctors. Halacha says, if a doctor comes to the city, the doctor goes out and helps someone, the doctor cannot be liable for
almost everything is so
gross negligence. I said, not just negligence, it's gross negligence. Then halacha might say, again, so there could be some liability. That's a gross negligence. Even if there are mistakes, doctors covered by halacha. Listen, the reason for that is, the reason for that is because otherwise, people will act out. Halacha understands that the only way people will help is protection from legal recourse. But if every single time I step in to help someone gets sued, and the challenges, and the halacha understands people are going to struggles like that.
Let the 1%ers fight it out. The rest of us,
I was thinking about it. I was like, it's the last thing I want to do is spend it get involved in something like that.
just like for an instance, you and I talking politics.
I wrote it back on the day.
No. Oh, you should take the same shit I saw.
Go ahead, we're not getting this guy, we don't kill people.
Listen to that.
I'm going to spiel, man.
What else
All
you
the
shit?
shit is going to be that's not true. Somebody I said, it's not true. If we see someone about the workday, idolatry,
Wow, that's a lot.
kill them, and save them from violating that habit. What's the California? Uma can have your to the national. We can revolve it or she can say if you kill someone for preventing them from violating the other hand of the rest. The God had you. So the God had you means he's hurting an ordinary individual. If he's going to hurt our Baruch, right, by worshiping Avodah Zarah, Allah has come that I have the right to step in. If you kill him, I have the ocean in his if we are going to go ahead and kill someone based on a couple of them. Hasaba ocean and I didn't kill someone, so it's something, if you can't punish, you can't even so much based on a couple of them. I know that the Elazar Shimon says that Machalas and Shabbos is about to be the show. It says that should be wise. Elazar Shimon says that if I see someone about to Machalas Shabbos, I can kill them to prevent them from doing so. Also, remember again, like killing them to prevent them from doing so. At the end of the day, it's a split with them. Right? I'm preventing them from violating an incredible idea. I'm sorry?
I mean,
so I'm going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. So, Sabra Lord Ka'aviyah, he holds like his father. The other Unshin Yahadim, he says the rest of the derive punishment, you can capital punishment from a Kavafomer. The Asir Shabbos, Kilo Apple, or something that was something several kilos between Sam and Shabbos. Just like you just said, that you can kill someone to prevent them from worshiping idolatry. You also kill someone from preventing them from being on a follow Shabbos. I'm going to go for Maybe you'll become a bad use case in this simple we'll say, they came to us to conclusions about this one word. This is a very important subject. They were Shabbatorah. In Omer Ra'adam Avar Ba'al Ya'avar Ba'al Yudin. We'll say, threaten a person, we'll say to a person, any Avera in the Torah, either commit this Avera or will kill you. What's the halacha? We'll say, commit the Avera. You commit the Avera. Chutz, Ve'avodas B'chavim, you give a Harayah, the Greek says, the Greek cardinals. If somebody comes to us and worship idolatry or engage in immorality or engage in the act of bloodshed, then what's the halacha? The halacha is I consume give my life into violence. Where you're asking Avodas B'chavim, those that you have to give your life rather than worship idolatry. But I know we learned I'm going to be Shlomination, I'm going to Adam Avodas B'chavim, V'alti Harei, Minayin Shiyav how do we know that if they carry the person, they told him either worship idolatry or will kill you? How do we know that he has to worship the idolatry and not let himself be killed? The pasuk says, "Tamalomar v'chai bohem v'lo shiyamus bohem." The pasuk says that you shall live through them. You also want us to live and not to die. So therefore, again, you see that you can even worship idolatry to save your life. You might be one second. Yaakov, even the Parnas. You might have been able to say that this is even true in public, or let's say somebody tells me to worship idolatry in public or in prison. I would have thought that again, I will say that even in church. Lomar, los kakamoshin, Rashid Rakashi, Kashi. Therefore, what the pasuk says, do not go ahead and profane my name. So at the end of the day, even so, what's the real possibility? He passed me out of at least one of the three cardinal affairs for respect to the now again, the scope of that, when that is, what's concerned about Zara, that takes a lot of halachic literature. I know it's not the point. These other things that I'm going to say is that, you can idolatry and worship rather than do the right also worship. For example, if this act of idolatry is going to happen in public or financial, then it's the exact same as the Torah. Then it's still shit. It's God thing. You certainly have to give your life rather than worship. So the Gemara is done with the Velos, build it to the Velos, the sign of Velos, they have to say, say beautiful Gemara. With all of your heart, all of your soul, almost death. For also the strength of death means it's all of your money. In them, I call that you already told me that I have to look out all of my life. That I have to stand ready to give up my life for God. So if already told me that, then why does it have to say with all of my money? In them, I become all that. Lama them, I become all Shiva. Usually, the Gemara says, so some people, life is more important than the money. Therefore, the Shmarel says you have to love all of your life, which means that even if someone gives your life for me, you have to stand there. And there are some other people whose money is more important to them than their life. Therefore, you have to perform all of them. Ultimately, again, with all of their money. So you see from here, what they're bringing down the beautiful is that from the we also learn that love of God, as Rashi says, which may not switch up with anybody's stop. Here we also see that Avodah Zarah is to be hurried by God. This is my focus. Whether everybody seems to agree on that, my focus about Avodah Zarah. The word goes back to Kilara Shibustam, Kilara. So we'll say, really, the Kilara Shibustam. Rabbi, keep the sign up. Rabbi Omer, Kikashi, Yaakov, Shara, Ilbaratz, on that bench. We'll say the pasuk says, just like a man will rise up against another one and murder him. So the pasuk says, and murder him. So the Gemara says, King had Davraza, he Malaman. So we'll say, what are we learning after this case of the murder? We end up ultimately learning something. Max should say for now. Also, we're going to compare what Seth and Aramulas. Ma Naramulas and that's in the action. Was it just like that in order to save Naramulas from being violated? Kill the offender, right? You can kill the perpetrator. So therefore, against Afro-Tzef, that's the direction. Once they sold to Rothschild, you can go ahead and kill him in order to prevent him from going ahead and committing the act. say, we're not now, I like this. Very article, Rothschild also. Not Rothschild, Yoris Vayavo. I would say just as an act of murder is Yoris Vayavo. Somebody tells us to show it. Either she'll relate, or I'll show you at the soonest of my life to take the life of another. Therefore, I will say, so to us. So if the woman is supposed to be violated, or the man is supposed to be violated, which I will say is an act of adultery, and to sooner give my life than commit that act. Which means, 1 second. Let's say I'm putting Noah, which is going to state that murder is the hurry by God. Where do you know that I have to sooner give my life than take the life of another? See, Mars is smarter. It's actually just amazing. It's actually a spell. What's the spell? The wound also told me that I'm going to be married to Rabbi, and he said to Rabbi, married to Rabbi, the local governor, said to me, still can't do the fire, below Katino Lakal, below Katino Lakal. The governor said, he said to me, go and do it. If you don't do it, I'm going to kill you. What did Rabbi say to this man? I'm going to lick the love, below sick love. You have to let yourself be killed, perhaps, and kill someone. Me being married to Dama Dudak Sumak today. Who says that your blood is red? If you get a guy's blood is red, so say that says essentially what license does one person have to take the life of someone else in order to preserve his own? Guess what? You have to open up. Lo shano, Elishma Shas Yerzanovs. When do we say that in general? So, remind me the statement. Statement was that in general, if somebody tells you violate particular avera or what's halacha, you violate. Okay, not true exceptions. That's general. That's the general rule. That's the general rule. So let's say, so where do I know that? Where do I know that in general? Again, so again, the Gemara says a typo. But the Gemara says, let's analyze this. Where do you know that in general, if somebody tells you to violate my avera, you do so? It's what we call Ya'avor Ba'ali Hari. English is sorry. So Rabbi says, we subscribe to this idea that in general, by all the other Averos, we say Ya'avor Ba'ali Hari. How do I know that there are exceptions to that? El Yoshan Alishon Shas Malchus, about Shas Malchus, Hakidu Mitzvah Kala Yehori Ba'ali. That is true when it's not Malchus. When the Gentile government is actively watching what they know. Under my Jewish night, so then I will say that's called Shas Malchus. At a time like that, I have to give my life, even for an example, when I hear that there's a coordinated attack against my religion, and these things are unfolding right on a governmental level, I have to give my life rather than violate even the smallest of mitzvahs. So the Gemara says, furthermore, there was another qualification. But the opponent says, when we said that in general we hold Ya'avor B'Ali Hari by mitzvahs kalos, so we'll say that's only true. That's only true. That's only true regarding these averos in private about the Marhesel. They will say to violate even a quote-unquote small avera, even at a time when there's not governmental persecution, is going to be asra. Even mitzvah coming in a great value. We'll say to be forced to violate in public, even if it's not the time of Seras Malchus, and even if it's a time, and even if it's just an avera kala, mitzvah kala, I still have to go ahead and give my life. Yeah, all right. Listen, by the way, my mitzvah kala, because I keep using this term of a mitzvah kala. What's a mitzvah kala? Amarav Abayis Mitzvah Amarav Mishalim Artisas in Messiah. Even if the old people of him are getting decide to change my shoes. What's that mean? So let's say again, Gentiles wear one kind of shoes, Jews wear a different kind of shoes. So again, that's a mitzvah kala. Under all circumstances, Gentiles will change the shoes. I say. Okay, yeah, I'll just so again, we're seeing over here the following. It's clear. This is part of a systematic approach to undermine Yiddishkeit. I have to give my life to it. I can't participate in anything that is part of a systematic undermining of Yiddishkeit. And number two, if the Gentiles were doing a public display, look, the Jew is willing to change his shoelace to yield to the Gentile. It wasn't this people basically part. Even though we're going to how long you might suggest that I have to give my life. Obviously, there's those who systematic piece. That I haven't seen. I don't know if podcast. So I'm a bias. She said,
But
by the way,
I saw
how
that
much is
on
covered?
your
What's
link.
the definition of
First
Pharisee?
of all,
So Rabbi
I don't know what
Yaakov,
that is. Is
the Pharisee who puts in that
for some
sermon.
reason that it's on
Let's
there?
say, so Pharisee
Is
is
it one
10
of the
people.
interns or
Sheep
what?
that Israel.
You're not
Let's say,
going far
you know, this goes against, by the way, every single piece of instruction always speaks of what is spiritual. Right? So let's say, so like, you went to any right self-respect. So what was that in all of this? It was a speech.
Yeah, dude, I saw you
Don't be control times. Right? Don't be control. Right?
I like that. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So I like
Because it
the.
just feels good. The point was well taken, but I love achieving accurate. On a technical level, correction is not
You can't attack them.
correction is not attitude. So you see right here that the Gentile is trying to go ahead and get me to change something in my Yiddish name. Even if it's Allah, with Barhesya means in front of 10 other Jews. She didn't say anything like it said, he was actually self-created, so because I would sanctify the conviction by people. Actually, what we were going to see is to shut. Actually, this classifies itself as healthy. Just this tells us that the mitzvah of Kiddush Hashem, we're going to make the drush up so just a little bit. But again, just so you have enough what happens if you have 9 Jews and 1 non-Jew? Is that form the proper quorum? So, much more than I was Asya Tokto. What's the name of Tokto? 6 in so it says over here, I'll be sanctifying the Jewish people. Sikasam, Badu, Ha'ida Hasos. So, listen. Says by Korah, says the Moshe Rabbeinu separate yourself from this evil. Right? So Zir Shava Kol Ma Lahalot Asara Kuli Yisrael was just like now again. There's no more pieces to Zir Shava. You might read that elsewhere. You might say the second part is Zir Shava of Ida Ida. From Korah to the Meraglim. And just like by the Meraglim, Ida represents 10. So too again, Ida represents 10. So you have a two-fold, so Ida. Now I saw the police. Just like over there, it was 10. And they were all Jews. Afwan Asar the police. Therefore, most like by the Dashti, we saw today, so it was also what? 10, and they were all Jews. So what's that? So again, and that indeed is halakha. Just so you should know. But again, even if you hold that you have to give up your life for a mitzvah of Kabbalah, that you're being forced to go ahead and perform or to violate Midbar Hasyan, or Hesya means 10 Jews. But this is such an incredible thing. You have Esther, or Hesya, what's that? But how was Esther Hamalka permitted to go ahead and live with Achashverosh? Was this not a public display of arayos? Remember again, everyone knew why one was taken to the and everyone knew what was happening with Esther Achashverosh when she was his wife. Is that not good arayos? Is that not ultimately again immorality? And Esther essentially going to say, why did Esther give her life? Why did Esther give her life? George being myself said, by the way, this never has such incredible for the race applications throughout the year. There's incredible process here, which we have to invest in today. But we'll look at that. Our Rabbi was 2 answers. Number 1, Esther conquered all of us. Esther was passive in the act of religion. Rabbi said, now what does that mean? So this is incredible. The Rabbi is saying is the following. When do we say Erik bows out? When do we say Erik bows out? When by giving up your life, you will not have to perform that. So if someone comes over to me and says, so, kill me, then I'm going to kill you. I say no. I say no. So I say, so listen, but saying no and refusing their life, that prevents the act from materializing. And at the end of the day, the act does not go forward. If halakha myself, the act is going to happen anyway, then I'm not, as long as I'm not acting in the act, I am not trying to give her. So Rabbi says, he said, never. One of the tries, somebody threatens me with no she could say no or she wants. You can violate her. So because you can violate her, therefore what? She's not simply us to give up her. So Rabbi says, Esther can't hold myself. I mean, she was passing the hand. She was like, by the way, the first Shirayim is in the Megillah. Remember again the most dramatic part of the Megillah when Mordechai says to Esther, "Well, you have to go to the king. Let's go to the king." And what does Esther say? You didn't go to the king. What does this mean? So Parshat Shana should say, "I wasn't going to go. We're going to go ahead and that's the Megillah." Gemara says, "Remember again, it's not focused about the nature of the relationship between Mordechai and Esther." So some say that Esther was Mordechai's wife. This whole time there's the possibility of reunification because she's part of she's essentially being violated. Therefore, then it's not right. She says, "My dear husband, how could this is a problem so that you understand that if I initiate contact now with him, this becomes alliance. And once it becomes alliance, I become usher to you through this act of adultery," which, by the way, is a different discussion. Esther Malka is a paradigmatic example of our opinion of Shema. We should get Rothschild this evolution. But again, there is a concept like this coming out there on the Shema, specifically in situations, ultimately, again, of Hatzalah B'Kal Yisrael. We see it by Esther Malka, we saw it again by the Haftorah of the first day of Shoshana, by Yael and Sisera. We see this concept. So the Gemara says over here, why wasn't Esther to give up her life for the act of Arayos? Because she was Targol. Rabbi says, "I'm not Atzman Shai," because it is actually reason. Rabbi says, it's also different. When do we say that a person has to give up their lives, ultimately get to use Arayos? When there's a clear desire on behalf of the person who's forcing me to do these things to try to go ahead and get me to violate the tenets of my religion. But when there's not really a religious battle, there's just desires at play. Think what? There are not free to give up my life. So Rabbi suggests over here, Chashverosh, look at Gashiras Hatzmo, Shavik Chom is having a zero miras, Alanos Hatzmo is having shiny, they can't call Hashem Rabbi. Chashverosh's intention with Esther Malka was not to go ahead and get her to violate the duties. Again, doesn't think so she is. So once again, watch out for over here. Desires are at play. When there's not, when forcing me to commit that daily is not there to get me to override my religious sensitivities, then the Mexican Rabbi suggests one is not going to give up their life. Now, interestingly enough, Rabbi gives examples of this. You don't take off because you don't hold this right.
I try not to use
as a right Rashi points out that the Persians used to have in their fucking things, where we would go home to home, collecting lamps, like lanterns, and you'd have to donate a lamp when you place their house out all these guys. So the Gemara says, I don't understand how would these people get to participate in that collection? Aren't they contributing to our to which the Gemara says, here's the thing, the Persians weren't trying to get the Jews to convert. Rather, what did they want? They just wanted the lantern. They wanted the lamp. Meaning, they didn't want to have to spend all the money on providing all of the lamps. So they figured just get it from the Jews. But there was no concentrated effort of getting the Jews to convert. Therefore, again, there's only to give a heart and I'm not talking sense. But after this was that. The Omer Rav, Hakum the Omer Rav Yisrael, Hakum Aspas of the Shabbat. If an Hakum a Gentile says to a Jew, cut down this aspas. We'll say aspas doesn't apply. Cut down this ground on Shabbos and feed it to the animals. So we'll say, so obviously this is the threat of death. So the Gentiles telling you, if I don't cut down the plant, which is to switch the Orais to Shabbos, he's going to kill me. But he's telling me to cut it down and to feed it to the animals. So what's that on the website? You don't cut it, but you don't do it. If you don't do it, ultimately again, I'm going to kill you. Right? I'm going to kill you. So what's that on the website? Lick the below, lick the leg. Ultimately, again, cut it down, right? Cut it down, and don't allow yourself to be killed. Right? So let's see it essentially just a moment. Shove your narrow. So let's say the Gentile tells me what? Cut down the aspas, throw it into the river. Then what? Lick the leg below, lick the leg. Ultimately, in that case, I have to allow myself to be killed and not cut down the aspas. So what's like, what this is to this is my timer, Rabbi and Yosef. What's the kill it? You see, when the Gentiles come and cut down the aspas to burn his animal, what's his motivation? Right? For his animal, he doesn't want to do the work. So you have to have a Jew at his disposal. He'll take advantage of the Jew. I ask my Shabbos, the Gentile doesn't care so much about that. But it's clear that he's utilizing me in a way that benefits him. I know it's not. Moshe tells me to cut down the aspas and burn it to the river. There's a intention is what? His intention is to get him to violate the tenets of my faith. Oh, that you want to do? That I said. So Rabbi says, therefore, again, we begin to see over here. So I'm going to stop over here. Rabbi said, what we begin to see over here is the following. Number one, three Averot that you heard by Yabba. We have focus about Abu Torah. Normally, mitzvahs tell us you can violate, you don't have to give your life. We see exceptions to that if it's Vahesya, or if it's clear that the intention is to get the Jew to violate the tenets of the state. We now begin to see major exceptions, that even with the Gimel Chamuros, we'll say if either, like in the case of Arayos, is Karka Olam, Tosfos points out, obviously Karka Olam only works for a woman, Karka Olam does not work for a man. But at least not Arayos, when it comes to a woman, could eventually save her life by being passive in the act of Arayos. And Manos Hatzman, it's clear that the purpose of the Gentile is not to make me violate the tenets of my faith, but instead is his own benefit. And I look at myself and clear that in those cases, we would not say you're right by Yahweh. Stop over there, pick up his body,
it's almost like he's tired of people to come to the lawsuit. It's a fucking real site. This is crazy, man. Holy shit. What happens when they click on justice for 10? Oh shit, shout out to you, bro.
One additional part that I wanted to add in.
Shut up,
Mark
Medal
Alex.
of Stolen Valor. Earned it. I should get one for my career. What I've accomplished, call me Tim Coleman.
If I see that my son is missing something, I have to show us something. Not use this is if I see that my friend is in danger of losing his self, I use his mortal danger. Vashevos, I have a region of trying to refer to things and imagine the Kudel offices we should do. That's general life, everyone faces. We say, already the cultures like this are the same problem. Many different cultures and deficiencies. Each and every one of us is different. Each and every one of us is something. What if you have more than Vashevos? I have to look back and try to figure out what it is and what could I do for you. And you also try to figure out what am I missing and what can you do for me.
I know that we know better, but I kind of want to be on this site. Now that you said, like, whatever it is, I want to mention put us on. Whoever made this run in shop official, can you put some more maybe? And then just put like 10 minutes of shop and like a link to
I have to
Can you do that though? Can we do that? Can you put us as more and then a link to our YouTube? I know that's a grip for bullshit thing to ask, but it's funny. Is it really? I think that's funny. Can we go back to the site?
That's a long time. But when I look at the other, I know that this
I'm
is
just sending you
self.
a message on Reddit.
So the shiner is, what can I do
Yeah,
to
please,
knowledge
okay.
this? What
So,
can I do
it looks
to
at
create
Freedom
a way
Kennedy.
to precious young? What can I do to be there for you? What can I do to be there for you? So this whole time, I have everything I need for my life, but I know that everyone around me is deficient. The Hashivos, or it used to be a year, or it used to be part of the family, or it used to be part of the community. Be constantly aware and cognizant that everyone around you is missing something. And I say to you,
I'll read some of the comments.
try to figure out
Successfully
what
put in
you
the
want
work
to
with the rest of the chefs.
figure out how to
Take
determine
a hike across the
how
Baltic.
how can I do
Says
that?
Victor.
Hashivos,
Tell me there's three Brennan.
over
Yeah,
Belgium.
there you go.
Oh, this is
That was a
I
funny
have
one. It's like, you bring it, I'll bring it.
how to get back to the
Shout
other
out to
what
Brendan
things,
Walsh.
how to help those around you feel their
I don't know if this is something or what. I don't know how to read that profile. That's okay. What happened to your lawsuit? I can go to that. 300 pages, great movie, never seen it. Brendan through his awful act. Soon he talks to the guy of your boys' lawsuits. Shout out to the those assassins who sit in front of that kid. Oh, okay, so there's a link to the podcast friend, and then you can all right. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. I would like to count more. 56, like test. Impossible. Shop, Brian Callen.
Summer, go day in a turn.
My friends,
Logical because
Chris Kyle Ferguson.
obviously a strong morning requires gas. Indicates that a road date in general, right? A road date, that's a great hassle. Another lotion of cotton, whether the road date is, whether the road date is assault or a minor, someone who's running after someone else to kill them, perpetrator,
Shop save someone time. Oh, yeah, actually, you'd be like, you'd be kind of shocked, like, oh my god, you actually saved someone's life. I feel bad. But also, like, oh, that's awesome. I got to see it. Oh my gosh, that's pretty much. Great secrets to buy.
So because again, it's not critical, this can't hold the road requires this now. Road requires Star Trek. This is kind of like a model. It's an innocent. It's emerging. Let's say it's pretty important. Road show here, road requires a frame of hardware. So Ruben is coming after Shimon to kill Shimon. Over we see for Ruben for the 8 Shimon. So, what do you want after Shimon? She doesn't have any.
What is under
Listen, la Torah on the show, the drama, Adam,
still on Valve's
someone's trying to put something on so I'm going to sell the motion. We're allowed to get safe killing. So again, the point of the key is interestingly enough, is under normal circumstances, you have to do strong. So there's the warning that's sure, and then there's like a verbal response on the part of the perpetrator. So you move them to do it anyway. Interestingly enough, this is the report in the verbal response. And a loading is not body customer, does not be in mind of the guy. Which reminds me, no, I think that this is that's a different opinion. So this is who do it, this is who the same. So this is who the owner, correctly starts to in general, somebody who's well for that. Doesn't require us why not? But coming up with that connected, is someone who you know
these are all better than I would
doesn't require us.
maybe another thing
So you're looking at us, no, I will absolutely show you this. Like I tried to know, to see if someone knows the difference between someone who's actually a perpetrator versus comes to murder, and everyone knows you're not allowed to murder. You know how far that's going to be necessary. Tashma, Rode Shiro, if someone might so again, Ruben was going after Shimon to kill him. Omer Lord, she struggled with them briefly. I told her, Omer, show me come out of my So she said, what are you doing? She said, yeah, why are you running after him? He's a member of the tribe, member of the company. He's trying to kill someone. He's about to kill someone. Which he wants to do. Come on, you're not actually like, Nas and Issakim Chaim. Interestingly enough, if a lot of the nice interpreter Ruben says, so a nice again, that shows their loading doesn't have stress. So let's say, so what we're doing is interesting. So we have the opportunity to move it unfortunately successfully. So it's moving since it's going to have to come to base thing, here by us,
that your own friends
these
are
guys
using stupid things to send you
everyone
their
is
own
going to
brands.
be
Their shows.
by
You turn on the
I'm going to
turn on
أنا
your
جعلت
phone
كم
and
لك
TikTok
أنا
or something.
ولا تقول
Using all your
لك
things that
أنا ما يصير
look up and play
مع
That's
دراسة
so
الزوم
funny, but also sad.
somebody's harming drinking someone's house
That's true. I guess if you have a thing, you have a marketing angle, you got these issues. It's the office, like most, someone saying it's the most, Alright, so we got
so bottom line, discussion began. Well, like content is running after moving to kill. So the team said that how long that was moving to kill. Effectively, we're talking what is that show? And a rotate because not passive. And when someone's got to kill someone else without the killing people without being
what's that
and remember the second thing that says that a rotate doesn't hit that 10 or no, that's just normal. So I'm a customer and no host. So say I had a lot of you know why I know that? I'm a nice boss. What you have to have a hard I told him I got really fun. So you know that's not made up the other rotate.
You said no one else can get it. This is no one's sleep. It's genius thing. It's
Caçador, rotating, Sarah, Motion, Robo, Motion. Essa coisa de ser drama pop, rotating, whether the rotating is Robo, no, I will say I am below those 70 people. Anyone is going to so that's these people, if you're about to make this story, you're allowed to go ahead and prevent the story. Actually, number one, already have to have it. Here's the people number one, moving to solution. Very moving to solution. You're not moving on to preventing the next. You must not hurt the offer. Let's say moving from your from that side on the screen. Looking at that, moving so hard. Yeah, now I will offer.
You said no one can do it. Here for a second, I didn't hold it though. Well, shit. It sounds like a guy stuffing his foot. I like that. That's entertaining. I like the idea of a show where you have like one guy where you're like, you can't hit that fucking famous opera singer's note and you wait to see if he does it. That's like a bit.
Okay, so that's when you see the first
dude, I got it. I mean, it's better than anything out there. Old shit, I guess, is better than anything. Yeah, that's more, a lot more entertaining.
The only quality about this comedy much more. See again. Let's get awesome. So again, that's also but there's not another impact. We're not laughing. Another human being. We're laughing. So we have to keep moving.
Yes.
To prevent them from being for that matter.
Yeah, we're not
to prevent them from what we talk about this concept, but we didn't know. How do we know that moving from that but I'm allowed to feel moving before like we're doing it essentially like those Samo Padame. Plus it says do not stand on your friends. In other words, you must be standing with your eyes to your eyes. Don't sit by idly by while she is going on. But rather, again, go ahead and take action to prevent moving circulation.
So,
That's all. So, although these are also, that has to be for somebody else. I need one to decide. I need that puzzle for someone else. What I need for? And nonetheless, I mean, should probably have an hour. How do I know if I see my friend? See what I'm doing. Drowning in the water. Oh, how you go about false? Or an animal is drowning in the way. So this team boy level, we're being attacked by robbers. So who hired Rothschild? I don't have the right to stand hiding in mud. I have to jump in and find help. Now, half of the reason is a fascinating discussion about what level of danger I covered
look at all these things.
or to say someone. Let's say I see you being drunk, but I'm not supposed to. Or I see you being attacked by a lion, and again, I don't have any weapon. So, if there's much to talk about, the idea of much like this sounds if you see someone in mortal danger,
guess you
can't
can be
just
certain.
simply say not my
Well, that
power.
was
So
fun.
some of them have to jump in. Now we'll go back. So some of them have. You must say, so again, so you just use that possible. Some of them have to teach us. And if I see shimmy and blue, I see my root, that I'm allowed to go and include it, and prevent me from you must have not the someone supposed to teach. If I teach me, if I see my cousin more danger, I can't stand having died, I have to go ahead and jump in and try to help. So that's which one is the which one is definitely you're right. The process of will sell that way after really if I see my friend in more danger, I can't stand having died. Go ahead and step in and have to try to save. Now you have to try to get my animal, my rabbit have to try to the hell you feel like you're after me. So where do I know that it really is pursuing shame? I'm allowed to really be important for the shame. Where do I know that? Así que captó mi árabe. Y lo que captó comer from the árabe.
I mean, like, worst case, Ontario to me for DACA is trying to make the word and say it, know what it is. And I guess that's a good investment for these two students to have done these things. And maybe they are kind of extreme, maybe they are extremely trust. Too smart to do that. Civil theft is just civil theft. Unjustified enrichment, that just sounds like another way of saying theft. Wire fraud, I could do that. I'm pretty sure that. IRS fraud is actually not a thing. That's very easy. Filing a false tax return, you just have to file a return. That's huge. Yeah, that's really easy. You probably didn't hire somebody to.
I'm going to throw this on 2 minutes. So again, Americans we're allowed to kill them. Prevent from violating all the more
Yeah, well, you know,
so
I take all that back. Now that I've read it a few times, I realize that most really can't pop up. Can't
drive over Russell, so moving is running after the Nile of Russell. To prevent him from violating the Nile of Russell. All the more so, I see women running after Shimon to kill doing so, which means once again, if you own Shimon Adin, you can't put someone to death on the basis of that's how it's for. So the day is immersive today, today you're in the tunnel. So in Shiva, they said, right, I was in Heckish, and I'm in juxtaposition with an that's what it's a so Gemara says, Tana Hekishu, he has Yochel Tishkar, Russ on this. Remember, this is the concept of Na'arat and Russ. And this is talking about, again, Halot of Alaisa, Halot of Alaisa, and Na'arat is quiet. So the Halot is we go ahead and we go ahead. So the house is from a Na'arat, and Sasa, given our not the time is Na'arat, and we do it. Right, and she's a victim. She's a victim. Therefore, Kikashir, Yochel Tishkar, or Tzavol Nakash Piadavar. Now, I'm also like a case where someone attempts to kill someone else. What does that mean? What does that mean? So the Gemara says, so what exactly are we learning out from those Seach and Rust? Which must be right. We have to already say Baba Lami and Insula. So it sounded like we're trying to learn something from Nara Murasa. We're trying to learn something from Seach and Nara Murasa. Turns out that no, we're actually learning out something from Nara Murasa and applying it to Seach. What are we applying? Listen to this. The rest of Rabbi, it is a Makish, Seach and Nara Murasa. Plus it's something in the package. Comparison between Nara Murasa and Seach. How so? My Nara Murasa, you want to live in Ashton. So just like in Nara Murasa, you're allowed to go ahead and kill them. Prevent them from violating the Nara Murasa. So to Hosea, we tell us a little bit now. So to Hosea, you're allowed to kill it. You're allowed to kill the other. So what's this interesting? The Torah says explicitly, right, you're going to see that Allah Murasa and that's right to violate the Nara Murasa. You kill it. And the Torah just
got a time problem. It's like, why say that?
But when you're cutting some violence by the Nara Murasa, so you can kill someone who's trying to kill another incredible. The Nara Murasa, I know by Nara Murasa,
he's not really like staying on one type for too long. And then all the events that went into it, it was 2 hours long. Yeah, it's too late for the ball. Granted, apologies, yeah, I kind of see it. But it's been a long time. It's just, I accept the apology because I don't care. We serve the people that are going to be so mad and have a right to be mad at that. So was actually served them something they lied about. But I can't get over it's so strange because I can't relate to it at all. Just think about like you work in the golf, right? What if you were like, yeah, I'm a golf course, you know, it's crazy, I train crazy, I show them I got to see them, dude, crazy. I was like, I'm so good at being a caddy that I actually got to last and then so it's just like that's essentially what at night I stayed up and I killed anyone that was driving. I just had a heart monitor and I was just shooting. That's also what's even weirder. A lot of people thought that was weird. Sticking up on you.
But in addition to that, go look and see something.
All night long at the bar, I shot people from the window.
It's not even enough just to happen.
That's what makes it weird. It's not just lying about exploits and saying that you're suffering from the first guy that's I got this squeezing the life out of 15 children and I have what? It's like nothing. It's the idea that you just indiscriminately kill people. It's not actually some of the stuff is impressive that you said, but
So Shabbos Saturday is like literally just I find it I don't know if the person is individual, he's stuff. Literally, he's more than the wild animal, the Rabbi. How do I know that I'm obligated to step in and try to? So the Mercy Kamalomar is actually also, so the way we write it actually is actually also, you have to again return low. You have to return him to himself is in danger of being lost, and you have to do what you can in order to return him to him. So the Gemara says, I'm going to also give me a son, you know, have I need to be enough shit. Have a mitra for me, or Guri in the law. I would have thought, so this one actually also low. I would have thought, okay, I'm obligated to help. So if I can help, I'll help. We're not obligated to round up other people, or to hire people, or to spend resources to try to help people. So much more on the person comes along and says,
once in a while.
You know, Salvador, but she also wants to give me the application. If I see someone in distress, I have to do what I can in order to turn yourself. And I emotional level, I see someone in the emotional stress. Obligation to do what I can to turn yourself to them. And then again, what Salvador teaches me, even if I can't do it myself, I have to hire people. I have to spend money. I have to undercover. I have to do whatever I can in order to help the person. So, turn up on it. So again, whether I see Ruben running after Shimon Kosi, or I see Ruben running after Shimon Sodomites, or I see Ruben running after Nara Murasa Tabayas, or I see Ruben going to go ahead and let's say violate someone for whom there is a huge recess piece of it. Or back of having pieces. Or I see Ruben running after someone to violate them, he's a thief pieces. What's that look like? Maximum also natural. All these pieces can be found to prevent them from violating. So the Gemara says, I'm well returned to Russia that only took a Maximum also natural. But if a colony is right now, Russia is red. Russia or Russia, right? I'm trying to say differently. If a coin goes with it, it's going to go and have relations with another one. Or a regular coin is right now, relations with Russia. So remember, it's up for but it's varied by a lot.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen this yet, but it says, do you think they're more A-rated than the
going ahead and having relations with this woman, even though it is forbidden.
That's over there.
So this is actually let's say again, even already committed to that's the other thing. Now he wants to repeat it. Now I'm also going to but apparently and we discuss exactly why that is. You must give us a benefit. You should have a shield, you must give us a benefit. is interesting. If the local myself, let's say my Nara Russell, she's about to be violent, and there's a way to save her without killing the lady, and of course my sister had to so what is that? Killing the perpetrator is only the last resort to prevent it from being harmed. And if there is another way, this is another method to stop the movement from violating Nara Russell and these other issues, when we throw Nara Russell, and local myself obligated to avail ourselves of that other method. And here he says, after Meres,
It's for some reason the Australian accent takes me out. Like I start listening to it, and then I would think about that. I can't even do it. Or like New Zealand accent. I like I'm like the video's over and I haven't listened for the last 5 minutes. You're like, fuck, it's hard. It's 20 minutes. I parked outside of the house and the girls wanted to feed cats or something, and I was like, great. That was the podcast trip. And then she came out after she fed the cats. Her video was over and I didn't hear a thing.
It's not like it's amazing. It's great. So if you let us not, you could kill it and prevent it from doing that. Because of that one, you should I would have said, why can't I go ahead and before he sodomized? That's not fair. Therefore, I got to be moving for prevention. Now, as much as it's an active violation, but the act itself, itself, so perhaps again, we didn't think so therefore, again, the prosecution now, they know that any attempts to violate the law itself, you can still be important to stop. Because of that, one another, furthermore, we're just saying, I would have said that you were allowed to go ahead.
He's a style guy. Bring it back.
How come it's a reference to and goes on reference actually status not just sumo, ultimately there have other than actually says that they're talking about this is still in the actually says that
they don't know the difference between Chuck E. Cheese and Can you imagine you go, your parents take you to somebody and like later in life, your parents are like, the policy, you got to see the history and oh yeah, Chuck E. Cheese, right? Somebody doing the opposite. Like, remember the mouse, the costume,
say no, you need to
it's a big mouse, right?
Because of that, so so far we have again, moving to can be divided down on the left side, kill him to prevent him from doing so. He's trying to sodomize Shimon and prevent him to prevent him from doing so. So before what it just said, because of what you will say on the days, we should the high loves or the high kapadim. So now the that's how you can actively before you perform. Rayos, I will not be similar. And ramifications of the it doesn't blemish quote-unquote status-wise or relationship-wise as much. Perhaps I would not be able to kill moving which we must consider well, hate. The Rebbe says, no, it's really about to lead to a relationship. It is confused. There is an alliance, we're allowed to kill him to prevent him from doing so. because of what I think. I mean, I feel I love it. If I would have just said, I would have said, then, maybe if I see moving about to engage with forbidden relationship, only forbidden by love, perhaps I should be able to engage with that as well. Rahman also loves us. So it's the only thing is if you got to engage in a relationship, because of that one of us, I would have basically had to come as well. If I would have just said mothers, I would have said, oh, what does mothers mean? Mothers means Chagimis is basic. Any relationship with somebody is basic. Like Chagimis. So Rahman also therefore the Torah says hate, which comes from Chagimis. So the original Rahman hate mothers for no boy in marriage and so that's the case. What the Pasuk said. The Pasuk said hate mothers. And if it's hate mothers, what does that mean? That means any relationship.
How far you live right now?
You're allowed to kill the perpetrator as you understand the perpetrator.
That is what
And if you see that, they'll automatically include not on and selfish. And secondly, they will both of us. So just leave out now, right? Leave out now, just say hate and mothers. And I would know that if somebody is trying to do something, attempting to do something, that's something by hate, or if you encourage, you're allowed to actively kill living defenders of perpetrating the crime against the other. Well, by that, you want to say anything out of it, right? You're right. So why does it say, how do you look at those problems? The column so what's the significance? Remember, there's a thing, what's the thing? The danger like this. If it would have committed not, it would have taken loss without coming like this. Ruben is attempting to do anything that carries with it either by basic or by currents. That was it. That he's about to become a Shabbos as a king to render from the Shabbos. Or if Ruben is not worshiping Avodah Zarah, I can kill him to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah. So what the Torah says, now and now, the only time you're allowed to go ahead and kill someone and prevent them from committing an Avera is when that Avera impacts another human being. Right? But if the Avera doesn't impact other human beings, for example, Ruben is about to miss Shabbos, very bad, but it doesn't impact another human being. Or he's about to be an action doesn't impact other human beings. Or he's about to worship Avodah Zarah, doesn't impact other human beings. In those cases, I'm also what I saw. Cannot kill breathing to prevent him from committing the act. Incredible.
I don't know. I've never met him. I want to know.
That's all. Here's the problem. About the question. Again, okay, we'll talk about this more tomorrow. Shabbos is down. Rashpir, Shumay of Hack. Go ahead. Sorry, I should say.
No, I saw.
I can kill them to prevent it from worshiping idolatry. Why? So according to Shomai Yochai, then why do I need now and now? Where it says, how many look at the email, how many look at the shop. We'll talk about why this is. And Shomai Yochai tomorrow, and Shomai Yochai holds even by all these so by even if I see you in a portion, so I can go into or if I see what you call Shabbos, preventing from doing that. Okay, so which says, come with the Hill, come with the Shabbos. Saturday, because I would have thought, TC Shabbos, we feel I don't know like this. Both that's a picture of Shabbos, both precautions of food. Okay, so I'm not supposed to keep show my time. The singer that can kill Ruben from worshiping Avodah Zarah, and it also Ruben to prevent him from being the fellowship. Much more than those. Much more than Avodah Zarah, not Shabbos. You ready? I'm also going to shoot. How else is Shabbos? You can't see the Shabbos. Oh, so there's another sheet. There's more. So what's what you need to see that these schools of thought. The primary school of thought is like he's only coming about to kill Ruben is when he's about to commit something that is punishable either by death by basis or choice, and it impacts another person. But if there's no other humans
I know you guys out there are thick
you
boys that
can't
work
prevent
for
Ruben from
so
getting that air
body
by
trucks
kill.
will be seen.
That's the first one. Second skill for I'm sure by a five. I agree with that, with the exception of all this else. Can kill Ruben to prevent the abortion of all this else. And then there's the laws of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, not only can you kill Ruben to prevent the abortion of all this else, but you also kill Ruben to prevent him from being the Chalo Shabbos. The Chalo Shabbos. So it's very yield, the Chalo Shabbos, that's what it is. So that's the Shabbos, the Chilo, because the laws of Rabbi Shimon makes the Shava, Chilo, it says Chilo by Avodah Zarah, it says Chilo by Shabbos, just as you kill Ruben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, so to kill Ruben to prevent him from being the Chalo Shabbos. So my the laws say quite this approach, but according to the laws of Rabbi Shimon, why you need according to the laws of Rabbi Shimon, anytime Ruben is about to do something, it carries it and Misa's bacon, like that by mason or colors, even if it doesn't have to be victim, you're still allowed to come from doing it. So I don't need now, which one says no. Where it says, my brother, had you know what you did no, because one of those will call now, or one of them will come to bestiality. And everyone will agree that I see you about the act of bestiality, and that is the don't kill them for the so either I do the custom on a nar, custom non-nar. Everyone is working practically since the Torah wrote nar, the Torah also wrote nar. So once I say interesting enough to see over here, I will have to see how often myself, but essentially number one is I'm allowed to go away prevented from doing when the other A is either punchable and misstatement, correct, but the point of fire is first part of green, it adds an apple result. And according to the laws of Shimon, he adds in also Shabbos. Everyone will agree, for example, at the bestiality, terrible as anything it is not to do it. I can't struggle with witness now. And we go there, Apple American Youth will show you. What happens if you get is about a violation? Sharia law. We're ready to. He would get it so wrong. He would constantly be eating food that wasn't allowed and doing things that were halal. So again, he says he supports Israel. He'd have a fatwa against him quicker than any Muslim in history. So this is what I think this is the most likely scenario. So let's say you know that obviously it's called as a water hair, right? And she's like
what church does he go to? Why am I not there?
Right, so what happens if you know that she is marketed on the people? We also that she's coming us to know. So what are you doing? Now I put my head on the sorry, I'm a couple so I my parents are the people. So again, and so when I saw this post, I was like, and therefore again, it's just co-rooted. And if you know that she's not good on herself, so we might say, oh, we're not going to listen to what she says. We'll kill the guy, prevent him from going out in the Bible. And the dog, I become not more confident from the mustard not so dumb.
It's for sure fucked up.
Oh, mustard not so dumb. I'm listening where it says, the noodle was like this. Why does it tell us? Why does it tell us?
It really looks strange. It's got some weird buzz. It looks like it's like a guy who's going live and he's trying to do something to draw attention elsewhere. It's unfortunate.
But in this case, this thing coming up, you don't know I don't want to kill. And this is me listening to them go to the all of us are not so Oh, yeah, hold on, thank you. One of us, actually says will be here. The mustard not so color. She most of us are she either. I'm not sure it's still dumb. So let's say, so ultimately, again, so again, for the weaknesses in general, that's what she's going to give up color for having colleges. If she's paying us still, let me do what she wants. I want to run the risk. You listen to her. I'm going to pull out that. I'm going to say, what if a clown of those getting ready to buy also
I don't know what Alan thought about it.
now
Thoughts maybe, Jeff? I saw this earlier. Post Malone, Somalia gang, 2025. I'm into the legend Mike Tyson.
Background now again is on one of the
So much.
obviously it's ramification, but the nice again it's not the ramification we are going itself is active. So I say so what's interesting is what I'm talking about. A lot of myself, because the mic is on and even in a case where the lawyer will say, you know what, leave it alone, a lot of myself we would not
In DC, where I was doing that so much, Mike Tyson.
doesn't like understand she's sleeping on the basis.
It was like kept fucking Tyson.
Sounds really strange. Talking about a woman who's trapped in fire. What a lot of times what happens is tomorrow.
Is he saying Brandon Marshall is really everyone is it's like it's funny that it's just a strange thing. Like the most Cormier is doing something like doing it for the show, and the idea that like just like me and Brandon, we just shit out of myself.
That's almost in the same way.
It's weird. That credit chop with the gold. It's like so funny to watch. Like the Hennessy video, and it's very cultural. Like I was laughing, happening in Brandon so over here. Which is hilarious.
So what should we do there? We listen to her. And I want to say, we don't listen to her because we could have that Torah cares more about her, and she cares about her. And if I want to myself, we would do it. We want to stop and spend for bothering me. So I will say, we're going to stop over here. We're going to stop in this place. Everyone is inside of the
Yeah, that was sent to you, Bob. There's no Brandon Marshall anywhere. He's not like.
Once he gets mad, it's over.
I like how.
All right, Joel said, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip to thank. Our Toronto sponsors for Rothschild, year 5785, Hilson Shpach of Eretz Yisrael. For in the source of wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tolson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel tov, may they be so Eretz Hashem. You know, we should just know that Yoshua Mordechai is a brave chayal, a brave soldier. Hashem gave much to Am Yisrael, to Eretz Yisrael, and it is so beautiful that he is going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which will hold Eretz Hashem b'shar kavod mitzlachos, which will Eretz Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful simcha, mazel, and bracha. Well, say with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning and discuss of all of our princess Hafiz making prayer for Eretz Hashem, bring them home. The shalom and the cutoff, and by all of our soldiers will be successful. The whole maaseh yidei. Well, say today's daf. It doesn't matter what today's daf is. Let's not get caught up in details. Let's not be trees in the forest. We're going to be running some headroom today. We're going to be starting on Daf Ayin Aleph 71, and we're going to see in Eretz Hashem where the journey takes us. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph about 71a. We're picking up about 12 lines up from about a bison and so your mercy is Kiman Azla Ad Sandra. In whose opinion is reflected in the following statement. Bison and Uga will Haribala Asad Dios. So there was never such thing as a bison and Uga. Bison and Uga means ultimately, again, a home that was afflicted by Saras. So such a thing that never happened, such a thing that never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara, I'm sorry, why is it written? If it's never going to happen, why is it written? Ultimately, in order to learn it and receive reward. Kiman Azla, who does this mean reflect? Kabbalah ben Shimon. Like Kabbalah ben Shimon. Good. That's the scientist now in Muslim says the old Rabbi may actually to stay grease and stay up on him to stay solemn. The Karen's obvious. So again, in order to have saras on the Muslim, remember there is a whole topic with saras in the house. Last year, Kodesh points out that halacha the message saras in the home is not as much punishment as much as it was a bracha. So Rashi points out before the Jews came into Israel, the indigenous nations their hid treasures in the walls of their home. And the truth is the only way you would know that those treasures were present was with saras. For example, required removing stones. And then one would see the treasure literally again that was buried behind. So again, Allah says, in order to have saras in the home, you need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like two pieces. This is a measurement. Ashtei avanim on two different stones. Ashtei ksavim on two different walls. The keren is zavis. So essentially, you have to be in a corner. Our kokish make use of our kokish piece. You have to have a length of two pieces or width of one piece. So my time is never lost. So what's the relative machine? What is it saying? Siv pure, the puros. Because the pasuk says, talking about saras on the home, it says it appears on a wall. And then it says it appears on walls, plural. So you must easily hear shuki kilos. What ultimately again is a home? What is a wall that is like walls, plural? The Omer that carries others. This refers ultimately again to a corner. The time Yamar will have other. So Rothschild says, Makom hayabitchum azal. The hayukoyim also for the secure. But there was a place in Azal, and they called this place in Azal Churvisa Segirta. So again, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that here Churva is Mitzola. And Churva is called Mitzola. So I'm talking about Segirta Shinosim Misham Bais Nuva. So essentially, what the Rothschild is saying is that there was Mamish home that was known to have tzaras. Amar Shimon Ish Kfar Akko Hamachas Halachti Begav Begalil. For a easy makom shemet signing also Amru Avonim Minugaos Kinu Sham. In the Shimon Ishfar Akko says one time I went to Galil, and in fact I found the place where they were storing stones that they said were removed from a hole of friction with saras. So let's say once again you see this tension on one hand. First thing is saying there was never a home with saras, never happened. Too much specificity. The other thing is saying no, we actually saw a home with saras. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some life lessons. Says the Mishnah, so let's remember we saw in the last sugya that in order for a child to become a solar or motor, the Gemara was the parents have to be shabbat. Parents have to be quote unquote equal, right, or similar. Now, the Gemara was talking about up there was that parents have to be shabbat, the kol, the mala, and the kol. They have to be shabbat, they have to be similar. And literally, again, their voice, their height, and even their appearance. Now the Mishnah goes on to more technicalities. If one of the parents was a gidin, what she points out earlier is gidin is they're missing a hand, an amputee, or chiger, or they're crippled in their leg and therefore can't walk, or ilay, or mute, or sumo, or blind, or cherish, or cherish generally means deaf and mute. Eno nasa ben soromora. The child can't become ben soromora. Now, why is that? Shemar, listen to this. The tough subo original, the pasuk says his parents will grab him from Odidno. Obviously, in order to grab him, they need hands. So if they're missing a hand, they're not walking around. So kid can become a ben soromora. But see also, they will take him out. So therefore, again, if they lack a leg, lack an ability to go and remove him, they can't take him. The Gemara says, they will say, the parents will say, below ilmi, not if they're mute. The name is that they will identify this son below sumin, and not parents who are blind. And then they say they have to say the son doesn't listen to our voices, below harsh and not a mute, not a mute. Right, versus Master Boku for social Malki also. They won the Ben Solar Mora, so again it's Hasral. They won the first in the presence of the and then ultimately administered Malchus afterwards. So you will say it's interesting to see what introduces something new. Apparently, there is like a Hasral. They warn the kid about his behavior in front of three, right? So again, apparently the way it works is like this: the child or the young man steals the money, purchases the meat in the wine, conforms to all of the criteria that we established in the last couple of documents. Parents warn him in front of the three, and then again they flog him. They give him all this. If he repeats the behavior again, that's when he becomes a Ben Sorah Mora. Because of the Kilkel, that's from Shlosha. If he goes ahead and repeats this errand behavior, then he is judged by the Inject on food, which makes sense because now this is a capital case. They on this go, Achu Sham Shlosha Rishon. But again, he's only executed if part of the vision of 23 consists of part of the the original three was essentially judgment for Moses after part of the subsequent vision of 23. The name is Zeh Shalot HaBifneicha. You have to say, the parents have knew that this son means the son that was born in the flood in front of you, the first three, is now going to be executed before they saw them. Incredible. Shema Shamsina, the Gemara says, what do you see here? Well, Inon Krah. He did sit. I will say, what you see here is something very interesting. That halacha l'maisa, when a pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, I will say, what does this mean? So you would have thought like this. If you look at this pasuk of Ben Sorah Mora, right? So the pasuk says, "It's tough people of the Israel. His parents will take hold of him. But see also al ziknei ilo, shama kamo, and they will take him out right to the basement. And they say, now you notice what's happening here. You notice there's a very literal interpretation of the pasuk, right? That literally they have to be able to grab. They have to be able to walk. I don't know. When you look at this pasuk, one could have also easily said the pasuk is more figurative. I don't know that you had to understand the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly you might be initially saying it in a literal sense. What do you see from your Shabbos Milah? But Inon Kra Kudifsid. You have to follow up pasuk as it was finished. The Gemara says, "Shemra, this is different. Shiny Hacha, why on the base? Making progress. Shiny Hacha, 71b. The Kulei Kra Yisim. Once I say no, this is different because here the pasuk itself is really in such an elongated Kulei Kra Yisim. The Matzah Mitzvah system also Shara here, Homitzkaltem. In other words, clean out this whole thing. Just say, you take it to the face, done. The fact that the pasuk is written such longhand indicates to us that there is a hakada. The parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes, and an ability to do so prevents people from Ben Sorah Mora. Okay, that's what we're talking. And we warned him in front of three. He was a Rabbi. Why didn't he betray Sakya? Why didn't he ask her in front of three? He just didn't ask her in front of two. And they say, Rabbi, how can come? And Master Rabbi is very Shnayim. The mouth can also be very Shloshah. No, what it means is like this. You're right, so we warned him in front of two witnesses, and we give him Malchus in front of three, because three represents a basis. Gemara says, whoa, Malchus Ben Sorah Mora, where do we ever see Malchus Ben Sorah Mora? Right? So the only thing we ever see by Ben Sorah Mora is what? It's execution. Misa. Where are you getting Malchus from the Ben Sorah Mora? You got the Avot. Remember the Avot. Amanu Yisru, so say you make it Zera Shabbat. Yisru. So it says Yisru also be used by Ben Sorah Mora, and then it says Yisru by Malchus. And then again Yisru Ben, Vayam Ben Akozah. Essentially there's a Zera Shabbat between Malchus and between Ben Sorah Mora. Just that first time offender, right? First time offender Ben Sorah Mora gets Malchus. Okay, you must also the kill you on the so again, Ben Sorah Mora once again repeats, he's making it believe again. Well, you judge this time because now it is effectively that case. So the Gemara says, "Haini Baile Zeh." Some more Darshans, the name is Zeh. That's how the Gemara Darshan gets. That's how Darshan from the Mishnah. There's 1 second. Haini Baile Zeh L'Sulim. Now remember again, we already used that Zeh. That Zeh was already Darshan to teach us what? That Allah the parents have to have sight in order for the kids to come Ben Sorah Mora. So how are we now using that same exact word different? The Nenu who? My Nenu Zeh. The pasuk could have just written the Nenu who, but it says the Nenu Zeh. Shema Min Atarti. So everyone will say Zeh teaches me two things. What are two things? It teaches me number one, it teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become Ben Sorah Mora. That's number one. And number two, that the original three who served as the basement for Malchus have to be part of the basement of 23 for execution. Incredible. Mishnah, Baruch Hachon, Medino, the Achakar, Hekev, the Sakana Tato, Pato. So remember again, we're in the beginning of the Ben Sorah Mora Sugya. That Ben Sorah Mora is interesting. There's like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a katan samach leish, which essentially is you can only become Ben Sorah Mora immediately upon reaching adulthood. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara called like a beard of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah raises a very interesting point over here. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Mesora Bora, right? And when he is brought to prison, he's of the age where it's appropriate. In other words, where he can be charged with a Mesora Bora. And then what happens? He ran away from Beis Din. He went back, he escaped from Beis Din. Before the verdict was passed. And then what happens? They find him again. They want to bring him back to Beis Din. But by the time they bring him back to Beis Din, he has further physically matured. What's that? Potter. In other words, he's aged out the Ben Sora Umora. And therefore, again, so the interesting part, remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time we get him back to Beis Din, he's already too physically mature, right? Has already formed. He's out. He's free on a technicality. Then you should ignore, the other hand, if let's say the kid came to Beis Din, was charged, verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution. And then we find him afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we can still execute. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so let's say the Ben Noach, a non-Jew, who cursed that Kodesh Baruch Hu, and then what happens? He took out this guy there. Then he converted. What's halacha? Potter. Then he converted Potter. Why? What's the logic? What's the logic? Hold up the Nishtana Misasam. Because the one thing that halacha l'maisa, his whole legal framework changed. Remember again, when he was a bachelor, comes out of his legal. So literally translated, since his legal ramifications, when his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. Take a look at Rashi. All the Nishtana Misasam. Even the current on the Eidachad, the Dayan Echad, the Lo Asra. As a Ben Noach, right? A Ben Noach is judged with one witness, one judge, and no hasra. A Jew is judged with a basin of 23, hasra and everything else. So therefore, again, since now he's converted, since his legal framework changed, therefore once his din, his halacha changed as well. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Ne'er Messiah, right? Ne'er Messiah, right? Baruch Achron Midmagir." So we'll say, "Our mission is to support the same idea." If the Ben Sora Mora, he escaped before the verdict was delivered. Yachakak, which is exactly like Achron Potter. And before again, and then when they found him, he already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. His Potter, might have what's the reason? Ladu Shum Damina Oil Ishtani. Because he changed. Since he physically changed, therefore what? His din changed as well. This was a meaning of low shiny papa. We probably pushed a lot back follow. No, it's different. Why? Because now he's in a state where if he had committed that very same crime, right? As a child, or as a young man with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if he were to steal that same money and buy meat and buy wine, he would not be hired at this stage. That's why if he escaped before the verdict, we find him later on. He's going to be Potter, so Tashma. So ultimately, again, if they delivered the verdict, then they find him. But by the time that they find him, he has already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. What's that? He's chayiv. Now, why is that? Nigmar dino kamet, because again, Allah his verdict is passed. Nigmar dino gabakatilabu. He's already, if his verdict is passed, then Allah, of course, he's going to be chayiv. So the Gemara says as follows. We'll say, what a tremendous Mr. Tremendous Mr. So for Ben Noach, he curses back on his Baruch, and then he converts. What's halacha? He's not subject to death penalty. Why? Because again, the Lashon of the Gemara, Holel v'nishtana dino, nishtana misaso, his din changed, and therefore again his death penalty changed. What do you see from here? You see from here this the halacha l'maisa. Even if there is a certain din hanging over a person, there's a certain verdict hanging over a person. If you change who and what you are, ultimately, again, that din changes as well. So this is very important, because in general, there's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Let's say again, I'm a person, I committed an avera. As a person who's committed an avera, I warrant a particular punishment. So now there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that I could go ahead and change my din. So how does that work? How does that work? The Rothschild doesn't change his mind. The Rebbe Shalom doesn't change. The Rebbe Shalom is perfect. So what does it mean? If I'm chayiv for the death penalty, I'm chayiv for whatever the particular ownership may be, how does it work? So once I say, interestingly enough, the din doesn't change. The din is always the same. What changes? Me. I'll give you a simple muscle. Person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So it's $100,000 a year. You're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So again, we'll say in a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. Tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Me. That's the whole dynamic of tshuva. The din is the din. If I remain the same person, then this is the din. This is where it is. But the beautiful opportunity we have in life is that I don't have to remain the same person. I can change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the din, the judgment that was over here, is still there. It's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's going to be ready to be over there. If I choose to become someone different, it's just a whole new set of laws, and a whole new set of realities, and a whole new set of ramifications that are there for us. That's the greatness of change, the greatness of tshuva. I can take myself from one framework to another framework. The framework is still there. The framework didn't change. I changed. So the Noah who places like a powerful class to show. If he becomes a yid, it's at the end of it again, he's now over Ishtani. He's a different person, and therefore a separate set of people. When we become Bali Tshuva, when we change, when we uplift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. It's an incredible thing in the world. Let's go back there. In Don Kashma, Ben Noach, yes, Kabero, or it's Kabero, and his Kari Potter, to this. A Ben Noach, non-Jew, who goes there and hits, fellow non-Jew, or commits adultery with the wife of his fellow non-Jew. And then what happens? So obviously getting himself into a whole boatload of trouble over here. And once again, he decides to convert. Now, what business is this guy? I'm not exactly sure, right? So again, he goes ahead and he converts. What's the halacha? Potter. He's potter, right? He's potter from all of these things. Why? I will say now, what's the logic over here? The logic over here is that halacha l'maisa. Remember, when he converts as a Jew, a Jew who goes ahead and hits the Ben Noach, or a Jew who commits adultery with the wife of the Ben Noach, is not subject to a death penalty. So therefore, halacha l'maisa says that Ben Noach, he was subject to a death penalty. Now, halacha l'maisa, he is not subject to these halacha. So death penalties also can be. So when this guy but if the Ben Noach hit a Jew, or a Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of a Jew, and then he converts, he's still going to be liable. Still going to be liable. Why? Because again, these are actions. Had he committed them as a Jew, he would also be liable. Says the Ben Noach, he's liable as a Jew, he's liable. Why? Name a whole Ishtani. Why don't you go ahead and say, but he changed? It's very good. You know, in order to apply this metric of change, it has to be that both the din and the death penalty changes. Dino Ishtani, Misasalo Ishtani. Here, the particular perhaps of the person change, but the death penalty still remains the same. Quite fascinating. So Mishnah will say, after Sayyid, and the death penalty itself, right? When he kills someone, says Ben Noach was Sayyid, and now he also be Chayiv Sayyid. Remember, Ben Noach, we saw Trouble a little while ago, Ben Noach was always executed with Sayyid. So as a Gentile, it was Sayyid, and as a Jew, it's Sayyid. Our Ish, or with adultery, as a Ben Noach, it's Sayyid. But now it's going to be strangulation. So this din is different. So we'll say second line down in the white lines. And now Ram Murasa. We'll say we're talking about over here where you committed adultery and now Ram Murasa. Both Ben Noach as well as the Jew have the punishment of skila for now Ram Murasa. I also can be so to me the HS Kabero. Katani. But it says if you committed this same act with Yisrael, comparable to Ish's Kabero, Elo, Kala B'Chamura Meshach Shaifa. So it's like Rabbi, you see again, interesting enough, a more lenient penalty is automatically dragged along or imputed with a more severe one. Let me call it Rabbanan on Sayyid Chamar. That's why Rabbanan said that Sayyid is more Chamar than Kamek. Elo, we should remember Kamek Chamar, Mike. We had all this before. The Great Mishnah says The chenek, strangulation, is more of a risen side. What are you going to say? Hashem is like Kitana, Ibn Nash. Gamar, Komi Samur, Bnei Noach, Eino El Chenek. What's your head is your focus? So, hold the Ibn Nash, Ibn Nash, who holds the El Bnei Noach, will always put the dead with Chenek. So, Mishnah, each Bnei Noach, Chenek, the Hash, the Chenek. So, I understand the case of the Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of the Yisrael, and then he converted because when he was a Ben Noach, or he was a Jew, he was punished by Chenek. So it's Elul Tzeach and Ikara Chenekash the side. Or second, according to this, as a Ben Noah, for murder, you would be Chayiv Chenek, and now as a Jew, you would be Chayiv Sayiv. To which the Gemara says, not a problem. Kala b'Chamura Mishak Shaiva. And then we assume that Sayiv is in more lenient form of Shefan than Chenek, and therefore it's even more lenient. One is a little bit more comfortable. Let me say it, right? Sarka Yachakak Pavla. Right? The Gemara says, Tidon the Chenek. So the Gemara says, Tidon the Chenek. The skill my time ago. So she would be judged with Chenek and I would skill. Why not with skill? I'm sure the whole the Ishtani. It must be because Allah for myself to my Nara Murasa. Sorry. Nara Murasa, who ultimately committed adultery and she can't go get us. So what's the Allah? She's judged with Chenek. Right? The Gemara says, why not skill? I'm sure the whole the Ishtani. Because she changed from Nara to a Bulgaris. The Kosh came Hava, the Ishtani the guy. And all the more so in this case where the change was. I'm going to be open on the Tana Tiny people in the Siva. So ultimately, again, so Rabbi Yochanan says the Tana, right rather instead of right now, Allah for myself, subject to trees. What's the takeaway? The takeaway, sorry, I went a little bit quickly over there. What's the takeaway? The takeaway is like this. Allah for myself, if you have a piece of sort of more, it could be taste it. And then he escapes, and you find him later on. What do you do with him? So the answer is, it depends. If his verdict was passed, right, and he escaped before execution, when you find him, you hold him. If he escaped before the verdict was passed, then what do? It depends. If you find him before he's developed, before the signs of physical maturation, you pass the verdict, and you kill him. But if he escaped before the verdict was passed, and now he developed further signs of physical maturation, myself, since he has changed, right? Things have changed. You can no longer judge him as it is so anymore. And there's other cases like that. The Benoah and then converts. The Benoah who goes ahead and hits his friend, right, or commits adultery and converts. Similar types of cases. Let's go. Let's sort of I say this Mishnah feels like it should have been at the beginning of this entire pattern. Okay, we're going to do it here. But sort of we don't change cell phone. The Zoromora is executed, not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned he is going to become. The Gemara says, ultimately, again, let him die innocent, and don't let him die chayiv, don't let him die culpable. But why? Because the death of the wicked is good for them. Because their death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. The tzaddikim, death of tzaddikim is bad for tzaddikim, and it's bad for the world. I will say, why is death bad for tzaddikim? This is the Gemara Mishnah. Why is death bad for tzaddikim? Why? Because the Maisa, with death, they no longer have the ability to go out and form Mexico. I say life is the greatest gift. As long as you're alive, you have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for tzaddikim is a bad thing, because with their death, they use their ability to impact change. And it's bad for the world. The Gemara says, Pizar, sorry, Yayin B'Shem L'Risham Hanal, and so also this is wine and sleep, and Rishayim is pleasurable for them, and it's good for the world. Why? Because if Rishayim are drinking and they're sleeping, that each one is blood, they're not bothering anyone else. Good. So be occupied with your wine, be occupied with your sleep, and go for it. But tzaddikim, Ra'lahem, I will say this is incredible. But for tzaddikim, wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. Let's listen to that. Why? Because when the tzaddik is drinking too much, or the tzaddik is sleeping, he's not accomplished. And if the tzaddik is sleeping and not accomplished, and drinking and not accomplished, it's bad for him and it's bad for us. Like here it is, right? This is a riot to what you do. Sleep is bad. Sleep away is bad apparently. It feels so good. That's right. But apparently, again, it's not good if we want to be tzaddik. Incredible. These are the Rishayim. And not Elohim, but not Elohim. So we'll say these are means again. It will be again displacement. You know, it's a scattering. It's right. It's good for Rishayim and good for the world. In other words, if Rishayim are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. So let's tzaddikim, la lohem v'ravi olam. For tzaddikim, obviously, again, it's not good. It's not good because again, when the tzaddikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to be a force amplifier. So for Shayim, Pizur is good. Ultimately, there for tzaddikim is not good. It's also Pizur. So Pizur is literally again scattered. Pizur also means sometimes if I say no, a person could be a one geographic place. That's a million different emotional headspaces. And when a person is like that, you know, we all experience friends like that. It's very disjointed. It's very disjointed, and it's very hard to accomplish something. When you're not essentially, what Pizur represents, let's do the opposite. The opposite. You know, it says kinos. Kinos for Rishayim ala Hebrali. So kinos means gathering. When Rishayim are together, that's bad for them and bad for the world, obviously. Because then they can collaborate. So tzaddikim, hana Elohim, hana Elohim. For tzaddikim, it's good for them. And it's good for the world. So it's incredible. So for tzaddikim, Pizur scattering is genius is good. So of course, you understand when tzaddikim are together, that's great. They can collaborate. You can accomplish. It's a force multiplier. And when they're dispersed, again, they can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. But it's not just true for this is also true on a personal level. Sometimes in life I'm in a state of Pizur. Pizur is I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, well, it's hard to accomplish when you're everywhere. When you're everywhere. Why? Because I was like, Pizur means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. Right? Kinos means there's mindfulness. Kinos means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. You know, it's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when you focus on multiple things, you're accomplishing more. But we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of the work is significantly diminished. That's Pizur. Pizur is multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is where there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, I'm present. When that happens, it's good for me, and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. You might say, Shagat, but a Sharm al tranquility. It's bad for his shine. When it's tranquil, the shine can do a lot more damage, and it's bad for the world. Right when the shine has shine. Let's tzaddikim, hana Elohim, hana Elohim. For tzaddikim, ultimately, again, tranquility is good for them because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more. And obviously, if the tzaddik can accomplish more, it's good for the tzaddik, and it's good for the world. There's so much to discuss about this Mishnah for a different time. Top of Ayin Day 72a. Says the Mishnah, Tanya, Rabbi Yosef really all that. Because the Ben Sora Mora has stolen money and has purchased some wine, he should be executed. You know, says $1 million question. Rather, the Torah knows what is going to happen with Ben Sora Umora. The Gemara says, why? That's why Shesof Mikmar Nixa Aviv. At a certain point, he's going to finish all of his father's money. He's going to want to sustain his habits and his home. He's not going to be able to deal with the Parshas He's going to go out and he's going to become a robber.
So I don't get a. Amra Torah, Yomos Zakai Va'al Yomos Chayim.
The Torah says, let him die in a sin. In other words, remember, as Ben Sora, has he done something bad? Yeah. Does it deserve death? No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, and ultimately says, you know what? Kill him now. Kill him now before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. Because the death of the Shon is good for the Shon. Again, kill this kid before he goes there and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. And listen, by the way, this is so fascinating. But first of all, so this part comes back. I just like that phrase. Anyway, so let's say so let you see what the accent. Anyway, so Tigmar says also. So remember, this goes back to yesterday's back where we saw the Machlokas. Did Ben Sora Mora happen? Did it not happen? So remember all of this together. So that's what I learned from Machlokas. So I say, but it struck me. Why do you say this, right? What's the whole point of Ben Sora Mora? He's going to steal money. good for money, he's going to purchase things to purchase more. And we're afraid that when he finishes his father's money, he's going to go out and steal. I mean, maybe he'll just get a job. He can manage a hedge fund. I don't know. Why do you automatically assume that he's going to steal his support his habits? So I'll say, what do you see from there? What do you see from there? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening over there. So because this kid has never worked, in other words, it's one thing if he's an industrious young man. He likes nice things. Right? You see kids like this. They like nice things. So what happens? What do? They hustle. They hustle. Ice hustles and he wants nice meat, the nice wine, nice food. Okay, you know what? That's fine. You're working hard for it. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is someone who steals. You develop that type of mindset from when you're young. You're like, ideally, the world owes me something, and you go ahead and support yourself from other people's hard work. That's a terrible midah. And that's a midah that's not going to be good. That's the kind of person that when you run out of their father's funds, he's not getting a job. He's not, you know what he's doing? You know what he's doing? He's taking from other people. He's taking from other people. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the meat and the wine. It's about a feeling of entitlement. That you feel so entitled that you can take other people's stuff to support yourself. So listen, you know the worst midah a kid can have? The worst midah? Entitlement. Magia, you know, Rabbi Sachs. Pointed out that in Yiddishkeit there are no rights. There's no bill of rights in Judaism. Right? The Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. And Sachs makes fun about the rights. But in Yiddishkeit there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because a Yid should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't owe you anything. And I will say, by the way, it sounds strange. He's like, wait a second, that's not true. People do owe me something. People owe me a car, so I tell people owe me this. Let's say, the problem is, if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be absolutely sure of, which is you will be profoundly disappointed. Profoundly disappointed. So you can feel entitled. Everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it doesn't come, you're going to get upset, you're going to get offended, you're going to get hurt, you're going to all these different poor. Walk around, you know what? No one knows you anything. No one knows you anything. Don't walk around with them like DLE and family. So let's say again, in marriage, don't walk around feeling that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. And then when they do something, you will feel such a profound wave of the cars at home. That's beautiful. But again, you can dispense with so much life disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening over here. You know what the real danger of the Ben Solar and Laura? It's not the meat and it's not the wine. It's the walking around from a young age with a feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with the feeling of entitlement in all of your life relationships. You become much happier in all areas of life. Let's go back there. So Gemara says, ultimately, again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, just repeating what we saw in Mishnah. Yayin, Shina Yayin, sleep and wine are good for a shah because then they're not causing problems. Shina Yayin, and all that. But wine and sleep is not good for the tzaddikim. Why? Because they're good for the tzaddikim if they are drinking or they're sleeping, they're not performing their ma'asim tovim. Sheket or Hashem, tranquility is back from Hashem, back to the world, because it gives them time to engage in all their imaginations. But Tzadikim, Anola, Vanovi, Olam. But Tzadikim is good. But Tzadikim is good. Pizor, and Hashem, Anola, Vanovi, Olam. So again, scattering, displacement is good for Hashem, good for the world. But Tzadikim, Rala, Hevaravi, Olam. Mishnah. Habab Maktaris, what's he switching gears here? Habab Maktaris is a thief. It's a thief. Habab Maktaris means a thief who comes in secret. Habab saying now, literally, Maktaris, the way that Rashi understands it, the way Gemara understands it over here, is a thief who comes in through tunneling. You literally, again, digging a tunnel, right, from somewhere into the house of the person who wants to rob. So Habab Maktaris, Nida Hashem Soba. So since the halacha is somebody not the assumption this is happening at night, this is happening in secret. The Torah says that if somebody breaks into your home, you're allowed to kill them. You're allowed to kill them. Now we'll see why that is. The Gemara says so. The thief is judged based on what we believe he is going to be willing to do. So let's say Ruben broke into my home. And when breaking into my home, he broke a barrel. Also, if I'm not allowed to kill Ruben, and we'll discuss the parameters of this, then Ruben is going to be shy for breaking the barrel. But if at the end of the day I'm allowed to kill Ruben, then he's putter for breaking the barrel. And we'll say, now why is that? That's a kimei b'derabim. Because since I'm allowed to kill him, it's kind of that. Just kind of that, therefore he's putter for financial damages. Says the Gemara, Amar Rabbi, my time, the Maftaras. We'll say, now why is it that you're allowed to kill someone who breaks into your home? Right? After all, again, the person is a thief. He's coming to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? So listen to this. So one says, listen to this. The chazaka is people won't just let other people steal their stuff. Like, in other words, it's my stuff, and I'm going to defend my home. I'm going to defend my property. The high name a thief knows that. The thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go and steal someone's stuff, the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore, the thief says, "Amar iya zerma kailafai, or a shabbat the kailafai katlina." So therefore, every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his home. And therefore, what does that mean? Every thief, therefore, is ready to do what? To do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore, a thief, this is a thief. This is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if it requires. Therefore, a thief becomes a murderer. The thief, a local is essentially looked at as a murderer. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, you're allowed to kill them first. That's the Baba Machtaras. Incredible. So where's Amarav, Habab Machtaras, but not okay, and the Yotza Pach. That's interesting. That's fascinating. So let's say Reuben breaks into my home. Right? Reuben breaks into my home. And Halach again, he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So Rav says something very interesting. Rav says Reuben doesn't have to return the items. Doesn't have to return it. Right? My time. What's the logic? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a rodek. He's chayiv musa. So because he's chayiv musa, therefore he's putter for any type of monetary law. And therefore he doesn't have to return the objects. If he gets out alive, right? If he gets out alive and he takes my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. So by the way, very similar also like we have this law, like the castle doctrine, right? This idea that people defend their home. And there's an understanding that if someone breaks into their home, no one's going to say, oh, you know what? It's just stuff. No, yeah, it is stuff. You know it is stuff. But you know what? It's my stuff. And I worked for it and you didn't. So if I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home, and the law recognizes that as well. Right? You're not type to ask, but what exactly are you doing? Right? In other words, expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, maybe a little something, people will now, there's no the understanding over here is I'm going to defend my home, you're going to defend my home, and therefore you're coming in, you're ready to kill me, and therefore again, I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. So Rav says like this. So Rav says, this is a pretty wild statement of Rav. So Rav says, Reuben breaks into my home, and he gets out alive, and he's holding my stuff. Rav says he doesn't have to give it back. Why? Because halacha says, since he's subject to the penalty, therefore he's not for any type of monetary compensation, he keep my stuff. This kind of Rav will say, Rav, Kisha for a single. So Rav's statement makes sense. Let's say the object is no longer in existence. Alright, so he stole something and then it broke. He's not trying to make financial restitution. The Gemara says about not all, but no, he has the object. Back. Now look at the not true. Not true. Rav said even if the object is extant, still Reuben doesn't have to give it back. Incredible. So Hayesh no damim. Because again, essentially, since Reuben the thief was liable to a death penalty, he essentially acquired the object through the death penalty, like he's subject to death penalty of financial compensation, and therefore, the object is now deemed to be in his rishos. Gemara says below, this is not true. Gemara says that's not true. When we say that the object is in the rishos of the thief, that's for own sin. If something happens to it, the thief is responsible. But if Allah for an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still extant, the thief has to give it back to the owner. Maybe to have a show. He's no different than a show. So we'll say, so the Gemara suggesting over here is this interesting statement of God. So Rav says if the thief gets out of line with an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rav says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course the thief has to give it back. So it's none. Thief comes in, right, surreptitiously, and he breaks the barrel. Yesh lo damim chayim. So what's the lashon of yesh lo damim means? That the homeowner is not allowed to kill him in these circumstances. We'll see what those circumstances are. So if it's a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable for the damage to the barrel. Ain't no damim potter. But again, if Allah says I'm not allowed to kill him, then he's not chayiv for financial compensation for the broken barrel. Now, type of the shiva. Now, the reason this whole discussion is happening over here because he broke the barrel. If he ain't no damim potter, we're ultimately again we're moving what we want from allowed to kill him. Hanabal law. But you see from there that had he taken the barrel, he would not be liable for the same position of Rav. So the Gemara says no. Who had did not on It's not true. Even if he took it, technically he'd be chayiv. The reason is the thing that as a case of breaking the chavis is to teach us if yesh lo damim avagav shiver nani chayiv. Now Allah in a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel, or if I'm not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel, he's still going to be chayiv. So where it says it's massive, it's a damager. Even if he did it without kavanah, he's still going to be chayiv. Where it's like mashon case kavanah, not kavanah. Adam muad bi'olam. Right, the person is always responsible for damages that they cause, whether they have intention for it or not. So Tanina, the Gemara says, Adam muad bi'olam be'be shogig be'im be'mezid be'im ba'onis be'im ba'rasim. The person is always muad. First, you're right, Tasha, you're right. I don't know what to do with this. So Masav Rabbi, Rabbi, Hagon if Kiss Shabbos Chayim. We've seen this case many times. First, Reuben steals my money back on Shabbos. What's the law? So Chayiv, Shunischai B'gnei B'Kol Shevel L'Dei Yisrael Shabbos. I will say that normally again. Now, what's the law? So Reuben steals my purse on Shabbos, and what does he do? Now, obviously, he picks it up and then he leaves my house. There's two things that are happening over. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, Chilul Shabbos. Just remember, for Chilul Shabbos, Chayiv Misa. But Allah over here is chayiv for both things. Why? Because there's no simultaneity. Why is no simultaneity? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Chilul Shabbos occur? Only when he picks it out of my goodness. Because there's no simultaneity, there's no curative Rabbi, and therefore Allah is chayiv for both. The Gemara says, but if you drag the money bag out, right? If you dragged it out, so that, remember, you're only chayiv for Geneva when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity because he's dragging it. Therefore, the moment that it crosses my threshold into the Shasarabim, both theft and Chilul Shabbos occur together. Shari Isri Geneva Isri Skila Bo'im Ka'avad. And I will say, so the Gemara says, okay, what do you see here? You see here that Allah again, right here is the deal. So Chazal, Yishadim B'Nava. And ultimately, again, Rashi says over there, Chazal, fathers of Milan, Hadik Tani Patik, Lord Yishadim B'Nava, the less day. The case ultimately, again, where we said that it's Potter, will be a case ultimately, again, where the object was thrown into the river, and therefore no longer exists. So most likely, Gemara suggests, remember, all of this is in Rav. Right? So Rav, so again, what Gemara suggests is like this. Rav says, that if a thief is chayiv misa and steals an object and gets rid of the object, he has no obligation to return it. No obligation to return it. Now, Rav and everyone else is incredulous about it. It doesn't make any sense. And now, what's Rav's logic? Rav's logic is killing the Rabbi did. Since as a thief, you're liable to death, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is sitting in your hand. Rabbi and everyone else says, what are you talking about? I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is broken. There's an obligation to restitution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course he has to give it back. So that's the ongoing practice. Rabbi, ignorantly late, defeated my heart. So this is this. Rabbi, now remember, Rabbi was going to argue on Rav, and Rabbi had goats. A goat stolen from him. Right? So repetition. Someone tunneled into his pen and stole the goats. What happened? During the thief had a change of heart, and the thief wanted to give it back. But Lo Kablinu, Rabbi would not accept it back. Why? Amar, well enough that we pointed out. Since Rav said his piece, Rav said his piece. Now let's remember again. Now Rabbi argued on Rav. But Rabbi said, since Rav said that so when a thief steals something, he's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement, and Rav says, even though I disagree with it, I accepted halacha or myself. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. What I just want to point out is halacha or myself, though, just to be clear, we don't pass him like Rav, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if a thief goes ahead and tunnels in, steals an object, and gets away, so halacha or myself, again, he's going to be liable, but now technically, like, obviously, you can't kill him after the fact, right? But Lamaisa, again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if Ruben came in, stole my object, gets out, and then we find the object. The object is still in existence. Allah said we don't pass like Rab, pass like Rabbi, and Allah said the object itself has to be incredible. All right, let's go. And the Pasuk says that the homeowner, right, is not chayiv for killing the thief if the sun, literally again, if the sun is shining. I don't understand. The Chiyah Shemesh, sun always shining on one. What's the meaning of the Pasuk? Ella. Rather, what it means is like this. If you know with absolute certainty that the thief is there, it's as clear as the sun that the thief is there to kill you, kill him first. They laugh, but if you're not absolutely certain, I'll target him. Don't kill him. I will say, now watch this, that's Bryce 1. Bryce 2 times, done it. If it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. But if it's not as clear as the sun, kill him. Rabbi said, the Gemara says, Kasha Stama Stama. Rabbi, you see what just happened over here? These are two dramatically different Bryces. Rabbi said, Bryce number 1 essentially says like this. The only way you're allowed to kill someone is if what? It is as clear as the sun that they are going to kill you. But if it is not as clear as the sun they're going to kill you, you can't kill them. According to the second Bryce, only if it is clear as the sun that the guy is not going to kill you, then you can't kill him. But if there's any suffix, you can kill him. Those are two pretty dramatic different Bryces. So what do you do? It's Rokasha on the base. I'll say, yes, on the base. We are great. On the base, 10 minutes to go. On the base. Time the Ava, the Nefam, on the Ava, then time the Ben Allah. Wow. Everything depends on the Jesus. Right? One is talking about a father stealing from his son. And once when a father steals from his son, it's actually certain a father will never kill his son. So if the son, now again, the father might steal from his son, apparently. Right? But the father is never going to kill his son. So if the son discovers, wakes up, and his father's in his house, probably in the shop, the son is not allowed to kill his father. Because the son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. They steal from his son. So what you see from here is parents sometimes do mistreat their children. Right? After all, you still be here. The case of you can't say that father will steal from his son because apparently that does happen. So sometimes parents knowingly or unknowingly mistreat their children. But one thing you count on is the Rahmanas of a father towards his child. A father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if the son breaks into his father's house, that's a punishment. That's a punishment. Sometimes the son can kill the father. So it's such a heavy Gemara. Right? So therefore, again, if the thief is a father, the son knows with absolute certainty his father is not going to kill him, and therefore, again, the son has no license to kill the father. On the other hand, Allah says the son doesn't know the father may. You don't know. You don't necessarily know what the son may be. Incredible. Called the Asiyali Malay Makhara, Katlino Lebabarne, Hanina Barshila. Rav said, anyone who breaks into my house, I'm going to kill. Except if it's Rav Hanina Barshila. Well, it's such an interesting compliment, right? In other words, anyone else who breaks into my house, I'm going to take him down. Except if the thief is Rav Hanina Barshila. Versus my time, what's the reason? Maybe because Rav Hanina Barshila is a tzaddik. Well, obviously, because of tzaddik. Ka'asi b'machtara. So that's when it breaks into someone else's house. Ella, we should be killing the gadei. The mirachim, I like mirachim avavado. What's it? This is such a touching Gemara. Rav says because I know that Rav Hanina Barshila loves me like a father.
Posted by
Somebody said beautiful about this. I know that Penina Rashida loves me like a father, so I know that even if he were to break into my home, I know that Allah he would not go ahead and take my life. So what you also see from here is apparently there could be other relationships outside of an actual father-child relationship where someone could love you like a father. So it doesn't exist. There's nothing like a father's love. I say the father's love is unique, a parent's love is unique, but apparently in life there are other people who could love you with that unconditional, non-judgmental love, like a father loves his son. There's so much to say about this, but I'm going to lose my job. I don't know. So Dami Lo, they before the Shabbos. Ain't no dumb day before the Shabbos. So the Gemara says all of these halachas. So it says Jerusalem, what we have over here is as follows. The metric we adopt is like this. So someone breaks into your home surreptitiously. The understanding is that the person is going to stand up and defend their property, which means that anyone who's breaking into their home secretly is ready to kill me. Because they're ready to kill me, therefore what? I have the halakhic obligation to kill them first. And when are you allowed to take life of the thief? Only when you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only real example of that is like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life and defend your life at all times. Now the Gemara says these halachas apply both by Shabbos and by weekday. So the Gemara says so ultimately, again, I understand I'm allowed to take the life of the thief, whether it's Shabbos or weekday. That makes sense. Why don't you get qualified? Side from we did that by the based in. As well, this is kind of like execution by based in, just like based in war to execute someone. So if the thief is coming in, and I don't know 100% that he comes in peace, I'm allowed to kill him. So this is like I become like the based in, becoming the based in. So I'm at a truck, the Shabbos will have to know, so I'm at a truck that based in doesn't execute. Shabbos, maybe I can't kill this thief on Shabbos. I'm not sure if I say first of all, you got to know that I can. I will go in low, bring the order to Shabbos. But again, the thief, I'm not allowed to kill him. And there is liability for killing the thief. So now that halakha applies on Shabbos and during the week. So I understand what's the difference. If I can't kill him during the week, I certainly can't kill him on Shabbos. I'm going to teach him. It means like this. Let's say somebody breaks into my home on Shabbos and then the wall collapses on him. Sif halach, let me say this clear that he was going to kill me. I can't remove the rubble from him. The halach is because he's liable to that. But if I'm not sure if he came to kill me, or I'm sure that he didn't come to kill me, halach, let me say again, I can remove the rubble in order to say that they're doing Shabbos. Kuhuka, the Chol Adam. Umeis, the Chol Misas, Shati Yakol, Shati Yakol, is what's this incredible. Ruben breaks into my home. Now what happens? Shimon, my neighbor, sees Ruben breaking into my home. So what's the halakha? Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill Ruben. It's not just me, the homeowner, right? Even someone else has the right. Not only that, with any so I understand why the Torah teaches me that anyone is allowed to execute Ruvain after all. Why sound like I mean, because when we're a frog, I'm at a license to kill the thief is only for who? Only for the balabas. Only for me, the balabas. But other people don't have a right. Kamash will only do. Which by the way makes sense. Why Kamash will do? Remember, once Ruvain is breaking into my home, he has a status of what? A road thief. Once he's a road thief, then anyone has the right to go ahead and execute him, even my neighbor. So, I say again, why do I need the special people that teach me to kill him? I need to kill him. We're murder. What's not right? This is someone in general. So, right, Ruben killed Shimon. Then Ruben is going to be executed by basic. There's a particular type of Nisa, right? People say, whatever the type of Nisa, whatever I do in the crime. Let's say Ruben is high sight, decapitation. But let's say, for whatever the reason, let's have a sword. So what do? You execute him. You can execute him. So you must decide your motion. I want you to execute someone with the prescribed death penalty. So how do I know that if I can't execute Ruben with the prescribed penalty, that I can go ahead and execute him however you execute him? Most of you must become murder. Pasuk says execute him however you need to execute him. The To which the Gemara says, no. So therefore, both sides, same thing over here. By the thief, kill him however you need to kill him. Kushma says, no, shiny Hassan, most humus. It's different. Because the execution authority is the Lashon most humus. And what is most humus? That double teaches me that even if you can't give the proper death penalty, Beis has the right to execute him however you can execute him. I the nigmar minay. So I was learning from this. Learn from when someone is liable to a death penalty, just kill them however you can kill them. There's some down here at and call Ladam takes in a bunch. As I will say, there's also called Ladam. Remember again, right? Reuven kills Shimon accidentally. The relatives of Shimon have the right to seek revenge from Reuven. And by Kol Ladam also, they have the ability to live however they want to do it. Say, what do you have over here? You have two psukim that teach you the same concept. What's that? And what do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? You can kill them wherever you want. So we'll say, what is this called? This is called Shnei Ksuvin Abon Ke'afar. I have two mitzvahs, so two halachos that teach you the same thing. So the Gemara says, now what's the halacha? Because Shnei Ksuvin Abon Ke'afar ain't melanding. I will say in general, whenever you have two psukim that teach the same concept, you cannot create the principle from them. So I will say again, but I love myself, so therefore we will say so again. So there's no right one here. Number one, not only is the homeowner permitted to kill the thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a road. That's halacha number one. Halacha number two, how do you kill the thief? How do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. However you need to. Two part of the law. What's another part of the law? Mafteres. Even a mafteres. What's the enemy knows the thief is coming in? The Gemara says, Gado, Chasero, Chafifo Minay. How do I know that it's coming through my roof, my chutzah, my carpet? How do I know, Lord? Even if it's not tunneling, it's going through a window, but I can also kill him. Now, he must say, Hagana become of him. The Pasuk says he must say, however you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, without executing. In came, Ma'kamah Mafteres. That's the why does the Pasuk say Mafteres? If they shalom, Ganovim, you see Mafteres. Because the majority of thieves tunnel. Torah just spoke about the normal way that it's done. Tiny Gitav, Mafteres, any Mafteres. Gabo Katzir, Bekafik Minayim. I only know that if you fell in. Heroin, from the window to the front of the roof, from Lomar, Matzi Hagana of Nikomakum. I came, Ma'kamah Mafteres. So ultimately, again, if that's the case, then why does it say Mafteres? Because Mafteroso, Zohi Hasroso. Remember, if you're tunneling, just know that's your hasra. If you're tunneling, the Torah itself has already said that halacha l'maisa, you are warned. I will say we have to stop over for today, but l'maisa, this is now going to be and it's going to lead to the next stage, which is does the thief require hasra? Is there hasra necessary in this case? Versus just tunneling in by definition is your hasra. No further hasra. That's what's going to stop over for today. Oh yeah. Okay. Great run. All right, come on Zoom. I get distracted all of you. Jerry, mazel tov on your granddaughter's wedding. Mazel tov. Come on Zoom. Jerry will ask you when I got his granddaughter today. London?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Next guy, Baruch Hashem. Advance mazel tov. Shday, everyone.
We'll talk to you guys later.
Sorry? Baruch Hashem. It's only in extenuating circumstances. Shoot it back, you know. Good morning. Let us begin to do like every all of our conscious from this morning church of faith. How was our response to the store? What should we do? We think he's having anybody. Don't say Shpaka Baruch Yisrael. 4. in the source of wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel tov, may the results on Rosh Hashem. And we should just know that Yoshua Mordechai is something. Hashem did much to Amit Cohen, to Israel, and it is so beautiful. Yeah, he's going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which occurred in Hashem, the Shaitan, and the Zachos. Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful simcha and mazel and bracha. But I'm saying, with that, the rest of the course is always dedicated to our way and discuss of all our conscious happy to make as well from this Hashem being involved. The struggle and the car. And by everyone who's going to be successful, the car not saying you get there. But it's like, today's down. It doesn't matter what today's down. Let's not get caught up in details. There's always the truth of the forest. We're going to be running some heads in today. We're going to be starting on out 71. And we're going to see in there where the jet that he takes us. So we're going to I'm out about 71A. We're picking up about 12 lines up from about Bison Luda. So let's come on now, how to start it. Who's the thing is the question of the following statement. Bison Luda will fight with us in the US. So there's never such thing as a Bison Luda. Bison Luda means ultimately again a home. That was a something bites at us. So such a thing never happened. Such a thing that no one will happen. Who's the thing is this? So these words, I'm sorry, but I'm going to why is it? It's never going to happen. Why is it? You should have ultimately, in order to learn it and receive reward. You might as well put it as being reflect. That's not all the scientists now look at you over energy and says, the all of it about it. Actually, you should research that on the so again, in order to have Sarasana, you're going to get the whole topic with Sarasana in the house, like Yaakov points out, that I won't know the Sarasana is going to get the first as much as the Rabbi. He points out before the Jews still go into Israel, the indigenous nations treasures in the walls of their home. And it's because the only way we would know that those treasures are present but we can Saras. And then they require a little stones. And then one would see the treasure literally again that was buried behind. So it's not a resolution in order to have Saras and all we need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like two greases. A grease is a module. I'll stay out about two different stones, which takes some two different walls. You carry them in circles. So it's actually going to have to be in a corner. Our goal is to be so the whole book is true. So now the length of two greases, the width of one grease. So my kind of level up. What's the revolution? What is it? Sit here, but sit here. Because the Muslim side is talking about Saras and the Roman says it appears on the wall. So that says it appears on the walls. So we know how easy we hear shoot the killers. What ultimately again is a home? What is a wall that is like the walls? How the others that carries others. This refers ultimately again to a corner. So time number reverts others. What is it? So says, Makom Hayat Tom Azov, but I call him also, Chord is so secure. So there was a place in Azov, and they called this place in Azov. Chord is so secure. So again, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that we have Tzurza is Yitzora. And Chord is called Yitzora. And so the Tagim is secure, there should not see Misham Bais and Yudah. So essentially, but those who are saying the Chord, that it was Mamish Home that was known to have Saras. I'm not sure if you for Akokama Kataraki the best we can look, but it's not going to say also Abanim in the girls in Isham. Some of them should have said one time I went to Gabriel, and in fact I found the place where they had these throwing stones that they said we removed from a home afflicted with Saras. So let's say, so once again we see this distinction. On one hand, first thing he's saying, there was never a home with Saras. Never happened, too much specificity. The other thing he's saying, but I'm not going to say, no, we actually saw a home with Saras. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some more questions. Says the Mishnah, so this is what we're doing so last video, that in order for a child to become a son-in-law, a question of the was, the parents have to be shut. Parents have to be quote-unquote equal, right? And the reason I was talking about it there was that parents have to be shut up because the Mara of the coma. They have to be shut up. They have to be similar. They're literally, again, their voice, their height,
he's just a really funny guy.
Never should go out to technicalities. If one of the parents was a deacon, now she points out that
mother-in-law a house,
they're missing a hand, and after
did you
teeth,
do that?
okay, get it. Look at people who know that they can't walk.
Yeah, I don't need a nightmare.
Or see what was. Okay, or parents showing means definitely. Ain't no mass of us over. The child can't become disabled. This is a technicality. Now, why is that Shema? Because listen to this. The tough super on the wheel. The Prophet says his parents will grab him from a figure. I need to earth to grab him in his hands. So if they're missing a hand, then I'm not going to start. Kid can't become a pencil or motor. But see also, they will take him out. So they probably can lack a leg, lack an ability to go ahead and move him. They can't take it. They will say, the parents will say, and below those are not their mute. The name is said that you also identify this son, they will see him, and not parents who are blind. And they don't show me at the corner. They say they have to say the son doesn't listen to our voices. For low culture and not a mute. Not a mute. Not the maximum of the social, the market also. They want to be so remote, so then there's Hasra. They want to person the presence of food, and then ultimately administer Marcus afterwards. Because of the Kilda, so I was like, interesting, because here it's used for something new. Apparently, it is like they said. They wanted a kid about the very one front of the food. But so again, apparently the way it works is like this. The child, the young man, still purchases and even the wife conforms to all the criteria that we established in the last couple of decades. Parents learn the regular days of food, and then again they try to the behavior again. That's when it becomes a very sorrow. Because of the kid cells, that's when it's social. If he goes ahead and repeats this behavior, then he is judged by the usual 23, which makes sense because God, this is a capital case. They are his self, Hachi, Sham, Shoshar, is shown. But again, he's only still, he's only executed. Part of the reason of 23 consists of the big item. I should say the original three were essentially judged in Philippians have to be part of his husband version of 20. Which why not? The name is because they have to say the parents agree that this son means the son that was born in the flock in front of you, the first three, is now going to be executed for becoming Ben Solo. We've got a Shnak Shamsi, I'm sitting here, or even Croft. Keep it safe. I must say, what you see here is something very interesting. That halakha l'maisa, when a pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, I say, what does this mean? So you look at like this. If you look at this pasuk of Isaiah Moda, right? So the pasuk says, the top super of the people is very much like him. Fotzi also al zikri tiro, shana kama, and you will take them out back to the base. And they say, you notice what's happening over here. If you notice, there's a very literal interpretation of the pasuk.
We've been talking about the body show. We've been talking about this when you look at this picture. It's still not clear all the sponsorships. But I'm more interested now in your
but clearly,
do you think that's like as a joke, like Shabbos?
What do you see from your Shabbos Miyah? But you have to follow a pasuk as well as the Gemara says, this is different. Shiny Haka, on the base, see what we're making progress. Shiny Haka. 71B. The Kulit Torah is same level. So as I said, this is different because here, the pasuk itself is written in such an elongated form, which is actually Kulit Torah is same level. The most significant one is also Shana here, when it's sheltered. You were cleaning out this whole thing. So grab all of them, just say, you take it to the basement, gone. The fact that the pasuk is written such a long here indicates to us that there is a hakala. It comes telling us that the parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes, and the ability to do so prevents the kid from becoming okay, that's what they showed up, and we warn him.
I like how it's like a dramatic
why do you need three? The trick's out here. Why do you have to for a three?
What is going on?
The two witnesses
Now there's a better
the most can also be in the show. Like this. You're right. That's where the child is. Even Malchus and Shanta 3 represents a big thing. Whoa. Must be Solar Mora. Where do we ever see Malchus by Ben Solar Mora?
So they're like,
the only thing we ever see by Ben Solar Mora is what? His execution. Nisa. Where are you getting Malchus from the Ben Solar Mora? Because they have a Yisru, so say you can see a Shabbat. So the Yisru, so it says the Yisru also, the Yisru Ben Solar Mora, and then it says the Yisru by Malchus. And then the Yisru then Vayan and Akotar. So essentially there's a Shabbat between Malchus and between Ben Solar Mora. It teaches us that first time offender, right? First offender Ben Solar Mora gets Malchus. Okay, incredible. You must Chazer the Kilkel Midon Mechapimo. So again, Ben Solar Mora once again repeats his negative behavior again. How do you judge this time of those is not because now it is effectively capital. So the Gemara says, highly boile, zeh, so the Darshans, the name is zeh. That's how the Gemara Darshans, that's how Darshans are used. So what's that? Highly boile, zeh, now remember again, the Lord used that zeh. That's the Gemara Darshans to teach us what? That a lot of the parents have to have sight in order for them to become a Solomon. So how are you now using that same exact for different instruction? And you can look at the English. My name is Zach. That's what you've been in the room. But it says in the name of Zach. I'm not happy. So when I say Zach, it teaches me number one, it teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become a Solomon. And number two, that the original Jews who served as the basis for Malchus have to be part of the division of 23 for execution. Incredible.
Anybody that's called as said by other people of this, they'll talk about this.
But this one was interesting. It's like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a cut on some of the leash, which essentially is you get to become that soil lower. Immediately upon reaching the goal. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara called like a beard of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah rules are very interesting point of view. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Sarabora. Right? And when he is, and when he is brought to the he's up being a judge a judge of a Sarabora. And then what happens? He got away from everything. He right away, he skipped some things. Actually, he might do it. But then the verdict was passed. That was high. And then what happened? They find him again. They want to bring him back to business. But by the time they bring him back to business, he is further physically mature. What's that? Part he's aged out from Ben Solar in Moda. And therefore, again, it's an interesting part. Remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time we get him back to base in, he's already too physically mature, like what we call the world covers the kind of tactical has already formed. He's free on a technicality. When you remember, this is the other hand, but let's say the kid came to base in, was charged, verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution. And then we find him afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we can still execute him. Incredible. So the Gemara says, the Lord should be interesting detail. So let's say that I'm not Jew. They're stuck on his heart and cast the shot. And then what happens? Then he converted. Thank you very much. Why? What's the last one? He's holding the framework change. Remember again when he was at Rashi points out to me very so literally translating since his legal ramifications, when his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. Take a look at Rashi, holding the Stein of the so he was a current of the Echad, with the Dain Echad, with the Asra. You know, other national government so I'm not a Benoit, right? Benoit is judge. One judge, right? One judge, and no Hasra. A Jew is judged with the basis of 23, Hasra and everything else. So therefore, again, since now we converted, since his legal framework changed, therefore what his being is halacha changed as well. Incredible. So you might say, man, this right? Man, this right? Baruch Hashem, so let's say, I'm just going to see this support. the same idea. Mr. Ben Solomon, he escaped before the verdict was delivered. The other casket he set up attack on Potter. And before they were going down to him, he exhibited the signs of further physical maturation. His Potter might have a watch for the Latin shown down in the horrible stunning has changed. Since he physically changed, and therefore what? His being changed as well. Since he was ahead of the road, shiny papa, he's probably hashed a lot by the different. Why? Because now he's in a state where he has committed that very same crime, right? As a child, as a young man, with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if you were to steal that same money, and by one of you not to claim it at this stage, that's why he escaped before the verdict. He'll find him later on. He's going to be like that. So touch me. And you should really let you know about cash keeping except on tax those type. So ultimately, again, it's a big sort of moral. It's a political verdict, but he ran from days before he was executed. And then they find him. And by the time that they find him, he was exhibiting signs of further physical maturation. What's that?
Subscribe to the channel.
Now, why is that? This is my video comment. Because again, our local license verdict was passed. You might get a double certificate. But he's already, his verdict was passed in our local license. Of course, he's going to be tried. So what's this thought? What's that? What is tremendous hospitalized? Tremendous hospitalized. So for Ben Noah, if a Ben Noah curses up on his person, and then he converts, what's that? He's not subject to death penalty. Why? Because again, Russian of the evil, Russian of the evil, all of the Stalin Sasa, he didn't change, and therefore his death penalty changed. What do you see here? You see here, a local of myself, even if there is a certain thing hanging over a person, a certain thing over a person, if you change who and what you are, ultimately, again, that thing changes as well. So this is very important to know because in general, there's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Let's say, again, I'm a person, I committed an avera. As a person who committed an avera, I warrant a particular punishment. So now there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that I can go ahead and change my din. So how does that work? How does that work? Because Baruch doesn't change his mind. When Baruch doesn't change, when Baruch is perfect. So what does it mean? If I'm tied to the death row, I'm tied to whatever the particular ownership may be, how does it work? So what's interesting enough, and then what's hypothetically is, the thing doesn't change, the thing is always the same. What changes? Me. I'll give you a simple marshal. A person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So it's $100,000 a year. You're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So you're in a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. The tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Me. That's the whole dynamic of job. The thing is the thing. If I remain the same person, and this is the thing, this is where it is. It's a beautiful opportunity we have in life, is that I don't have to remain the same person. I can change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the judgment that was over here, it's still there. It's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's going to remain over there. If I choose to become someone different, it's just a whole new set of laws, and a whole new set of realities, and a whole new set of ramifications for the regular self. That's the greatness of change. The greatness of tshuva. A particular self from one framework to another framework. It's like it's still a framework can be changed.
He's saying shit's really fast.
So the Ben Noah who curses that comes by who fast and shoulder. If he becomes here, he becomes here. So at the end of it again, he's now overstaying. He's a different person and therefore a separate set of being. When we become body tshuva, when we change, when we are with ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. That's the kind of thing we do. Let's get like that. Don't touch my Ben Noah sees this. They don't they're going to stay apart that sees this. A Ben Noah, knows you. The guy's getting hits. He's fell on you. What can this all do? What the White House is telling on you? And then what happens? So obviously getting himself into a whole boatload of trouble over here. And once again, he decides to take a break. Now, what's the easiest thing for this guy? I'm not exactly sure, right? But the nice, again, he goes ahead, he goes ahead and converts. What's the halacha? He's putter, right? He's putter from all of these things. Why? And we'll say now, what's the logic over here? The article here, he says, Halakha L'maisa, remember, when he converts as a Jew, he goes ahead and gets the Benoah, or a Jew commits adultery with the wife of the Benoah, he's not subject to a death penalty. So therefore, Halakha L'maisa says, if Benoah is subject to a death penalty, now Halakha L'maisa, he is not subject to these halachas. So death penalties. Also, you saw this guy either the Benoah hit a Jew, or a Benoah committed adultery with the wife of a Jew, and then he converts, he's still going to be liable. So we're liable. Why? Because again, these are actions that he committed as a Jew, he'll also be liable. Says the Benoah, he's liable as a Jew, he's liable. Rabbi, why? Name a horrible Ishkani. Why don't you go ahead and say, change to do very? You know when you say something, in order to apply this metric of change, it has to be that penalty is and the death penalty changes. But Dino Ishkani, he says a lot of Ishkani. Taking the facts of it doesn't really change, but the death penalty still remains the same. It's like that. So the show is that he's going to say back to Sire. Sire is the death penalty himself, but he didn't kill someone. Says Ben-Noach was Sire, and now they don't see kind of Sire. You know, Ben-Noach is so clever, a little while ago. Ben-Noach is always executed with Sire. So as a Gentile, it's Sire, and as a Jew, it's Sire. Either H.S.D. or adultery, as a Ben-Noach, it's Sire, the Hashtag, and now it's going to be strangulation. So it's different. Take two words, we'll say second right now in the white lines, and I don't know what else. We'll say, we're talking about here, we can do adultery, and I don't know what else. You do the skilla. Both of Ben-Noach as well as the Jew have the constant of skilla for now that I'm not. So I'll check in Israel. It says if he committed this same act with Israel, comparable to each Chavero, so it's like rather than say again, interestingly enough, a more lenient penalty is automatically dragged below or included with a more severe one. I mean, I'm sorry, that's like the Javon says that silence is more common than Chenek. Rabbi Shimon Chenek common might do it. I was all this before. But according to what Julie says, Chenek strangulation is more common than silence. What do you say? Rabbi Shimon said, look, you kind of כדמנש, אני סמור במינות אלה אל החדר, וזה לא היה לפני פוקס. So that's the good enough to go around to walk it up, you know, so we start to get with that. So there's no way says each is hard to hash the connect. Sound so this is the Benoah community of Rothschild, Israel, and then converted because when he was a Benoah, was a Jew, but connect. So it's other exactly kind of back the side. What's happening? According to this, as a Benoah, for murder, he would be high and now as a Jew, he would be high science. This is not a problem. Again, you see that science is a more lenient form of that penalty than Chenek. And therefore, one is agreeing with the next one. Let us say, right? He lost your time, he lost your time. He must say, Tito the Chenek. So he must say, Tito the Chenek. The Skila might have a look. So she would judge the Chenek and have a Skila. Why not with Skila? Lam should have the Ishtan. And this is because I love myself to my Nara Murasa. Nara Murasa, so what about she's judging the Chenek. Right? The Gemara says, why not Skila? Lam should have the Ishtan. She changed from a Nara to a Garas. The God came up. Which time the guy, the ones in this case where the change was produced, we have opened up the tiny people in the steel. So ultimately, again, so you can say, you write instead, write down what I saw, subject to steel. Incredible. I said, what's the takeaway side? What's the takeaway of this? What I say, this is not so more. You can drop the basic. When he escapes, and you find him later on, when you do it. So the answer is it depends. If his verdict is passed, that is week before execution, when you find him the execution, if he escapes before the verdict was passed, then what do it depends. If he finds it before he's been done, physical maturation, if he passed the verdict, and you kill him. But if he escaped before the verdict is passed, and now he developed further signs of physical maturation, and myself, since he has changed right things have changed, you can no longer judge him as it is. So more. And there's other cases like that. They're not because they're not and then convert, but they're not who goes ahead and it's a strategy or here's an alternate that converts similar kinds of cases. Let's go. Let's say this interesting. This mission feels like it should have been at the beginning of this entire pattern. But we're going to do the Sonomora. He's not saying so far. And Sonomora is executed not as much because of what he has done, but because of what he has assumed he is going to become. You might say, Yomas is not that Yomas Kai, ultimately let him die innocent and not don't let him die. Kai is totally is good for them because their death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. With Tzadikim, Ralo Hambar Tzadikim is bad for Tzadikim, and it's bad for the world. And let's say, why is death bad for Tzadikim? Why is death bad for Tzadikim? Because the myself, they no longer have the ability to go ahead and perform myself. Or say, life is the greatest gift, because as long as you're alive, you have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for Tzadikim is a bad thing, because with the death, you lose the ability to impact change. And it's bad for the world. He was sorry, Radio. Wine and sweet. When you're shutting, it's pleasurable for them and it's good for the world. Why? Because if we're shutting or drinking and they're sleeping, they usually means that what? They're not bothering anyone else. Good. So be occupied with your wine, be occupied with your sleep, and go for it. But Tzadikim, Tzadikim, wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. Once you have the found this is why. Because when the Tzaddik is drinking too much, when the Tzaddik is sleeping, he's not accomplishing. And if the Tzaddik is sleeping, you're not accomplishing, drinking, you're not accomplishing, that's bad for him, and it's bad for the rest of here it is. Especially in the life, what you do, sleeping bad, sleeping really bad, apparently. It feels so good. The time the idea is not good, we want to do Tzaddikim. Incredible. Peas on the Rishayim, I know the hand by now the older. So it's like peas means, again, a little bit again, displacement. You must just scatter. It's good for the Rishayim and good for the world. In other words, if the Rishayim are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can't collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. So obviously, again, it's not good. Because again, when Tzadikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to be a force to the power. So for a shutting piece of good, ultimately, for Tzadikim, is really very scattered. Peace will also use, sometimes we'll say, a person could be a way geographic place. Like a million different emotional headspaces. And when a person is like that, real experience, things like that, it's very disjointed, it's very disjointed, and it's very hard to accomplish something when you're not self-essential. Really what the Hebrew represents, what Hebrew, let's do the opposite. It's the opposite. You know, it says kilos. Kilos means showing out of the Olam. So kilos means gathering. When they're showing right together, that's bad for them and bad for the world. Obviously. Because then they can collaborate. But Tzadikim, Hana Elohim, Hana Avi Olam. For Tzadikim, it's good for them and it's good for the world. So what's that? This is really incredible. So for Tzadikim, peace or scattering is bad, kilos is good. So of course, you understand that on a Pasha shot level, when Tzadikim are together, that's when we can collaborate, we can accomplish. It's like what's multiplier. And when you're dispersed, again, you can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. But it's not just true for things, it's also true on a personal level. Sometimes you're like I'm in a state of peace work. Peace work means I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, it's hard to accomplish. When you're everywhere. When you're everywhere, because it will say peace means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. Right? Peace means there's mindfulness. Peace means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. It's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when we focus on multiple things, we're accomplishing more. But we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of your work is significantly diminished. That's peace work. he's going to multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is where there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, I'm present. When that happens, it's good for me and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. You might say, shut up, but shut up, tranquility. He's back there trying, because when it's summer, the shot, people a lot more damage, and he's back there, right when you're trying to shut it. Tzadikim, Hanora have Hanora. For Tzadikim, ultimately, again, tranquility is good for them because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more. And obviously, if the Tzadik can accomplish more, that's good for the Tzadik. And it's good for those. And this is so much to discuss about this Mishnah. Try for a different time. Top of Ayin being 72A. 7 minutes for time down. I'm not saying more. The thing that they shot was that the shots are hot to look down. Because the days, because the day sold Amora has stolen money and has purchased some, you can purchase some wine. You shouldn't execute it. So it's a $1 million question. Everybody here told us some title show by Solo Mora. Yeah, the Lord knows what is going to happen with the Ben Solo Mora. The Gemara says, why? Shesok my mixer on at certain point he's going to finish all of his father's money and he'll not touch them, but and he's going to want to sustain him. He's happy that he's born, he's not going to be able to. So that's this archer throughout the molesting and somebody else. He's going to become a robber. He's going to become a robber. On the Torah, Yomos Zakai Yomos Kai. The Torah says, let him die in the seat. Otherwise, remember, as we saw Mora, has he done something bad? Yeah. Because it deserves death. No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, and ultimately says, you know what, kill him now before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. He says in Shatzadikim, because the death of the Shah is good for the Shah. Again, kill this kid before he goes out and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. And I said, hey, this is so fascinating. So this part gets back. It's like that first part gets back. What's it called? And he says that so remember, this goes back to yesterday's that where we saw the Machlokas, then so what happened, did not happen. So remember all of this together. So that's the Machlokas. And it's like a structure. What is it? What's the whole thing about He's going to steal money. He's going to purchase more. And we're thinking when he finishes his father's money, he's going to go out and steal. I don't understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. Maybe the marriage hedge fund. I don't know. Why do you automatically assume that he's going to continue stealing in order to support his house? So I'll say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening over here. So because this kid is never working, just one thing that he's an industrious young man. He likes nice things. Don't you see kids like this? He likes nice things. So what happens when they do? They hustle. I say they hustle. They want nice meat, the nice one, nice good. Okay, you know what? That's fine. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is someone who steals in order to support a habit. You develop that type of mindset from when you're young, that you like yearly, the world owes me something, and you go in and support yourself for other people's hard work. That's a terrible midah. And that's a midah that's not going to be broken. That's the kind of person that when you're he's not getting a job. You know what he's doing? He's doing what it's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the needs of the Lord. It's about a feeling of entitlement. That you feel so entitled that you can take other people's stuff to support yourself. Listen, you know the worst midah a youth could have? The worst midah? Entitlement. Magia, you know, like sex. Sex had to be pointed out. And in this part, there are no rights. There's no bill of rights in Judaism. Right? And they have it there. They don't have it entitles you to anything. There's sex and lives on about the rights. But in Yiddishkeit, there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because the youth should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. After the Shpara, he doesn't owe you anything. And I will say, by the way, it sounds strange. It's actually people do owe you something. People owe you that price. I told you when we did. The problem is, if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be absolutely sure of, which is you'll be profoundly disappointed.
I want to be big, so
Profoundly disappointed. See, if you're entitled, everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it doesn't come, you're going to get upset, you're going to get offended, you're going to get hurt, you're going to get walk around, you know what? No one knows you anything. No one knows you anything.
I got to make us big, so
Entitlement. As well as I can. In marriage, don't walk around thinking that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. It's beautiful if they do something to you, and then when they do something, you feel such a profound weight of cause. That's beautiful. But again, you can dispose with so much life disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement.
and then dark with their landlord.
You know, danger for that sorrow. Well, it's not the need, it's not the want. It's the walking around from a young age with a feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with a feeling of entitlement in all of your life relationships and become much happier than but you give ultimately that death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, this is just repeating what we saw in the show. Yayin, with a shot, it's like, Yayin, with a shot, sleep and wine are good for a shot because then they're not causing problems.
You used to laugh at it?
But wine and
Yeah,
sleep
no,
is not
it's
just
a
something
lot.
to
It's
be
cool
wine.
to watch
Because
it.
it's something
Muhammad
that's drinking
here,
or sleeping and not
so bad.
Second to the Shem, tranquility is back to the Shem, back to the world, because it gives him time to use all of your imaginations. But Tzadikim, Hanav, Hanav, Yolam. But Tzadikim is good. Tzadikim is good. Kizor, the Shem, Hanav, Hanav, Yolam. So again, scattering. Displacement is good for a Shem and good for the world. But Tzadikim, Hanav, Hanav, Yolam. Mishka. Abab Maktas, what's the switching gears? Abab Maktas is a thief. Abab Maktas means a thief who comes in secret. And that's when literally Maktas, the way that actually understands it, the way he understands it over here.
Oh, yeah, we saw that.
A thief who comes in through tunnels. He's literally digging a tunnel right from somewhere into the house of the person he wants to rob. So above Maktas, we don't change so it's about there's somebody down here, something is not going to make any cases, it's not going to be secrets. You don't accept that if somebody comes into your home, tunnel into your home, you'll have to show them. You have to show them. Now, let's see why that is. You might say, so, the thief is judged based on what you believe he's going to do. Hagam Maktas is your best evidence. So let's say you don't broke into my home. And when breaking into my home, we broke a barrel. Also, so what's up, the each broke up one time. If I'm not allowed to show you, then we'll discuss the parameters of this, then we're going to go entire of making the matter. Inside, very important. But if I hear you're allowed to do anything, then it's part of breaking the barrel. So listen, that's a community go out and pray. Because he's not allowed to tell you this is kind of that part of it. That's not the person doing for these public social financial damages. Send you I'm another one, and my person will tell us. We're saying that one is because you're allowed to tell someone who's racing to them. Like after all, again, the person is a thief. He's coming to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to tell the person? So much listen to this. That's what is other non-actual. So let's listen to this. Because people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Like, in other words, it's my stuff. And I'm going to defend my property. Behind me, a thief knows that. A thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go and steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore the thief says, I'm a Iazona Kailafai, or Shopically, Kailafai, Kailafai.
You're going to
So
watch
therefore every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his home. And therefore what does that mean? Every thief therefore is ready to do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore, and again, listen, this is a thief. This is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if it requires. And therefore, the thief becomes a rodent. The thief, halacha again, is essentially looked at as a murderer. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try and kill you, halacha you'll have to kill the person. That's about Maktas. Incredible. So it's Amurad. And Allah again, he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So Robert, so that's the generation that says, Ruben doesn't have to return minors. Doesn't have to return it, like my time up. It doesn't return it. What's the logic? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a road. He's Chayiv Nisa. So because he's Chayiv Nisa, therefore he's partner for any type of monetary law. Therefore he doesn't have to return the objects. He gets out of life. He gets out of life, and he takes my stuff, he doesn't actually return it. So by the way, very similar also like you have this remember like the cancel doctrine, like this idea that people defend their home, and there's an understanding that in some ways I don't know, you're going to say, oh, you know what, it's just stuff. It's just stuff. No, yeah, it's stuff. You know what it is stuff. And you know what? It's my stuff. And I work for it, and you did it. So I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home, and the world recognizes that as well. But you're not trying to ask what exactly right? Expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, and something to pay for. Now, you know, there's no understanding over here is I'm going to defend my home, you want me to defend my home, and therefore you're coming in, you're ready to kill me, and therefore again, I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. That's the halacha. So I said, Rabbi said this Shabbos, so Rabbi said, this is a big wild thing is a rat. So I said, Ruben breaks into my home, and he gets out alive, and he's holding my stuff. Rabbi says, I'm going to have to look at why, because halacha, I said, since he's subject to a death penalty, that's why he's part of any type of monetary compensation to keep my stuff. So Rab's statement makes sense, but let's say when the object is no longer in existence. So he stole something and then it broke. He's not tied to financial restitution. I'm not talking about yeah, I get it back. Let's get that. It's not true. I'm not true. That's it. Even if the object is extended, still doesn't have to do it back. Essentially, what seems ruling the people is essentially for the object who is death penalty, like he's subject to death, he's not subject to any kind of financial compensation. And therefore, what makes the object is not used to be bring his rishos. What says below? I said that's true. One of the truths is the it's not true. When you say that the object is in the rishos of the food, that's for only if something happens to it, the food is responsible. But if Allah for an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still stand to give it back to the owner, to different than sale. So what's that say? This one suggestion over here is this interesting thing with the Rav. So Rav says if the thief gets out of one object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rav says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course, the thief has to give it back. So like that, she has a focus. He comes in, fights repetitiously, and he breaks it out. That the homeowner is not allowed to kill him in this circumstance. We see what those circumstances are. So if it's a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable to be damaged to the battle. And it doesn't cover it. But again, if I'm not allowed to kill him, then he's not trying for financial compensation of the battle. That's kind of the shit. That is the sort of discussion that's happening already because he broke the barrel.
What's this to do like over there now?
There are local rights and the things are not allowed to go to the even though he broke the barrel, there was no activities. Even though he broke the barrel, he's still going to be high. So what's this sheet? That's not his massive piece of damage. Come on, from that finish, you want to show. Even if he didn't without cover, it's still going to be high. He was like, no, so he can't cover that cover. Adam loves the owner. Like the person is only responsible for damages that damages that they cause. Whether they have intention for it or not, so to me, no. It says, Adam will be over them and show me the owner's name, but also, there's always more to do as we write gosh, you're right, I don't know what to do with this. So not about the I go and teach the Shabbos Challenge, which I introduced in streets many times. But if really steals my money back on Shabbos, let's start off. So Chayiv, should describe the name of Kodem Shem on the day of Shabbos. So once I normally again, now, what's Tavacha? So Ruben steals my purse on Shabbos, then what does he do? Now, obviously, he picks it up and then he leaves my house. There's two things that are happening over here. What are the two things? Number one,
Oh my God.
theft. Number two, Gilul Shabbos. Remember, on Gilul Shabbos, you carry Nisa. But I don't over here, he's carrying the Gilul. Why? Because there's no simultaneity. Why is there simultaneity? When is the theft occur? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Gilul Shabbos occur? When he picks it out of Magdalene. So because he was simultaneity, there's no clear without a name, and therefore, local lines is carrying for both. You know what it says? Hugging the guy of Yosef Potter, but he dragged the money bag out. He dragged it out. Remember, you only carry it before the neighbor when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity. Because he's dragging it again, but the moment that it crosses my threshold into the Shusarabin, both theft and the Gilul Shabbos occur together. Sorry, it's just Eva, and the book says, the message of the one place here, you see me that I have and ultimately, again, Rashi says over there, help us out, fathers of the land of 120 partners, when we shall be the narrow the less word. It takes ultimately, again, when it says, what does will be a case ultimately, again, without the story of the river, and therefore no longer exists. So let's make the message just remember, all of this is in Rav. Right? So Rav, so again, what the message just is like this, Rav says, if the thief is chayav himself, it steals an object and gets rid of the object, he has no obligation to return it. No obligation to return it. Now, Rabbi and everyone else is in contention about that. That doesn't make any sense. And then Rav's logic is absolutely right. Since as a thief, your liable to death, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is not sitting in your land. Rabbi and everyone else is talking about. I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is broken, there's not one reason for restitution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course, he has to give it back. So that's the only of it's Rabbi, it will make you not to tell adults. That's what they do. Rabbi, and Rabbi had a gold stone right repetition. Someone probably did to his stone what happened? Jews were there, he better change the heart. And he wanted to give it back. But let's not leave it. Rabbi would not accept it back. Why? Hold it up if we figure it out. Since Rav said his piece, Rav said his piece. Let's remember it again. Now,
Mr. Aquarius, you happen to be there?
So when a thief steals something, she's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement, and Rav says, even though I disagree with it, I accepted halacha l'maisa. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. And listen, I just want to point out is halacha l'maisa, though, just to be clear, we don't ask him like Rav, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if a thief goes ahead and tunnels in, steals an object, and gets away, halacha l'maisa again, he's going to be liable, but now technically speaking, obviously you can't kill him after the fact, right? But l'maisa again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if Ruben came in, stole my object, he gets out, and then we find the object. If the object is still in existence, halacha l'maisa, we don't pass like Rav, we pass like Rabbi, and halacha l'maisa, the object itself has to be returned. Incredible. All right, let's go. Tanrabanan. Eino damin mizrach Hashem shalav. So the pasuk says that the homeowner, right, is not chayiv for killing the thief if the sun. Remember again, if the sun is shining. The Gemara says, I don't understand. If he Hashem shalav the vatzaka, is the sun only shining on one person? What's the meaning of the pasuk? Ella. In Barlacha, Davar Kishemesh She'eino Shalom Incha Arkiku. Rather, what it means is like this: if you know with absolute certainty that the thief is there, if it's as clear as the sun that the thief is there to kill you, kill him first. But if you're not absolutely certain, I'll target you. Don't kill him. Now listen, now watch this. That's Brisa 1. Brisa 2, Tanya Ida. Chemzach Hashem Shalom. Damin. Zechi Hashem Shalom Lo Vatzacha. Ella. In Barlacha Kishemesh She'ish Lo Shalom Imach. Rabbi, the same Muslim says like this: if it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. But if it's not as clear as the sun, how can you?
So how much money do you have?
These are two dramatically different rights. So let's say rights number 1 essentially says like this: the only way you're allowed to kill someone is what? Is if it is as clear as the sun that they are going to kill you. But if it is not as clear as the sun that they're going to kill you, you can't kill them. According to the second right, son, only if it is clear as the sun that the guy is not going to kill you, you can't kill him. But if he's very selfish, you can kill him first.
Goodness gracious, how exciting is this? You guys happy to be here or what? Sounds amazing. We are brought to you by Shopify. This is indeed the #1 live podcast in the world. Before we get to all the chaos, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the actual Kill Tony show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, Dallas, March 20th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kill Tony show in the great city of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th, one in Granbury, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com gives you good sales. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode or what? Okay, every single week I book this Mamma Jamma. Doesn't get, I mean, this is just so amazing. Two of our favorite guests in the history of the show. Make some fucking noise for the great Sal Volcano and Great Pacific. Oh my Very exciting stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Sal Volcano is on tour. SalVolcanoComedy.com is doing the private theater in Nashville. He's got a brand new season of The Impractical Jokers coming out on TBS Thursday. On TBS, and his podcast is available at our great Vince Simmons, one of the greatest guests in the show's histories. Touring Vince.com. He's in Philly, Lexington, and Houston. Coming up very soon. How you guys feeling? Excited to be here? So excited. Hell yeah. I'm fucking excited. Are you guys excited? Hell yeah. Tina's love The Impractical Jokers. This lady is screaming Sal's name over and over again. Little fucking tortoise love you, Sal. You guys know how the show works. 300 plus comedians are stacked on top of each other in a bar right next door. And if I pull one of their names out of this bucket, our trusty assistant just grabs them. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted on stage. You know, time to hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood Fair. It's just loud and annoying, cuts them off, and then I conduct an interview. We find out more about their real life or their careers or anything I find interesting about them. I'm so excited. Sounds great. Have you guys literally just not get any better than this.
Because ready to kill me, therefore what I got ready to kill him first. But when you like to like the beast, only way you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only example of that is like a father. Like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life and defend your life at all. As long as you know it's right. He's one of the supplies, both by Shabbos and by weekday. And yet in this one in the day, then the problem with Shabbos is good. So it's ultimately what I is in the mouth of people like the beef, whether it's Shabbos or weekday, that makes sense. Not only the qualification, it's just Salah coming up.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed the 2024 guest of the year. Dr. Phil is here, ladies and gentlemen.
I become a policeman. I become a policeman.
Dr. Phil is throwing out magna condoms. Dr. Phil live in the flesh. Literally recognized as one of the greatest guests in the show. Whoa, what was that? Oh my goodness gracious. Can't even get to hang out yet. How'd you get those? Wow. It's been way too long, Dr. Phil. You've been out selling out all around the fucking world. That's right. Sorry this year.
But if I'm not sure if it's going to kill me, right?
Wow, that's a wild thing that's happening. I'm excited.
I can remove them. The rubber in order to say that you
Wow, it's wild, bro.
the call them. When they the police are
Very exciting. Dr. Phil is here live in the flesh here. Big 3 Simmons and Slap Canada. This episode is brought to you by Shopify. My goodness. Maybe what a start to this show. I mean, that's absolutely crazy. You had a fucking joke on yeah, we didn't quit. We absolutely do. We shake them up for the show to add vibes and energy to the show. It's squirting and squirting. That's what we call that. So what's amazing is that while this is an incredible perhaps one of the greatest starts of the show ever, why don't we take it one step further and have the first comedian be the record holder for all-time appearances, normally the closer of the show. One of the few living members of the Kill Tony Hall of Fame. Some people call him the Memphis Strangler, the Manila Gorilla, Tacoma, the Weirdo of Washington. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery. My mother was watching the news the other night, and she heard people talk about doxing one another. She goes, honey, what is doxing? I said, oh, it's when two guys get in a ring and punch each other with their dicks. The waiter walks out and goes, who ordered the amberjacks? I raise my hand, and he sets it down in front of me. I look, and I say, wait, this has whiskers. Have I literally been catfished? Can you imagine if you were a flat earther, like a depressed flat earther, and one day you tell your flat earther friends, I really can't take it anymore, I'm just going to walk this way and I'm never going to stop. And they're all like, no, don't do it, no. And then around 80 days later, you show up from the opposite direction, and you're in a hot air balloon, and you're like, guys, y'all are never going to believe this. Okay, that's my time.
However you can execute it. I didn't know. So I
because the earth is round, Tony. That's why you show up from the other end, right?
Just kill them.
But that would mean that it's not flat. Right, it would mean it's round. It's proving, it's saying to his friend, it's ultimately teaching his friends that the earth is round. Right? It's kind of like a passion play. Oh my gosh, Tony, I'm so nervous. Seriously, going up first, I love it. It's literally my favorite thing, but I'm so nervous right now. It's really, I'm up there to hang out and whatever, and oh my gosh, here we are. So I love it. I love it. Your comfort zone proves that you can do it all. You guys are show started with a bang. And Tony, I do have to say, I finally been in a horrible funk. I'm still actually in a pretty bad funk in my brain, but I've started going again, and I've done 65 fucking miles to pass 6 days. Very good, William. That's 10 miles and some change per day. Yeah, listening to fucking Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness by Smashing Pumpkins all the time. Great, Fitzsimmons.
Well, it's just great that you're. I know you guys have a long history of that as well. It's good to see that you're growing.
Because the people, the stars of the rock, that's all for the world. How about one of the two? I don't care what people, I don't care what
It is not going good. That's part of why I'm in my funk. I messed up when I was in Vancouver last year. I allowed this guy to have sex with my ass, literally with my ass. Seriously. I know, it was fun. I was kind of in a funk. I was in these bad funks, and the puzzles don't help. Nothing really helps. But when I was having sex with that guy, it was crazy. That was fun, right, man? What was that noise? Yeah, noise you would have been making in the corner, right, man? When you're watching my ass, you fucking weirdo. That's exactly what you would have been, just in the corner where you're fucking toe top. Fucking nasty weirdo.
Their little blue tank top. Yeah, have you ever seen it, Tony? There's a little blue fucking tank top with these little swim trunks. And he has a little apple, and he's showing everybody pictures of his fucking girlfriend's feet. Stop doing that. Seriously, stop doing that. He's doing that in the fucking green room before it even started tonight. I'm nervous. I did walk by and you were showing somebody a picture of a foot. Was that your girlfriend's foot? Yeah. Anytime Greg's around, Jim shows her foot. Wow, this is not a great start for Greg. No, there's certain things that stay in the green room. Yeah, we're able to take it to the green room. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Now I have to cut them off. Oh my goodness. I love it. Williams, you've been growing again? Growing, trying to hopefully please come back. I promise if I've been interested in you before, I have a whole different set. It's mainly new jokes. I've got to get my tickets. I got to get better at marketing. I got to figure it out. Yeah. Well, would you just call me a nacho vest? What did you say? You should say everything. You should encourage your woman to say everything that comes to the front of her brain, sir. You're doing a really good job. The Lakers had always a dead giveaway for not having your woman under control. Shut up, man! Seriously! What kind of fucking redneck throwing Greg under the bus? It's weird of you, dude. Seriously. It's really weird. Why'd you... William, I get what's happening with you right now. You're getting fired up, you're getting angry, you're getting red, which I didn't think was possible. Yeah, everyone out. Come on right now, where can we get some of it? But look, it looks like full nachos. I see it. Yeah, maybe you're right. You are right. All right, Sal, that's not how this works. You guys all see those little nachos? We all see the nachos. It is an incredible mess, William. What are you wearing? Or it is a weird season, and the world wants to know where do you get a vest like that? So I literally clicked into eBay.com. My account, I clicked in vintage 90s Columbia vest, large, and I get a bunch, and then yes, this nachos was not in the keyword search. No. Wow. There's red zags there. They look like little nachos. They do. They do. He is absolutely incredible. William, always a master of style. It is a nice vest. You look like you're about to do a safari of a bunch of kids who are getting a triple list. Which is a two game to get. So I want to compliment you on the you look like a tour guide at Epstein Island. Walks you off the dock and you pull up on the web. Okay, everybody come in here. This is Rabbi and jacking off and all the fucking you weirdo. Wow. Well, William, you got the show nice. You got the show started with a fucking bang, my friend. Right now, the great William Montgomery showing us how it's done. Now we go to the bucket, everybody. Oh my goodness. Oh! Dr. Phil getting his own book delivered to him. That is incredible. You are a marketing genius. Philip C. McGraw, PhD. You and me. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. I'm talking about that in my book. That's right. Page 73. 73. You're right. Get the fuck out of my garage. All right, to the bucket we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your first bucket home tonight is Sancho Pancho Villa with an uninterrupted. What's going on? Hell yeah. So even though I'm 5'1", I am installing women, and so that can be hard. So I got my shoes that make me 5'3". Don't believe me? We'll call this mic stand 5'3", and now we're at 5'1". But even with the shoes, like all women are starting to hit, it's still hard to hit on. Like I was hitting on this one super tall girl, she was like 5'5".
does it with a sense of tininess.
And
He does it with a
she looks
sense of
down at me and she's like, boy, you're so short, you would have to go look on me in the
He
bedroom.
takes it seriously and does it.
I'm like, that's a weird way to ask, but people stare at her.
Even your son, ultimately.
I'm like, girl, what do you think I'm wearing this shirt for? I'm trying to eat my way to your heart, you know what I'm saying? But on the same note, I hate tall dudes who use the short urinal in the men's restroom. It's like, now I'm over here having a tiptoe, fucking with my chimichanga on the foot over the roof. Like, how am I gonna explain to a girl that I got crap from a men's restroom? Like, it doesn't work like that. Hey, I'll punch you, thank you, that's my fault.
Adorable. Absolutely adorable. One of the largest full-grown babies to ever do stand-up comedy, ladies and gentlemen. Giant. Absolutely classic. Sancho. You're standing at 5'1", is that what you said?
Yeah, 5'3" with the shoes on.
5'3". When's the last time you measured? Like height what? Yeah. Yeah.
You can tell about a person
When I went to get my driver's license.
That people want Jesus is
One of those. Do you have car insurance? Sancho Pancho?
Yep, USA.
Yeah,
I'll put it over my rating now.
USA.
People who are guns are successful.
Like the military.
Oh, got it. You were in the military.
Yes, sir, I'm a Marine.
Okay, absolutely incredible. What the hell were you doing in the Marines exactly? What was your specialty?
Man, I was in engineer company, so like we work with generators, we build stuff and blow it up. Like I have more certifications than my cousin. I can do any Texas job.
Wow. I don't know. Better than
Been on the show a few times before.
Yes, sir.
You get very
That's
lucky.
what a mother wanted for her child.
I'm open to tonight.
God.
Because we're pretty much walking the same direction. I feel like, come on, like, shit.
When did you go home?
Well, when I was like 19.
So that's not a selfish thing. You got the wrong friends.
When the
Hanging out with those kids.
Oh, well, there you go. Still struggling, obviously. So Sancho Pancho, he went on at 19, standing at 5'4".
What do you mean God for?
In this life or past life, for God to treat you like this. He apparently also made you extremely horny. A lot of your act has to do with women who just said you're hoping you can like you tonight. When's the last time you got laid, Sancho Pancho?
We can go.
The two sides of one. Right? And on one hand,
What was this?
the ability of one. So first of all, take
Where'd you
something
be
as
this
our
work?
cycle allow you to
Just in my hometown.
circumstances.
Was you
Also
married?
to unlock to bring down the
This one
walls
was.
that
This one was
sometimes
not.
we walk away
He
from
found out about you that
on
your
one hand,
kids
it's
married
very
when you can like wrecking others'
as
lives.
well. So how long for
This is like the door's already cracked open. I just walk through. You know what I'm saying?
why
Even if it's the
waste
dog.
time with wine? You have access to the
What were you guys gonna say at the same time? I was gonna say, yeah, you walk under the crack. You didn't have to go. Right. He doesn't have to dump down or anything like that. Work together. We all have different doggy door jokes for you, Sancho. That's a good sign. That's how you know you're a hot dude. You bring up a doghouse and we're all like, you're adorable, Sancho. So you find that there's a lot of girls that are into whatever you are.
Women love a confident man. Yes,
for going ahead and the first thing that he did is he planted barns.
When like do you have a moment ever?
More mundane than
You work out, Sancho?
I do. I'm downtown now.
What have you been doing exactly? Explain to some of these people how they do this way.
I quit alcohol, so that was a big one for now. Yeah. But on St. Patrick's Day, I dress up like leprechaun. So like, I'm 1 month away and I can drink. And then, quitting alcohol and then just working out every day. Back to 245. That's cool.
Bench 245.
No one likes to disrupt criticism. No one ever likes to
She's not 180, she's a lady, you know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Checker 25, fat bitches are people too.
What's the biggest girl you've ever hooked up with before I let you go, Sancho Pancho? Probably Red Man. Probably she's like 233. Sorry, not to be such a specific way. Yeah. Like you, that's something you knew, but down to 233 is a very specific way. And that's how much I went. You really think so? Let's get the fucking scale out, everybody. Come on, there it is. Oh, it's too good. Come on, redhead.
I was saying I'm fully clothed, and that was the
He's wearing 27 pounds of clothing, everybody. Here he is. Oh, my God.
real good says, I weighed myself like 10 pounds.
By the way, if a fucking pole gave this many excuses for getting on the ground.
I'm just going to say, I weigh about 239.
Okay, all right. Don't get rid of it. You're wearing your outfit. 233, everybody. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, he's been here for every episode of the show. Sal, read it off for me when it comes up. It just says, all right. It says, ouch. Okay.
Do you want me to report that?
Yes, report it.
251.
That's right, folks. He's wearing 17 pounds of clothing. What do you mean? Sancho Pancho, get on that thing. Let's see what it says. Alright, I'm gonna take my shoes off now. I'm gonna take my shoes off.
There's no drive. There's no drive. There's no shit.
193.
Now,
what do you mean you weighed in today? What does that even mean? Oh, you're right. This thing is pretty heavy. Yeah, okay. I'm 165. 164.6, everybody. Sancho Pancho. You're right. I'll give you 10 pounds. Maybe. Thank you. There's a lovely Heidi, everybody, and Sancho Pancho. What size joke did you get last time?
You said like, oh, that small joke book is the same size as the big joke book.
That's right. You got a small one?
Yes, sir.
Well, today you're getting a medium one.
Let's go.
Sancho Pancho be everybody. There you go. And the show is off and running. You weighed in at 233 today?
No, 239 today.
239. Were you naked?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What's the lovely Heidi, everyone? A lot of drinks coming tonight. You guys having fun out there? We got Dr. Phil Gray, Fitzsimmons, and Sal Volcano, everybody. And a shit ton of water. And it's a shocking amount of water on the table. Hey, this podcast is sponsored by Luchu. Guys, let's be real for a second. Like I'm supposed to do this exactly what it's not possible. Why? Let's just raise the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, a revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that turns roots of brain and your body. Most women bills focus on blood flow. Blue Chew Gold puts further device to ingredients for circulation. Plus, apple one needs oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection on the inside out. It's not just about pushing the thrust from performance, physical and mental. That triple dissolves right under your tongue and starts working as little as 2 seconds, plus creating more confidence, hormones, level of readiness. This is the future of performance. Faster, smarter, precision engineered for results. Get started today with Nutrient.com and see what millions of men trust coach. Now, goal achieving goals. Upgrade. It's changing the game for good.
Trauma treatment out there. Ladies and gentlemen, against that. It's not true. It's not true.
Make life easier by getting harder. Discover your options at Rothschild.com. Go to special deals for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month. Chew code Tony. That's promo code Tony. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and more safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. Hey there, this podcast is sponsored by Shopify. This late at night, you're scrolling through your feeds, but all of a sudden you see that one product that you click on the link, add to cart. Maybe even shop around a little more finally hitting checkout as you are filling in your address. You realize you don't have to convert anywhere near you. That's when you see it. That multi-page button. It has all your information saved. Making checking out as simple as a tap on your screen.
Shopify is the best business tool out there. See, get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand's style. Shopify is helpful AI tools that write product descriptions, page designs, and even enhance your product photography.
Get the word out that you have a marketing team behind the best yet. Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping and processing returns and beyond. Seamless cards so that your sales go with Shopify in their shopping button. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at Shopify.com/GoTony. Go to Shopify.com/GoTony. That's Shopify.com/GoTony. Shopify.com/GoTony. Absolutely. Your next bucket full goes by the name of Mario Zapata, everyone. Mario Zapata. Hell yeah! A lot of crazy stuff going on in Minneapolis. Why's everybody mad at all these sommeliers? Kind of wine a lot, but that's cool, whatever. Don Lemon recently got arrested. That shit's crazy. Just goes to show you when life gives you lemons, get legal aid.
That was a very late brother. They had to decide about
I know he did, but whatever.
You don't want that
Alright, but guys,
what
is the difference between a Jewish person
decision they have to eat over there? So you need food, right? Because it might take a long time. But you're going to keep a
and an
very
undercover
simple
cop?
menu over here. So there's a hot restaurant,
You may never know you were talking to a cop.
That's the big deal.
Alright guys, I think the reason the word retarded is such an offensive word is because so many people are. You can see it everywhere. That's how school is. Get your MS in business. I'm like, board meeting with local school students. Can you imagine standing in front of everybody going, this company is built on a solid foundation.
That can't transform it into an solar umbrella.
Alright, Mario. That's your first time on the show? Oh, but it's not. You should look different or something. Yes, I recently started shaving my head because I was looking like Angelica's Barbie doll. That's inconceivable. You couldn't do that. At any point, you got to come down.
Yeah, well, if you like to shoot up an anthropologist or now, what I mean by that is, I came in, for a minute there, I thought you were running for office because you just kept being like, too many Jews, you know?
Yeah.
And you said, what was the last thing you said?
I think the reason the word retarded is so offensive is so many people are.
How do you feel about that joke? When you say it out loud to the silence, does it feel
I did, dude. I know a lot of retarded people. Sour.
Well, I like that you got topical stuff, so you're writing new stuff, and I like that you really went to our jokes. You really did. I will say that, I noticed that you told everybody to buckle up for the order jokes. and then you really, I mean, it really didn't deliver. Just be mindful of that. And even though when the buckle up, like, because the inference was that you were going to blow their fucking balls off with your next joke. And then it was really just a you know, a par type of joke. And it's funny, I never thought he would tell someone buckle up his next book. And then basically just a very mellow joke after that. That was more for me. Well, your catchphrase, I just feel like coming out serious and sassy. That's so sassy, maybe, I don't know, man. He is a catchphrase. Yeah, well, look, I hate buckle up. You said the buckle up, and you said the buckle up, did it feel or you just embrace it? I feel like you said it was a little turbulent. And when you're on a plane, they tell you to buckle up because things are going to go where you're playing. Just kind of buckle up, folks. Yeah, hell yeah. But you do have confidence in that. I appreciate it. Buckle up, everybody. Jewish people will let you know. Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting to next. You're good at spotting Jews. That's the thing. No, they usually tell me pretty quickly in a conversation. They tell you they're Jewish. Where are you talking to these Jews? Exactly. Wherever I go. Wherever you go. They're everywhere, right? I mean, like, I don't know. Oh, that sounds bad. Okay, I'm starting to see why this guy's shaking his head all the way. Keep talking, guys.
It's great. Chicken can't make you into Ben Sora Mora. It's gotta be flesh. It's gotta be meat. Right? So he goes there and he steals money. And then you buy a schnitzel, right? And that's not going to make you into Ben Sora Mora. Hi, one time we learned in the Mishnah, all from the hills of Trefosh Katzim, but I must say you don't have to Ben Sora Mora. Hot to hold Ben Sora Mora for a second. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us if he stole money and bought non-kosher food, and we'll see why that is, he doesn't become a Sora Mora. The inference from that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, right, even if it's fowl, then Allah Mysa, he should become a Sora Mora. Tuchma says, no, Kitna Masnisi, Lahashvin. So this is fascinating. We'll say, remember, how much meat does how much meat does Ben Sora Mora have to eat in order to go to Ben Sora Mora? Right? Macholkes. First opinion, Mishnah, right? Tartimar. So let's say, for example, you eat a little bit less than a tartimar. Tartimar, I don't know, minus kizayis. So the halacha is, if he's mashlim the kizayis with fowl with over chicken, that can make a Ben Sora Mora. That's the chiddush over here. So you can't eat the tartimar. Ultimately, again, you can't eat the tartimar of fowl. But if you eat almost the tartimar of meat, and you go ahead and you mash that, you complete that shear with a little bit of fowl, ultimately that can make you into a Ben Sora Mora. All right, incredible. So listen to this. So now the Mishnah said, if he eats things as Dvar Mitzvah or Dvar Aveira, he doesn't become Ben Sora Mora. So what is that? So Dvar Mitzvah, what does it mean Dvar Mitzvah? Tanchume Aveira. Ultimately, again, he participates in the meal for consolation of mourners. Now look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi says over here that sweet and three lines of the bottom. Tanchume Aveira. Dabagam Tkanta Rabban Ba'arbo. Let's say the king, you can't call it Ben Sora Mora because he's in the Sora Mora yet. The king joins a Yichum Avim, like the halakha is that when Avim comes
Let's do it. Okay. People are everywhere, right? You run into different people everywhere. Well, it doesn't get much more racist than that, everybody. But these people are everywhere. I can't go anywhere without seeing these fucking people. Yeah. My goodness, here's your favorite type of person. Okay, that's the two nice people. Direction changing question you just did. Let's stick with the Jews here for a second. Okay, let's not shift at all, doctor. Let me ask you this. You're seeing them everywhere. Is there anything you've noticed, a way to spot Jews before they tell you that they're Jewish? No.
So again,
How long have you been doing stand-up? I've been doing stand-up for 6 years and the other 12 years to right, you're in song guitar. Do you have any original song? I do. Okay. What notes are they in? What chords? Most of them are in G. Okay. You guys want to play an G? Let me sing a song of Mario. Okay. No follow you. Here we are, me and my best friend, out at the bar, and we're hammered again, and we're talking about all the girls we've banged. Both drink until we can't see. Then my friend leans over, and he says to me, hey, I love you, man. You're my bro, and I'm like, yeah, bro. I love you too. The part that's weird for me is he's telling me this while he's rubbing on my feet. My name is Mario. It's time at the show so far. Like I'm ready to go. Purple and cheese at Home Depot. Driving drunk through Taco Bell.
But as a steal, but the consumption itself technically is how often the consumption itself is how often
making Mario Zapata hilarious. Mario Zapata. So you did musical comedy, and now you just do stand-up. What do you do for? I edit wedding videos, I make porn, and I write. Wait, let's stop right there. When you say you make porn, what exactly do you do? Before I fucking improvised a shitty song. Trying to be discreet. Yes. We talked about it last time. I make giant porn with my wife. Oh, that's right. You have a big wife, and you yes, a tall wife. Okay. Big difference. Yeah. You're not pulling a Sancho Pancho via out here. You're going for the tall girls. I like to set the bar high. Very interesting. And that's been good for you. Fantastic. You guys are making good money. Have you ever thought about, because those guys probably like the difference in height, right? Top is the same. Have you ever thought about letting Sancho Pancho be a join that? Because I would charge him in the majority of them. Probably love it. So many managers out there. Where do we is it all available online or specific? We're getting up films. It's on what is that, .org or something like that? No. It's on church site too. We sell it through Square. Yeah. You don't know the website of your wife's porn. I'm not going to use everything there. Exactly. Yeah, look it up. Look that up. We're doing great things. Mario Zapata versus I get extremely confident Latino in a row. But you as well. Mario, you know what? I'll give you a big chug. Hey, never say that. Should we one last time? No. Okay, there you go. Well, good catch. It's a little off. There he goes. Mario Zapata, everybody. That's perfect, Mario. That's a okie dokie. Well, there you go. Right, there he is. 12 years of comedy experience. There he goes. Mario Zapata, everyone. All right. Our next bucket full, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Robert Carroll. Here we go. Robert Carroll. Okay. This looks like a new thing. Thanks so much for Robert Carroll, everybody.
Fucking I ain't killed Tony. So I'm on shrooms. I gotta lead with that. Sorry. What are the odds? My second time I signed up. There's no way to get the outro first. Give me a little benefit, okay? So I can suck your for the stay in that goddamn hotel. Very nice hotel. You know, how many times can a 60-year-old man jerk off? 38. The answer's 38. 69 would have been funnier. 69 would have been funnier. So, the mushrooms thing, anybody do psilocybin? I'm going to swear by it. Oh, yeah, if I shroom tonight. That was a bad idea. It's going to turn out fine. So I talked to all these young people, and I'm like, psilocybin is legal now, and they're like, oh, that's so shit, are you microdosing? And I'm like, no, I don't know, what the fuck is a microdose? Is 7 grams of microdose? Yes. I guess I'm microdosing. Anyway, I'm Robert Carroll, thank y'all.
You gotta love a guy who 50 seconds in says it's gonna turn out just fine. Amazing. You're certainly dressed like you're on a bunch of mushrooms. Someone checks out. Robert, grab that microphone. Let's talk about it. How long have you been doing comedy for?
I lied. This is my absolute first time in front of a crowd and a microphone.
There you go. Okay, you got it. All right, great. You're 60 years old. What made you want to start comedy now?
I went broke. What? I went broke.
Okay, ladies, stop. Okay, relax. You're the laugh that got out of what's going on? The women in this strip sometimes it's unbelievable. They like weird improv troupe. You're in Kamala Ross, lady. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. This fucking one's back now. Okay, Red Man, very good. Okay, the ladies start heckling if Red Man's gonna jump in with his fucking comedy.
I understood this.
My God. Okay. Robert, what made you want to start here today?
It's a long story, but going broke in short. Just
How did you go broke? Let's talk about it.
Oh,
Okay, you're on the show.
Decades of working as a building commercial construction industry.
And a little quiet there, Robert. You really fizzled out. Years of work.
The short version is I just suddenly realized, fucking, I'm 60. If I keep scraping, things will be fine. No, fuck them. I just literally went nuts. My whole family. They decided to keep me. Maybe. Well, like I said, I think she's in the bed pretty alright. You're tough, you got a tongue I couldn't understand. I wanted to hold that sweet. It's a rambling bunch. I really thought mathematically the life I can function at a reason.
Mathematically, your odds are the same whether you're on or not on mushrooms. If you take an overload of mushrooms, that's when you wouldn't sign up.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure that's true here, man. My second try.
You got it. You signed up last week as well.
I did. I was here for the ice cream.
What would you have talked about last week if you would have gotten cold? Not on mushrooms. Were you on mushrooms?
I was on mushrooms.
See, your whole plan was just to come out and go, I'm on mushrooms. I hope this goes okay.
It has been working so far.
Where has it been working? Have you been doing other open mics?
My bank account's aren't very good, but everything else is pretty sweet. If you afford that fucking scarf, you don't have to carry it. I've been down to the few thick weeks. Everything's negotiable. What the fuck did that mean? I'm trying to fucking haggle that from you.
It is possible interview.
That's a you purchase.
Tell us the fun fact about your life, man. You're 60 years old, and all you've said so far is I'm on mushrooms.
Okay, I'm 60 years old. I'm a commercial builder. I'm a grandfather of 3 wonderful grandkids. We had play day Saturday. I was not on mushrooms for that.
Okay. How often are you doing mushrooms?
As often as I can. I have found
you dealing with some type of trauma or something like that?
Well, yes.
Like what? Can you give us something compelling about your life? You have 60 years to reference.
Well, I lost 80 pounds last year. So February the 10th, I and somebody said, hey, you're kind of funny and you're kind of this. I was here because I was working on a show with Joe Ellis is somebody who said, hey, man, you didn't know if you were supposed to mention that you did background work on the show Meanwhile. I would want you to keep that to yourself. Excellent. I'm going to try to follow. I have one other question. Do you put on all the jewels after you take the mushrooms? I was wearing these things before I was taking mushrooms. I do wear this pretty well all the time. I mean, I do not see that strictly aesthetic. Those things have a certain special meaning. It's probably OCD. Once you start wearing them, then you're like, oh, fuck, I don't have that on.
About in your life, did you start doing a lot of mushrooms?
Oh, well, I did a lot when I was in college. Recently, my son just graduated from college. He's got a great engineering a year ago.
Let me ask you this. When did you start wearing that type of jewelry exactly? What's around your neck? That type? 2 years. 2 years. That answers when you become turquoise, Mr. T. You never got a gym bridges. Gym is about to get me to which is personal.
Bridges and Jeff.
All right, Robert, I kept you up here for way too long.
Well, thank you for putting up with the goddamn it snuck in and they didn't torture me. The crowd was great. I am going to do something like
Write a set. Write jokes sometime, and then you'll be back on, and then we'll know something about you.
I love that you're on my shows, and now we all feel like we're on my shows.
Yeah. Contagious. Dr. Phil's throwing him a magnum condom. There you go. There you go. There he goes. Robert Carroll. There he goes. Hell yeah. It's tripping so hard. These old people doing mass amounts of mushrooms out of nowhere. It's insane. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy for any professional support or licensed therapists like psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere, and take control of your mental health. Talkspace makes it easy to start better mental health needs and better health overall. Just like your physical body needs exercise, your mental health needs maintenance and attention. Talkspace helps you build confidence and skills. Our therapists not only listen to you, they provide valuable techniques to manage stress or conflict in your life, helping improve your coping skills and self-awareness. Life is all about how we are in relationship with one another. Communication is key. Talkspace helps you identify obstacles and create new meaningful connections. Talkspace makes it easy, accessible, and affordable. Plus, most insured members have a $0 copay.
I love Talkspace. I provided some of the best mental health treatment I cannot recommend them enough because therapy is like crazy moments of transformation.
Yeah, I can tell. And as a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month. Talkspace. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80 to access licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. Hello there, my dear friends. It's me, your very nice guy who cares about everyone. This podcast is sponsored by this podcast because anywhere we're going is virtually important. Find your perfect therapy techniques. Their boots are handcrafted boots or use true meticulous steps to break the set up mountains, great sorts of reasons, unparalleled expert staff, complimentary beverages, and customizations.
I love my Jacobins. I mostly wear those for Chelsea, and I recommend them.
You know, it's incredible that wintertime is grinding season. Start the year off right with a new pair of Dakota Western boots. Not to mention their other apparel. They have other goods like wallets, belts, and more. Everything in Dakota is crafted with the same attention to detail and timeless style. Shop Dakota's Western goods online at dakotas.com. Inspire to store experience of redrinking, shines, ornamenting, and whatever make your hair right now. Get 10% off at dakotas.com/Dakota. Sign up right now and 10% off. dakotas.com/Dakota. dakotas.com/Dakota. See site for details. Dakotas.
The coach came and shot a beat of
Make sure it's your next fucking full everybody is free. You guys remember when driving a Tesla made you a Nazi? I miss those days. I like being called a different type of N-word. Which is ironic. I'm from Idaho. That place is full of N-words. I had to go out and buy myself a Tesla Model 3rd right, which is what I drive now. See, this joke is only fun and silly if you can remember like N-words really have. So anyway, I see this group of filthy fucking N-words coming down the sidewalk. And they were headed right towards me because I was screaming out N-word while I was down back. Yeah, I hate like, not as much as I hate those blonde-haired, blue-eyed.
Okay, 50 seconds from Tony Morales. Good job. Anything after Robert Carroll's amazing. Anything after an old man going, that's just incredible. At least you tried, Tony. Amazing. First time? Second time ever doing stand-up. What made you want to sign up?
No, second time on the show.
Oh, it is. All right. How did it go your first time?
It went well, yeah. I had a full 60 seconds. It was great.
All right. Okay. And how long ago was that?
Maybe November.
What did we find out about you then? What was the interview basically?
I had a dog, not that black. I had a dog, yeah. I didn't get to pull it out. I had it in my passenger seat.
Oh,
The whole time.
Okay, yeah, that wasn't any really covered in the interview last time. Your car.
It was.
Give us, what do you do for work, Drew?
I work from home, so I'm just like getting paid. What do you do? Honestly, I don't know. It's like the documents they come
Miss
in.
Aquarius.
It's like green or Aquarius or green.
Yes.
How you living, girl?
Coming over this weekend, everybody come over and stuff like that. That's real cold, you know. It was cold, but it's good. We just months with him and stuff like that.
My thoughts are should be with you. I know it's not easy. Mr. Aquarius, my friend came in and we were up till like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We talked for like 15 hours. Yeah, and then I took a little nap. And I thought I'd missed you, and I felt really badly. So I'm very glad that I didn't. I know. I'm very glad that I didn't repeat that yesterday. Did you watch any of the Super Bowl yesterday? Sure. I understand. Definitely. Have those still been doing the trick? Have those muscle relaxers still been doing the trick?
the
Good.
way they
Yeah.
look.
Very nice. Yeah.
Can't become a Ben Sorer Umora. Why not? My time is the Amrika, and then Shomea Bikolenu. Fascinating, right? That the pasuk says there is a case that this kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us we need to call button and shoving. The parents have to speak with the same voice. So too again, the parents have to resemble themselves. Obviously, they don't look exactly, but they have to have some level of resemblance, and also resemblance that's almost like what a tremendous Musar skill. What is it? What is the teaching us about parenting? Right? Parents have to be shaka. They have to be on the same page about the chinuch of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their chinuch. Disaster for their chinuch. So it has to be shomea bekolenu. Parents have to speak alone. Now, one second, what if parents have differences of opinion about the chinuch of their kids? Okay, that happens all the time. But that's the job of parents to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of their children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they're not just the kids, the kids, that has to be done with one voice.
Yes, man, I gotta do everything I can to get him back. I don't want to be rude to people. I'm having a good time, and I mean it's good. I feel loved. It means I've got a lot of friends, and I like spending time with them, so that's good. But man, it can. Oh come on, it can really affect me throughout the day. No, that was bad.
Mother and father have to figure out on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible, incredible. So the Lord goes right there. Kiman Azal Desanya. From where? According to the following opinion. So okay, so this is, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. This should be broken up like in 10 blocks. You can't put all of this on one page. It's literally lifted either. It's literally either. So it says as follows. Kiman, just again, I'm not rushing. I just want to put you on forward knowledge. So if people from other shir told you about the slow pace of our shir, just remind them, in the last 2 cycles, we never finished later than any other shir. Right? So Baruch Hashem, at the end of 7.5 years, we'll be exactly where we have to be. It might not be on a daily basis, but
all right, I'm at 488. You're at 190. I have 12. You have 2.
Why was it just doing this the whole time? So who's it being affected the following idea? Ben Sora Umora, it never happened. Lohaya, it never happened, and it never will happen.
Very tough split. And folks watching at home, this might be one of the most difficult splits. But if anybody can get it, it's Mr. Chris. And if she just can get 2,
It's not saying it can't happen. I think it can't happen. You might just say with probability, never has happened and never will happen. So why was it written? Again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get schar. I just want to point out. The Gemara says, now, just
you're going to get these 5.
That phrase,
I told you, perfect. Come on. Come on. Give that to her.
Practical that you could do with this, but there is
another one. DJ
for the sake of Torah learning. But I think that's not what it means. You're right. Could very well be.
Oh, look at you.
Never happened, will never
look
happen.
at Mr. Aquarius there.
Analyze it.
Give me this. Not what we wanted, but I can get the split. I can get it. This is doable. Not like that, though. Not like that.
What's the Drosh for Kabbalah Schar? So we'll say, so again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next Mishnah that the whole Yisod Ben Sora Mora is what? What's the whole Yisod Ben Sora Mora? The Holy Sword is Hashem HaAsid. Hashem HaAsid. Ben Solomon is not actually put to death for what he's done now, but rather, again, why is he put to death? For what he's going to become. See, I will say, doing something amazing. Do you know what the essence, do you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Solomon is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Solomon? What is it of Ben Solomon? What's the lesson, Kappa? The lesson of Ben Solomon is that once a person makes certain decisions, they can't change. That's Ben Solomon. The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy money, to buy, I can say meat, to buy meat, to buy wine, right? That's the decision. What Ben Solomon says, you made those bad decisions, you have put yourself on an irreversible course. So the Gemara comes along and says, that's not true. That's true. Ben Solomon exists as a concept, but practically it's not true. Because there's no such thing as a yid who can't change. No matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you could always put it in reverse. You could always go out and take a life. That's what it means when it says. Listen, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says. Ben Sora Mora. There's no such thing. Because conceptually, there's no such thing as a person who can't.
You and I win, Mr. Prayers. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
So learn it. What's the reward of us? What does it mean, George? So analyze. So what's the analysis? The analysis of Ben Sora.
You too.
There's so many of us who think I learned about a person who quote-unquote can't change. He makes certain terrible decisions and he can't back himself out of it. But that's not true. That's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. It's only to make decisions, and we can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means, Ben Sora Umar. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change. So what should you do with it? Because so many times in life, we think we can't change. So learn Ben Sora Umar and recognize that you absolutely can. The Gemara says, Kiman. Azad the sign. You Ben Sora Umar, Asilios, Balaminech. Now, George, I got a scar. Two things. This Kiman Kabiuda, Sagabiuda. Everybody say, Rabbi Shimon, the sign is very interesting. Rabbi Shimon, the king of Nesha, Akalzeta, Tima Basa, the Shasa, Khatsi, the Yaina, Kalki, Arvin Motsilas on the Skila, the Saklo, because this kid stole some money and purchased meat and wine, he's going to take him out to get stoned, and a little higher, a little asibilos. That Soromar never happened, and it's never going to happen in the future. So why is it here? Josh Mekabaschar. The Lord said, this is it. This is probably the most important line in the entire sugya. It never happens, never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Sora? Because that's what Ben Sora is. A kid can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Jirosh, learn it. Analyze it. Kabbal's Khan, reap the benefit. What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the kid who can't change. And recognizing that this never happened, never will happen, I received the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely, unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture, at any point in life. Incredible. Rabbi Yonasan says, 1 second, what are you talking about? It's incredible. Watch this. I'm here, you see it. Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Solar Mora. I saw him. The Ashafti Al Kivro. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me it never happened? I saw it. I went to the Lavayo. I saw it. It's on his grave. Now, why exactly he sat on his grave? I'm not sure the whole discussion about this. Not for now. The Gemara says, come on, Aslan. So let's say, so what do you do with this? So Rabbi Yonasan says, there was Ben Sora. So let's say, I think the way it works is like this. Rabbi Yonasan is not arguing. There never was a Ben Sora Mora, and there never will be a Ben Sora Mora. Rabbi Yonasan is lamenting the fact that many people go through life thinking that they are a Ben Sora Mora. Rabbi Yonasan says, you know what? I've been to many revivals by people who left this world, and they left as a Ben Sora Mora. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect change. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. You're right. There's no such thing as a Ben Sora Mora. Yet you'd be surprised how many people leave this world thinking that they were a Ben Sora Mora. So I say, one of the most tragic things in life tragic things in life is we leave this world with so many things unaccomplished. We leave this world without actualizing our potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we're really capable of becoming. So I don't think Rabbi Yonatan is disagreeing. I think Rabbi Yonatan is just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Solar Mora because change is always possible. But yet Rabbi Yonatan says tragically, according to the Levites of so many Ben Solar Moras, people left this world and never made the changes they could because they thought that they couldn't. Because they believed too much of Ben Solar Mora. Incredible. The Gemara says themselves, come on, also have the Sanyo. So once it reads the opinion reflected in the following idea, Irni Dachas. So again, Irni Dachas is a city wiped out of idolatry because of idolatry. Well, incredible. Never happened, never will happen. So why is it written in the Torah? So when it says, Droj the Kabul Schar, ultimately again to learn it and to receive reward. Same idea. The Lord said, what does this mean? How could it be that there's never Irni Dachas? As the Lord said, there is no such thing as a city of Jews where there's not one tzaddik. Not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place. You can't have a place where every single yid who's there is bad. Impossible. It's just not possible that someone's not covered, someone's not holy. So Lord didn't receive a word. Can I go to Rabbi Eliezer? The son Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Kol Yir Shish Bafilu Mezuzah Achos, Eino Nasi Erni Dachos. Oh, so Eliezer says if there's even one mezuzah in the city, it can't become an Erni Dachos. Can't become an Erni Dachos. So my time was easy for that. I'll recall that's called Shol Tikvot Al Tov Bava Basach Tadaish. Because what do you have to do with the Erni Dachos? So what do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now the Chayvin the Yikam Mezuzah after the Chsib Lo Satzkin Hashem Lokechem. You have to mezuzah. You can't burn a mezuzah. Right? Why can't you burn a mezuzah? Because mezuzah has the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore, you see if there's even one mezuzah, it can't become an Erni Dachos. It can't become an Erni Dachos. It's possible that Erni Dachos ever existed. I'm going to be able to say Yonatan says, I need to see you. Shakti Altila. I get about Yonatan and says, you're wrong. Is it Erni Dachos? I was there. I visited. Right? I went on tour. Right? I took the Erni Dachos walking door, and again I saw the ruins of the city. I saw Erni Dachos. So once again, it's the same result. I don't think the Yonatan is disagreeing. But Yonatan is saying sometimes again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. They're a group of people who think of themselves as a bad soul or more. They can't change. They become a chavra, they become a kabur, they become a kila, they become a community of Erni Dachos that think they can't change as well. Tragically. Come on, I'll the Sanya. Bye, Sanya. Hi, all right, but we have to stop over here. Wow. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And I want to say we're going to pick up right here. We are right on track. We are right on track. And I said we're going to be great. And I say, you tell me, what can we have skipped? What can we have skipped? Nothing. I say, tremendous training stop. Shkak, everyone. All right, everyone Zoom. Shkak, everyone. You see the one that says, don't tell me who you are, who your friends are. You know who your friends are. Oh, I forgot about that. All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Hey Hey. He tells us about the Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all of the Sherman Rothschilds this year as he's a host for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for this morning, Milton Melanie Gertner, for dedicating the shir in honor of the bris of their grandson, Gad Moshe, born to Shira and Ari Gertner in Yerushalayim, Yira Kodesh. Mazel tov to the Gertner Mishpacha. Beautiful and Kabbalah. I must say, of course, it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and as we begin our shir this morning, the Levaya, the multiple Levayos for the Bivas family are underway in Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, that those precious neshamas should have an aliyah, that broken family should experience in the Chama, and that in Eretz Hashem and Kadosh Baruch Hu should just bring Besoros Tovos, true Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is Ayin Aleph 71. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on I know there's a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, and we are picking up 70b, 70b, 3 lines up from before the lines get wise. Remember again, we left off in the middle of the sugya of Bathsheba giving Musar to Shlomo. And she said as follows, Mas Lichli. So again, I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. So she, sorry, so just Shlomo, you are the son of my neder. What does this mean? So Bathsheba said, Kol Nashim Shales Avicha Hayunodros. So remember again, Bathsheba, context again, Bathsheba is giving Shlomo Musar, that he's overindulging in the finer things in life. One of the advantages of being the prince, you got a lot of access to luxury items, and he's overindulging. And she's essentially giving him different forms of Musar. So Musar number 1 is that people are going to hinge your delinquent behavior on me. Because after all, your father's a tzaddik. So if your father's a tzaddik and you're misbehaving, it must be your mother. That's number 1. Number 2, she said, I went out of my way to make sure that you would be a healthy baby. And now number 3, she calls it Baranidri, the son of my neck. I said, this is incredible. She says, Kol Nashim Shabes Avicha, all of David's wives, are you nodros? You make the following neder. Yehivi ben Hagam Amalchus. Give me a son who is worthy of the monarchy. So this is incredible. So all of David Amalek's wives, they wanted one thing. They wanted a son who would become the next king. That's what they wanted. Bathsheba said, I always wanted something different for you, David. What did I want? Yehivi ben Zoriz Umemula Batorah. Wow. What did Bathsheba want for her son? She said, give me a son who is Zoriz. That's the word. We'll say Zoriz, alacritus, Zrizos. Give me a son who, when he does something, he does it with a sense of purpose, does it with a sense of timeliness, does it with a sense of alacrity. Now, whatever he does in life, he takes it seriously and does it with incredible Zrizos. Umamula Batorah. Give me a son, ultimately, who is filled with Torah. Bahagun Lemevius. And ultimately worthy of prophecy. Now, if you notice, by the way, she doesn't say, give me a son who's a prophet. And she says, just give me a son who's worthy of prophecy. I must say, there's so much to be learned from this Gemara. What do we want for our children? So all too often in life, we put the wrong emphasis on what we want for our kids. And we often focus on, what we want our kids to do when they grow up. I want to make sure that my daughter is able to be a doctor, a lawyer, a rabbi, an accountant, all different. And there's such a hyper focus on what my kid is going to do for Parnasa, which of course Parnasa is incredibly important, as we all know. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see what Bathsheba wanted for her son and the qualities that she wanted for her son. Give me a son who takes life seriously. That's Zrizos. So let's say, you can tell a lot about a person by how they approach the different initiatives in life. There are people who are, Zrizos is a midah, and Zrizos is a midah of seriousness. And when you have midah of Zrizos, that's why again Ramchal puts it so early on in Mesilas Yesharim. When you have the midah of Zrizos, it means that you have a seriousness and covered approach to life. And when people who are Zoriz are successful in whatever it is that they do. Mamula b'Torah. Don't be, what does it mean to be Mamula b'Torah? To be filled with Torah. In other words, there are different ways you can approach Torah. First, you can take a lackadaisical approach to Torah, a lackadaisical approach to learning, a lackadaisical approach to observance, or a person could be Mamula. Mamula means I'm mole, I'm fully committed. Hagul Levias is all-encompassing. What are the qualities that are necessary in order to become a Navi? I don't know, but I would imagine that you have to have ala milas to be a Navi. That's what a mother wanted for her child. Zrizos, Mamula b'Torah, Hagul Levias. Incredible. Elam Malachim, Gumual, Al Malachim, Shasu Yani. So Hashem says to Shlomo, Al Malachim, Amravo, Malacha Itzim Malachim, Shasu Yamishtakim, Lama Manu Kel. So Bathsheba said to Shlomo, it's incredible, you've got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kings who become intoxicated? There's like a king chevra, like a monarch chevra. Why are you hanging out with the monarch chevra? Because they drink too much wine. They have to drink so much wine. What are they saying? What do we need God for? But the king, we're all powerful. We're rose in the sheikhad. And those rulers, they abuse the intoxicating beverage too much. When you have access to the one before whom all secrets are revealed, should you become inebriated with wine? In other words, we'll say, we keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the ability of wine first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow me to lean into my newfound circumstances. Also to unlock, to bring down the walls that are sometimes holding me off my inner Kiddusha. On the other hand, it's easily abused and easily misused as well. So halacha l'maaseh that Hashem says to Shlomo, what are you doing? Why waste your time with wine when you have access to the knower of all secrets to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? So no matter how powerful a ruler is subservient to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So again, if you have to go ahead and anyway show up in front of the ruler of the universe, why waste your time with wine? How do we know that Shlomo did tshuva, so to speak? In other words, Shlomo was mekabel his mother's mussar. It says literally again, I'm less than an ish, and I don't even have wisdom. This is incredible. Who's the ish he's referring to? Noah. It says Shlomo was explaining. Again, the Gemara faulted Noah for going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he planted vines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what? I made myself even more mundane than Noah. And there's not even the proper wisdom of man. Who's that? He's the Adam Arishon. That refers to Adam Arishon, who again had one mitzvah, wasn't able to comply. Shlomo HaMelech lament that he's not even on that level. Incredible. We'll say another way, another tremendous Musar Haskell. What is the hallmark of great people? One of the hallmarks of great people, the ability to take Musar. No one likes Musar. No one likes it. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even likes even positive feedback. And we come to find positive feedback is often laced with, sometimes laced with some other. You don't like it. It's natural. It's normal. Great people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that critique is coming from someone who loves them as much as it stings. They're able to hear it, they're able to inculcate it, and they're able to pivot with it. And God was Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was known as the wisest of men. Gets a patch from his mother. Gets a real patch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, thank you. He says, thank you. That's godless. That's godless. Okay, let's go like that. Says the Gemara. So again, that was back to the story. So this is very interesting. Ben Soromar, so what we've established in yesterday's daf, right, is again, what he has to, or I should say, he's stealing money. What he has to buy with that money, and how much of it he has to consume. Now the Gemara is pivoting a little bit. The Gemara is talking about who does he have to consume it with? Who does he have to consume it with? So Rabbi Abo says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of srikin. Now, what are srikin? Actually, this group of srikin. It's like 3 lines up from where we are in Rashi. Reikin, Shiar Gilu Bekach. So it's fascinating. What turns a person or turns a kid into a Bensor or Mora is not just that he's stealing money, that he's creating an addiction for overindulgence for wine and meat. It's also the chevra that he hangs out with. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi Abahu says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of srikin. Now it's interesting. Rashi defines srikin over here as reikin. Well, what does reikin mean? Empty people. Empty people. Shiar Gilu Bekach will habituate him to these type of habits. Aval nish bechabura adam hagum b'chi haikav no mamshich b'nonasa ben sora mora u'bechabura d'lav mitzvah kama. So we'll say this is incredible. The other says when is ben sora mora chayiv only when he's eating the meat and the wine with srikin. I just want to point out over here. It's interesting. If you notice how Rashi defines srikin, he doesn't say like avar yonim. People who go ahead and commit averos. How does he define a bad chevra? Reikin. Empty people. Empty people. An empty person may or may not be committing an avera. What does it mean when you're empty? There's nothing in you. There's no drive. There's no she'ifa. There's no pull to something greater. There's no, as we saw before, there's no zrizos. There's no mamula latorah. There's no hugging in the dias. There's nothing pulling a person towards something greater. Well, if I have nothing pulling me towards something greater, I'm empty. And what Rashi is saying, the Gemara is saying is, let's say, you know what? A chevra of empty people, is much more dangerous than a chevra of sinning people. Well, first of all, because every chevra is a chevra of sinning people, because all of us commit averas. But also, but at least when a person is committing an avera, what does it say about a person? They have a desire for something. Desire for something. Okay, maybe the wrong thing, but desire for something. Raking is a desire for nothing. You have a desire for nothing, just like emptiness. That's a dangerous chabura. So the concern over here is, if he's surrounding himself with these kind of people, that's when the Ben Sora and Mora addictions are really facilitated. However, the Yimatzvah and I but we learn. The Mishnah said that if the kid is eating his meat and drinking his wine in a chaburas mitzvah. Now again, we'll discuss what that means, but the pashtus, what that means is he's eating it, and interestingly enough, he's stealing the money, he's purchasing the meat and the wine, but he's consuming it in some type of mitzvah context, that he does not become a ben sorar umora. So when it says time out, the mitzvah, now the reason is because the act of consumption is occurring in the context of a mitzvah. Halav mitzvah, but if it wasn't a mitzvah, afagav the lav kula speaking, even if not everyone in the chevra is one of the speaking. Hakamash malon, the afagav the kula speaking, came into the mitzvah ka'asik no menshah. So what's say? So I said, we're saying is like this: that if the ben sorar umora is eating the meat and wine in the sudas mitzvah, even if the entire chevra for the sudas mitzvah are speaking, he doesn't become a ben sorar umora. He doesn't become a ben sorar umora. Or if it's not a mitzvah, if the entire group is speaking, he doesn't become ben sorar umora. Or halacha l'maisa again, if the entire group minus one person are speaking, in other words, if there's one good guy in that chevra, he also doesn't become ben sorar umora. He only becomes a ben sorar umora if it's a non-mitzvah meal and all speaking. So let's say two profound lessons over here. Number one, well, three profound lessons. Number one, the power of chevra. The power of chevra. Surrounding yourself by the right people. We go through life and we think, but the truth is, it doesn't really matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos meals with, whatever. I can kind of insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. Who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who you are. That is the way that it works. So the Chabura Kula Sriyin, terrible things are going to occur. On the other hand, interestingly enough, what you see over here is, if it's a chevra of all srikin, but there's one good guy, then what? That's not the chabura srikin. What do you see from there? The power of the individual to impact the chevra. That one person in a chabura of srikin can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. You never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number three, even if you have a whole chabura of srikin, but you're eating a sudas mitzvah, it's not a problem. It's not going to become ben sorar umora. Why? Because if you put yourself in the right circumstances, even if you don't necessarily have the best chevra, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as well. So putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as a proper, like that's the sudas mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right chevra has the right hashpah on you, but never underestimate the ability to have an impact, even if you find yourself surrounded by the wrong type of influences. Incredible Gemara. What you begin to see for ben sorar umora, interestingly enough, is all of these things fuel his addiction, right? In other words, that it's the theft of the money, the overindulgence, or the development of an appetite for expensive things like the Italian wine, the meat, right? And then also embedding himself with the wrong groups of people. All of these things are necessary in order to make a ben sorar umora. But about Ibra Chodesh, so remember the example that the Mishnah gave for a Sudas Mitzvah was the Suda that they made for Ibra Chodesh. Ibra Chodesh, was, you said before, is the intercalation of the new month. In other words, adding on an extra day to the month, making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. They made a Suda for that. So one second. Is that saying that they had meat and wine for that Suda? By the time we learned, but that meal is actually a very simple meal. What did they have in the meal? The intercalation of the month. They had bread, right? They had bread, wheat, and kidneys and legumes. That was a very they had to decide about how to intercalate the month. You don't want that turning into a fabrengen, right? In other words, that needs to be like there's a lot of decisions that have to be made over there. So you need food, right? Because it might take a long time, but you want to keep a very simple menu over here. So the how come from the Africa being all the past business you do us because we got in Buffalo came to the mitzvah cause of Lamamsha. Oh, so that's the Kiddush, you're right. normally the people who would go in for this Suda, they were only, it's an interesting fact. What did they eat by the Suda for Ibar HaChodesh? Bread, wheat, and legumes. So let's say they were having that meal. And let's say Ben Soramora shows up for that meal, or he's not a Ben Soramora yet, he's a candidate, right? Candidate, Ben Soramora candidate shows up for that meal with stolen meat and stolen wine and sits down and eats with them. That can't transform him into a Ben Soramora. Why? Because he's eating it in the context of a Sudas mitzvah. So eating even stolen items in the context of a Sudas mitzvah will not make you into a Ben Soramora. Incredible. Ain't all in the Ibrach. So I'm saying it's not just the word about that Suda. Ain't all in the Ibrach. Oh, there's Pachos Me'asara B'ni Adam. So you need at least a meaning, right? That really is meaning for that Suda for Ibrach Chodesh. They ain't all in law alone. Past Dogma Mekitness. Furthermore, again, you're only going to go up there with bread. Actually, it's not really bread. It's past Dogma. It is bread made from wheat and kidneys and legumes. They ain't all in law or Iburo. And you only go up on the night to the 31st, like the night after the 30th. They only go for the Suda at night and not by day. The Bryce says they go up for the Suda by day and not by night. They don't know here, but Abba. So Lubnei Achrifu Ba'odo Achrifu Boku Yehi Delishmu Baku and go up early to the meal. In other words, go up to the meal while it's still daytime. Come down before sunrise, and people are starting to get up, so that it'll make a rush. People will know what it is that you're doing, and that way, again, the extension of the month will be properly publicized. Incredible. Awful. Nice shame. So again, just to keep our train of thought over here. So what we're now beginning to see is that there are certain exceptions or certain types of consumption that prevent a person from becoming a Ben Sorah Umora. So essentially, if the act of eating itself takes place in the context of a mitzvah, such an act of consumption cannot make the boy into a Ben Sorah Umora. In the same way that eating with certain positive chavrot also can't make the boy into a Ben Sorah Umora. Fascinating. So the Gemara goes weiter. So let's remember again, somebody if he steals money, right? Steals money, Maisashini money, goes and purchases meat and wine and eats in Yerushalayim. So again, he doesn't come by Ben Soramora. Why not? Because that's a normative act, right? He's performing something normative. Granted, he stole the money, but the act of consumption itself is a normative act of consumption. What makes him into a Ben Soramora is the development of non-normative appetites as developed through non-normative acts of consumption. But if you're doing something quote normal, you can't become a Ben Soramora like that. Fascinating. Let's go back there. Awful the middle straight from Shkatzen Bramos. Awful Basra Oath, Inanasa Ben Soramora. It's great. Chicken can't make you into Ben Soramora. It's gotta be flesh. It's gotta be meat. Right? So he goes in and he steals money. And he buys schnitzel, right? That's not going to make you into a Ben Soramora. One on top of the learn. The Mishnah. Open the Venus to trade for Shkatzen Bramos. Inanasa Ben Soramora. Hot to horn Nasa Ben Soramora. Hold a second. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us if you stole money and bought non-kosher food, we'll see why that is. He doesn't become a Soramora. The inference from that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, right, even if it's found, that Allah called so he should become a Soramora. Kushma says, no, so this is fascinating. Remember, how much meat does it, little chazara, how much meat does Ben Soramora have to eat in order to go and come to Ben Soramora? Right? First opinion in Mishnah, right? Tartimar. So let's say, for example, he eats a little bit less than a tartimar. Tartimar, I don't know, minus kizayis. So the halacha is if he's mashlim the kizayis with fowl, with chicken, that can make a Ben Soramor. That's the chiddush over here. So you can't eat the tartimar. Ultimately, again, can't eat the tartimar of fowl. But if you eat almost the tartimar of meat, and you go ahead and you mash that, you complete that shear with a little bit of fowl, ultimately that can make you into a Ben Soramor. All right, incredible. So also listen to this. So now the Mishnah said if he eats something that's a Dvar Mitzvah or a Dvar Aveira, he doesn't become Ben Sorah or Mora. So what is that? So Dvar Mitzvah, what does it mean Dvar Mitzvah? Tanchume Aveira. Ultimately, again, he participates in the meal for consolation of mourners. Consolation of mourners. Now look at actually in just a moment. It actually says over here that sweet and 3 lines from the bottom. Let's say the kid, can't call it Ben Sorah because they're Ben Sorah yet. The kid joins a Nichum Avelim, right? The halach is that when Avelim come back from the cemetery, they have what's called the Sudas Havra, a meal of consolation. So let's say again, the kid sits down and joins them for that. That's a Sudas Mitzvah. That's a Sudas Mitzvah. So remember again, what we're seeing over here is the development of a theme. A Ben Sorah Mora only goes ahead and becomes Ben Sorah Mora if, number one, he's stealing money. Number two, he's purchasing new wine of very high quality. And then number three, it has to be consumed in a context which leads to the development of negative addictions. But what we see over and over is if the consumption itself takes place in a positive context, then we are not concerned about the feeling of addictions. So again, obviously, a positive context would be Suda Shabbos, right? He does it in the Shabbos and all. The Chiddush over here is that, let's say something even as simple as Sudas Havra, the meal for Avelim. That's also enough of a mitzvah that we're not concerned about the feeling of a negative addiction. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, what does it mean Dvar Aveira? So let's say he steals money, purchases meat and wine, and eats it during the fast day. He eats it on Tainus Esther. So the Gemara says, so that doesn't make him Ben Sorah Mora. So why not? That's so strange, right? Why wouldn't that make him Ben Sorah Mora? The time of my Amakra, and then Shomer B'Kolenu. B'Kolenu, below B'Kol Shamakim. This is fascinating. In order to become Ben Sorah Mora, it has to be that the child is defying his parents' instructions. And then Shomer B'Kolenu. But if his act of consumption is in defiance of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that does not make him into a Ben Sorah Mora. We'll say, isn't that fascinating? But that's just a technicality. Right? So Ben Sorah Mora is someone who defies his parents. But if his act of consumption is an act of divine defiance, then he doesn't become Ben Sorah Mora. Again, he's getting off on a technicality. Incredible. I will say, by the way, and that's why all of these different things, that's why if he steals money and buys chazer, you would think like, steals money and buys chazer, of course Ben Sorah Mora. He's not. He's not. If he goes to the kosher butcher and buys the finest cut of meat, he becomes Ben Sorah Mora. Goes to the supermarket, buys a piece of chazer, he's not a Ben Sorah Mora. Why? Because that's the shot. Because what makes one of Ben Sorah Mora is his act of defiance against his parents. But it's not an act of defiance against God. I mean, the whole thing is an act of defiance against God. But because it's stealing, consumption itself technically is halakhically permitted. But if his act of consumption itself is halakhically prohibited, then halacha l'maisa is not a Ben Sorah Mora. But let's go back there. Achol komaychol v'lo achol basar shas kumash v'lo shas yayin. Achol komaychol v'lo achol basar. So for example, it says therefore the same idea. If Ben Sorah Mora ate anything but didn't eat wine, didn't eat meat, he doesn't become Ben Sorah Mora. In order to become Ben Sorah Mora, you have to eat meat. In order to become Ben Sorah Mora, he has to drink wine. So the Gemara says, Lo achol basar. What is it? If he didn't eat meat last year, the vela keilis. So we'll say, even if he ate a cake of pressed figs, a cake of pressed figs from Keilis, right? From Keilis was a very high quality metaphor, very high quality food. And in certain respects, maybe even had that quality almost of like meat. Even if you eat the Vela Keilis, halacha l'maisa, you still don't become Ben Sorah Mora. B'shasa, dvash v'chalav, v'loshasa yanasui dvash v'chalav. Saying it interestingly enough, apparently the drinking of wine, of milk and honey could have an intoxicating effect on a person as well. So even if he drank those items which have an intoxicating effect, even though the effect is the same, if he doesn't drink wine, he doesn't become Ben Sorah Mora. The Sanya of Achol Velikilis just Dvash V'Chalad V'Nichnas L'Mikdash Chayit Abavaynav. So it's also interesting enough to get a lot for Kohanim. If a Kohen goes ahead and eats the Velikilis, this cake of breast figs and kilos, or he drinks honey or milk and goes into the Beis Hamikdash and does the avodah, he's chayiv. Now, why is he chayiv? He's chayiv for doing the avodah under the influence. Right? That's the halacha. You're not allowed to do the avodah while intoxicated. And if he goes into the Beis Hamikdash after having consumed these items, there's a level of inebriation, and he's going to be chayiv for that. Absolutely incredible. Let's say Ayin Aleph from Dal 71a. In an acid, so more actually look about which the Ayin, Tan Rabbanon, Achol, Kol, Manchobolo, Achol Basre. So Ben Soramor, the kid eats any item, it doesn't eat meat. Shasa Gomach Kolo Shasa Yain, or he drinks any drink, but he did not drink wine. In an acid, Ben Soramora, actually look a Basar, and Yishti Yain. You only become Ben Soramora when you go ahead and you eat meat and you drink wine. Shnei Amar, Solel, Visovei. As the Pasuk calls him again, glutton and a guzzler. The Afagav Shein Ra'im L'Davar, even though again I'll say I don't really know explicitly in the Torah what Zolo and Solvei means, and I don't know what it's referring to. Right, Yishrayim Avu Shein Ra'im L'Davar, Seichel L'Davar. There is still a scriptural allusion because we just saw in the Mishnah Amar, Al Tihi B'Solvei Yayin. Do not be amongst the guzzlers of wine and the Zolei Basar Lamo, or gluttonous consumers of meat. The Omer. So again, interestingly enough, the Torah uses the lashon of zolel for solvei, and then we see from this other pasuk in Mishlei that again solvei refers to wine and zolel refers to meat. So we put that all together, and we understand that Zolel Mora, his issue is overconsumption of meat and wine. Incredible. I will say this is a fascinating Gemara. Whoever sleeps in the Beis Medrash, Torasa Naasa Lo Kiraim Kiraim. His Torah becomes patchy. Torah becomes patchy, right? Like patches of clothing. Shnei Amar Ukiraim Talbish Numa. The one who slumbers will wear patches. I will say the truth is there's no great clues to this Gemara. It's actually very straightforward. Let's say one of the most important things, right? When it comes to learning, there's two sides. On one hand, there's an experiential piece of learning. And that experiential piece of learning really happens just by showing up. Like Rabbi Nachman says, even if a person doesn't understand what it is that they're learning, your mind maybe doesn't understand, but your heart absolutely does. And the Neshama understands everything. You see, even I walk out, someone says, what did you learn? I have no idea. Right? But I switched to some days of that feel like that, right? But I know that I was there for 45 minutes, 50 minutes now, whatever it is. The Neshama is fundamentally changed as a result of that. That's one level of Torah. But of course, we don't want to suffice ourselves with that. I really want to have a comprehension. I really want to have an understanding. I really want to be brought in. I will say, what's the formula for being brought in? What's the formula? It's a pretty simple one. Don't be distracted. Don't be distracted. Pay attention. Pay attention. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. Yashin doesn't literally have to mean that I'm asleep. Yashin just means that sometimes I'm on the dot, sometimes I'm on my phone, sometimes I'm over here, sometimes I'm over there. What's the result of that? Again, now by the way, if you get a shkach for showing up, of course. But then don't be surprised when the Torah I walk out with is patchy. Because again, here I was email, here I was WhatsApp, here I was this. So and again, just the reality is the Torah is broken up. It's not cohesive because I wasn't fully invested. By the way, you begin to see a theme, right? You begin to see a theme. What did Bathsheba want for Shlomo? What did she want? She wanted Zrizos. So I'll say, so again, so what does Zrizos mean? Zrizos means when I'm doing something, I'm in. They'll say, ever in a meeting with someone and they're checking that you're in the middle of the meeting? That happen to anyone? Right? My cloud got all this. I've started this now. Right? If you're checking you on a meeting with me, I have better things to do. Better things to do. Same thing on a Zoom meeting, right? Better things. It's okay. If you're too busy, go. Do what you have to do. But it's a lack of character. What are we doing? We're never focused on what it is that we're doing. We're always somewhere else. So when I'm in the office, I'm trying to have a few minutes to learn. Don't learn in your office. You should be doing one thing in your office. And that is working. Work. You're in your office. I guess if you're self-employed, you do whatever you want. Right? But if you work for someone, they're not paying you to catch a couple of minutes of learning here and there. Do your work. And be solid. And be committed. And be involved. And when you're in share, learn your Torah. And don't be at work. Just commit yourself to whatever it is that's there. Otherwise, You're going to sleep through your entire Torah life. And after 120, when you come to the base in Shonalo, the Rebbe Shalom says, Shefela, what did you learn? What did you learn? Tell me, what did you learn? And you're going to say, oh, I'll tell you, I remember it was that day when we did this subject. But I'll tell you, I got through 10 emails that day, right? And I texted 10 of my Chaverim during shir that day, right? And I checked the news 14 times that day. I remember a few cities said, why? People didn't do it. Didn't just do it. And commit yourself to shutting off the distractions. Commit to yourself. And this is during learning, this is during davening. Otherwise, I'm here, but I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping through davening because I'm elsewhere. I'm sleeping through learning because I'm elsewhere. We have literally, the greatest treasure in the world at our fingertips. Every single day. And Rothschild, we live in a dar. We live in a time where it is so ridiculously easy. There's only one thing we have to do. Pay attention. Don't fall asleep. Don't go ahead and get involved in multiple things. Just don't sleep figuratively in the base medrash. And if you just do that, bring our zrizas to our learning, bring our zrizas to our davening. Remember, we're all young people. There's no telling what we can accomplish over the years in this world. Let's go back to Mishnah. Ganav, Mishal Aviv, Ba'ochel Mishmishus Aviv. It's very interesting. So, by the way, I just want to point out, I think I said this when we started the Sugya Ben Sora Mora, which is, I would say, what's the one takeaway from all of this? Clearly, the system is rigged so that this doesn't happen, right? And again, and that's okay. It's good to say that. It's the same with the death penalty, right? The system is set up not to execute someone. That's how it's set up. So then Solomon also all the details. So watch this. He says, kid, we'll just call him kid. Right, he's an adult. Remember, I will say, also of generation. How old is Ben Sora Mora? How old is he? Right. So remember again, he is a gadol. What was Lashon of the Gemara? Samoch leish. In other words, he just recently entered into adult type. We're going to see that concept again. Shortly in minutes, Hashem. So Gana Mishalav. So watch this. He stole his father's money, but he ate the stolen food in his father's rishos. Okay, or he went ahead and he stole other people's money and ate it in their rishos. Okay, or he stole other people's money and he ate it in the rishos of his father. We'll say first line, Ayin Aleph Amud Aleph. And Nasa Ben Sora Mora. We'll say what is this Ben Sora Mora? Ad she'yigno mishal aviv yochal rishos acherim. Until he steals his father's money and he goes ahead and he eats it in someone else's rishos. But let me just say this outside for just a second. Remember, Ben Sora Umara is all about what? Formation of addictive behaviors. So the idea over here is as follows. If he's eating this, right, obviously, what in order to happen for Ben Sora, what has to happen? Whose money does he have to be stealing? Whose money? Has to be his father's money that he's stealing, right? It has to be that. But Lamaisa, interestingly enough, if he's consuming it in his father's rishos, the assumption is, what is the father going to do? What's the father going to do? The father's going to say, what are you doing? If a father sees his son engaging in gluttonous behavior, a father is going to say something. He's going to shut that down. So therefore, which is just a tremendous Yisod Chinuch as well. Too often, we see our children engaging in negative character traits. But one of the greatest misconceptions is if we discipline our children. People are so today, parents are so afraid to discipline their children because they think like if I discipline my kid, he's going to go off the derech. If you discipline your kid, he actually has a better chance of staying on the derech. If you don't discipline and it's a free-for-all and there's no rules and there's no consequences, you think that's love. That's not love. That's parental delinquency. That is parental abdication. That is a betrayal of the sacred responsibility that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving you. Obviously, you don't have to come down like a ton of bricks on every single thing. But boundaries are the ignorance of parenting. And sometimes parents think, just let my kids, go do what they do, they'll come back around. That is a real roll of the dice. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. So again, what's fascinating over here is even this kid knows, I can't, shut myself with unique and wine in front of my father, because my father's going to shut that down. He's going to totally shut that down. So therefore, the only case of Ben Sora, more interestingly enough, is when the kid is stealing the money of his father, but consuming the meat and wheat, meat and wine somewhere else. That's the combination. Because again, the assumption is he can steal his father's money because he has access to that. So therefore, there's access to money, plus the consumption is taking place somewhere else. That's the lethal combination that creates Ben Sora or Mora. Again, we'll see that more and more. Good. And that's Ben Sora Mora. Just second one line. You don't become Ben Sora Mora until you're stealing your father's money and consuming it elsewhere. Rabbi Yosef Yehuda says it's not enough just to your father's money, it's to your father's and your mother's money. Both of them together. We'll see exactly what that means. It says the Gemara. So again, if he steals money from his father and eats in his father's rishos, even though he has access to money, he's going to be afraid to develop this type of habit in front of his father. Why? Because if his father sees him being gluttonous, his father is going to shut this down. If he's stealing other people's money, but going ahead and eating it in other people's rishos, that's also not habit forming. Why? Even though he has no concern about eating it in someone else's rishos, other people's money. So the whole chak of sort of more is stealing his parents' money because he has access to his parents' money. That's when we're worried about habit developing behaviors. The kosher came, and all the more so if he's stealing money from other people, but eating in his father's domain, the money is not accessible to him, and he's going to be scared of his father. So let's say the only formula that makes a kid into a Ben Sora or Mora, so let's say you're keeping your running list of all of the qualifications, is he has to be stealing his father's money, and the consumption has to be taking place outside of his father's home. That's the, I'm going to say, winning combination. That's not a winning combination. That is the negative combination that ultimately creates. So again, stealing his father's money, worried about habit forming. Why? Because he has access to his father's money, and he's consuming it somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to give him musar about these gluttonous behaviors. That's why we are concerned about habit forming behaviors. Incredible. Rothschild says he's only chayav if he steals from his father and his mother. But the Gemara says, Imo minala. So first of all, again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Where is his mother property from? Masha Kansi Isha Kanabaima. I was going to say again, what do you mean stealing from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother only belongs to his father. So what's the shayla? So the Gemara says, like I said, you how you tell that over, you'll decide. What it means is, interestingly enough, his parents, the kid's parents prepared a beautiful dinner for themselves. They bought nice steaks and beautiful wine. And what does the kid do? The kid says a soup that is ready for his parents, and the kid comes along and steals that from his parents. So he's effectively stealing from both of his parents. One second, that doesn't make you better. But that's not how it works. Remember, you don't become a Sarmar if you steal food. You don't become a Sarmar if what? If you steal money and then purchase expensive wine at a discount and expensive meat at a discount. So the Gemara says, you're right. Rather, again, what happened? The father had set aside money to take his wife out for dinner. And leave out for dinner for an expensive fleshik suda made up of meat and wine. And what did this kid do? The kid stole the money that was set aside for both of his parents. By saying the other possibility is the or again, the mother could have money. How could she have money? Someone gave her a gift and gave her a gift on the condition that her husband has no rights in that gift. Okay, let's say bottom line, you should just know the Rambam does not accept Rabbi Yossi's answer. The Rambam does not accept it. The money does not have to belong to the father and the mother. It just has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. Mishnah, Haya Aviv Rothschild says, this is incredible. Let's say the father wanted to bring him to Beis Din, but the mother did not. Or Abidin or so the father didn't want to, the mother wanted to. A kid only becomes Ben Sora Mora when both parents are committed to bringing him to Beis Din for the Ben Sora Mora process. And Yehuda says, Right, so Yehuda says, if their marriage wasn't a legal one, that's what it sounds like. If husband and wife have an illegal marriage, their son can't become a Ben Sora or Mora. All right, so what does this mean? What does that mean exactly? What does that mean that Allah for the mice of the wife is not fit for her husband. So the Gemara says, "Ilay mechayvi krisos, mechayvi misos beisin, sof sof avu aniru, sof sof avu aniru, v'imei iniru." The truth is, who cares if their marriage is legal or not, right? What does it matter? At the end of the day, this is the kid's father, this is the kid's mother. Why does the marriage have to be legal? To which the Gemara says, "Ella v'shavet la'aviv kamar." So let's say this is incredible. Rather know what the Gemara means is like this: the mother has to be similar to the father. What does this mean? We'll say this is wild. The parents actually have to resemble each other. If mother and father don't resemble each other in terms of the sound of their voice, the way they look, and their height, the kid can't become a ben sorer umora. Why not? My time with the Amar Kra, Eineno Shomea B'Kolenu. Fascinating, right? That the pasuk says, parents say to Din, this kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us, need the kol ba'in on shavin. The parents have to speak with the same voice. Mara v'koma nami ba'in on shavin. So too again, the parents have to resemble themselves. Obviously, they don't look exactly, but they have to simply have some level of resemblance. And also resemblance that's supposed to say, what a tremendous musahasya. What is the Gemara teaching us about parenting? Right? Parents have to be shava. They have to be on the same page about the chinuch of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their chinuch. So it has to be shomea b'kolenu. Parents have to speak along. Now, one second, what if parents have differences of opinion about the chinuch of their kids? Okay, that happens all the time. But that's the job of parents then to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of their children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they're mad at the kids, when they mechanech the kids, that has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you're giving the kid two different types of chinuch, if the mother's saying one thing and the father's saying one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong derech because he's not getting a unified, cohesive message. So interestingly enough, if the parents are giving two forms of chinuch, the kid can't become Ben Sar Mora. Why? Because he can't fault the kid for making poor decisions. When the child is receiving a non-unified chinuch, if the child is receiving a unified chinuch and still making terrible decisions, okay, that's when Ben Sar Mora kicks in. But we'll say, but what if the family is so bad chinuch? Mother and father have to be shava, have to figure out a way to get on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. Kiman Azla Desanya. From where, according to who? According to is the following opinion. Ben Sora Mora. So we'll say, okay, so this is, it's not my fault. It's not my fault that we cannot make it. This should be broken up like a 10 block. You can't put all of this on one page. It's literally lift the Iver. So the Gemara says as follows. Again, I'm not rushing. I just want to put you on forward. Now what you say. So if people from other shir talk to you about the slow pace of our shir, just remind them in the last two cycles we never finished later than any other shir. Right? So about 7.5 years will be exactly the same. It might not be on a daily basis, but we'll get there. But listen to this. Keman Azla, Hadisani. So it is reflected in the following idea. Ben Sora Mora,
How much do you get paid? It's $20 an hour. How many hours?
First you're like, what? Why would you just do this the whole time?
Checks clear.
Who's the king reflected in the following idea? Ben Sora Umora never happened. Never happened, and it never will happen. So I'll say, by the way, actually, when you see this after all we've seen, it makes a lot of sense. To get all of these details lined up, no, what was the probability of that happening? So actually, it makes a lot of sense. Again, it's not saying it can't happen. You weren't just saying what was probability never has happened and never will happen. I have words of a lot of niftof. So why was the ring? Why was the ring? So the words of Drosh the Kabbalah star. Again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get smart. Listen, I just want to point out. The Gemara says, Now, just sometimes when we look at that phrase, Rosh the Kabbalah means what? Just learn it for the sake of learning it, and you get schar for the act of learning, even though you don't have the
Yeah, there's like literally a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
But there is schar, there's a word for the act, so it's a very fun lesson.
Literally,
There
yeah,
is
it's
schar
like
for the act of just
something
engaging in Torah learning for the sake of Torah learning. I think that's
the
not what it
fucking
means.
document comes
Rosh
in.
Kabbalah means, you're right.
I
Put
check
that
these
up,
numbers
that
to see if they
Torah
match up with like client
will never
information.
happen. Never happened, will never
We have a
happen.
cast of
But
separate.
Rosh analyzes Kabbalah schar.
Work
What's
is
the schar?
mysterious and
What's the
important.
word?
Definitely work is
There are
mysterious.
lessons to be learned from that Torah Torah, even if it will not actually ever happen. I will say, what are the lessons? What's the drosh?
Because the numbers match
What's the
up
drosh
with
to
the
Kabbalah
client.
schar? So let's say, so again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next
They don't match.
that the Holy Soul, the Holy Soul of the Torah is what's the Holy Soul?
Please, I'm on the
The
phone.
Holy
I'm
Soul is
hanging out with
Hashem
my common
Asid.
friends.
Hashem
That's
Asid.
it.
Ben Sorah is not actually put to death for what he's done
Not
now,
really, no. Yeah.
but rather again, what advice he put to death for what he's going to become. See, I said, you want to say something amazing? Do you know what the essence, you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Sorah is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Sorah? What is the Ben Sorah?
Single
What's
right
the
now.
lesson of that?
I make $20 an hour, so.
The lesson of Ben Sorah is that once a person
Yeah,
makes
single right now.
they
I've been
can't
on that.
change. That's Ben Sorah.
Since July.
The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy money, to buy. To buy
I went on one
to
day.
buy wine.
I met her like
That's
at a
the
show.
decision. But Ben Sorah says,
And,
"Oh, you made those bad decisions.
it didn't
You
go
have
well.
put yourself on an irreversible course." So the Gemara comes along and says,
Yeah,
That's
she
not
was
true.
just like she was like a
That's not
bodybuilder,
true.
and I
Ben
couldn't
Sorah
see if she
this
was
is a
a hoodie.
concept.
And we were on the
Practically,
date. She was wearing
it's
like
not
tank
true.
tops. She
Because
had,
there's
like,
no such thing as a yid
biceps.
who can't
I
change.
wasn't ready for that.
Then no matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you can always put it in reverse. You can always go ahead and change your life. That's what it means when it says, listen, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says, sorry, Ben Sorah Mora, Ben Sorah Mora, Lo Hoyo, Lo Asad Leos. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as a person who can't change. As it says the Gemara. So why is it here? Rosh the Kabbalah schar. So learn it in the super word. What's the word? So what do you mean Rosh? So analyze. What's the analysis? The analysis of Ben Sorah Mora is, yet, there's so many people who think that we can't change. There's so many of us who think that we can't change. When I learned Ben Sorah Mora, I learned about a person who quote unquote can't change. He makes an incredible decision and he gets back into it. That's not true. It's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. Some to make decisions, and we can't undo that which is done. The change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means by Sorah Umar. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change. So what should you do with it? Rosh the Kabbalah schar. That's so many times in life. We think we can't change. We think we can't change. So learn by Sorah Umar and recognize that you absolutely can. The Gemara says, Command. The Gemara says, Command of the Son. You can Sorah Umar, lo Asad Leos, the Laminate. Now Rosh the Kabbalah schar. So what's the thing? This Command Kabbalah Levi saying, Rabbi Shimon, he decided it is very interesting. I want to Shimon. Because this kid stole some money and purchased meat and wine. His father's going to take him out to get stoned. And Sorah Mora never happened, and it's never going to happen in the future. So why is it here? Rosh the Kabbalah schar. This is it. This is probably the most important one in the entire Sugya. Never happened, never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Sorah? Because that's what Ben Sorah Mora is. A kid who can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Rosh, learn it. Analyze it. Help us kind of reap the benefit. What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the kid who can't change and recognizing that this never happened, never will happen, I receive the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely and unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture and any point in life. Incredible. Rabbi Yonasan says, what's that? What are you talking about? Listen, incredible. Watch this. I mean, you see it. Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Sora Mora. I saw him. He had Shafti out Kivro. I sat on his grave. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me it never happened? I saw it. I went to Bulgaria. I saw it. I sat on his grave.
And I'm going home.
It's not for now.
Who's gonna wake me up
Not for now. The Gemara says, come on now. So what's this? So what do you do with this? So the Yonasan says, there wasn't this so much. So
when you get drunk and you get into an Uber,
there never was a Ben Sora Mora. There never will be a Ben Sora Mora. The Yonasan is mentioning the fact that many people go through life thinking that they are a Ben Sora Mora. Rabbi Yonasan says, you know what? I think many of people who left this world, and they left as a Ben Sora Mora. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. Right? There's no such thing as a Ben Sora Mora. Yet you'd be surprised how many people leave this world thinking that they were a Ben Sora Mora. Those are one of the most tragic things in life. Tragic things in life is we leave this world. There's so many things that are happening. We leave this world without actualizing our potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we need to become. So I don't think the Yonasan was disagreeing. I think the Yonasan was just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Sora. Possible. Yet the Yonasan says tragic ones in the Levites. So many Ben Sora Moras. People left this world never made the changes they could because they thought that they couldn't. Because they believed too much in Ben Sora Mora. Incredible. The Gemara says this house. Come on, Oslo Hadi Samuel. Most of these things reflecting the following idea. Here in Dakos. Now, Dakos is a city right out of idolatry. The heights of Los Angeles, incredible. Never happened, never will happen. The Raman developed isolated in the Torah. There was a growth in the Kabbalah sky, ultimately against the learning and to receive the reward. See the idea. So let's know what does this mean? How can we be together here in Dakos? As the rest of there is no such thing as a city of Jews when there's not one side. Not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place. You can't have a place where every single Yid is there. Is that impossible? It's just not possible that someone's not published, someone's not holy. So learn to receive reward. Remember, Rabbi Eliezer, the son of Eliezer, Omer, called your Shlish Kafim Mezuzah Achos, Eno Nasi Eri Dakos. Oh, so that's what says, if there's only one Mezuzah in the city, it can't become a Eri Dakos. It can't become a Eri Dakos. So most of my time, what's the reason for that? I would call it cultural for all of us after the age. Because what do you have to do with the Eri Dakos? So what do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now, if you become mezuzah, actually, the city was actually national location. Now, if there's a mezuzah, you can't burn a mezuzah. Why can't you burn a mezuzah? Because mezuzah has the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore, you see it. There's even one mezuzah. It can't become a Eri Dakos. It can't become Eri Dakos. You're part of the possible that Eri Dakos ever existed. I'm Rabbi Yonasan. Yonasan says, I need to see you. Yashat Yatila. I think what the Yonasan says, is it Eri Dakos? I was there. I visited. I went by tour. Right? I took the Eri Dakos tour. And I saw the ruins of the city. I saw the Eri Dakos. So we'll say once again, it's the same soul. I don't think the Yonasan is disagreeing. The Yonasan is saying sometimes again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. When you're a group of people who think of themselves as a Ben Sora Mora, they can't change. They become a fevra, they become a kapura, they become a kila, they become a community. Up here in the Dakos, I think they can't change as well. Tragically. Come on, I was loving Sanyo. Bye, Samunuga. Oh, yeah. All right, well, so you don't have to stop over here. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And I was saying, we're going to pick up right there. We are right on track. We are right on track. I say, you tell me, what can we have skipped? What can we have skipped here? Nothing. I say, tremendous stop. Scratch everyone. All right, everyone's Zoom. Scratch everyone.
We're done. Or you can just look at me and say, we'll be right back. That again, that's terrible.
Dedrick,
I love those teeth.
is there a specific song that would be on a Waymo? If you needed music to wake up a black person that fell asleep in a Waymo, as our senior black correspondent, what song would you pick?
Too Short. How's that go? What two shortstop again? What two? I go on and on. Can't understand how that's so long. That's right. I might have a superpowers. That's 203,000. That's as long as we can go without the copyright strike. So we get it. That nigga, you gonna bring me out of the grave. That is.
Sorry, so they said good morning.
You play too short, nigga. I be bouncing. They should have a hits playlist to wake me up. Don't let the knocking on the window. That don't mean nothing to me. I'm from Atlanta. We gonna sit the gunshots, nigga. That's not. Absolutely.
Our annual Kabuto
No big conscious audio listens to Too Short as well.
You live in Atlanta too, don't you? Yeah, let's not be wrong. I thought you was in Atlanta for a while.
And Ariel Asapa and Nate have continued to help.
Hey, Atlanta, this nigga's a liar. That would be a great sketch on Impractical Jokers. Just you guys going around the streets of Atlanta telling each other what to say. Say hello, my friend. You have an extra wallet to the guy walking towards you right now. No, but I'm about to, motherfucker. I'm playing both roles. Dedrick, what is one of the more dangerous things you saw in your days? Besides my best friend getting shot in front of me, oh my goodness. All right. This
is fascinating.
The police don't come that fast in Atlanta, right? I saw with my own eyes. This is crazy. I was at a bar and one dude walked up to another dude and asked that nigga for chicken wings. And the dude was like, order your own chicken wings, because he was like, yo, I paid you $25. I can eat your chicken wings faster than you. That doesn't work anywhere.
Right, so I tell you one who's the best.
You never take your po ass over there. And then that dude, I swear to God, this is the first time I've ever seen this entire life. He had a sock attached to a string. It was like just a string with a knot on the end of it. He started swinging around like it was a nunchuck.
So there's no
there was something in the sock. Yeah, it was something. That nigga was like, but if you defend your wings in Atlanta, that's your honor. You know what I'm saying? Like, asking for a nigga on a hot wing in Atlanta is like asking to fuck somebody's wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is. And this nigga pulled out a gadget, he been waiting to a sock with something in it at the end of a string. You want to go to the rings? You know when Sarah Rock came out with that little chain thing, that nigga was like, you nigga was fucking up the hills, was the Lord of the Wings. Lord of the Wings. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to that fruit by the foot. To summarize the two craziest things you saw in Atlanta, was your best friend getting gunned down in front of you, and someone eating someone else's chicken wing. So there's a string, and there's a sock that's it's a close strings, and he has to like flip it into like a bigger thing. Wow. He has like a knot. It looks like I don't know what you call it, because I'm not from the medieval time. Right. Where that nigga had one of those, he was like, oh, yes. And then he hit him with the oh boy. Oh my God. And the cop showed up and he said, this nigga asked me for a wing, and the cop said, we'll take him to jail. Oh, Dedrick, you're the best, man. Unbelievable. No asking for wings in Atlanta. No asking for other new wings. You fucked up. They're weird. That's what your boys do. You don't throw me in on some weapon to do things in the oh my God, that weapon sounds scary.
So first part of this now, you discuss the measurements. How much wine does he have to purchase for his family? How much meat does he have to purchase for his family? That's my
You'll pay them. But black people got quarters too.
After that, even though it's just an exception,
I actually talk about that in my book, chapter 35. Black people have quarters. Local Barnes and Noble. Black people are people too.
District, you rebuilt the momentum in the room. Thank you so much. Tales from the streets, socks on the edge, the strings, and many great things. Your next fucking poll is a one-word name. Anything can happen. Big noise for Tasha, everybody. I just slept with my first white woman.
He steals money and he uses that money to purchase
Hey,
meat.
I'm glad you're proud.
Purchase of any
My
other
girl
food
was
item or
pissed.
purchase of any other drink does not
For real,
make
that's
one
bad.
into a
Niggas
red
bad.
soda or more.
I never met a white woman
Plus it
before,
says
but I
soda
come
is
fast.
soda.
That was quick. Some people say
So let's say
premature.
this
I
is
like
the
to say
concept from
it all the time.
right?
But now, as soon as I put it in, I blessed like instantly. I was like, my bad, I'm sorry, oh my God. She said, no, you're wrong, it's okay. I said, that's not my name. But I like the energy though, it's real supportive, bro. It's very supportive. This white woman, though, she changed my life forever. She fucked me so good, I drink IPAs now. So for real, my homie hit me up, he was like, you trying to go to the club? I was like, nah, I'm not going to the cool. This is like 20, now, before we started having sex, she stopped. She said, what is this? I don't have no license. She said she had braces. It's like words as you get my root. It's not me. Oh, I got that right. I was like, you go. That's fantastic. Great set. Fantastic. You went on that show before? Yeah. This went better than last time I bet, right? Hell yeah. How long you been on stand-up? Just hit 3 years today. Today's your 3-year anniversary. How about that? Amazing. What do you do for work? Electrician. Okay. I get up at 5 a.m. every day to work. Wow. When Red Band goes to bed. New job, right? New job? Nah. He's working at Apple or something. Yeah,
double
I just means that you
double
the other day.
measurements as well. And if it was a cartoon,
Amazing. You ever get hit on when you're doing electrical work at a lady's house?
that is in their
No, I do like
industrial
shit.
That's my focus.
Data centers.
Incredible.
It was one time.
Katsu mother.
It was one time I went to Lynn's house.
I just mentioned
She tried to
working on getting together a
coworker.
kabura that needs
Yeah.
before the dafume in the morning. Or it doesn't have to be whatever kabura wants to.
Okay. I know, nigga. I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it. You work in a data center. Yeah, I went to unions. I just get moving around. Do you know your data? Okay. Your dad's white? White dad, black mom. They still together? No. Why do you think that ended? Why do you think your brothers and sisters? How are you when they divorced? They were never married. I was like,
Right after the second fell at the end of the first table.
You sure your dad's white? I swear to God. Okay. What is him? Okay, so boy. Okay. And what does your dad do? Your documents come in and then Taija is an interesting name. T-A-I-J-A. Does that mean something? Taija. Oh, Taija. That's what I call target. Taija. I bet nobody says that correct. All right. Possible. Sounds like something to spell. Taija. Dr. Phil, you mentioned the premature ejaculation. When did that
Why is he executed?
Because I would have ventured to assume not many women
developing these type of appetites when he's young is going to become
And I know
addicted
you may
to sustain his risky lifestyle. And he's not going to have the necessary funds to sustain a constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a so the idea of the is, the only works if you see him developing the behavior.
Is there something that you do to compensate, right? So if you're going to get your bust your corn and stuff, right? And the girl's still laying there like a dead fish, being like, where's my food? You know, where's my food? However she says it, you know. And what do you say to make her feel like it's not a waste of time?
Hey, I gotta get out of here, brother. Wow, that's what your white father said. Some heads up, you can't last longer using chew gold. Use the promo code Tony at foodship.com. Get 10% off. That's foodship.com.
I love it.
That's right.
You really are like a union guy. You leave before the job is done.
And this tonight's Frito-Lay joke of the night.
What else do you do? What do you do for fun?
I don't really have a lot of time. I just go to work and then my brother's gay.
Oh shit! All right. What's his phone number?
But nothing really cooked.
I can throw in red meat to the panel. Desperation.
What does he do for work?
What does he do for work? Yeah, I think he like a librarian. Some gay shit. Hell yeah.
Alright.
That means he hangs around libraries a lot.
They seared it. They seared it on the outside. It was very on the inside. By the way, I feel bad because I
Some pictures that he did just bring his boyfriend home for the first time.
Oh,
Let's talk about that. Now, did he brought him home to your black mother or your white father?
To my white father.
Okay, how did white dad take that?
Well, I mean, you know, he's fully white dad.
How did white dad handle that?
You know, he's very supportive of this shit. He's supportive. I was mad. I like it.
Right. What do you think your black mother would say about it?
Well, on my mama's side, I got a sister. She is good. Oh, yeah. And then my brother on my dad's side, he like, flamboyant. He's a tiger. He's a tiger.
Yeah, he's a tiger.
What's your brother's boyfriend? Big fat white guy? No, more like Tony's music.
So that's why
That's right. 164.
and then again,
But I was mad because that nigga was ugly, bro. That's bad. Yeah, because I don't care if you ain't don't bring no ugly nigga home. But he gotta get held to the same standard. You know what I'm saying? He looked like he might be.
Maybe your brother likes to last longer in bed, and it's easy to do with an ugly person. Thank you. Yes, some of my tricks when I want to last long in bed, I hook up with an ugly man.
That doesn't make you a very strong lawyer. That's very interesting.
This show's out of control. Did you get a big joke on last night? Well, you're getting one tonight, Ty J. There you go, buddy. And it keeps on rolling. On to the next one. That's the green GZ1 set. On to the next one. Next bucket full goes by the name of Greg McCowan. Everybody, here comes Greg McCowan. Yo, what's going on? Yo, Tony. Yo, recently I've been trying to date, but it's been very hard with an Android phone because for some reason, iPhone users always discriminate on me based off the color of my text messages. You know what I mean? It's always weird. Like every time I'm at a club and I'm trying to talk to a girl, I feel like Martin Luther King. I'm like, I have a dream that one day green messages and blue messages will one day come together. You know what I mean? It was great. Like, I can imagine I'll have like a group of Android supporters behind me leaving the club. They'll be chanting shit like green or blue. We don't care. Let us see your underwear. Like, shit's crazy. Across the street, you know what I'm saying? You'll see like the Android supporters, the iPhone supporters. They'll be saying shit like, well, if he ain't blue, he can't come through. Or shit like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's a sixth grade. That's closing line there. Greg, Greg, how you doing? Is this your first time on the show? This is my first time on the show. Welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up? About 2.5 years. Telling you 2.5 years. Yes, sir. Love it. Ty J's your brother? Is that correct? I know you look familiar. It's long lost, you know. That's right. Greg McCowan. Okay, 2.5 years been on stand-up. All here in Austin? No, originally from Dallas. Okay. How long you for work? All these people have fake-ass jobs now. Currently unemployed, sir. When's the last time you had a job? Last year, 2025, the last month of 2025. December. Yeah, it took a little minute to collect, it. Last month of 2025. I think 2025 was in December. It landed on December. It's like, right. December 25. Sometimes it's February. You never know when the last month's going to be. What was the job that you had in December? I worked as a customer service rep for like Spectrum. Basically, I was just calling people about their bills, trying to help them out and shit like that. Dr. Phil. Yeah, I've recently been to many Spectrum. So maybe we can do a whole point here. You can give me some confidence in the establishment. All right. Your phone's ringing, Dr. Phil. Hello, who the fuck is this? It's today. You better be on fire. Thank you for calling. This is Spectrum calling about your bill. It's been overdue for about 3 months now, so we're calling because you have missed your payments, and we're trying to give you a little bit of fucking points. We're basically trying to give you a heads up to let you know that we'll be knocking some off your bill if you click right now. Click a little bit right now. You know what I'm saying? It's to be like that. So essentially, I don't know what you're saying. First of all, how'd you get this number? That's called star 69 here. You star 69? Now, I wanted to clear something. We got your number on file. We saw that you have been missing a lot of payments for a lot of households. Apparently, you just haven't been paying. I don't know how you're not paying your bill. It's been a rough. It's not boss. So the whole solar more is good. You know what? I got you. That's what we'll do. Well, if you go ahead and pay 100 right now, you ain't even gotta worry about the bill, dog. Don't even worry about the shit. Let me call my friend for a minute. See if he can bend over. Yes. What's up? 257. Oh, shit. You know, I'm deteriorating. So he's the one we gotta get the money from. So me and him are against you. That's a three-way call. What is that? Hello? That's a fourth caller? Sorry, this is how we do things in the Phil house. I know you guys are Spectrum that shit fucking one-on-one this shit, but I got a whole half-court ready to play, motherfucker. I don't know. You're waiting to pick up David 24-hour fitness. How did you show up? Yeah. All right, go ahead, Tim. How exactly did you lose that job? Basically paying off a lot of people shit, like just pushing through and shit like that. Just, help some people out. They didn't like that shit. They didn't fuck with that shit at all. Okay, so how much money do you have in your checking account right now? Yeah. For stealing money and purchasing one and just give us a ballpark about $10. $10. And when is rent? What's your living situation? Currently, I live at the homeless shelter that's like right down the street from you. All right. That's not as sad as having an Android phone.
How long have you lived at the shelter?
I've been in Austin for probably like about a month now, so I'm
Okay. How are we going to... Wait, you moved from Dallas, so you had a living situation in Dallas. You're sacrificing it all for stand-up comedy right now. Okay, how much material do you think you have all together to do your longest set? We just saw your Android.
What are we concerned about?
So what can you do? Like, what kind of job can you do?
And today, many people are impacted on this. And right, they drink out overnight, they eat a couple of water out. Overnight, the next day. So that's because again, we live in channels where getting the snakes are not really as common. And that's why you'll see in general people are not going anyway. The point over here is frothing right from the is not subject to the uncovered lipids.
All right. That happened on this show? Holy shit. All right.
So, how long is that process last?
Have to hire a brand new keyboard player, dude.
I don't know, I can make some work. I don't know. Seems pretty solid back there, dog. Shit, literally. They start like scrubbing his regular shit, sometimes they do a little chicken bolognese, some type of chicken bolognese. Amazing, I've never even heard of that before. That sounds like
Well, you notice how I said bolognese, not bolognese. It's like the dollar store spaghetti.
Yeah. It's chicken and mayonnaise shaped into a ball. It's chicken bolognese.
It's real good. It's real good. It's not bad. Yeah.
This food is so good.
Oh, hell yeah.
What have you in fridge there?
Yeah, I've met some people since I've been out here in Austin there. Yeah.
Dr. Phil has a great point. Very rarely do we get to talk to anybody in the flesh about maybe the homeless shelters. Kind of take us through what might surprise the homeowners. Shit, man. Where the fuck do I start? So it's kind of like a cold cut, three bullshit deals, if you call it that. Occasional fights, a lot of crackhead energy. You keep playing the corners, sniffing cocaine, being on two drugs. No. I watched them do, I'm a server, Tony. I watched them do drugs, and they do it in such a terrible fashion. But, they do what they do. Okay. Well,
Easy women, right?
did you ever get laid at the homeless shelter?
Got laid outside of the homeless shelter, in the bush, near a tree. So you gotta find it anywhere you can get it.
All right.
It's like, that's crazy.
Chapter 47. Pussy Buzz.
All pussy buzz.
Depending what year it is.
So you have family in Dallas?
Yeah, I have family in Dallas.
And did they just not? Did they kind of like kick you out and tell you to go do your own thing, or was moving to Austin to a homeless shelter your own thing?
No, actually, they didn't kick me out. I just kind of just left on my own. Just like, I'm just gonna do it. I'm all in for it.
How old are you?
29. I just turned 29 on the 31st.
Okay. So last month.
Yeah. Some first month of the year.
It's interesting, by the way. Why is that? Why?
Does the shelter do anything? They give you like a cupcake or something?
No, nothing at all.
A Kofa has one.
So interesting.
Right? We're going to see a Levaya had one. Everything has one. Yeah,
This is going to be one of the saddest endings to an interview in the history of the show.
So what's the shot?
Yeah, she raised her.
She's been wasted for 2 hours. That is not the place to find hope, my friend.
You can sell nachos. I think I can sell nachos. I can sell the fuck out of some nachos, though.
What is this?
Greg McCowan, I'll tell you what, you have a lot of work to do, so here's a big joke book just to fill it up. Just have something. Worst comes to worst, sell it, double your net worth. Yeah, there he goes. Greg McCowan, everybody. There goes Greg. Yeah, let's do that. that. Let's go with one of our golden ticket winners who's here to pop in, just visiting, swinging by in town. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a brand new minute from Jack Shaw, everybody. Here he is. It's Jack Shaw. Ever since getting on this show, I have never been called autistic more in my entire life. And when I say autistic, they're saying retarded a lot. And when I say they, I mean my dad. This guy, he won't stop saying it.
No matter what I do, they're not going to change.
I'm just Jewish, man. I'm just fucking...
Bend in my shoulder.
I mean, I'm so Jewish. I have family on both Epstein and Schindler's List, dude.
Is the point of that cup of wine. That cup of wine is the forced deep breath. We all know this. When you have a glass,
I realize there's a lot of similarities between autism and Judaism, dude. There are, man. Like, I mean, we're both loud, we're prone to nervousness, we're very socially awkward. Shut the fuck up, dude. We're very anxious people. We can be obsessive, but I realize the number one difference between autism and Judaism is that Jews don't like trains.
I don't know.
Thank you guys so much.
I got this. The stuff that will be impossible to make every glass of wine.
You people really do come out and just say that you're Jewish.
So what happens with wine? I should have treated wine.
Always wondered what you were. Greg Fitzsimmons. So the last guy worked for Spectrum and you're all full circle. It's like a choo-choo train, if you will. Jack, always fun here that you guys gave me credit for. Or choo-choo train. Yeah. Don't play that. Don't play that stuff, please. There you go. There's a little something to cleanse the bounds. Jack Shaw, how's life been going? Dude, it's been going great. The last time I was on the show, Joe Rogan told me to do some props. So I bought some fucking props tonight. You had some successful props last time you were on. Let's fucking... Who's ready for some chew props, huh? Chew props. This first one is to make your Jewish friends feel comfortable. Wow, you got it. I love it. Hey, Jew props. We're talking Jew props. We're talking Jew props. Really doesn't want me to do this one, but this is a Nick Gassman. Oh, God damn. Oh, you got it. We'll picture it. Just put it on. Put AI on. Fuck. Just do it. Do it like it works, and then put the thing over your head in a second. This is a acidic gas mask. An acidic gas mask, everybody. There you go. He said it, not me, by the way. This is an ancient dippic. That's my dick.
So in showing you get red, they get flushed with the enjoyment of this world, but they will be pale in the world to come.
But stop, if anyone has a pig at home and that pig gets hurt, how about some ointment? Ointment? Wow, that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. We're talking Jew props. We're talking Jew props. He's doing the Jew props. Jew props. This is a drawing by D Madness. He looks great. That's amazing. Great stuff. This is health insurance for healthcare CEO. This is Lego Epstein Island, everybody. I thought that was going to go so much better. What the Jesus Christ. All right, well, we have an expansion pack with Donald Trump and Bill Clinton. I think. All right, Trump was never on the island, but keep going. All right, Clinton was. 55 times. What's that one? Stephen Hawking.
Yes, he was there. God damn it. All right, well, we tried it. That's right. Jack Shaw lives in LA, so they will never let it go that Trump was never on Epstein Island. But he was never there. Yeah, well, that didn't go great. It's like Cal Montana. He's a little like carrot stuff. Dude, that's what I wanted to ask Carrot. I was hoping Carrot would be here so I could ask him for some mentorship. So Carrot will be Carrot Bottom right here. Whoa! Yeah, you were ready for that. Yeah, that's amazing. Hey, you want this? Wow. That's a lot of red meat. You can't have it. All right, Trajan. There you go. You can use the high bit. You can believe in yourself. It's like scrunching down and it's fun. Just put your whole body into it. Yeah. Put it over my head. That's one full bunch of salt. Jack, it turns out we love good and bad props here. I loved it. Make some noise one more time for Jack Shaw. What a hoot. There he goes. The lovely Jack Shaw. Back to the bucket we go. This name came from the inside. Make some noise for THC Tommy. Last Christmas, Christmas Corner was a court. We're having intercourse with corpses. They said it was the best sex ever. Magically. Never could ever.
Wine could destroy it.
That's why I call Netflix and chill.
Cup of wine. See, without wine, I will say,
there's a very plot
could
twist.
project
Defenders actually
an image of personal piety. What is wine doing? Wine gets out of the interview.
She testified that her favorite movies are Die Hard and Rise of the Living Dead.
That's when the truth comes out.
In related news, a local drive-by shooting at 12 casualties. That means she was down there getting
perhaps again,
it was Crips and blood everywhere.
Well, I'm actually saying I'm masquerading as a New York guy. And ultimately, I'm looking for money.
She's also facing sexual battery charges.
What is really on the inside of the individual. Incredible. So here's the real
shock.
And nice smells, right?
The dumbass was out there raw dogging zombies.
So a lot of things like this. And a little bit of wine helped me to access a lot of my inner kedusha. And also everything. Sense of smell is also linked directly to the neshama. Like because when we're going to the process of breathe life into the nostrils of Adam. So the sense of smell is directly connected with the neshama. Which is why I'm that's why we have the sun. That's why somebody had to be accustomed to smell the sun on Erev Shabbos as well. All of that
jokes.
And
I don't know what 12 people laughed at that one.
Rabbi says that it's wine and sense that lead you smart. What about like learning? I came to Shia, I went to Yeshiva, I went to...
No, I appreciate that. That was the most dense minute I've ever seen on this show. It was you really habituating it to one thing. And so once it, you know what it is when you came out, the setup was, you guys get to it so quickly, I almost kind of was a little bit like confused. Well, it's part of a bigger set, it's not quite right. So I spent
a lot of time on external things.
I got you just have jokes about like fucking dead corpses and stuff.
Why doesn't it have the full impact?
Well, I mean, the only thing is a lot of
if you're not in touch with your inner self,
there's another one. PhD Tommy, how long have you been doing stand-up? I've been chasing this selectively since last week. Okay, chasing this selectively. What is it? I'm not really. Bro, you are gonna make it. That's what you gotta do when you really want something. You chase it selectively. Yeah, what do you mean by chasing selectively? Oh, that's through your work.
I'm in touch with what I am.
So I've been a fan of the show for a couple of years. Started chasing the bucket last February.
And because of that, because of that's what I
the bucket sounds like a Judy Blue move that never made the cut. Chasing the bucket. Are you there, guy? Yeah. So, I've done some lights and some practice. And especially if you did that while on mushrooms at the age of 16, that would be insane. It's happening here tonight.
And essentially,
Okay,
what some of
BHC
us is lamenting over
Tommy.
here, by the way,
How
is
are you?
overindulgence in wine.
I'm old.
Overindulgence in wine. So
Okay,
you might say this house.
43. What do you do for?
I'm in my lava. High command direction. So see from magic.
Construction.
You see from magic.
You built
Ultimately, however you interpret this positive, also what the Bible essentially is saying is,
We're
we
it's a
are
big and straight,
who's
so we
going
have
to have to
a
say
wall
whoa?
that
When we are
basically
boy,
has a
who's
dragon
going to say
that sits
all right?
above.
Who's going to say I? Who's going to says Vagoy? Right? So ultimately, again, who are the people who overindulge?
Red
And
man
the
washes up on it, and that's how you
Notice
find
he
a
spent
record.
too much time with wine. And remember that Shlomo understood this firsthand because Shlomo had
BHC Tommy. So how long have you been doing that for?
about
About
the destructive
7 years.
nature of
Anything crazy ever
overindulgence. So
happened
you
when you're out
can
there?
actually discuss it from the
Yes,
beginning
but
to
I'm
the end,
not
from
really
the
allowed to
beginning,
talk
it's the
about
same Russia. Zarek Ovid Ilula.
But I mean, it's kind of like you're a background player. Unless you're like we find like we find explosives and like civil war hit vessels and stuff.
This is mostly not the
It's quite fascinating. But you
We do
the following
work.
Russia.
You do them
What
at
was?
Freeport.
What
But
was?
I've been working mostly in New Jersey.
Oh, I can't even imagine what you find in New Jersey.
There are 13 votes
How long
that are
has
said
your
in
hair? How
conjunction
long
with
has that
wine.
been?
Now, what does it mean in
How
conjunction
long?
with wine? What's the meaning again? The
Like
first
your
one
barber
was
was
mention of
chasing your
wine
head
is where?
selected
Is
with.
where? Yeah. 13 votes.
Dr.
13
Phil, oh
votes
shit,
in
there he
the
is.
section of
Mr.
Noah
McGraw.
with
Now,
wine.
that's a joke because
Look
I
at
can't
that.
pull it off.
That's
So I'm
over
obviously
here.
deflecting,
People
admiring.
Russian vibe
But
vibes.
also
So
judging.
listen, what
When I go to the barber, I say make it look like G.I. Joe on this side and Barbie on this side.
Vine means we say this
Let's
is
see,
a
how
vine
long have
is.
you had it like that?
Probably like 18 months.
Right? Vine means so.
What made
So
you want to go with
what
that?
this certain
I
Galilean was
mean,
saying
I've
was,
always had
it's
like
interesting that there's a
well,
lot of
on the
parties,
side,
a lot of
I've
walls,
nephews.
a lot of walls in the section concerning wine by Noah. So we want to do this. Now we got
Why BHC, Tommy? What does the BHC mean?
So BHC is just like in my head
Two
for
bucks
all
right
my
there.
stuff.
Okay, no count as we go along. So Vayichal, Vayesh, so again, the similar
Banging hot corpses.
the first thing you do was you create
Oh,
the
thanks,
video.
Bob.
Right?
Hey, I wanna play- I wanna play Big Hairy
So remember that Noah gets
So it really stands for Big Hater Company because
or at least in some state of dismemberment. Ham sees his father in the
What
state.
do you hate
Ham
on?
sees the other brothers.
I mean, I'm just a troll in general. Like,
Yes, it's another about. That's a single. Right, see, none of
Oh,
us.
Jesus
So
Christ.
Ham does nothing. Right, so actually, see, there's something, but
He
and yes,
what she
come.
said.
They walk in
All
back,
right.
they cover up their father.
BHC Company. Here's a little joke from the Great Boat Side. Keep trying. Keep selectively chasing your dreams. There you go. So BHC Tommy. Some people just, some people just try. Some people just hope for the best.
You never succeed. Well, maybe figure to do something else.
Is that in the book?
What his son Ham did.
Your next fucking book goes by the name of Lorenzo Tyree.
Usually the person doesn't say what to one of the things says that Ham
So, I don't do one-night stands anymore.
The Ham Amar
I do two-night
other thing
stands.
says that Ham went ahead
Otherwise, it
and
looks, makes the bedroom look uneven.
you must mind the research. The woman said that castrated when they touched up kill over a bee. So
Yeah, last time I hooked up with the girls on 6th Street and,
castrate his father.
She
He
takes
didn't
me
want his
home.
father having any more kids. Three of us is enough. He didn't want any more
Start
kids.
backing us as we walk through the door.
So therefore, again, just
And,
like Ham went ahead and prevented
I
his father
go
from
down
having
on
a
her. I don't
fourth
know why.
son. So
I go down on her.
Noah cursed Ham's fourth son. Who was
Horny,
Ham's
that's why.
fourth son? Ham's fourth son of us
Yeah.
was Cush.
She stops me. I'm like, oh
Kush.
shit, she's not a period.
Right? So Cush is like put it down. Right? So Ham's fourth son was Cush. Cush, Mitzrayim, Kut, Canaan. So
She
just
told me
like
she had a
again,
DUI.
so just
That's what I
like
thought I heard,
Ham prevented Noah
And I'm like, why'd you tell me this now? You Joe was here earlier and told me that. It's fucking crazy. But she tells me, no, a VYI. What's a VYI?
When Shem abducted and violated
I was like, yeah, I'll take the bag and keep the
I'll
cheese.
tell us that he violated him.
Thank you, my sorry.
All right, Lorenzo Tyree. Lorenzo, you've been on the show before.
I read the line of what
They're
son makes sense,
What?
and then I know
They're time.
first
They're time.
Shabbos fourth
Yes, sir.
son. I remember Ruba marching over the beats, Iraqi the Hajjah. But according to the one who says that he's sodomite,
Man, pretty good. I didn't expect it tonight. I was drinking a pitcher of that good stuff. Yeah, tequila, pineapples.
You had a pitcher of tequila pineapples.
Sodomite and
Yes.
castrated.
Yes.
Castrated.
So,
Okay.
so
Okay.
yeah,
No,
you think that was a good idea?
life lessons there. Okay, he writes as follows.
Yeah, I was like,
So it's like, so what happens is the plus it says not profane himself and
To the
he
second
planted the
responsibility.
So the website. So just to point out that the Russian over here is incredibly important. The Russian is bringing North to task.
Thanks, Dr. Phil.
The
Thanks.
first thing that he does in
Yeah, I like
the
your,
world is he finds something
what
new.
to say,
That's what
you know,
he
the,
profaned
a
himself.
lot of sexual content, which is fair. It's only on top of something we're trying to figure out. But in a second stance, you are out there trying to grease the wheels quite often.
Shouldn't you be
Well,
mindful of
it's a simple yes or no question.
You're an active listener.
What
Crazy support WNBA. What the fuck are you talking about? You look like
Me, Brady's pretty
I wasn't saying you look like a giant lesbian or it's well, somehow you look like every character from Sesame Street at once. Absolutely incredible.
Any stuff like yours out here?
This guy's built like a fucking palm tree. Look at this guy. Oh my god. Tequila pineapples.
Everybody jokes about your appearance because that is one way to get the crowd on your side, right? Be self-deprecating right out of the
This last season because I was in a rush.
So now North gets off the table, and what's the first thing that he grabs?
That's Alaska. That's why, yeah, Alaska basically Russian prison.
What's the matter with you? What are you doing?
What do you
Did
do
you not go to
for
other restaurants?
a living?
I'm a base.
Family work a smoke shop job right now. I also work fireworks in Alaska.
You what?
I work with like I do fireworks.
You work with fireworks?
Yeah.
What exactly do you do with
There's
fireworks?
nothing which brings misfortune
Cargo
upon the
containers
person
come in
like
full of
war.
fireworks.
Obviously, they will say it's two sides of the same coin. On the other hand, you see
I
all
think
the
so.
You don't know where they're coming from?
Well, who else makes fireworks,
the
though?
beauty of wine.
I'm asking you. You're the one that works in a fucking business, Lorenzo. Jesus Christ, the attitude on these children nowadays. Unbelievable. Lorenzo, anything happened interesting in your life since the last time you were on the show?
Me and my girlfriend separated.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
How long were you with her for?
Met her in May last year. August.
You just named a bunch of months. I didn't get a single answer out of you. Perfect. What made this separation happen?
They weren't able to fireworks.
Yeah, the fireworks went out. I'll be here for the rest of the evening. What made you separate?
I just think we're too different. I mean,
I absolutely know that. I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. And if life was a race of anti-self, by definition, that one has a condition where otherwise do not. And that's by definition, I think one has the ability to utilize
I like working out. She
in a
really did
way
it.
than they can any other type of
I need that.
vehicle virtual effects. I need that. See, my sense is follows.
Going out, I did it.
One
She's like,
comes
what?
along,
Going out. I didn't like going out through a whole
that's
bunch.
kind
Kinda. I go out for mine and stuff like that.
How can you go ahead and be planting wine when other music in trouble with wine?
It sounds like you do that a lot. If you drank a pitcher of tequila pineapple before the opportunity of a lifetime, I'm pretty sure you might have a drinking problem.
Sorry, Grandma.
What does that mean? Does that mean that wheat
That's his closer. That's how he signs off his sets. Hey, that's my time. Sorry, Grandma. Yeah.
Actually not mad about it. It's a little bit better than buckle up. The safe department sort of.
Lorenzo, we're gonna keep it moving along. They're gonna already know tired. Very good. You got nothing but little joke books, right? I've got some little and medium, so little medium next time. Keeping it moving along. Make some noise for Scion Lazar out of the fucking Yo, you drunk ass motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Scion Lazar.
Now you have a tree more to give them their leaves.
automated
Like I
curve.
said, the fig tree gave them the leaves because again,
Hold
that
on.
was the tree which they had hands.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You just missed something crazy.
During my
I don't know if you guys
podcast,
heard,
as to what
Dr.
happened
Phil just said he thought it was one of
opinion
those
number 1, grapes.
gas
Opinion
station
number 2,
doors.
opinion number 2, opinion number 3, hey,
Listen to
interestingly
me.
enough,
Let's reset, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Count Tony debut, I do believe. One more time for Scion Lazar, everybody.
It's actually it's an interesting connection. Remember by Yitzchak
I just came from
when
Shanghai.
Yaakov
I'm sorry if
comes
some
along
of my
and comes in
came
next
with
meeting
us.
as his brother Esau.
But
So remember,
just
Yaakov
talking to
comes in,
people who don't
Esau thinks it's
speak
Esau. Yitzchak
So
thinks
if you
it's
don't
Esau.
mind,
And remember what are the words that Yitzchak uses?
Chinese
He says
problem.
in the Reach HaSada. The scent of my son is like the scent of the field.
There's this one guy who walked into me about 10 times. It's kind of like those remote cars when they tap into something. They don't even look up from their phone. They just keep on bouncing into your ass. They just burn out. The other problem is they got a lot of metrosexuals out there. Does anyone know what a metrosexual is?
So that's the scent of
If you don't know what a metro
so somehow, so again, that's a fact. So I guess somehow involved, but because
Calm down, Americans, calm down.
so the thing is soon.
Stand on your head and calm down. Like the police say.
Put
Put your hands in the air, stand on your head and calm down.
But the lady say, you see over here,
No.
there is no
Calm down, sir.
says it was an apple. One of
You need
these,
to
one
no.
of these
What they do is
that says.
in the metro, you're walking around and you don't know what a metrosexual is. Just watch who's bouncing
It's
off
not
the
the task for going to have hands.
Scion Lazar. Scion, where are you from?
I'm originally actually from Texas, but most of my life Mediterranean.
The Mediterranean Sea.
Mediterranean area, yeah, Greece.
How old were you when you moved to the Mediterranean Sea? 19. 19. And how old are you now?
I'm 34.
34. So, oh my God. In 15 years. Okay, guys, Jesus. I see why you live in the Mediterranean. Drunk Latinos. So in 15 years, you're saying that accent's like real?
Well, you work on it, you know, it's not perfect.
Literally tied
No, you polish it and you sleep on it, and it is what it is. I don't know what to say.
No, I think you're reversed. I think he's saying that the accent you have now, what you're saying. Yeah. Oh yeah, bear with me. Yeah. You think that he's saying that you're trying to achieve a better American accent, and you're working on it. He's saying that you lived here for 19 straight years first. I definitely didn't speak the way you're speaking now. And then you picked up a heavy accent from the Mediterranean over the last 15 years, which is peculiar. Yes. This is like me coming back from the 2-week vacation I took last year to Rome and me coming back like, how's everybody doing? I don't even know what you talk about. It's good to be home to America. I've been in North America, chick.
If you understand me,
You're an East metrosexual. I've been in the Mediterranean for about 15 years. I was born in Texas. Can you hear the Texas in the me accent?
I'm an English teacher, by the way.
I was born with a barbecue with flies like a wings. You never asked another man for a wing.
Who get the pepper? Where are the owner? And then it bumped into something. What the fuck was that? The only accent they know is Italian.
I worked so hard for you, and this is what you do back. Well,
I mean,
what you have to do is stop having that. Stop having that. Again, we're fine, by the way.
if you've got a rhythm to continue, gentlemen, I'm enjoying myself.
So the accent, you would label that more as Greek?
No, I'm more Israeli, actually.
Okay.
I speak Hebrew. I speak a little Greek and Turkish, too.
Okay.
Yeah. Didn't take him long to bring it up, did he?
Yeah, baby. It's dog.
That is tonight's Honey Nut Cheerios joke of the night.
Wow.
So, Scion, I gotta give you credit. Out of all the interviews out of the bucket I've had tonight, you do seem like the most interesting. You're answering questions. It seems as though you have some
Sorry, I was like, good morning.
life
Good morning.
experience.
It's
What
so
have you
smart
been
to say
doing over
we're
there?
back
What
in
made you leave
person.
Texas and go to the Mediterranean?
Stuff Hashem people as it is to Yerushalayim Yerukodesh. The basic swap to come back to Rabbi coming together. So listen, we have an incredible daf ahead of us today. We might take all of us months to think. Our annual Talmud Torah response to be closing the Shkot of so we're dedicating all the Shiurim and Torahs as is course. For the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Melon Tyler Ram, Levi Mishma's Mel's father, Mordechai and Yitzchak, and Ariel Asapov in the merit of his continued good health, in the merit of the continued good health of his mother, Arena Basbilian. We hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah, she together with all Cholei Yisrael had to complete and during the Refuah, which spoke with Shireen Hashem. Provide Aliyah to all of the Hashem should come to the families. We should bring back the rest of our hostages, the Shalom and the Karov, and our holy soldiers should be successful. The whole Maaseh Yidayim. Once we have an incredible daf today. Today's daf is Ayin 70. We are taking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Amud 78. So we'll say Ben Sorer Umora. Ben Sorer Umora. From what point in time is a Ben Sorer Umora Chayiv for being a Ben Sorer Umora? So the Mishnah says, this is fascinating. So when is a Ben Sorer Umora Chayiv? When he goes and he eats a tartimar. Now we'll discuss exactly how much a tartimar is. But when he eats a tartimar of meat and he drinks a lug of Italian wine. Fascinating. So wine, not French wine, Italian wine. One second. So the wine kind of starts, hold up. So first of all, Rashi says something very Italian wine is best. Rashi says, it's not bourbon, it's or more. Right? So Italian wine is the best. He said,
it's not the direction I thought things were going to go, but I found it
the entire
hypnotizing.
issue of Ben Sorer and Mora is not
So you teach
really
English
what
in all
he has
those
done
different
presently,
places,
but
and you
what
kind
he
of
does
just go
concern
wherever
is
you
going to
want.
become. So part of that is developing certain appetites that he's going to get addicted to. So the Mishnah works under the assumption, this is quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to? People get addicted to really good things. Generally, if it's interesting, you don't find people getting addicted to mediocre things. They get addicted to things that provide a high. So the idea over here is he's only trained if he steals money to purchase very high-end wine. So in the Mishnah's time, the high-end wine came out of this Italian wine. So if he went ahead and stole money to purchase any kinds of wine, it wasn't an issue. Okay, but he also argues on a measure. He says, "Mana baser v'ludiyai." He says, "Not a tartima of meat, rather again a mana of meat, and not the half a lid of wine, rather again a whole lid of wine." Okay, so let's see now watch this. That's how the Honduras is not let's say it happened that the Ben Sorer of Morris stole the money and went ahead and bought the wine, right? And bought the meat. But he consumed it in a Haburas mitzvah. This is fascinating. So he took the stolen food and he ate it, for example, in a meal that was in the store. What are examples of this? For example, Ibra Chodesh, so we'll discuss this more in the Gemara. But again, when they would decide to go ahead and interpolate the month, right? Make the month a full month of 30 days.
You live in China now too?
So they would have a Suda to declare that. Or, Upper Maishin Yushalai, or Maishin Yushalai, Upper Medelis Potatoes, that's what I'm asking. For that matter, he ate non-kosher items. Let's say it turns out that he ate non-kosher meat. Upper Coming Maishin Yushalai, sorry, Kevo. He ate Kevo with the untied produce. Maishin Yushalai, that remember, Maishin Yushalai goes to the lady. And the lady's obligated to separate out Shua from the Maisha Rishon. Or Maisha Shem Yakishon, Maisha Shem Yakish, that we're not Christian. But Alcohol Gavar Shua Mitzvah, the Gavar Shua Adera. So whether he eats something that's a Mitzvah, so that's an Adera, so you must describe exactly what that's talking about. Alcohol, so again, listen, interestingly enough, the first part of the Mishnah gives us the measurements. How much wine does he have to purchase with the stolen money how much meat does
You
he have to
are
purchase for stolen money? That's
Jewish?
my podcast, Tanakama,
Okay,
and
that's
Rabbi Yossi. After that, we can have an interesting exception. The interesting exception is if he consumes the stolen meat or
You said
stolen
buckle up in Hebrew.
wine without the minister called Kapiras Mitzvah. Kapiras Mitzvah. Shaloch Lamais, again, he's going to be covered. This is the other thing as well. Also, come out a little off of Basar. What happens if the Soromor is stole money, but he didn't purchase meat? Now, he purchased something else, right? And anything else, but not meat. Or Shasa Kamash Kodo Shasa Yam, or for that matter, again, he purchased stole money, he purchased drinks. And he bought beer, he didn't buy wine. Eno Nasepen Sora, Mora, Ach Yoko Basa, we used to say. So say this, it's a Basa, Torah says, he says, Mora, it's only. He steals money and he uses that money now to purchase meat or wine. Purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink does not make you work into against Torah or Shinemar. The pasuk says, "Zolel v'sovel." So this is the pasuk from the Torah, right? V'amra shekei Rabbi the Torah Gemara and then shall declare Zolel v'sovel. Literally, again, he's a glutton. And a guzzler, right? Glutton representing the meat, guzzler representing the wine. Gemara says, how do you know that Solo is so that you eat wine? Right? How did you know that? Gemara says, it's not explicit. It says, I'll keep is so the yayin is so the lake basa. This is the expression of so don't be a guzzler of wine, and don't be again a gluttonous consumer of. Okay, so we'll say so. This is Mishnah Ben Soromar, incredible. Now let's analyze. So Zera says, Tartimar Zaini was the Amahu. So says it. So remember again, the Tanakama said that the amount of meat for which a Sora Umora is chayiv, if he steals money and buys it, is a Tartimar. So comes along the Gemara and says, Zera says, I don't know how much is a Tartimar. What is that? So Gemara says, the Yayin. So what we can extrapolate is as follows. Rabbi Yossi argues in the Tanakama. Now it appears, based on the wine measurements, that Rabbi Yossi doubles the Tanakama's measurements, right? Because you remember the Tanakama says, tartima of meat, a half a lug of wine. Rabbi Yossi says, a mana of meat and 1 lug of wine. So the fact that he doubles the wine measurements, the just means that what? He doubles the meat measurements as well. And therefore, what's a tartimar? Half a mana. Now, by the way, we'll talk about actually like how much meat that is in the right? So a half a mana. So that's my focus. Rabbi Yossi Tanakama. Incredible.
No, it's going good. I just wish
I just mentioned Teddy Daniel was working on putting together a chabura that needs before the dafyomi in the morning, or it doesn't have to be whenever chabura wants to be at night. Also, the season we got that concept over the shakla of give or take of the Gemara. So just I'll mention this because again we try to always try to pause at different stages of the Gemara just to understand when the unit has ended. So understand in the Gemara right here, you can even just mark it up in the Gemara so you see what the beginnings and the ends. So you see what the again. That's just a unit of discussion of just ended. Now we've clarified the Machlokas, Rabbi Yossi, and the Tanakama. Next, I'm going to kind of the striking fellow at the second end of the second table. So it's good. Right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table. I don't want to go everybody's beautiful. So the says as follows. I'm going to kind of bar Moga. I'm going to put up. I think I've busted the soul. The Yochai is the soul. The Yishman is the soul of the soul. So it's very interesting. The Fuda gives another qualification. The Fuda says, the only time you become a soul and Moga is right. Then halacha l'maisa, you're going ahead and you're purchasing the meat at a discount and purchasing the wine at a discount. This is fascinating. In other words, this is what I say. You can't become a ben sora umora if you pay retail. Right? If you pay retail, you might not even do it. You're going to forget about ben sora umora. Right? So you only halacha l'maisa ben sora umora if you get at a discount. Now, what's the shot? Take a look at Rashi. Yayin Bizol. About Yokelo speaking like most legal story. Remember again, let's work backwards. Because we've already seen this, but we'll see more specifically today. Why is a Ben Sora Mora executed? Why is this? because we are nervous that someone who has developed these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea of it is, it only works if you see him developing the behaviors that would lead us to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if he's already able to figure out how to get wine, good wine cheaply, good meat cheaply, that means that there's like a certain addiction going on. And that's what gives rise to this concern. Furthermore, he's only hiding if he eats raw meat and drinks undiluted wine. Now you must say, one second, raw meat, undiluted wine. That's not true. That's not true. That's what there was supposed to say. If he eats raw meat and he drinks undiluted wine, it's not normal. It's not normal to eat raw meat.
She's embarrassed.
So the Gemara says, no. Yayin Chaim is Moshev V'lo Moshev. No, undiluted wine doesn't mean undiluted. Rather, what does it mean? It means that it's not fully diluted. In other words, he uses a lower dilution ratio. Right, so the wine is stronger. That's the chai. Right? What does it mean? Basar chai. This is incredible. What does it mean? Raw meat. Raw meat doesn't mean more raw meat. Rather, what does it mean? Bashil v'lo bashil. It means cooked, but not really cooked. Kibasar kiba da'achla gani. Like the type of seared meat that thieves. Now look at Rashi. Rashi almost right. Basar kiba da'achla gani. Kavya b'gecholim. V'kavasa be'ir. How do things can eat? How they can eat? Like they sear it. They sear it on the outside and burn on the inside. By the way, I feel very difficult. I get a very hard time to eat everything very, very, very well done. But you see, all I am is a halachic Jew. That's all. Apparently, okay, just the rest of the chevron who eats stuffed bread. Who eats stuffed bread, right? And if it's seared on the outside, it's not on the inside, you need to do a cheshbon. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, right? Again, that's how trees eat them, and seared steak is not a Michael of God.
Do you have a QR code or anything?
That's a nice job right there. Okay.
So is it just your stand-up
It
really started that way.
You guys
I was getting so discouraged. Every comedy post I would make, they would just really want to take the clothes off.
I think you're surprised by this.
I was surprised. I was like,
that's what we're looking for.
And it's
There are markers that are here. So already, like again, opening aside tomorrow, what are you talking about? Feeds, right? One of the luxuries that feeds don't have is relaxation, right? If you're on the run, always looking for the next mark, everything else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they just sear the meat and then they go out and make people. So you see someone from a young age, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger sign that something is up, and again, it's like this child is on a terrible, almost irreversible path. Gemara goes like that.
So now
Gemara goes like that. Rabbi, listen to that. After Basar Aliyah, Shasyan Kito, International Sermons. This is fascinating. So Rabbi Rios is as follows. Both of them said, for the sermon, it's salty, or if you drink wine from the press, that doesn't make you a conservative.
I am extremely blessed. It's the reason I can afford to like go places and get Airbnbs
and therefore, interestingly enough, from that far's perspective, non-habit forming. Wine right off the press is inferior, and therefore again, non-habit forming. You know, for example, boy, he still makes an appearance. He uses that money to buy salty meat. Or to go and buy wine right off the press. Halacha L'maisa, again, that does not make him into a base or a Rashi right across. Also, when at the end, if you go, Lo Hashidi, they're not important. They're not chashuv, therefore, on the manship. Ultimately, again, they're not habits for them. They're not habits for them. So it's like such a, right? Okay, we'll come back to this a little bit. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, obviously, the shaila is going to be, what's the definition of salty meat, and what's the definition of wine right from the press? Okay, so that's our next little visit. So we'll say, this is the fascinating halacha. It's not awesome. All part of our sugya. Erev Tishba. So Erev Tishba, we'll say sugya of seconds, right? Remember again,
yeah, I have gotten requested
2 times a year, we have sugya of seconds, right? 2 times a year. One before Tishba, one before Yom Kippur, but of course they are worlds apart, right? They're worlds apart. The Suda Mafsekes before Yom Kippur is a Yom Tov Suda. It's Mamish Yom Tov Suda. Right? It is a celebratory Suda, excited for the cleansing and the Shabbat that's about to come. It's interesting, even though when you talk about Yom Kippur, like you have like butterflies in your stomach, like excitement for that. So it is almost excited for that upcoming opportunity to manage to cleanse ourselves. Conversely, Erev Tisha B'Av Suda Mafsekes is a mourning meal, right? Right? A mournful meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately, again, that is a meal that kind of already puts us, and we've got restrictions on that meal. So therefore, the Gemara says, Erev Tisha B'Av Lo Yochel Adam Shnei Tavshin. A person should not eat two cooked foods. After Suda Mafsekes, you can't have two different cooked foods. You can't eat meat and you can't drink wine. Listen to this. Listen to this. Wow. What can you eat on Erev Tisha B'Av? Salt meat. You want to have pizza at your Mafsekes? You can. Interestingly enough, you can have salted meat or a pizza. You can have salted meat and you can have wine. If there's any left in the belt. Right? So you can have salted meat and you can go ahead and you can drink water right from the press.